Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 99, Chapter 98, New Recruit Selection. As the Void Hunter began its return journey, Vostroya and Symphony of the Sea launched their first new recruit selection after 5 stellar months of preparation. Tiska Hive City, Factory A008 in the Upper Hive. As the white shift rang, the factory workers who had toiled through the entire night shift quickly wrapped up their tasks, cleaned their workstations, and followed the yellow pedestrian line out. One worker rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black tattoo on his arm, his wife's and children's birthdays inked there to remind him of what mattered most through exhausting labor. He puffed out his chest and said proudly to a fellow worker, "My boy Per is taking part in the Ascension ceremony selection today. Once he passes, he'll serve the monarch himself. Lucky you. My wife's just pregnant with our 10th kid." The second man, with low Gothic tattooed on his neck, slapped his forehead. "Right. Last night, while talking to my wife about the Ascension selection, we were trying to decide which kid to enter. Ever since King Nareth declared Vostroya's entry into the Imperium, he had issued new directives on birth and conscription policies. Every family that bore 11 children was allowed to nominate one eligible child for the Ascension Path selection. Those who passed would become Great Legion warriors, those who failed would join the Auxilia and fulfill their service duty. Old Koscielny, how did your family pick?" "Of course, we chose the best one. He has the best shot at success. No point sending someone who'll just come crawling back." Koscielny, with the tattoo on his arm, said with pride. "I tested the Koscielny boys myself." "What kind of tests?" "Lifting Vosvith barrels, long-distance running, frog jumps, lost gun target practice." He listed 15 different events, then added, "Out of my kids, 8 are 11 or younger." Each event was scored from 1st to 8th, 10 points for first place, 9 for second. At the end, the kid with the highest total got the spot. The tattooed man stared wide-eyed, clapped his hands, and drew attention from others around. "That's brilliant. Didn't think you had it in you to be clever." At the same time, in Paradigm City, Company Captain Thomas stood atop a high tower, overlooking the selection grounds. He had selected the factory district as the site for recruitment testing for 3 reasons. The Cult Mechanicum delegation was still en route, and the construction of a proper Legion monastery, expected to take over 20 years, had yet to be finalized with Nareth. The childcare facilities Nareth had built in multiple city sectors were already ready for testing and resting. Workers could freely drop off their kids during shifts, letting them focus on labor while reducing hesitation about childbirth. Nareth had guaranteed food, water, and basic education for all enrolled children. As an industrial world, the factory zone itself was the ideal thematic and functional setting for this event. Finally, Nareth had cited Bukeo's proposed trial format and specifically instructed that the item-finding test in the factory be kept. This simple test helped identify children with outstanding perception, which matched the 11th Legion's core qualities. The trial would also assess the candidate's courage, intelligence, and adaptability. As Thomas considered all this, the selection officers stationed at the childcare centers began addressing the candidates. Pel Koscielny, 11 years old, already had a sharply defined face and carried himself with maturity far beyond his age. He forced himself to stay calm, focusing hard to catch every word the giant drill sergeant said, knowing it would greatly improve his chances. "Over the next 4 months, you will undergo a series of trials. To become a legionnaire, you must pass every single one." The officer of the 9th Regiment surveyed the 300 children before him, his voice low and heavy. He could tell most of them were nervous from his words, and only a few remained calm. A black-haired squad leader mentally noted the calm ones, then continued. "The first test will assess endurance and willpower. You will be scrutinized. Do not help other candidates. This is a personal trial. Sound the gong." A Legion servant struck the bronze gong with a hammer. As many children stood frozen, Pel and a few others took the first step, walking toward the long, curved running track at the training field's edge. The Legion servitors had rigged the track with obstacles, earthen slopes, deep pits, high walls, and flooded passageways. While a few kids sprinted ahead, Pel held back slightly, keeping a steady pace. He used the more anxious candidates like a herder using chem dogs, letting them scout the route. Moments later, the leading boy, only about 7 or 8, stepped into a camouflaged pit, twisted his ankle, and fell hard. Pel's pupils contracted. He instantly marked that area in his mind. Trap, mud pit. The rest of the stunned kids now snapped out of it and began charging onto the track, legs pumping hard. 13 minutes into the test, the first child completed a full lap. His carefully prepared outfit, chosen by loving parents, was now caked in dirt and sludge. He gasped, looking up at the Legion servant. Keep running. Until you're told otherwise, do not stop. The boy wiped sweat off his brow and pressed on. Pell, too, now finished his first lap, carefully regulating his breathing. Endurance. Willpower. This isn't about a fixed distance, the instructor wants to push us to our limits. Can I fake it? He quickly dismissed that thought. There was no way he could deceive their eyes. Meanwhile, on the Symphony of the Sea, their assessment had also begun. The trial area had been set up along a coastal island, and the children were running across the sand. Aboard the Void Hunter, the chief apothecary had completed inspections of all transformation chambers. He now entered a partitioned section of the med deck, where 22 candidates sat quietly on metal stools, awaiting his arrival. Following Nareth's command, Michael had begun training future apothecaries. He had selected 23 candidates to undergo enhancements, teaching them during the intervals between procedures. Even as chief apothecary, Michael had to admit that Marlena, a mere mortal doctor, had done an outstanding job. Since her involvement, the number of deaths among candidates has dropped significantly. Of the 22 seated before him, 3 had failed, but the survivors had not wasted their time. They would now become apothecary aides. Michael stood before them and announced. Today you learn about the Primarch. You will soon undergo stomach implantation. 19 of you are scheduled. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, The Reader. Aboard the Void Hunter, in Nareth's office. Arsena Dunn summoned a star chart and projected it onto the tactical table. Nareth examined the chart closely. Between Vostroya's system and the crystal mirage located in the A-068 system, vast areas remained shrouded in unknown mist. Scattered regions marked the locations that the Mechanicum exploration fleets had reached by blind warp jumps. The Primarch ran his fingers across the chart, drawing a corridor-like path, and asked his aide with a testing tone. If we send Legion warriors to explore these regions, it would take too much time. What's your suggestion? After a minute of thought, Arsena responded. My lord, since you believe deploying legionnaires is too costly, we should turn to other resources. You should take full advantage of the privileges granted by the Imperium. There are usable provisions within the Lex Imperialis. You've read it all. When Nareth became a Lex Imperialis lawyer, the massive legal code had been directly implanted into his mind. He knew better than anyone how overwhelming it was. And yet his aide, burdened with so much work, had found time to read the entire thing. My lord, I thought it necessary to read the full Lex Imperialis in order to serve you better. Only then could I offer constructive recommendations when required. The silver-haired reader skillfully demonstrated his initiative, then presented his idea. According to the Lex Imperialis, you have the authority to appoint rogue traitors. Under warrant, they can explore unknown regions on your behalf. Even the Emperor himself made use of rogue traitors. In M.38, rogue traitor Hel Daaniasi discovered the Primarch system. Nareth nodded in satisfaction. Arsena's thinking aligned with his own. Free manpower was there to be used, it was better than consuming the Legion's strength. This, too, was mastery of the rules. He gave an order. Once we return to Vostronia, gather information on the Imperium supply fleets. Look among the conscripted merchant ships for suitable candidates. Local ones are acceptable too. Though they lack interstellar travel experience, as long as they're bold and capable, they'll do. I'll provide them with support. Vostroya's noble houses were highly loyal. Nareth could offer aid, such as escort frigates, destroyers, or even retired, heavily injured auxilia troops as ship officers. As you will, my lord. Arsena bowed and left to fulfill the task. Nareth glanced up at the ornate clock hanging on the wall. It's about time. Marlena should be here. Though Marlena had not been named as an official aide, Nareth held deep trust in both her loyalty and ability, perhaps even more than in Arsena's. However, because her future path included roles like Harvest Priest, Sequence 7, and Druid, Sequence 5, both of which required a strong connection to nature, he hadn't assigned her to an office-bound role. Still, during this period, he regularly dined with both aides to stay informed on the medical deck's developments from another angle. At that moment, Marlena had just completed an exhausting surgery inside the medical bay. As she finished, she felt the familiar sensation of inner digestion, as though her body had consumed a meal, just like every time she saved a life. She removed her white coat and stepped out of the transformation chamber. Immediately, 2 Vostroyan auxiliary soldiers arrived, carefully pushing a cart toward her. Lady Marlena, have some water. These 2 had been saved by her on the operating table. They had paid all their sovereign coins, Nareth's unified Vostronian currency, just for the chance to thank her in person. Thank you, she said with a radiant smile. Her features momentarily stunned the 2 battle-hardened veterans. They quickly came to their senses. There were no improper thoughts, only instinctive awe. Marlena lifted the tempered glass shield that kept the scent of disinfectants at bay, picked up the silver cup, and downed the drink in one go. Thank you both. No, no. It's we who should thank you for saving our lives. Though less intense than the post-surgery rush, their gratitude still triggered the familiar internal sensation in Marlena, bringing her one step closer to mastering her powers. She took a dedicated elevator up to the bridge. Moments later, she arrived at the Primarch's office. Taking a moment to adjust her appearance, though it was already flawless, she stepped inside and saluted. My lord. Take a seat. She gracefully sat down in the oak chair. Then, a Legion aide entered, pushing a dining cart and laying out dishes made with meat sourced from Carrion Plains, now reclassified as an agri-world. The scents of applewood and cherry mingled with the sound of sizzling fat, teasing the appetite of the battle-weary Marlena. First came a medium-rare cut of green-striped zebra steak, its marbled texture glistening golden in the candlelight. The caramelized crust cracked under the silver knife, revealing molten pink fibers that rippled like volcanic lava, as amber-colored meat juices bled into the bone plate. Next, herb-marinated ram ribs, glistening with fat. The rosemary and garlic had fused into every muscle fiber under heat, releasing the scent of lamb cream and charcoal smoke into the air. From deep in the oven came the sweetness of barbecue sauce made with aged Vosvith wine. The flame-feather turkey breast, slow-roasted for 12 hours, unfolded like silk under the knife, each slice breathing in the scent of smoked fruitwood. Eat. Nareth was the first to act, lifting his fork to take a bite of ram rib, dipping it into Tide coral pepper sauce from Cradle of the Sea. The spice exploded like thousands of glowing fish, merging with the juicy meat and then magnified by the Primarch's hypersensory biology. My lord, you seem to enjoy spicy food. Marlena asked with a soft smile, noticing his natural expression of pleasure. Indeed. Spice offers not just flavor and stimulation, but a deep, primal satisfaction that burns into the bones. Both Marlena and Arsena took mental notes, gaining deeper insight into their lord. After a while, seeing that Marlena had set down her cutlery, Nareth asked, Is the transformation progressing well? I bring good news, she smiled. Michael and I have analyzed the procedure thoroughly. Besides age, we've identified another key factor that affects success rates. Which is? The transformation protocols are based on Terran standards. Vostroyans live in hive environments, so they're compatible. But Sicilians, who come from Symphony of the Sea, are very different. Our coastal lifestyle results in denser bone structures, but weaker resistance to toxins and corrosion. Nareth nodded in realization. He recalled the Cogorus had a lower failure rate due to their tougher flesh. And you found a solution? Yes. Michael and I made targeted adjustments. We created an artificial oceanic environment to simulate their native habitat. The gene seed organs are soaked in this environment to precondition them. The result, older candidates like Skesny have now successfully completed transformations 5 through 11, finally catching up with Howard and the others. Nareth nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Skesny lay on a bed, his eyes half closed, actively using his liman's ear to filter ambient noise. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The Power of the Mind. Skesny used his mind to control his ears, amplifying the sounds around him. He could hear the subtle tremors of surgical instruments in the modification chamber nearby. His eyelashes, once golden but now turned black under Nareth's gene influence, trembled slightly. He felt dazed, almost as if he were still lying on the operating table. Ever since the modifications began, this sensation would return from time to time. Even though he had recently advanced to Sequence 8, Folk of Rage, he still couldn't fully adapt to the drastic changes in his body. Lost in thought, he wasn't sure how much time had passed when he heard footsteps nearby. Skesny, time to get moving, we're heading to the Star Vault deck. It was Bukayo's voice. Known as the Midnight Poet, he loved giving poetic names to everything around him. He called the deck where the candidates exercised the Star Vault because from there, one could see the stars of the void, shaking off sleep and waking fully. Coming. Skesny braced his large hands on the bed and sat up. He paused and looked at his hands. Like the rest of his body, they had grown larger. He knew the food he consumed had been laced with stimulators and growth agents, making his muscles swell and bulge across his entire body. Sometimes, his disproportionately massive limbs and overly thick musculature made him feel like a grotesque sea monster, something that should be thrown into the coral sea to die. But more often, he felt unbelievably powerful, a vessel full of unspent energy that demanded release. That was the purpose of the Folk of Rage. With a roar, Skesny sprang off the bed, his eyes now sharp and focused. He threw aside the curtain and stepped out of the partition, spotting Bukayo, just as tall as he was, waiting outside. The two joined the others. As one of the 28 original Vostroyan regiment commanders, Skesny enjoyed privileges that spared him from forming 50-person teams like the rest just to access the Star Vault deck. Moments later, they arrived at the deck. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the stars of the void were visible. While Buceo admired the view, Skesny couldn't wait. He rushed into one of the training cages. He pressed a button, summoning a combat servitor. With a furious bellow, the folk of rage charged forward. His strength and speed surged, though not as proportionally as before. The actual boost was far greater. In a flash, he was upon the servitor. With a swing of his massive arm, he unleashed his beyonder ability, Raging Blow. Boom. 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 The servitor didn't even have time to activate its defense protocols before being reduced to scrap by a single punch. Skesny took a deep breath and calmed down. 2 ship days later, with no signs of organ rejection, he immediately underwent his 12th modification, Susan membrane. As the flat, circular organ was embedded atop his cerebral cortex, Skesny's body shuddered, then began to convulse violently. Moments later, both the chief apothecary and the doctor Marlena rushed into the modification chamber upon receiving the alert. Marlena looked at Skesny on the operating table with concern. He had never exhibited such a severe rejection response before. Previously, his transformations as a sailor and a folk of rage were physical in nature. But now, lacking any prior mental fortification, he faced his greatest challenge yet. His brain, long since hardened into a fixed pattern, was now being forced into violent change, as if struck by a psychic tsunami. Skesny's memory shattered like a mirror thrown to the ground, splintering into countless fragments, each one cutting him from within as they flashed through his mind. Blood began to trickle from his nose, his convulsions growing worse. And then, at the peak of his agony, a voice echoed in his mind. I believe in you. You will endure the purification of this surgery and emerge transformed. It was the voice of Nareth, his lord, and Gene-Father. Like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky, Skesny's mind rang with a single, overwhelming thought. I must not disappoint my lord. I must not disappoint the Gene-Father. His fractured mind snapped back into clarity. The bleeding from his nose stopped, and his trembling began to subside. Marlena breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that, despite rarely expressing it, Nareth placed deep importance on his old comrades like Skesny. He had felt genuine sorrow at Roslav's death. Marlena didn't want him to experience that kind of loss again. When Skesny adapted to the implant and opened his eyes, Marlena was the first thing he saw. Marlena, I'm fine. Thank you for everything you've done for me and the Sicilians. Though Skesny wasn't Sicilian by birth, since arriving at the Symphony of the Sea, he had fully embraced their culture. All his subordinates were Sicilian. Upon hearing his words, Marlena felt something stir inside her, like food fully digested at last. She recognized the sensation. She had mastered the power granted to her by Nareth. She was now a complete doctor. Meanwhile, in Vostroya, Pel Koscielny became the first to exit the labyrinth in the Underhive and reach the endpoint, the true start of the ascension path. In his mind, the grueling tests of the past 2 months flashed by. The obstacle course had just been the beginning. The later factory search challenge was riddled with hidden dangers. But the labyrinth he just endured, that was hell. No food. No water. Endless, identical corridors. He had no idea how long he had been trapped. Worse still were the strange noises and terrifying hallucinations. He often doubted his sanity. He had countless urges to pull out the flare grenade from his belt and give up like so many others, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He couldn't bear to disappoint his parents. He longed to serve Monarch Nareth, but not as a mere auxiliary soldier. He wanted to become one of the black-armored superhuman warriors. Now, at last, he had made it. Staggering forward, Pel was filled with pride and joy. At the end point stood Thomas, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. As a master of the psychic arts, Thomas had arranged a massive illusion array using a psychic crystal gifted by Nareth from the Crystal Mirage to test the will of the candidates. Within the array, each candidate experienced distorted senses. The weak-willed gave up quickly. Only the strong and perceptive could make it through. The boy who had performed the best in every previous trial had once again emerged first, and faster than Thomas had anticipated. He is, without a doubt, the most promising candidate of this batch. Well done, Thomas stepped forward and said with approval. You've passed the trial, with excellence. Pale and exhausted, Pel finally smiled. He had not let his parents down. He had passed. 10 months after leaving Vostroya, Nareth returned at the head of his fleet. Upon reaching his homeworld, he instantly realized that many affairs required his attention. After careful consideration, the Primarch decided to first meet with representatives of the Cult Mechanicum to finalize the design of the Legion for Trace. Why? Because most other matters were already in motion. They only required reports and occasional directives, which he could issue later without disrupting their flow. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, I want to challenge the first company captain. A Goliath-class factory ship hovered in Vostroya's high orbit. It carried rare construction materials for the building of the fortress monastery. Inside the Palace of Paradigm City, Nareth received the High Muggos from Mars, Wensway, HL-19, along with two familiar figures, Muggos Kaminsky and local Mechanicum leader, Muggos Kivier, too. This was the first time either of them had seen the Primarch since his return to the Imperium. Even without flesh bodies, odd code strings flickered through their logic engines. They exchanged a glance. Nareth / divine machine tier entity / Vostroya unification logical. Under his red robe, Wensway HL-19's voice was a chorus of mechanical tones. Honored Primarch, this unit is Wensway HL-19. I extend my greetings. Hi Muggos, welcome. I have designed a standard fortress monastery for you. It will be a sacred and perfect creation. As he spoke, mechadendrite moved before his chest, and a green holographic image was projected into the air. Light shimmered across the masks of Kivier, Tu and Kaminsky. They were clearly captivated by the grand structure, an enormous foundation, sheer walls, plasteel rib pillars, and crowned with laser turrets. But as the two Muggos admired the magnificence, Nareth shook his head. I am not satisfied with the design. Please indicate the errors / or unreasonable elements. Arsena, Nareth called. His silver-haired aide operated a data slate and displayed an alternate design. Wensway HL-19's optics flared green. A cold, metallic tone issued from beneath his robes. This design violates the beauty of logic. The servants of the Omnisia would never construct such crude forms. The two other Muggos agreed. Though the building used sharp geometric edges, it was asymmetrical. From a top-down view, the main tower was a tilted cone stabbing into the crust at a 44-degree angle. Surrounding it were 33-sided irregular structures and 11 spiral-shaped secondary towers. Even inside, the design defied rationality. Non-symmetrical labyrinthine corridors filled the structure. No, Nareth said with authority, this is my fortress monastery, and it will be built according to my will. He had made up his mind to infuse the fortress monastery with chaotic design principles, embracing disorder and asymmetry. Even though they were augmented beings, all three Muggos felt pressure. After a few seconds of silence, the High Muggos relented. As you wish. Kivier, Tu and Kaminsky exchanged logical processes. The Primarch holds a supreme power in the Imperium / Vostroya belongs fully to the 11th Legion / no more dual authority / we now serve him. After concluding the meeting, Nareth immediately summoned Michael and Thomas. His aide held a data slate and spoke clearly. Captain of the 9th Company, the Primarch would like your report first. Thomas glanced at the silver-haired psyker. He sensed powerful will and psychic strength in this mere mortal, perhaps even rivaling his own. That was rare. Father, Vostroya had 35,142 candidates in total. Of them, 4,902 passed the trials. Cradle of the Sea had 5,063 candidates, with 842 passing. Nareth nodded slightly. Vostronia's new birth policies had only been in place for a decade. Most who qualified were from noble houses or families with multiple children. He believed the candidate pool would grow with time. He then looked to the chief apothecary, who began his briefing. Father, per your will, I have intensified the training of apothecaries and attendants. Currently, there are 61 apothecary trainees. Each has undergone 10 to 14 modification surgeries. Once completed, they'll become apprentice apothecaries. Additionally, I've trained 305 attendants. Their abilities vary, but all can perform 1 to 4 surgeries. After a brief pause, Nareth gave orders. Select 2 apothecaries, 4 apprentices, and send them, along with these attendants, to Vostroya's system to perform surgeries on all qualified candidates. As you command. Michael noted it down, then continued. So far, 7,215 individuals have undergone surgeries. 2,904 failed. Thanks to Marlena's help, the death rate has dropped dramatically. Only 484 died. The survivors are all suitable for auxiliary troops. Nareth quickly calculated. 30,240 candidates failed in Vostronia, and 4,221 in Cradle of the Sea, a total of 34,461. He issued a new command. Assign all failed candidates to the auxiliary reserve forces. Those who failed surgeries, except those chosen as apothecary attendants, are to be placed in the reserve and assist with training. Arsena recorded the command for post-meeting distribution. Michael's expression brightened as he delivered one last update. Father, I think you'll be pleased to hear this. Howard Fender, Bukeo Arshavin, and Thierry Vieira have completed all surgeries. They are now full shadows of order. Tech sergeants are tuning their power armor and weapons. Skesny and others are either complete or undergoing their black carapace implants. No issues reported. Nareth beamed with joy and nodded. Excellent, he said. You've both carried out my will well. I will reward you. Arsena, take them to the lounge. Return in 10 minutes. Yes, my lord. Arsena led the two shadows of order to a guest lounge. During the walk, he used the time to ask questions not recorded in the reports. Captain Thomas, were there any outstanding candidates during the selection? Yes, 13 performed quite well. The best was Pel Koscielny. 10 minutes later, they returned to the chamber. Nareth extended both hands. The red elixir in my left hand is for you, Michael. The dark crimson elixir in my right hand is for you, Thomas. Drink them, and receive the power I grant you. Without hesitation, the two took the vials and drank. A moment later, Michael became a Sequence 9 apothecary, and Thomas became a Sequence 9 seer. You are now new members of the Court of Black Dukes, Nareth declared. He transmitted the organization's data to them and turned to Thomas. Arsena will need your help with his work. He will coordinate with you. At the same moment, elsewhere on the ship, Thierry, wearing power armor, opened his golden eyes, now turned black, burning with warlust. The pugilist looked at Howard and Bukayo and declared, I want to challenge Captain Sezak of the First Company. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Duel of Honor. The news that Thierry Vieira had challenged Captain Sezak of the First Company spread like wildfire throughout the 11th Legion and among the newly enhanced warriors of Vostroya. When Sezak heard the news, his eyes were full of rage. A freshly transformed warrior, who hadn't even had the chance to wield the power of an Astartes in the crucible of war, dared to challenge a veteran like him. The sheer arrogance was insulting. Tell him, I accept the challenge. And let it not be said that I am unfair, I will grant him 5 days to prepare. We'll fight beneath Father's spire. I'll show him what it truly means to be an Astartes. Sezak said confidently. He didn't take Thierry's challenge seriously. But since the challenger was one of the Nareth's close followers, this could be a perfect chance to prove himself before him. 5 standard days later, before the duel even began, a squad of warriors in red power armor arrived at the spire. Sezak, his guards, and several captains who came to spectate immediately recognized the markings on their pauldrons, the legion insignia they themselves wore before their Primarch's return. Soon after, Nareth sat on his throne, with 33 swords behind him, each holding a crown. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, gazing at his genesons standing before him. You've come from Terra, Father. One of the red-armored warriors, wearing a power sword at his waist and a bolt gun on his back, stepped forward. He had earned the right to speak on behalf of his brothers through strength. We come from various hive cities in Terra's Asia sector. We ascended on Luna. Based on our performance, we were assigned to the 11th Legion. Each Astartes training cohort consisted of 500 warriors, undergoing advanced instruction. Training included bolter drills, swordsmanship, and other assessments. Performance determined their assignment. The top 25 were sent to the 16th Legion, to serve under the Primarch of the Emperor's firstborn sons, the Luna Wolves. The rest were distributed among various legions until Nareth returned. Those ranked 26th to 50th from each cohort were assigned to the 11th Legion. How many of you are there? Father, 350 battle brothers. We were ordered to come to Vostroya and report to you. Nareth noticed one among them had a medical rig on his left arm, clearly an apothecary. He raised a hand to point at him. You, an apothecary? Yes, Father. I trained in Luna's gene labs and passed my apothecary trials. The long-haired apothecary replied excitedly, feeling the deep connection he shared with the gene father for the first time. How many apothecaries? And apprentices? Father, including myself, 6 apothecaries in total. There are 17 apprentices and 52 attendants trained to perform surgeries. The apothecary had already guessed Nareth's reason for asking. It was clear these reinforcements would assist with the genetic enhancement of future candidates. When they were selected for the 11th Legion, the inclusion of genocide recovery and surgical operations had boosted their standing. Their importance in expanding the Legion was undeniable. Nareth tapped the throne twice, in thought. These Terraborn veterans were trained as tools of war, yes, but they've not yet been tainted by the bloodlust of the Reapers. They'll be easier to shape. He spoke decisively. Return for now. The tech sergeants will repaint your armor with the 11th's heraldry. Until I give further orders, get to know your new homeworld, but do not disrupt the local order. His serious tone drew a unified response from the Gene Sons. As they departed, Nareth thought to himself. I should send envoys to Luna, to influence Terraborn recruits early, introducing them to our values and culture. He then rose from the throne and walked to the window, gazing at the training field below. The result of this match, between Vostroya-born and Terraborn warriors, would shape his next steps in reforming the Legion. The red-armored warriors, riding a dedicated lift, could see the same training field. They're sons of the Gene Father, too. Let's watch. The power sword-wielding warrior suggested, and the others agreed. They were curious about their Legion brothers, eager to meet those who had already shed blood among the stars. Captain Robin of the 8th Company spotted Captain Adams of the 4th and Captain Sanchez of the 7th standing among the Vostroyan newcomers. He scowled. You two, why are you standing with them instead of with us? Adams remained expressionless as always. Sanchez, however, raised an eyebrow. His deep eyes locked on Robin like a predator eyeing prey. Robin, all shadows of order are sons of the Gene Father. By standing together, we honor our father. You should join us. Captain Samir of the 3rd saw some of the other company leaders hesitating. His eyes flickered darkly, and he quickly said, Enough talk. Only victory proves anything. He placed all his hopes on Captain Sezak, long regarded as the finest warrior of the Legion. Arsena stepped between the two camps. Sezak looked at the silver-haired psyker with a hint of disdain, but said nothing. Arsena was the Primarch's aide, his will made flesh. Looking between the two groups, and then at the approaching red-armored newcomers, Arsena finally spoke. This is a duel of honor between Captain Sezak of the 1st Company and Thierry Vieira of Vostroya. His voice rang like a war horn. The duel will use Chain's words. Victory is determined by first blood from the torso, incapacitation, or wounds such as severed limbs, damaged eyes, or slashes to the front of the throat. For mortals, these would be fatal. But for Astartes, they were survivable. The rules were lenient, honor duels needed to be real, or else neither warrior could give their all. No armor. No firearms. Only when both Astartes had adjusted their grip and revved their chains words did Arsena add. The stakes, your honor. Everyone in the crowd grew solemn. It wasn't just personal pride on the line, it was a clash of cultures. Prepare. The two shadows of order saluted each other. Both were sons of the same father. They lowered their weapons and took their stances. Sezak crouched low, sword tipped to the ground, like a beast poised to pounce. Thierry stood tall, sword raised to his chest, eyes locked on his foe. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Legion Reforms. A stillness fell, until Sezak roared and charged. Thierry twisted his body sharply, narrowly dodging the strike. Captain of the 1st Company, Sezak, didn't see this newly transformed shadow of order as a real threat. But as a seasoned reaper, he knew he had to win, so he fought at full strength right from the start. His chain's word roared, crashing into Thierry's blade. Sparks flew. Watching from the sidelines, Samir and Robin exchanged a glance, both saw the same flicker of shock in the other's dark eyes. Sezak possessed the strongest physical might in the 11th Legion. And yet, this freshly enhanced warrior was matching him blow for blow. At that moment, Thierry spotted a fleeting opening. He angled his blade and invoked form number 8 of the Augsburg via technique, using Sezak's forward momentum to unbalance him. Most Astartes had undergone some form of mental enhancement. A few, like Thierry, focused on physical mastery, and thanks to Nareth's touch during his surgery, Thierry had retained full memory of his prior training. During his time aboard the Starvault deck, Thierry had honed his skills relentlessly, becoming intimately familiar with his new body. His pre-enhancement martial training, the Augsburg via style, had not only survived but evolved. He'd even learned extended sword techniques previously limited by his mortal physique, techniques inspired by the Nareth himself. Thierry lunged forward, using form number 1, aiming a precision thrust to draw first blood and end the duel. Sezak, sensing danger, twisted his chainsaw and parried just in time, then followed up with another brutal shoulder bash. Bang. This time, the blow landed squarely. But to his shock, Sezak didn't have the upper hand, even with strength beyond that of most Astartes. The two warriors collided like tanks, rebounding apart with a resounding crash. Both swung their chains words. The teeth clashed, locked together in a grinding screech. They wrenched apart, lunging forward again. From his vantage point, Nareth had already foreseen the outcome. His judgment on the effectiveness of Beyonder Astartes enhancements was becoming clear. They're both Astartes, but Thierry's talent and skill make the difference. Thierry's close combat specialty, combined with the boosts from Sequence 9 Warrior and Sequence 8 Pugilist, has neutralized Sezak's natural advantage. Had Sezak used more refined tactics, he might have won with experience. But his style is too straightforward. A faint smile tugged at Nareth's lips. This is why I always emphasize the importance of perception in finding an enemy's weakness. Sezak relies too much on instinct. The pugilist edge gives Thierry a slight advantage, he will win. This duel will let the Vostroyan-born overshadow the Terraborn, at least temporarily. And as the enhancement surgeries progress, the Vostroyans will outnumber the Terrans. I can now push for even greater reforms. At that moment, Sezak swung an uppercut at Thierry's chin, fast and deadly. But Thierry, the pugilist, caught his wrist midair. Sezak's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to pull free, but it was too late. Thierry stepped in, pivoted, and executed a non-standard but swift over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Sezak into the ground with a crushing impact. Boom. The training ground cracked under the blow. Shards of debris were scattered. The shock wasn't just physical, it shook the hearts of the Terraborn warriors. Sezak tried to roll up and rise, but Thierry was already straddling him, one knee pinning him down like a mountain. Then, Thierry's arm snaked around his neck, locking him in a chokehold. Sezak flailed, thrashing with all four limbs, but the pugilist held him down firmly and decisively. Victory, Thierry. The voice of Nareth's aide rang out. All the Astartes present understood, the first company captain had lost. 10 work cycles later, Nareth summoned all the company captains and the 28 original Vostroyan regiment commanders. All had undergone ascension and now wore their power armor proudly. Sezak stood among them, pale-faced. His eyes showed anger and renewed determination, but no longer disdain. Nareth surveyed his sons and announced the long-awaited reformation of the Legion. You've all heard, new reinforcements have arrived from Terra. At the same time, enhancement surgeries are progressing well. In the near future, many new Astartes will be born. The Legion will expand dramatically. Our current organization is outdated and unfit for our new scale. I am implementing a restructuring. Captains of the 3rd and 8th Company exchanged glances, immediately realizing. Increasing the number of companies like the Luna Wolves would have been expected. But Father's reforms go beyond that. This isn't just about integrating new sons, it's something much bigger. They listened anxiously. I will introduce a new command layer between companies and squads, the chapter. Each chapter will be led by a chapter master bearing the title Lord Commander. At those words, Samir and Robin stiffened. They glanced at each other again, so it was true. The key now lay in who would be appointed as Lord Commanders. The first chapter Lord Commander will be Howard Fender. It will initially consist of the original first chapter and expand with new recruits. Sezak's expression grew even grimmer. He felt a complex mix of emotions, relief at no longer being under pressure, but also rage at losing his place as the Legion's number 2. He said nothing. He simply listened. James, captain of the 2nd Company, will lead the 2nd chapter. Nareth was strategic, he offered opportunities to Terraborn leaders willing to adapt. Those unwilling to change. They would be swept aside. Thierry's performance had reassured him that the transition could be smooth. He would assign others like Bukeo and Skesny, the strongest of the enhanced warriors, as chapter lords. Bukeo Arshavin will lead the 3rd chapter. The original 3rd Company becomes members of the new 1st chapter. Samir's face turned pale. They had failed to execute the Primarch's vision, clinging to old ideas, and now, they were replaced. Though they retained command of their warriors, their standing within the Legion had plummeted. Adams will lead the 4th chapter. Seeing that not all lords were Vostroyan, calmed Robin and other Reaper loyalists slightly. Still, the message was clear, this was the consequence of not upholding the Gene Father's will. Nareth continued issuing appointments. Among them, Thierry Vieira, the victor of the honor duel, became Lord of the 8th chapter. All other captains were also promoted to chapter lords, except Robin, who remained a company captain. New recruits from Terra were soon assigned to the 12 chapters, integrated into the 11th Legion. Simultaneously, Vostroyan-born warriors began joining the shadows of order en masse. That day, while handling official affairs, Nareth received an urgent report from Arsina. The 22nd Fleet of the 2nd Legion has arrived in Vostroya. Order their commander to come see me, Nareth instructed, tapping his desk. Ever since the Emperor had tasked him with leading the 2nd Legion, Nareth had known, this was an opportunity. Why did the Ultramarines become the largest legion after the Great Crusade? There were 3 reasons. The 13th Legion governed an entire star sector, its organized administration enabled vast recruitment. The Dark Angels, 1st Legion, suffered massive casualties in the 3 battles of Rangdan, losing nearly 150,000 Astartes. After the dissolution of the 2nd and 11th Legions, some of their members weren't purged, instead, they were transferred into the 13th. From his memories, Argel Tar had noted that the Ultramarines' numbers suddenly spiked at a certain point. Nareth now believed, tens of thousands of Astartes from the erased legions were absorbed by the 13th. These absorbed warriors, who retained distinct cultures, became the basis for the Ultramarines' varied chapter styles. Now, Nareth had his eyes on the 2nd Legion. He didn't mind having more men. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, The Secret of the 2nd Legion. Inside the palace, Nareth sat upon his throne, gazing at 2 warriors clad in amber-colored power armor with green pauldrons approaching him. Their most striking feature was the eerie gray paste smeared across their faces, making them resemble ghosts. Even the Shadow of Order Honor Guard, drawn from elite warriors across the chapters and with their inherited senses, couldn't discern their true faces beneath the paste. Of course, such disguises were meaningless before the perception of a Primarch. Nareth's gaze sharpened. He immediately noticed subtle abnormalities, slightly protruding cheekbones, a raised ridge at the junction of the forehead and crown, and most notably, muscle calcification along the temples and jawline. He tapped his finger lightly on the throne, deep in thought. The grey paste, this must be why they call themselves the Faceless. To conceal their mutations. Calcified muscle fibers. Could this be linked to the nature of their lost Primarch? Or the reason their legion was purged from the records of the Imperium? For now, the evidence was insufficient. The two faceless warriors now knelt before the throne. The one on the left, armed with a power sword and bolt pistol at his hip, bared a mouth full of tiger-like fangs. Primarch, I am Suarez, 1st Company Captain of the 2nd Legion. I report at your command. The one on the right, long-haired and carrying a bolter on his back, followed. My lord, I am Erling, 2nd Company Captain of the 2nd Legion. I await your commands. Nareth, having already decided to absorb the 2nd Legion, immediately adopted a warm and welcoming tone. Welcome, Faceless. The two were visibly shocked by the Primarch's hospitality and bowed deeply, flustered but honored. No need for formalities, Nareth said with a smile. I'd like a briefing on the current status of the 2nd Legion. Suarez quickly responded. My lord, the 2nd Legion currently consists of 10,424 faceless warriors, all stationed within the 22nd Fleet. The 22nd Fleet includes 24 warships of various classes, with the Ashes as our flagship. Nareth noted that Suarez made no mention of support regiments from Solar Auxilia, an omission that piqued his curiosity. That grey material on your faces. It's quite unusual, he said, with feigned casualness. Suarez, clearly prepared, answered smoothly. My lord, our first conquest was World 22-1, a volcanic ash world, hence the name of our flagship. There, we discovered a unique volcanic ash. When applied to our faces, it made us look like ghosts, intimidating our enemies. The custom stuck, and we began calling ourselves the Faceless. Nareth gave a slight nod. Suarez's answer was confident, but Nareth sensed something concealed beneath it. His gaze darkened, and as he questioned them further, his consciousness began to probe. What is the current command structure of the 2nd Legion? As Nareth's awareness encircled the two warriors, he sought access to their minds. Reading an Astartes mind is far harder than reading a mortal's, but not impossible. According to the Principia Bellicosa, we're organized into companies and squads, Suarez began. There are currently 10 companies. As Suarez spoke, Nareth locked onto Erling's mental gate, a strange, lid-like construct exuding the stench of death. Each captain is accompanied by a varying number of faceless guards. Nareth's consciousness transformed into a rot-scented mist and seeped into Erling's mind. Within, his awareness raced through floating orbs of memory, until one green orb revealed the events of World 22-1. An amber-armored warrior had just slain a centipede like Xeno. Starving, he tore off its roasted, steaming flesh at the volcano's edge and began devouring it. Drooling, he ripped and chewed through the alien corpse with frenzied hunger. Then, as if infected, other faceless warriors rushed in to feast as well. Nareth frowned. He was reminded of the infamous 9th Legion, the Flesh Eaters. But he noticed a key difference. Sanguinius's flaw, the red thirst, bloodlust. The Blood Angels drink blood, but they don't eat flesh. The Faceless. They devour everything, blood, meat, bones. Sanguinius feared the 9th Legion would be purged like the 2nd and 11th if their secret was exposed. But the Emperor only cared about humanity as a whole, he would sacrifice individuals as needed. Was the 2nd Legion erased for cannibalizing corpses? Digging deeper, Nareth discovered that the Faceless only ate Xeno's corpses, not all dead. One particular memory stood out, Erling training new recruits. Remember, we only consume Xenos. They are livestock, nothing more. It's not just that we're human and must not eat our own kind. We do it because of our special ability. Each alien you consume teaches you how to kill its kind more efficiently, and empowers you. You might gain strength, speed, or, well, even these bony cheekbones. Anything can happen. The gains are small. But if you eat enough, you'll start noticing the difference. Nareth realized, they weren't just savages with a taste for meat. The gains were real, physiological enhancement through Xeno consumption. He now understood their facial mutations and the reason for hiding them. Xeno devouring had caused it. Could this be the 2nd Primarch's gift? The power to consume, digest, and evolve. Was this granted by the Emperor, to wipe out alien species by devouring them? Or, was it a latent genetic flaw, like the Blood Angel's thirst? He recalled how the Blood Angels felt rejuvenated after drinking blood. Even the tired hero Dante was visibly energized by blood consumption. He also thought of the penitent chapter, formed from ultramarines in the second founding, who embraced ritual cannibalism after adopting the customs of their primitive homeworld, Bosal. Could the Mortifactor's gene seed have come from 2nd Legion remnants absorbed into the 13th Legion? Did the 2nd Legion mutate over time from devouring Xenos, and did the Emperor see it as degeneration? Was the original plan to eat Xenos into extinction, only for them to turn into the monsters they hunted? As Nareth withdrew his consciousness, a bizarre thought occurred. If the 2nd Legion had survived to face the Tyranids, what would have happened in that mutual feast? They'd still lose, but what a sight that would be. He recentered his mind and began revising his original strategy. Originally, he had intended to bring the Faceless close, subtly influencing them and gradually integrating them into the 11th Legion. That way, when the Emperor reviewed the status of the 2nd, he might be inclined to merge them based on cohesion. But now, Nareth rejected that plan. He didn't want the 11th Legion contaminated by corpse-eating culture. The Faceless had kept their cannibalism secret, disliked joint operations, and would surely be difficult to manage in integration. With that, Nareth formulated a new approach. You may rest for now. In 10 standard solar days, all company captains are to attend the 11th Legion strategic meeting. I will issue my orders then. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Von Valancius. 10 work cycles passed, yet the Thousand Suns Legion never arrived. Nareth realized that the 28th Expeditionary Fleet must have encountered delays. He decided not to wait any longer and issued new orders for both the 11th and 2nd Legions to commence the next phase of the conquest. Seated on his command throne, he turned to Arsena. Begin. The Primarch's aide raised a control staff, and a star map floated above the war table. Nareth began issuing commands in an orderly manner. Starting with Vostroya as the center, I've divided the map into 12 war zones. Each chapter will be responsible for one. He first looked at Howard, whose golden hair and blue eyes had turned to black hair and black eyes, and said, Howard, your chapter will handle the southernmost region. Your mission is to conquer the 2 marked star systems. Take note, the Mechanicum's first altar reports Eldar activity in that area. Stay alert. After issuing orders to each chapter master, Suarez stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and asked, My lord, what is our mission? No rush. Before assigning you a task, I have another arrangement. To foster mutual understanding, I've decided to send a team to join the 22nd Expeditionary Fleet and operate alongside the Faceless. Nareth looked toward the lieutenant commander of the 10th chapter, standing among the others. With a smile, he called him forward. Joffel, step forth. Wearing black power armor, a bolt gun strapped to his back, and a chain sword at his hip, Joffel strode boldly before the throne. Father. Nareth nodded and declared. Joffel is the son I have chosen. His squad would only consist of 30 Shadow of Order Astartes, but that would be enough, small enough for the Faceless to evade if needed. In return, I expect you to assign a team to remain by my side. After exchanging glances with the other 2nd Legion captains, Suarez replied. As you command, my lord. We will select an elite unit to serve under your orders. I believe our 2 legions will both benefit from this. Nareth smiled and gestured to Arsena, who then operated the control staff. A region far east of Vostroya's star system lit up on the map. Nareth explained. The Mechanicum refers to this area as the Beastlands. A minor orc kingdom holds that region. Your mission is to purge the system. The Faceless captain's eyes lit up in unison. A Xeno-infested system, perfect for solo operations, they couldn't help but salivate instinctively. In the 15 work cycles that followed, the 22nd Fleet and the 12 chapters of the 11th Legion set out toward their designated targets. After receiving Arsena's related reports, he added. My lord, you ordered me to find suitable candidates for exploration. I have identified 14 from the Imperial Supply Fleet and gathered intelligence on them. Please review. Nareth picked up the data slate with his left hand and began scanning the files. By the 3rd entry, his black pupils narrowed. Louis von Valancius, captain of the Drake, an Imperial supply ship from Terra. The holographic image showed a man with marble-chiseled features and a confident smile. His head was held high, arms loosely behind his back, radiating ambition. Von Valancius. Nareth couldn't help but think of the merchant dynasties that would one day rise in the Coronis expanse. Von Valancius, Winstercale, and Corda, the 3 great trade houses of the Coronis frontier. Coincidence? Or is this Louis the ancestor of that very dynasty? Nareth swiftly reviewed the rest of the candidates and declared. I want to meet this Louis von Valancius. Send orders to the others in my name. Assign them to explore uncharted territory centered around Vostroya. 2 Terran hours later, Louis arrived, breathless, nervous, and filled with anticipation. The moment he looked upon the Primarch, his mind went blank. Only when Nareth's bell-like voice rang out did he regain his senses. Lowering his gaze, Lewis fixed his eyes on the Primarch's feet, not daring to look up. "Lewis, you are of noble blood from the von Valancius house of Terra." Lewis responded in a refined Terran accent. "Yes, my lord." "You live a life of comfort. Why risk it all to sail the void?" "My lord, I've always loved reading biographies. Among my family's archives is one on the ancient Terran explorer, Francis Drake." His bright blue eyes sparkled as ambition filled his voice. "I've read it 5 times. His legendary voyages inspired me. But now, we live in a far greater age. The Emperor has ended Terra's endless wars and launched the Great Crusade. I wish to be a part of it, to build something truly magnificent." Nareth nodded slightly. With a touch of his psychic power, he peered into Lewis's soul and saw the same answer. He was a man of adventure, with a strong will and a hunger for greatness. "Good. You're a young man with ambition." The golden-haired noble performed a perfect aristocratic bow, never once raising his head, as he listened intently. "I now offer you a chance. I will help you fulfill your dream. You will need a warrant of trade, giving you the right to explore unknown stars." "My lord, I serve at your command," Lewis said excitedly. "Not just for the warrant, but because you are a great Primarch, the Emperor's noble son." Nareth nodded again and called. "Arsena." Arsena activated the control staff, projecting a star chart, much smaller than the one from the Legion's previous meeting. Lewis stared at the hologram and soon identified Vostroya among the 2 key systems marked. The map showed a trail of systems leading away from it, with several others marked on both flanks. "Your task is to explore all systems between Vostroya and the Crystal Mirage. Once you finish, I will grant you the warrant of trade. I'll also gift you a frigate and an elite crew to sail the stars with you." Lewis had originally planned to earn merit by delivering supplies for the Imperium and eventually becoming a rogue trader, but this chance came far faster than he expected. "As you wish, my lord. I won't disappoint the Emperor's son." After Lewis departed, Arsena's communicator activated in his right ear. Upon hearing the message, he immediately turned to Nareth. "My lord, the 28th Expeditionary Fleet has arrived. Azek Ahriman of the Thousand Suns is on his way. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, The Ahriman Brothers. In the Palace of Paradigm City, Nareth looked down at the data slate in his hand. Arsena's report had caught his attention. A Mechanicum transport fleet had been attacked by Xeno ships, strange, pudgy, cylindrical battleships with high-frequency psyker readings detected by the augurs. Nareth quickly scanned through the Mechanicum's report. The Xeno vessel was several kilometers long, with a bulbous end housing a cluster of thrusters, while the opposite end tapered, forming a blunt prow. Its most distinctive feature was the massive petal-shaped fins extending from its rear, glowing with harsh, radiant light. After staring at the image for a few seconds, Nareth muttered to himself. Cylindrical ships, psychers. Jorgal colony ships. He remembered the Jorgals, a Xeno race that, during the Great Crusade, had tried to settle within Imperium territory. Shortly before the Istvan III campaign, a large Jorgal fleet had established a presence in the Iota Horologi system. Due to reports of psyker activity within their ranks, Malkador had dispatched the Sisters of Silence to assist the Death Guard in destroying the Jorgal colonies and their fleet. That Xeno fleet must be destroyed. As Nareth contemplated, 2 Astartes clad in ornate crimson armor entered the palace. He looked up. Their scarlet plate was etched with intricate geometric patterns, and on their left pauldrons was the emblem of the Thousand Suns Legion, a curved star. Since they had not yet reunited with their gene-father, their armor bore no cult markings. The Astartes on the left, wielding a crescent-shaped staff, stepped forward and bowed. "Primarch, I am Azek Ahriman, captain of the First Company of the Thousand Suns. I report at your command." The other, identical in appearance, followed suit. "My lord, I am Ormuzd Ahriman, captain of the Second Company of the Thousand Suns. I report at your command." As the Thousand Suns had not yet rejoined Magnus, they still adhered to the standard command structure. Nareth observed the twin brothers. Their faces radiated the confidence of those who wielded formidable power. From 803.m30, when the Thousand Suns' psychic talents first began to manifest, until 823.m31, when the first of them died in Byzant due to flesh change, the Thousand Suns had lived joyously, celebrating their unique gift from the Emperor. They reveled in the rush of power flowing through their bodies and the ecstasy of wielding psychic might. "My lord, forgive our delay. We spent some time enlightening the population of World 28-3. Enlightening. Nareth narrowed his eyes. More like extracting their knowledge. Like their gene-father, the Thousand Suns craved knowledge, obsessed with unraveling mysteries. In this regard, Azek Ahriman's obsession rivaled even that of Magnus. "No matter," Nareth replied neutrally. "I'd like a report on the status of the Thousand Suns." As you wish. As first captain, Azek naturally took the lead. My lord, the Thousand Sons currently number 9,999 Astartes. Nareth's black eyes narrowed slightly. The flesh change had yet to appear, and the legion, being near 10,000 strong, was expected. But that exact number, 9,999, made him immediately think of Tsench. If the flesh change isn't a genetic flaw, then it's a gift from the Changer of Ways. Or perhaps the Weaver of Fates has already taken an interest in Magnus and is pulling the strings of fate. He set aside the thought as Azek continued his briefing. The 28th Expeditionary Fleet currently consists of 19 warships. After listening, Nareth focused on Azek. I've heard you possess the gift of foresight. Azek, initially surprised, then felt a surge of pride. His reputation had reached the ears of a Primarch. He composed himself and replied humbly. Yes, my lord. It is a gift from the Emperor. I have a task for you. Nareth had decided to delegate the Xeno fleet issue to the future chief librarian of the Thousand Sons. He turned to Arsena. Send the Mechanicum report on the Xeno encounter to Azek. As you command, my lord. Arsena stepped forward. For the first time, the Thousand Sons shifted their gaze from Nareth and focused on Arsena. They immediately sensed that this mortal wielded significant psychic strength, his aura flickering with warp energy. He is powerful, on par with some Thousand Sons. But not enough to match our elite. Azek scanned the data slate and then looked up confidently. My lord, I can trace the Xeno fleet's trajectory, but I will need time. Granted. Go. After the Ahriman brothers departed, Nareth pondered a moment, then summoned Maria. 3 standard hours later, a woman in tight black armor with a hood, dual glass daggers at her belt, and a pair of curved blades on her back arrived beneath the spire. She initially intended to sneak past the guards and appear in the palace from the shadows, just like she used to. But the moment she approached and raised her grapple gun, she felt 2 sharp, predatory gazes lock onto her. Maria turned her head. 2 towering Astartes stood at the spire's entrance. So, these are the Sire's sons. Things aren't like they used to be. Maria wisely abandoned her usual stealth approach and used her communicator to send a message to her monarch. When Nareth was notified that the assassin had arrived, he turned to Arsena. You'll continue speaking with the chosen candidates. Anyone who can chart a complete void route will earn a warrant of trade in my name. Nareth had no reason not to fully leverage his Primarch status for gain, yet securing loyalty still required effort. Soon after, Maria entered the palace. It was the first time she had seen her lord since the Primarch's return to the Imperium. My lord, you summoned me. What are your orders? Nareth tossed her a data chip. The assassin caught it smoothly with her left hand. Send your agents to infiltrate the target ships. 10 agents for von Valancius, 5 for the others. As you wish. Maria bowed and departed quickly. Assassins did not enjoy being exposed, especially under the watchful eyes of 11 Primarch guards. 9 work cycles later, Nareth received word from Azek Ahriman. He had successfully used divination to track the Xeno's fleet. Nareth immediately gave the order to launch, determined to destroy the Jorgal colony ship. He boarded the Void Hunter and commanded the fleet to set off. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, The Chemical Lakes of the Jorgal Cylinder World. In the Persephone system, void space flickered as ships emerged from the warp and began to assemble. The fleet, with crenellated hulls and towering silhouettes, drifted through the silence of the void, forming an enormous formation reminiscent of a Gothic fortress. Their massive prows all pointed in the same direction, and trails of plasma fire carved bright, turbulent lines across the darkness. At the head of the fleet, one warship stood out, entirely black, its plow-shaped prow etched with letters the height of a man, evoking memories of humanity's golden age. On the left side was the emblem of the Legion, casting a shadow over the ship. On the right, in blood-red High Gothic, its name was engraved, Void Hunter. On the strategium table within the ship's bridge, a hololithic image gradually formed, the silhouette of a Jorgal world ship. It was a massive cylindrical vessel, several kilometers long, with a bulbous engine cluster on one end and a short, stubby prow on the other. Surrounding it were 43 teardrop-shaped escort ships. Nareth absorbed the data flashing across dozens of vid screens, analyzed it rapidly, and began issuing orders. Leverage Void Hunter's range advantage to engage the Xeno's escorts. Instruct all boarding parties to prepare. The Jorgals breathe air rich in oxygen, nitrogen, and high concentrations of chlorine, but your helmets will protect you. He paused, then added with a hint of humor to the newly initiated Astartes of the Shadows order. Don't worry. Even if your helmet gets cracked, an Astartes' lungs can handle a bit of poison. Raising his left hand, he tapped a target on the holo display. Transmit the following: the Thousand Sons will target the world ship's power core. The Faceless and the newly joined Legionnaires will strike the bridge. Execute a decapitation strike. When the 11th Legion deployed, 5,241 warriors who had completed the path of ascension joined its ranks. Since then, an additional 1,639 Order Shadows have been inducted. For many of them, this would be their first battle. My honor guard and I will assault the Xenos hatching chambers. The Jorgals were unique, their young were psychers, but they lost these abilities as adults. There was another reason Nareth wanted to personally deal with the hatchlings. Their mutated young were the primary material for Sequence 9's potion, monster, and the only required component. Perhaps because they're so rare, just one is enough to meet the needs of Sequence 9. Gabriel, bring your tech sergeants. You'll accompany me. After the successful transformation of Wojciech Bielek, tech initiates were dispatched to Mars for advanced training. As Nareth gave his orders, the gun decks began executing them with cold precision. The machine spirits of the macro batteries awakened, howling with joy as they unleashed wrath upon the foul Xenoship. With every salvo, multiple Xenoships, sometimes over a dozen, were hit and torn apart. The Jorgal vessels retaliated, but their munitions couldn't even scratch the relic-class hulls of Imperial warships. The Void Hunter, in its first hunt in millennia, roared to life. One Xeno escort's engines exploded in the void, blossoming with a blinding light, as though celebrating the rebirth of an ancient predator. The gun deck's machine spirits shrieked in delight, devouring shells from the feed trains and vomiting death onto the desecrating Xenos. The hunt continued, fireworks blossoming across space. From the observation deck, Azek Ahriman watched in awe, turning to his twin Ormuzd and his friend Apophis. What a mighty vessel. It outshines even our battleships. We'd still need to close to 56,000 kilometers before entering effective range. Ormuzd nodded solemnly. It's said to be a gift from the Emperor himself, an ancient warship granted to the Primarch. The master of mankind is clearly pleased with him. Apophis mused. Perhaps only the Gloriana class under construction in the Martian docks would surpass its firepower. As they watched the holoscreens, Xeno battleships were torn apart one by one. Once the number of escorts had dropped to single digits, Azek, clad in crimson plate, gave the order. Prepare for boarding. Launch the assault. Hundreds of heavy boarding torpedoes launched into the void, each like a precision-guided missile, streaking toward the Jorgal cylinder world. The force of the engine slammed the Astartes back against their acceleration racks. Giorgino, now a newly promoted captain of the Furyborn, blinked through his helmet's interface, quickly absorbing every tactical feed. A squad leader's helmet cam. Viceroy made Auspex readings. Low-res external imagery from the jagged prow of the torpedo. He tracked the approach of the cylinder world, the metal wall grew larger, its sheer scale making its curvature nearly imperceptible. Only the gradual appearance of detail, like spire-like antenna arrays, confirmed they were nearing. Soon, yellow tracer rounds erupted from spherical turrets. Giorgino didn't flinch, he knew the Legion's tech marines had deployed ECM, heat flares, and foil clouds to confuse enemy sensors. The wall loomed. The range closed rapidly. Scans identified a thinner section of the hull. The boarding would begin about 1 kilometer from the cylinder's apex. Giorgino shut off the data feed and opened the squad channel. Focus, brothers. We completed the path of ascension to follow our monarch, and now he is our gene father. Today, we strike swift and true. Let us bring pride to the Primarch. For Nareth. A chorus of eager voices echoed. For the monarch. A moment later, the torpedo's armored prow crashed into the hull, shrieking as metal warped and atmosphere vented. The boarding torpedo pierced deep, its claw rails biting into the chitinous armor. The Jorgal ship's interior wasn't cold machinery, it was more like an ecosystem. The torpedo's navigation servitor fired hydraulic barbs, decelerating sharply. After what felt like an endless slide, the torpedo halted with a violent jolt. Giorgino heard scraping metal, then saw the runes on the blast door begin to glow. Stand by for breach. The detonation bolts blew. Rosinio unlatched his bolter and raised it, ready to face defenders. Then he froze. A rush of blue, salty water surged into the torpedo. This wouldn't happen on a human ship, but this was Xenotech. Giorgino instantly recalled the Xenos briefings from the Primarch. He had breached a Jorgal chemical lake, part of their ship's bioecosystem. The liquid was icy cold, swirling up to his waist, then higher, to his gut. This was nothing like expected, but to folk of rage, it was familiar. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, The Jorgal Flyers. Giorgino roared as he burst from the boarding torpedo, plunging headfirst into the cobalt blue murk. He twisted once in the chemical sludge, then broke the lake's surface with a splash. A strange howl echoed out, and suddenly, countless massive Xeno coiled upward. The Jorgal stood about 4.5 meters tall, with 3 legs and 3 arms spreading outward like flower petals. Giorgino noted that all of their limbs had been replaced with dull metal and glossy black carbon curves, gleaming in the light. Their 3 legs, like spokes on a wheel, allowed them to stand steadily in the chemical lake. Slowly, their 3 arms rose. At the end of each arm, Giorgino saw 6-fingered hands, empty of weapons. Then the arms opened fire, revealing integrated projectors that discharged arcs of electrostatic energy. Bolts of lightning struck several shadows of order stuck in the chemical sludge, toppling even their Astartes' superhuman physiques. Furious, Giorgino raised his bolt gun, firing diamond-hardened rounds precisely into the Xeno's joints. Those joints still retained some biological features: reptilian skin, scaled plating, and tiny bony ridges. With a loud explosion, the Jorgal's elongated head collapsed and slammed into the lake, sending waves surging. Another Xeno warrior lunged from close range, slashing downward with blade-like cybernetic claws aimed at Giorgino's head. With a roar, the Folk of Rage dropped his bolter, leaping straight from the water. His beyonder ability, Raging Blow, channeled all his strength into a single punch, smashing the Xeno's wet, sunken eyes with a devastating blow. The creature's skull exploded, ending its life instantly. As the Jorgals focused on Giorgino, the Shadows of Order formed a tight combat formation, raising their bolt guns for a synchronized volley. The marksmanship of the Vostroyan-born Astartes, enhanced by their gene-father's heightened senses, was lethally precise. Dozens of explosive rounds struck the Xeno's sunken nasal cavities, obliterating their oval heads in bursts of blood and gore. Most of Giorgino's squad had regrouped behind him, marching forward in disciplined ranks, water swirling around their armored boots. Giorgino noticed every Xenos, young or old, was augmented, with implants or mechanical replacements. Spring-loaded piston legs. Wheels and rollers for feet. Subdermal armor. Cameras installed in eye sockets. He remembered the Primarch's notes: the Jorgals were more radical in their mechanical modifications than even some tech priests. Leading his squad steadily forward, Giorgino found that these thin-limbed, clawed foes could not stop the disciplined advance of the Shadows of Order. They attempted close combat, but were intercepted by brothers wielding power swords. The Astartes quickly sensed that Jorgal's central nervous system were not in their heads, but in their torsos. As one, they struck using the 23rd form of the Otspervia technique, targeting the Xeno's true weak points. Their blades shimmered with blue energy, cleaving through scaled torsos with ease. They flicked their blades clean of the dark red, foul-smelling blood pumped from the enemy's ruined circulatory systems. Giorgino brought his team to the lake's edge. He ordered suppressive fire from part of the force to halt the oncoming Xenotide, while the others rescued trapped brothers from the sludge. His once blue eyes, now blackened by Nareth's potent gene seed, locked onto the zero-gravity corridor at the heart of the world ship. "Follow me." He climbed a dune made of crystal grains, which crunched under his armored feet. On the far side of the lake, Michaelia, Midnight Poet, slightly slower but more attuned, also spotted the zero-G corridor. Just as he prepared to lead his squad up the crystalline dune, a swarm of Jorgal flyers descended. They wore shining green armor with sashes wrapped around their limbs. All these airborne Xenos had undergone mechanical surgeries to remove 2 arms, replaced with razor-edged metal feather wings. Their feet had become hooked talons, and their joints were mounted with multiple arc blasters, far more than their ground-based kin. The Jorgal flyers dove with shrieks, casting flashing arcs of lightning across the blue lake. Open fire. A web of bolter rounds and high-energy plasma tore through the attackers. Many Jorgals fell, crashing into the lake. But this was only the first wave. More green dots appeared overhead, diving rapidly and firing spine launchers from their hollowed bones. Michaeli watched in horror as one brother was hit with hundreds of needles, his armor riddled with holes, his body shredded. Another brother was engulfed in crackling energy, the stench of scorched flesh thick in the air. The Midnight Poet tilted his head back in fury and began to chant. Amber moonlight solidifies in the pines. Factory walls shed prayers of ancient nights. Sleep, where Shessine's strings rust into dust. Each grain a letter home, never sent. Beneath the hive's riverbed, a knight's armor sleeps. Let the black moon claim your final waking thought. His psychic energy drained rapidly, but the effect was undeniable. The Jorgal flyers, preparing a second dive, faltered. They seemed to hear a lullaby, its ethereal echoes filling their minds. Though the Xenos did not understand the words, their spirits wavered, as if they saw tranquil moonlight and the gentle ripples of a serene lake. The flyers' eyelids grew heavy, as if even the rushing wind could no longer keep them awake. Several crashed headfirst into the chemical lake, and the rest were torn apart by the firepower of the Shadows of Order. With the enemy formation broken, Michaeli and Giorgino breached the defense, ascending into the zero-G corridor, cutting through the yellow chemical clouds on their way to the bridge. At the same time, Nareth, leading his honor guard, had pushed through the Jorgal's resistance, crossing the crystal dunes. Ahead of them loomed a forest of towering trees woven from some coarse, fibrous material. Gabriel checked his auspex. Standard navigation was useless in the Jorgal world ship. He switched to the tactical overlay, which revealed Father, this sector shows heat signatures 2 orders of magnitude higher than anything else. It's the hatchery, not just for breeding, but also for modifications. You'll find armed adults there, and more dangerously, psychic hatchlings. Nareth nodded, already aware of their location thanks to his senses, and advanced at the head of the column. The deeper they entered the fiber forest, the more orderly the trunks became, and hanging from them were giant grey pods. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, Nareth's Warp Imagery, the psychic storm that shook the thousand suns. Nareth noticed the grey orbs hanging above like grotesque fruit. Some showed signs of activity within, Jorgal hatchlings writhing sluggishly inside. Just as he examined the egg trees, he sensed several massive xeno entities charging in his direction. A deep rumble passed through the sandy ground, bones seemed to crack beneath his feet. Around him, trees swayed and bent, leaves rustling and falling. 5 massive monstrosities, as tall as titans, emerged from the egg grove and rushed toward Nareth. Typical adult Jorgals were only slightly taller than a Primarch, but Jorgal augmenters were 10 times that size. They resembled oversized Jorgals, towering up to the tree canopies, monstrous amalgamations of scaled flesh and metal. Unlike their kin, Jorgal augmenters no longer had visible insectoid features within their glass-domed torsos. They had no arms, only dozens of grey metallic tentacles, writhing from beneath their shoulders. Some tentacles coiled tightly across their chests, others flailed like striking serpents. 132 members of the Honor Guard, selected from 12 chapters, raised their bolt guns in unison. A storm of fire erupted, hammering the augmenters, spraying black fluid everywhere. But their vast bodies were resilient, the augmenters did not fall. Their metallic tendrils lashed out, slicing through the ground like plows, tearing up roots and turf. One Honor Guard was swatted away, crashing into the trunk of an egg tree. Big boys, huh? Let's give you a proper welcome. Nareth flicked the fire selector on his bolter to full auto. With a shout, he raised his silver gauntlet, his psychic energy surging. With the ability of Bribe Weaken, his bolter rounds now cut through the metal like a knife through butter. The Primarch fired with inhuman speed and precision, targeting every joint with lethal accuracy. Though their metal frames rivaled Titans in size, they lacked void shields, their alloyed bodies no match for the god machines of the Mechanicum. The augmenters' tentacles were severed, their metal joints blasted apart. Nareth's actions were so fluid and elegant, it was like watching a deadly performance of artistic slaughter. For a few seconds, the Order of Shadows stood stunned, their transhuman minds etching the scene into memory like a perfectly captured war film, one they would revisit in awe for years to come. With a final thunderous crash, the 5 towering augmenters collapsed into piles of twisted scrap. The Honor Guard had barely recovered from the breathtaking display when the entire forest trembled. The black fluid sprayed from the augmenters' corpses were absorbed rapidly by the roots. Unnatural noises echoed from the trees. Then, the Honor Guard sensed something wrong. The air changed, suddenly oily, slick, their skin itched with a rising stench of ozone. Several warriors spoke simultaneously over the vox. Warp energy. That single word unleashed a storm. The yellow Jorgal eggs began to shake violently, smashing together midair. With cracking sounds, several of them ruptured, and the warped hatchlings within began to emerge. These were grotesque conjoined mutants, malformed fusions of 2 or even 3 Jorgals. Their massive heads were divided into 4 or 6 chambers, no longer the egg-shaped skulls of ordinary Jorgals. They twitched, arms and legs spasming, pale eyes squinting as they stared at the Honor Guard. And then, their voices were heard, not by ears, but directly within the minds of every warrior. Astartes, so confident in your justice, yet so terrified of cracks in your psyche. The end comes. We have seen tomorrow. You should as well. All your revere will wither. Everything shall. But just then, Nareth's eyes lit up. You're just ingredients for my potions. With that thought, light and shadow swirled in his gaze, his warp imagery, his personal perception of the immaterium, the vision that manifested when he wielded psychic power. To wield the warp well, one had to understand and shape their own inner vision of the Sea of Souls. In his past life, he joked that the warp was little more than the cosmic toilet, but he wasn't insane enough to drown himself in filth while channeling its energy. Beyond the crude metaphors, his understanding of the warp aligned closer to the dualistic mastery of Iskandar Khaon, a man who walked the path of sorcery and science. Khaon once said, "The realm of chaos will grant you what you desire, though perhaps not in the way you expect." To a fragile mortal, it shows seductive lies that lead to ruin. To Horus and Abaddon, it granted direct power, personally backed by the chaos gods. Yet the warp had a cruel sense of humor. If your plans failed, and they almost always did, it would mock you mercilessly, branding you with epithets like Corpse Emperor. Similarly, demons were not purely twisted and malevolent. The first possessed Astartes, Argel Tar, and the demon Ram, who bound to him were practically soulmates. Even the demonic familiars the Thousand Sons would soon summon weren't always schemes of Tsench. Some were fiercely loyal, remaining faithful even as their pyramids fell and their Primarch Magnus wept blood. Just like Order, the Warp too had light and shadow. Nareth's light and shadow vision now twisted and intertwined, unleashing a storm that shook the entire world ship. Everything in the forest and throughout the cylindrical world felt the impact of that soul quake. Every warped Jorgal hatchling in the hatchery, those who had faced him directly, had their minds obliterated, and they died instantly. Their corpses drifted down like dandelion fluff, lifeless and limp. At that same moment, all shadows of Order aboard the Jorgal world ship felt it too, a soul shockwave emanating from their Primarch himself. To the Thousand Sons, it was like a psychic tempest, unlike anything they'd ever known. Apophis was in the middle of linking 99,000 Sons' minds into one cohesive battle group. Azek Ahriman foresaw the enemy attacks. Apophis coordinated and shared real-time intel. Ormuzd unleashed warp lightning to tear through the Xenos. Protective shields blocked arcs of electricity. Flame incinerated metal and flesh. Their slaughter was efficient, but at the moment of the soul storm, all of them froze involuntarily. Within the mind link, Ormuzd sent an excited psychic pulse. Such overwhelming power. Did one of our brothers awaken? Ahriman's eyes flickered. I saw a great figure. Within the tide, so vast I couldn't look directly. That isn't our brother, it came from the Primarch. Even Apophis couldn't conjure a storm like that. Apophis calmly admitted. Indeed. That wasn't me. It must be from the Primarch of the 11th Legion. Only our own Gene Father could rival such power. As the Thousand Sons stood awestruck by the Primarch's psychic might, Nareth withdrew his power, and the light in his eyes faded. He activated his Vox and contacted Marlena. Put down your work for now. There are Xeno secrets here worth studying. Jorgal biotech would prove valuable to her development in the sequence levels, Sequence 6, Biologist, and even Sequence 4, Classical Alchemist. Moments later, Marilena's magnetic voice responded. Understood, my lord. I'm on my way. Nareth ended the call and turned to his honor guard. Establish a perimeter around the hatchery. No one approaches without my order. He began collecting the spoils of war. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, The Possibility of Establishing a Link with Space Monkeys. Michele and Giorgino rushed from both sides through the zero-gravity corridor, storming the bridge and purging the Jorgals with bolters. A lone faceless one, having intentionally separated from the group, saw an opportunity and swallowed one of the egg-shaped heads into his belly. The next moment, he spat it out with a retch, a mouthful of foul-smelling, dark red blood. Even he was disgusted. He had never eaten something so revolting. Gabriel led a team to begin researching the Jorgal's biomechanical augmentation technology. Marlena joined the study as well, though their research priorities differed. The Tech Marines were more interested in the mechanical side, not only the biomech enhancements, but also arc projectors, needler weapons, spring-loaded piston limbs, etc. The Doctor, on the other hand, focused on biology, dissecting the biolimbs to understand their purpose and function. After the Thousand Sons finished their battle, they immediately headed for the lower hatchery, where they had sensed the earlier psychic eruption. There, they were halted by members of the Honor Guard. Orders from the Primarch, this area is off-limits. Ormuzd and Apophis frowned, then looked at Azek. The leader of the Thousand Sons paused only a moment before deciding wisely. We will obey Lord Nareth's command. He led the Thousand Sons away, searching elsewhere within the Jorgal world ship for records of Xeno knowledge. But upon reaching the bridge, they were told all the data had been destroyed. In truth, all Jorgal data crystals and archives had been secretly collected and handed over to Gabriel. Meanwhile, Nareth began collecting ingredients for the potion. He transported the mutated Jorgal hatchlings into his personal domain, the Kingdom of Disorder. He placed them in a palace on the first layer of real space, then descended to the second layer. After years of experimentation, Nareth had managed to use his spiritual energy to construct a basic system for some potional ingredients. On a network of over 1,000 intertwining pipes, dozens of lung spiders spun webs. A barrier of invisible force separated him from the pipes, where hive rats squealed and ran wild. Only when Nareth himself arrived and used psychic power to lift the barrier, like now, could the lung spiders follow their webs into the pipes and hunt the hive rats. The hive rats, in turn, fed on fungi from the sewage pits, which were also blocked off from them by another barrier. This fragile ecological balance was inherently unstable. If Nareth was away for 3 Vostroyan work cycles or longer, everything would collapse. The starving hive rats and lung spiders would turn on each other, and only a small number of intact corpses would remain for use. With a thought, Nareth opened both barriers with his psychic power. He flashed forward, picked up 2 fungi from the sewage, and tossed them into the pipes. The keen-nosed hive rats immediately swarmed toward the pit. He then picked up one of the hive rats and threw it to the lung spiders, prompting them into motion. He examined this incomplete, fragile balance, and a realization stirred in his heart. In order, everything is connected, building a functioning system is never easy. He then shifted to another section of the realm. There, a green-striped zebra twisted and leapt about in discomfort due to a blinding light over its eyes. It bounced, thrashed its head, and tried to shake off the source of its discomfort, but a black blindfold was strapped tightly over its eyes. Inside the blindfold, 12 finger-length worms glowed brightly as they danced around the zebra's eyes. Eventually, the prism worm burrowed into its eyes, causing the light to fade, but the zebra became even more agitated. A while later, the prism worm emerged again and lay contentedly on the zebra's broad forehead. Its belly gave birth to a grain-sized new worm. This zebra was being used as a breeding vessel for prism worms. Sensing the birth of the new worm, Nareth smiled. Sometimes, building order is simple after all. Prism worms are easier to raise than lung spiders or hive rats. You just need a creature with eyes, like this green-striped zebra. Its eyes can support up to 5 worms, and after 19 days in the real space, it'll go blind, then I can use it as food. It will produce 1 or 2 new offspring every few days. After inspecting the prism worms, Nareth picked up the newly born, rice-sized colorful worm and flashed into the 3rd layer of his domain. Since becoming a briber, he had gained access to this layer. He had previously conducted over 100 experiments here but had yet to discover the unique function of this space. Now, bringing a newborn prism worm, he intended to try something new. At first, the 3rd layer felt much like the 2nd, but he sensed a subtle difference. Not a difference in air or gravity, but something beneath the surface, a deeper, hidden property. His earliest guess was that it involved rules or order, closely tied to the Black Emperor and the Kingdom of Disorder. He had tried throwing hive rats in here to see if any natural order would emerge. After hundreds of experiments, he concluded. This 3rd layer has no direct connection to order or structure. If I think of the 33 layers as a ladder, then order and rules are probably unlocked at the higher levels. What I can access now must relate to something else. With that in mind, he injected psychic energy into the prism worm. His dark eyes flashed, and this time, he felt something change. A faint thread of connection now linked him and the worm. It was a strange link, not quite like a mind link, but similar. Glow, Nareth commanded mentally. The worm lit up, emitting a tiny burst of dazzling colored light, not as bright as an adult, but unmistakable. And then Nareth understood. This layer is linked to the briber's beyond ability, bribe connection. I've established a link with this worm. He returned to the 2nd layer and brought over an adult prism worm. Infusing it with energy, he tried to recreate the link. Nothing happened, except that the worm glowed slightly brighter. Even after infusing it 3 times, there was no link. He immediately realized. I can only link with newborns. Not adults. Perhaps my authority level isn't high enough yet. He began pondering the purpose of this layer of connection. Connection. A sudden thought struck him, the image of an orange space monkey flickered in his mind. The Jokero. They act entirely on instinct. Perhaps only the old ones knew how to control them. But if I can create a link to one, I should be able to direct a command such as building of technology. Their force field emitters are potent against demonic threats, as such it is highly prized by Calixus Sector's Ordo Malleus. More ideas flowed into his head. I wouldn't need to personally brew potions anymore, I could delegate it to the monkeys. Maybe I could even guide them to invent or build under certain constraints. With this breakthrough in mind, Nareth returned to reality and issued an immediate order. Report to me as soon as a newborn space monkey is born from any tribe. He then summoned his men to receive briefings. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, The Black-Armored Knight Descends from the Sky. In the days that followed, Nareth focused his attention on using Vostroya as a central hub to conquer surrounding worlds. In such operations, the number of Legion warriors became crucial. So, the Primarch first turned to his chief apothecary. Michael, I want your report. How is the expansion of the Apothecary Corps and the progress of transformation surgeries? Father, 5 apprentice apothecaries have passed the trials and are now full apothecaries, Michael replied. Additionally, 52 initiates have been promoted to apprentices, and we now have 231 servitors capable of assisting in the procedures. Nareth nodded in satisfaction at the progress in personnel training. Well done. I am pleased with your results. Nareth's praise filled Michael with pride. As of today, 39,513 candidates have undergone the transformation surgery. 10,482 failed. Only 43 died, the rest survived despite the failure. Excluding those already deployed to the various chapters, the fleet currently holds 9,532 Shadows of Order. Nareth nodded slightly. Since his return to the Legion, their numbers had more than doubled, a reason for celebration. Your work has been exemplary, Michael. He then turned to Gabriel. Ensure a steady supply of power armor and weapons. Every Order Shadow must be equipped. By your will. The tech sergeant bowed before continuing his own report. My team and I have dismantled the various mechanical components we recovered. By decoding the data, we discovered the metal wings used for flight contain tech that can be used to improve the Mechanicum's own designs. Once adapted, these improvements could enhance the mobility of our forces. Continue the research. Keep it undisclosed. While the Emperor wasn't as repulsed by Xenotech, there were still many in the Imperium who were. Nareth also preferred to keep the Legion's discoveries a secret, especially as proprietary assets of the 11th Legion. Proceed with the research. Next, Nareth turned to Arsena. I require the survey report on the Persephone system. My lord, the system has 5 planets. The augur confirms human life on 3 of them. The local civilizations are primitive, their weapons pose no threat to our forces. He used his control staff to highlight 3 planets on the star map and began introducing them one by one. The most noteworthy is this one. Imperial cartographers have designated it Persephone Prime EX1. Its environment is pristine, ideal for human habitation. The natives have built it into a stunning paradise, a true garden world. Strangely, despite such an environment, the population density is extremely low. Total population is estimated to be no more than 50 million. Arsena frowned. Given such conditions, the population should have long exceeded 100 million. Nareth tapped his fingers on the armrest and scanned the war room. After a few seconds of thought, he gave his order. Kirkland, take 3 squads of recruits to the surface. Tell them they are part of the human species and must submit to me. As you command, Father. Dressed in black armor, with a bolt pistol and chains whirred at his waist, Kirkland was filled with pride at being entrusted with this honor by his gene father. Once Nareth had finished issuing orders, Arsena resumed his briefing. My lord, the other 2 planets have been labeled Persephone CW2 and CW3. They've maintained their ecosystems as well, though less beautiful than the Prime world. Estimated populations, 120 million for CW2, and 93 million for CW3. Send squads, Gibbs and Chambers will lead the missions. All 3 chosen warriors hailed from the 11th chapter. Since the natives were technologically inferior, he hoped to peacefully subjugate them, a testament to the cultural shift within the Legion. To raise the odds of success, Nareth decided to elevate the 3 chosen sons into Beyonders. Having observed them for some time, he had confirmed their loyalty. Coordinate with Arsena first, finalize the surrender procedures. Meet me in my office in 20 minutes. 3 newly elevated lawyers emerged from the Primarch's office, filled with gratitude and pride for the powers granted to them and their new status in the Black Duke's court. Each selected 30 recruits from the newly transformed Shadows of Order in Vostroya, boarded landing craft, and set off for their targets. Gibbs's craft rapidly descended. The marble city below grew larger in view. His enhanced senses already picked up knights in metal armor, climbing onto horses and brandishing black powder weapons, staring in terror at the descending aircraft. Land outside the city, Gibbs ordered the pilot. Prepare yourselves. Do not attack unless I give the order. Gibbs, loyal to his gene father, understood his intention well. The Primarch no longer wanted his legionaries to be obsessed with slaughter and destruction, turning worlds into ruins. If Persephone CW2 could be conquered peacefully, all the better. Considering the natives had no interstellar capability and wielded obsolete weapons, he opted for a gentler approach. The roar of the lander terrified the horses, scattering the cavalry in chaos. Despite their best efforts, the knights couldn't control the panicked beasts, which bolted before finally calming. Around a dozen elite knights, pushing their steeds with a Deathwish's resolve, approached the descending vessel. When they finally arrived, they found themselves before a squad of giants in black armor. These giants were as tall as their mounted forms. Gibbs looked at them, then tapped his chest plate, activating a speaker. A high Gothic voice echoed. Hear us. We are warriors of the 11th Legion of the Imperium of Men. By command of Lord Nareth, we bring you the truth of enlightenment. The locals looked at one another in confusion. Though the metal being's language sounded somewhat familiar, they couldn't understand it. Gibbs was prepared. He tapped again, switching to the second language recorded by the Mechanicum. This time, it was synthetic and robotic. The message repeated again and again. By the 16th broadcast, Gibbs noticed a change in the knight's expressions, so he locked onto that language. He slowed the speech. Do you understand us now? One knight in golden armor stepped forward and spoke in a similar but distinct dialect. I am Faith, commander of the Golden Lion dynasty. I have never heard of any Imperium of Men, nor your so-called monarch. Gibbs's gaze chilled. Without hesitation, he drew his bolt pistol, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. Boom. The armored warhorse was obliterated. Faith was hurled by the blast. Before us, your dynasty is nothing but dust, Gibbs said coldly. Take me to your king. The rest of the horses bolted in panic. Faith lay stunned for a long while before finally struggling to his feet. He stared in horror at the black-armored giants that descended from the sky. Even the most elite knights of the Golden Lion dynasty were nothing but insects before them. Realizing they had no power to resist, he remained silent for a long time, then finally spoke. Please, follow me. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, The Legionnaire's Transformation. Gibbs led 4 shadows of order into the palace. The native king's cramped throne room could barely accommodate their towering form. Wearing a golden crown and holding a scepter of gold, the swollen-chinned king sat on his false throne, visibly trembling. The Imperium of Men. You descend from the heavens and demand our submission. The shadow of order replied in a calm voice, as if speaking undeniable truth. You have no choice. What? The king sneered. I have an army of 100,000 men. I also have. But Gibbs had discussed this scenario in detail with Arsena beforehand and received strategic advice from the Primarch's aide. Everyone in the Legion knew that Arsena came from a primitive world and could understand the mindset of the natives. Now a lawyer, Gibbs decided to follow the suggestion, demonstrate power first to make the natives understand their weakness, then persuade them with patience. In a flash, he drew his pistol, raised it, and fired. Boom. The palace's left wall disintegrated in a thunderous blast. The entire building shook, the pillars trembled, but managed to hold. The lawyer looked around at the frightened crowd and addressed the king, who had tumbled from his false throne. This is the power of our weapons. Even your elite knights in formation would be reduced to rubble. Your weapons cannot scratch our armor. To make you fools understand, I'm giving you one chance. The shadow of order slapped his armored chest with his right gauntlet. Fire upon my armor with your best weapons, all at once. Are you serious? The king, still supporting himself with his scepter, asked in disbelief. Though the black armor of the giant looked thicker and sturdier than their golden knight armor, the flintlocks of the Golden Lion dynasty were the pride of all kingdoms. A full volley would surely riddle this black knight with holes. A flicker of crimson passed through Gibbs's eyes. The foolishness of this king tested the limits of his patience. For a moment, he wanted to unsheath his chain's word and execute the king in his court, just as he had done countless times before. He could have, these backward people were no threat to him, and he had 30 legionaries behind him. But then Gibbs remembered the Gene Father expects better. Reason should overcome rage. You have only one chance. The king, regaining some confidence, decided to avoid more divine wrath by calling his best men. Summon the royal guard marksmen. Surround him. Shortly after, at the royal training ground, Gibbs stood alone, facing 100 of the Golden Lion Kingdom's finest gunners. Begin. Don't waste my time. As he spoke, the eager king raised his hand. Fire. Muzzles flashed, a hail of bullets surged toward the black-armored warrior. By local standards, the marksmen were exceptional. Most of the bullets hit. White smoke billowed into the air, blinding the view. The king was both thrilled and fearful. If this black knight was dead, there were still 30 more of them with weapons that could smite like gods. Still, he had made arrangements. All knights had been mobilized. If he could kill the black knights and seize their divine weapons, he could unify the world. But just as he was about to give the command, his eyes widened in shock. The black armor emerged from the smoke, untouched. The black-armored warrior was still alive. Calmly, Gibbs dusted himself off and stepped forward, his massive figure towering over the stunned king even while the latter sat on his high throne. Now you see, your weapons cannot harm us. Our weapons can reduce your army to dust. Accept the truth, we could erase your pathetic kingdom. You should be grateful. Monarch Nareth has chosen to give you a chance. Submit. The king's face turned ashen. Looking up at the giant before him, he finally understood the terrifying power this being possessed. The memory of him walking through the smoke like a god from myth was still vivid in his mind. He asked, trembling, if I submit to your monarch, will I still keep my lands? My mortal. If you serve the monarch faithfully and execute his will, you will keep what is yours. I choose to submit. The king forced out the words, humiliated and helpless. With the first kingdom conquered, Gibbs used the native king as a guide and led his troops to swiftly conquer the neighboring kingdoms. Meanwhile, on Persephone Prime EX1, Kirkland's progress was even smoother. This world was ruled by a single false king, obsessed with music, poetry, oil painting, and other forms of art. When he witnessed the overwhelming power of the shadows of order, the king immediately surrendered. Now, only one problem remained. The king, speaking on behalf of his people, made a request. Through inquiries, Kirkland learned that the low population was due to a common affliction, nightmares. Every night, when they slept, they experienced terrifying dreams, giant man-eating fish, charging panthers, and more. These nightmares left them sleepless at night and days during the day, plagued by fear. The king begged the strangers from the sky to free them from this ancient curse. Kirkland agreed. Winning the people's hearts was key. He gathered his 3 squads of shadows of order. Tonight, we'll spread out through the capital. Stay alert, find the source of these nightmares. That night, under the soft glow of moonlight, the warriors stood vigil in the streets, ever watchful. Suddenly, Kirkland's eyes caught sight of a black cat. It walked gracefully out of the shadows, its movements rhythmic, its obsidian-like eyes glinting in the dark. More importantly, his spirit vision stirred. Kirkland instantly realized this cat was the source of the nightmares. This cat is no ordinary animal. Father collects peculiar creatures and artifacts. He'll love this. Without hesitation, Kirkland ripped off his gauntlet and sprang forward. Sensing danger, the cat bolted. But Kirkland was faster. Within seconds, he caught the elusive cat, scooping it up with a single finger. By the end of the operation, Kirkland had captured 23 black cats. Upon receiving the gift, Nareth immediately recognized them as Black Dream Cats, the main ingredient for the potion of Sequence 7, Nightmare of the Darkness Pathway. 1 stellar month later, Nareth, having conquered the Persephone system, ordered the fleet to move out. Bukeo reported the discovery of a night-ruled world, which immediately drew Nareth's interest. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Daxos Twin Planet. In the Imperium of Men, a night world is classified as a feudal planet with advanced technology, ruled by elite families known as night houses. Most night worlds were established during the Age of Dark Technology, when humanity expanded beyond Terra in search of new frontiers. These worlds were often settled due to resource demands, fertile agri-worlds, or mineral-rich mining planets. Some colonizing fleets carried both night suits and their pilots, who became pioneers of these night worlds. During the Age of Strife, these planets, like many others, were cut off from the rest of humanity due to warp storms. Over centuries of isolation, they evolved into full feudal societies. The noble class gained control of both the night suits and the planets themselves. The first night house was House Tyrannes of Mars. They had existed on Mars centuries before any other house and were among the first to kneel before the Emperor, signing the Treaty of Olympus alongside the Mechanicum. Thus, they earned the title of the Glorious Forge and the first glorious night house. From Nareth's memories, the first night world to be rediscovered by the Imperium was Crisis, which would be discovered by a wandering rogue trader in the year 850 M.30, only dozens of light-years from Sol. Now, on the galactic star chart, located northeast of the Vostroyan system, a night world had been discovered by the 3rd chapter of the 11th Legion. Nareth issued orders to the 28th Expedition Fleet, dispatching the Thousand Suns towards the unknown southwest of Vostroya. Then he himself ordered his fleet to set course for the Daxos star system. Seated upon the command throne, Nareth tapped the armrest lightly with a finger. House Vextrix. He remembered House Vextrix as loyal followers of Mars, who sided with the warmonger during the Horus Heresy, standing firmly with the Fabricator General. Still, Nareth wouldn't wipe them out for their future betrayal. He had 2 reasons. First, if he could subjugate a night world, the Emperor would be pleased. Such an achievement would be a major political asset, ideal for propaganda, and a happy Emperor was bound to grant rewards. This conquest could become one of Nareth's greatest accolades, making him the first Primarch to conquer a night world, which would boost his political capital immensely. Second, memory is just memory, the future can still be rewritten. Nareth was confident he could win over House Vextrix. After all, they were one of the smallest night houses. Even before the heresy, they had only about 140 night suits. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. To fully subjugate House Vextrix, the first step is to show strength. My combat power can suppress knights, but technology is also key. Their loyalty to Mars wasn't just faith, it was also about access to tech. Having decided, he gave a command. Gabriel, report to my private chamber in 10 standard ship minutes. 17 minutes later, Nareth used telepathic communion to help the newly promoted savant Gabriel stabilize his powers. Then he issued a command. Use the power I've given you well. Prioritize research into Jorgal technology. As you wish, Father. Back on Terra, at the Aman training complex. Between the 3 towering spires of Iphigenies, Trian, and Morv, there lay a massive open training ground. Cold rain pelted down from a steel-gray sky, frigid, heavy, unrelenting. Like the others, Wilshire shivered, trying to resist the onslaught of cold, darkness, exhaustion, and anxiety. But unlike the others, though his body trembled slightly, Wilshire's face radiated confidence. For 2 months, he had endured testing, scrutiny, beatings, shaping, humiliation, and brutal training. He had faced each ordeal, overcome pain, and burned his goals into his heart. He refused to give up. A grim-faced instructor stood to the side, head high, eyes indifferent to them. When Wilshire first arrived at Emand, he had burned with anger and, like the others, despised the instructors. But now, he felt nothing. The instructor was just another obstacle in his life. You will be evaluated. This is an individual trial. Do not assist anyone around you. Strike the gong. At the sharp sound, Wilshire immediately launched into a sprint. He wondered how long today's trial would last. From past observations, he had deduced the purpose: eliminate the weakest while also measuring overall training progress. To reach the gate of ascension, they had to outpace everyone else in improvement and endurance. He and 33 other boys hit the track at full speed, each slipping into the running rhythm best suited to their bodies. They all knew to inhale through the nose, exhale through half-open mouths, and let their worn sneakers slap the rain-slicked track. Wilshire, head held high, led the pack, just like always. One boy fell behind from the start. His injury from previous training hadn't healed, and the weight in the cold had stiffened his muscles. Stumbling, he fell, dirt and tears mixing on his face. He knew he had failed. He would never become an Astartes, never fight among the stars, never serve the Emperor. Wilshire vaulted over traps, leapt pits, and scaled walls, finishing the first lap first. He passed the boy who had fallen, now pounding the ground in rage and despair, but Wilshire didn't stop, didn't slow. The pain in his muscles grew, his legs stung from scrapes, the wind and rain made it worse, but he was long used to pain. He would never let pain bring him down. By the second lap, the fallen boy had been carried off by attendants. Wilshire didn't know if the boy was being sent home or somewhere else, and he didn't care. He was certain he would not be eliminated. After 3 hours, the first to quit voluntarily appeared. His head throbbed, the rain pounded like stones, and his body shook violently. He couldn't even breathe. Wilshire passed him by without a second glance. Too weak. You should have adapted by now. This isn't the first time. Eventually, another boy dropped out. He'd skipped meals the night before and could no longer silence the hunger pains in his gut. He just wanted hot soup and a full stomach. At last, the gong sounded again. Wilshire stopped running. After 5 standard weeks of warp travel, Nareth's fleet arrived at the Daxos star system. He immediately sent a message to Bukeo, summoning the chapter master to the Void Hunter for a status report. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, House Vextrix refuses to submit. Father, after departing from Vostroya, I successfully took control of the Zenith system. There, I acquired a star map. Though Bukeo retained all his memories from before his augmentation surgery, he had quickly embraced his new identity and now naturally referred to Nareth as father. Becoming Nareth's gene-son filled him with pride. He relished the strength of this new bond. The star map led me to information on 2 new star systems. After reviewing it with the navigator, we discovered one system ruled by a night house. Nareth looked at Bukeo with approval and offered praise. Your discovery is thrilling. Now, tell us everything you've learned about this system. Bukeo smiled at the commendation. He briskly approached the strategium table, took out his personal data slate, and linked it with the room's cogitator. A green holographic image of the star system appeared. As the name suggests, the Daxos system consists of twin planets, Daxos Alpha and Daxos Beta, orbiting the system's star. They share the same orbital path, positioned opposite each other. The rest of the system holds no notable features, nor are there any habitable worlds. Nareth nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. The Daxos twins are the prize. That's why I set out immediately upon receiving your report. We must reclaim this system. Yes, Father. The entire value of this system lies in the twins. House Vextrix, after a long conquest, now rules Daxos Alpha. In recent years, they've begun expanding into Beta. Nareth tapped the armrest of his command throne lightly, then asked the key question. I assume you've already had contact with them. What's their strength? What's their stance? Father, from what I've gathered, House Vextrix possesses at least 79 knight suits, possibly more, though likely fewer than 100. I met with their Knight King, Campbell, and spoke of Terra and the rise of the Imperium. He showed no interest at all. However, when I mentioned how Mars had sworn loyalty to the Emperor after signing the Treaty of Olympus, his demeanor shifted, he grew excited, and asked me over a dozen questions. Nareth nodded. That matched what he already knew of House Vextrix. In his memories, when Martian explorator fleets discovered their world, House Vextrix submitted without a single battle, becoming a famous tale of peaceful compliance. From then on, they followed only the will of the Fabricator General. But Nareth had not traveled so far just to become the Mechanicum's vanguard. He had come to conquer House Vextrix and make them swear loyalty to him. Considering their nature, he believed this could be done in 2 phases. After a moment's thought, he asked another question. What is the condition of their knight suits? Buceo was prepared. He answered promptly. From what I observed, quite poor. Though historical records indicate they once fielded 79 knights simultaneously, that was nearly a millennium ago during their world's unification. Their colony ships were dismantled upon landing, providing basic materials for settlers. Without access to STC maintenance, they've suffered a technical decline, and the number of sacred tech priests available for relic maintenance is dwindling. Buceo smiled and added. When I met with Knight King Campbell, he brought only 35 suits with him. Even if that wasn't their full force, it's likely close. Excellent. You've gathered all the intelligence I need. Now send him a message, inform him of my arrival. Nareth paused. Since his goal was assimilation, not annihilation, he decided to give House Vextrix sufficient time to prepare and reflect. I will descend to the surface in 1 day, to meet with Campbell Vextrix. Afterward, report to my office in 10 ship standard minutes. I will reward you. The Midnight Poet felt a rush of excitement. Not only was this the 3rd gift he had received, but it also signified that Nareth had acknowledged him. Buceo had chosen to undergo his augmentation surgery in order to better serve Nareth. Now, their bond had deepened to a new level of father and son. Shortly after, inside Nareth's private chamber, isolation systems activated. The Midnight Poet took a vial from Nareth's hand and drank the gem-like, deep, and shadowy gel in a single motion. After restraining the surge of power, he looked up. Nightmare. Nareth nodded, sending him a telepathic pulse. Correct. Dream invasion, the ability to forcibly pull others into dreams, is the core power of your newly granted path. Becoming a nightmare marks your transformation. Nareth knew that potion-based advancement paths often triggered a fundamental power shift at sequence 7 or 6. For the darkness path, sequence 7 was nightmare, which unlocked the ability of dream invasion. For his own path, Dark Emperor, the pivotal sequence was sequence 6, Baron of Corruption, whose core ability was distortion, the essence of the path. The Dark Emperor seemed to follow rules, but in truth, exploited them. Distortion was the step beyond, not just bending existing laws but twisting them to serve one's will. Unlike the adjacent Justiciar path, which upheld order and refined law, the Dark Emperor subverted it entirely. In simple terms, my will is the law. Rules exist to serve me. Of course, Nareth was still far from being able to truly reshape reality to his own will. As he pondered, the newly ascended Nightmare bowed respectfully. Father, I will make good use of the power you have bestowed upon me. The next day, as the starlight-bathed Daxos Alpha, the shuttle carrying Nareth, Buceo, Arsena, and Gabriel descended toward the planet. As they passed through the atmosphere, Nareth peered out the window. Below, at the airfield, House Vextrix's knight suits stood in formation, awaiting his arrival. Their gray metallic frames were marked with green paint on their cockpits, shoulders, and outer legs, bright and unmistakable. With a glance, Nareth counted them, 47 knight suits. So this is all they can muster, and likely, not all of them are combat ready. He also noticed that aside from the knight suits and their household guards, there were no citizens, no flowers, and no ceremonial displays. Clearly, Campbell was not receiving him as a subordinate would. The honor guard's drop pod landed first. Warriors in black armor disembarked and lined up precisely, facing the towering knights. Then, surrounded by the chapter master of the 3rd chapter, his aide, and the Techmarine sergeant, Nareth stepped out, striding directly toward the center of the knight formation. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, The Night King faces the terrifying soul pressure of a Primarch. Campbell was not seated upon his mechanized throne, nor had he descended to the ground. Instead, he stood within his knight suit, looking down at the approaching giant clad in black armor. When Nareth came to a halt and raised his head to meet his eyes, Campbell, clad in green knight attire, stared back with steely resolve in his deep brown eyes. Trained as a knight from childhood, his will was as unyielding as steel, impervious even to the ancestral spirits housed within the mechanized thrones. He intended to leave a lasting impression on this Primarch. In the next instant, his body trembled slightly as a wave of dizziness washed over him. The antelope milk he drank that morning and the yak meat he had consumed churned violently in his stomach. Nareth rarely allowed the full weight of his soul to manifest externally. That transcendent power was far beyond mortal senses, and even the strongest minds could crumble under its pressure. Though now a powerful beyonder, Nareth had learned to contain this force within his body, sparing mortals from its effects. But now, he let go of the restraint, revealing his true presence. Even Arsena, who was long accustomed to being near Nareth, experienced a momentary lapse in thought. Campbell turned pale. He quickly averted his gaze, grateful that his household knights could not witness his moment of weakness. After a few seconds, knowing any delay would draw unwanted eyes, Campbell forced himself to speak, using sheer willpower to steady his tone. I am Campbell, Night King of the ruling House Vextrix of the Daxos star system. I welcome your arrival. Nareth withdrew his soul pressure and responded. Monarch Nareth. 11th Legion. Primarch. Unlike Campbell, he offered no flowery titles, no claims of dominion over Vastonia, no boasts of victories in Persephone. Just a direct, simple statement. Yet the knights and retainers of House Vextrix could feel a tremendous pressure behind his simple words. It matched the lingering dread shadowing their minds. Some even felt that Nareth stood taller than their massive knight suits. Campbell realized the mechanized throne could help stabilize him. Abandoning inherited noble decorum, he slumped into the throne, quickly connecting to the neural interface. As the voices of his ancestral spirits flooded his mind, he felt, for the first time, a strange sense of comfort. Don't be afraid, Campbell. Grandpa's watching you. Hold strong, Campbell. You're the Night King of House Vextrix. You're my blood. Great-grandpa doesn't want to see you wet yourself. Campbell's rising goodwill was instantly crushed by rage. Shut up. He nearly blurted it aloud but clenched his teeth in time. His anger burned away his fear. These damned ancestors always tried to help in the most irritating ways. But he wasn't a child anymore. He was the Night King. He didn't need help. Campbell raised his head defiantly and met Nareth's gaze. Nareth, you are welcome here. If you are merely visiting my realm, you are welcome. But if you, like your gene son, come to demand my submission, then forget it. House Vextrix rightfully possesses its ancient lands and arms. He spoke loudly, defiantly. With the pressure gone, he felt emboldened. House Vextrix serves only the Omnicia. I will only swear loyalty to Mars. Nareth let out a faint laugh and looked at Campbell. No. You will submit, he said, voice firm. You will submit to me. Campbell's mind was once again filled with the raucous voices of his ancestors. Campbell. Kick his ass. Who does he think he is? Campbell, you must teach him a lesson. It's your duty as Night King. This time, Campbell agreed. He had to give Nareth a lesson. With a provocative tone, he said. If you want me to submit, you'll have to challenge me the knightly way, through a duel of honor. Gareth glanced at the knight suit, noting its multi-barrel autocannon on the right and thunder gauntlet on the left. It's been a while since I stretched. A decent opponent. He smiled faintly. Very well. Let's begin. Campbell didn't believe he'd lose. The Daxos Gloria was the most powerful knight suit, only legendary god machines could best it. Still, Nareth's earlier overwhelming aura lingered in his mind. An uneasy doubt took root. Could I actually lose to a so-called Primarch? He didn't want to believe it, but he wasn't going to take the risk. Campbell thought quickly and devised a strategy for guaranteed victory. No. I propose a 3-part duel of honor. You must win 2 of the 3 before I yield. Nareth didn't hesitate. Agreed. I hope you still remember a noble's honor and a knight's dignity. Keep your word. Of course. I would never break my word. Then, what's the first challenge? Campbell smirked. He would play smart. House Vextrix is a knight house. Our suits are our partners. If you want to earn my respect, you must prove yourself worthy to awaken a knight. The first trial, I will assign one of my tech priests. You will choose someone from your ranks. Both will attempt to revive a damaged knight suit. The one whose knight functions longer, wins. No sooner had he finished than his ancestors erupted in protest. No. This violates the knightly code of fairness. Our tech priests are far more familiar with knight suits. That's unfair. Only a Muggos of the cult mechanics could match them in this. But other voices countered in support. Winning the first of 3 gives us a decisive edge. We are knights, yes, but also nobles. This is a noble strategy, exploit your advantages. Exactly. Even if it slightly contradicts knightly rules, Campbell is the king. He can bend the code. Yes, this was a noble's tactic. Campbell stared at Nareth, waiting to see if he would dare accept the challenge. Accepted. Nareth turned to the savant. Gabriel. I leave it to you. Campbell looked toward the tech marine, who stood a little closer to the Omnicia than the others. He had a servo arm on his back but otherwise looked unimpressive. Certainly not as sanctified as their own tech priests. Follow me. As the cockpit closed, Campbell said over comms. Soul, prepare 2 damaged knights. You will represent me in an honor duel against the Astartes. The challenge is knight repair. You must win. Moments later, a mechanized voice responded. As you command, Night King. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, The Dual Standards of Judgment. Nareth and his team followed closely behind Campbell as green wheat fields blurred past on either side. Serfs and servitors were laboring in the fields. Upon feeling the tremors in the ground and hearing the roar of the night suits, they turned their heads, paused their work, and performed the local Daxosian salutation. With the corners of their eyes, they also glanced at the black-armored warriors marching in perfect formation, like a single entity. Blade Peak, the fortress and ancestral seat of House Vextrix, loomed atop the towering Mount Terek, its peak piercing the clouds. At the mountain's base were 16 castles, homes of the lesser knight houses who pledged fealty to House Vextrix. Steep cliffs offered natural defenses. A complex network of interlinked keeps and bastions lay hidden in the mountain's folds. "This is a fortress," Bukai Arshavin murmured in Vostroya's tongue, his obsidian eyes scanning the terrain with vigilance. For a unified regime, this kind of defense seems excessive. The Primarch discerned the reason before his sons. His deep gaze fell on the ground as he spoke. The marks on these stone slabs, not all were left by knight suits. There are other traces. His warriors turned their attention to the marble pavement. Over untold years, knight suits, grain haulers, and servitors had traversed these grounds, leaving their marks and erasing older ones. The patterns etched into the stone resembled the chaotic scribbles of a careless child. Arsina relied on his psychic awareness, Gabriel on analytical logic, and Bukeo on intuition. After seconds of assessment, each offered their conclusion. Residual etheric energy, the silver-haired psyker noted, sensing the warp's lingering touch. Massive biological footprints, the tech marine reconstructed oval-shaped impressions from the mess. There's something else. The nightmare's instincts prickled at anomalies he couldn't quite define. Nareth nodded, each had revealed a part of the truth. Beyond are creatures like the Black Dream Cat, enormous and wielding psychic power. While they spoke, Campbell had walked to the mountain's foot and stood before a golden gate. He did not ascend the peak. Raising his right hand, he pressed it to a disc at the gate's center and declared in Daxosian. "I, Campbell Vextrix, Knight King of Daxos, command the gates of the Knight Armory to open." Runes flared along his mechanized throne, first his gauntlets, then the gate's disc. With a rumble, the massive doors parted, revealing a wide passage, large enough for two knight suits to walk side by side. As they opened, lumen lamps flickered on inside, lighting up the marble corridor. The Daxos Gloria turned toward Nareth and spoke. "Only a few may enter. The Hall of Knight Suits is sacred ground." "Understood," Nareth replied. He entered with Arsina, Bukeo, and Gabriel. Campbell retained only 4 knights. The group descended until they reached a wide platform. Gabriel, upon stepping down, was immediately captivated. Green knight suits hung from a silver-gray circular repair rig surrounding the chamber. In the platform's center, 2 green knights were suspended by overhead rails, clearly the machines selected for the contest. The Tech Marine sergeant began an evaluation. Preliminary assessment, both suits moderately damaged. Left unit, right arm and left leg damaged. Right unit, left arm and right leg damaged. Damage levels, roughly equal. As Gabriel examined, Campbell called out. "Soul." A mechanical arm brought forth a man from the repair deck. His robe was half Vextrix green, half Martian red. Gabriel eyed the relic maintainer and immediately recognized the layers of optical lenses on Soul's mask, and the extensive cybernetics covering most of his body. Soul briefly glanced at the visitors, and when he saw Nareth's towering form, he visibly flinched. In his logical mind, a human of such stature simply couldn't exist. Adhering to noble customs, he resisted scanning Nareth with his augmetic eye and stifled his curiosity. He then turned to study the Tech Marine, analyzing his opponent cautiously. Campbell opened his cockpit and turned to Nareth. "On the way here, I considered how to fairly judge this duel of honor. We should remove subjective judgment, evaluate by objective, measurable standards. Soul has prepared 2 equally damaged knight suits for this." Nareth took a single glance, already registering all their damage in detail, weapon systems on both arms, mobility systems in the legs. He nodded. At the very least, the opponent still upheld knightly fairness in this regard. "I propose 3 evaluation metrics to decide the outcome," Campbell continued. First, repair time. The faster one completes repairs wins the first category. Second, sustained operating time of the knight post-repair. Third, weapon system performance, both tested by knight apprentices on the training field. As Campbell spoke, more than a dozen apprentices of the relic maintainer descended from their workstations, curiously listening. They used translators and deduction to piece together the rules. One apprentice with a mechanical right arm turned to a senior student with mechanical tendrils implanted in his back and asked in Daxosian. "Jin Ora, Master Soul's going to compete with that outsider. He's huge. Can Soul win?" "Idiot, it's a contest of knight repairs, not combat," the elder apprentice replied. "Master Soul will definitely win. Even if that outsider is as skilled as a relic maintainer, he doesn't know our knights like Master does. He's lived his whole life here. By now, Nareth had decoded the basics of the Daxosian language and understood their conversation. Still, he trusted Gabriel and nodded slightly. Agreed. Seeing Nareth raise no objections, Campbell felt triumph already within reach. A banquet has been prepared in your honor. Come. Very well. The group departed, leaving Gabriel and Sol to begin repairs on the knight suits. After a lavish feast, Nareth excused himself, claiming he needed to return to the ship for matters of governance. Upon returning to his flagship, he summoned Tierney to the command throne. Nareth had handpicked 250 soldiers from failed modification candidates, those with sharp reflexes, calm minds, and psychological resilience, to form a scout platoon. Tierney came from Narianmar Hive in Vostroya's far north. He had passed the first 15 gene surgeries but was eliminated after a violent rejection reaction during mucranoid implantation. Soon after, Tierney appeared before the throne, clad in yellow-green camo from the Vostroyan arms factory. He knelt on one knee. My monarch. Rise, Nareth said, tapping the chair arm. I have a task for you. Your scout platoon is to infiltrate Daxos and gather intel. Focus on any recent attacks from large native beasts. As you command, my king. Tierney saluted and led the platoon aboard an aircraft. They landed on Daxos Alpha and began reconnaissance. Meanwhile, as Gabriel meticulously analyzed the night suits, far away in the Triken system, southeast of Vostroya, the chapter master of the 7th chapter, the hunter Sanchez, swiped his finger across a data slate. Those Eldari of the frontier worlds should be taking the bait by now. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Hunting the Exodites, Part 1. The Trison system played a vital role in Nareth's long-term plans. It would become the industrial heart of his burgeoning empire. Nareth entrusted the system to Sanchez, who, along with 5 hunters from the 7th chapter, was tasked with the extermination of the Exodites Eldari still inhabiting the region. Trison was a cluster of maiden worlds, lush, green paradises once lifeless but later terraformed by the ancient Eldari Empire, prior to the fall, using advanced geoengineering technologies to meet their population needs. But Nareth knew that in the future, the Imperium of Men would claim the Trison system. Its resource-rich primary planet would be developed by the Mechanicum into a Forge world, while Trison 2, 4, and V would be turned into Night worlds, defending the Forge. To do this, Nareth had to eradicate the Exodites and secure all 5 habitable planets before the Mechanicus arrived. My lord, target spotted at hunting site A-004. The speaker was Julian, a psyker, a hunter, and captain of the Sanchez's honor guard. He handed a visual screen. Through the screen, Sanchez observed activity at site A-004. A company from the 333rd Regiment of the Solar Auxilia had been deployed there, tasked with hunting local fauna, a strange creature with the body of a cheetah and a bear-like head. But in reality, they were bait. Through weeks of probes, skirmishes, and observations, the hunters had learned much about the Exodites of Trison. They would not tolerate damage to the environment. That was their weakness, and Sanchez had set his trap. He handed the visual screen back to Julian. That area belongs to First Captain Skesny. I trust in his abilities. Keep your eyes on site A-007. That's where I threw the big bait. The Eldari will strike there. Sanchez had spent an entire local solar month preparing the trap. Every ambush point and every snare had been handcrafted by him. He ordered all teams to use the bait site as a supply hub. He knew the Exodites, despite their primitive lifestyle, were remnants of an ancient Xeno empire. They would understand the strategic importance of attacking a supply base. Just then, Julian's voice rang out with excitement. My lord, they've taken the bait. Sanchez snatched the data slate. Thousands of dinosaur-riding warriors were charging the supply depot. The Exodite's skin had darkened to a blue-gray hue. Their brow ridges and cheekbones were inlaid with dinosaur toothbone shards. Their mounts were lean and springy, with long hind limbs and exaggerated lower legs. The dinos had low, narrow skulls with upturned snouts, lined with dozens of serrated, curved fangs. Their powerful hind legs ended in sickle-shaped claws, coated with keratin, sharp as surgical blades. Their 3-fingered front limbs bore hooked talons, built for gripping prey with crushing force. The hunt begins, Sanchez whispered, striding out of his black command tent toward his bike. At site A-007, the Exodites spurred their dinosaurs into a shrieking charge toward the human encampment. One Exodite, wielding a white-bone spear, charged ahead, just 100 meters from the human position, when his mount suddenly collapsed. Reacting instantly, he leapt off the saddle, using his feet to push off the beast's back, and launched into a mid-air somersault. How could the Moncaya's trap be so well hidden? I didn't sense it at all. Despite their primitive lifestyle, the Exodites had incredibly sharp senses, especially in the wilderness. Before he could finish his thought, a loud blast rang out. A high-velocity explosive round pierced his spine mid-air and detonated. Another rider's dinosaur triggered a mine with its left hind claw, killing it instantly, and the fragments killed another unlucky rider nearby. Dozens of Exodites were now dead, some not even knowing why. The charging horde faltered, looking toward a warrior on a dinosaur 2 heads taller than the rest. Their tribal leader took a few seconds, then raised his right arm and yelled in their dialect. "These Mankayas must die. This is our home, our world. Scatter, charge." The riders immediately split into multiple attack columns, charging the camp. Each second triggered more hidden traps, landmines, spike pits, and shrapnel charges. Still, they didn't retreat. Inside the human camp, soldiers from the 333rd Regiment had taken up firing positions behind crates and cover. They opened fire on the Exodites. The dinosaur riders returned fire with bows and arrows, but not primitive ones. Though they lived like primitives, they retained advanced tech from their fallen empire, blending psychic energy and craftsmanship to forge weapons far superior to true savages. Their wooden arrows easily pierced Solar Auxilia's armor. In one volley, more than a dozen soldiers fell. Even at high speeds on rough terrain, the Eldari riders fired with pinpoint accuracy, moving fluidly atop their galloping dinosaurs. If anything disrupted their attack, it wasn't the return fire, it was the traps. Using their heightened senses, some began detecting hidden devices. They located tripwires, mine triggers, and improvised explosive charges, all hidden beneath dirt and debris. But Sanchez had anticipated that. The hunter had created layered, multi-trigger traps. As one cautious Eldari dismounted to avoid a grenade trap, his dinosaur set off a hair-thin tripwire. The grenade sprang into the air, hitting him directly. Sanchez had laid a three-dimensional trap grid around the entire site, a masterpiece of overlapping kill zones. By the time the first Exodite broke into the camp, hundreds of their kin had already fallen. A Dino rider raised his spear in triumph, only to hear a thunderous explosion behind him. A chain of Mark 19 thermite bombs had detonated. A storm of heat and flame erupted, vaporizing riders and dinosaurs alike in seconds. Sanchez, just arriving on site, stood atop a ridge watching his trap spring perfectly, and felt a strange heat stir in his chest. His eyes narrowed. Among the retreating figures was the tribal chieftain, barely escaping with a few guards. A great prey, Sanchez thought, locking on. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Hunting the Exodites, Part 2. Despicable Mankay. Avenge our kin. The chieftain of the Exodites let out a beastly roar. Though his forces had scattered, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 warriors left. They would not back down. The Mankays must die. The Exodites howled in fury and charged from all directions toward the warriors of the Shadows Order, whose black armor bore 7 red arrow sigils on their right shoulders. Their dinosaurs leaped high as they charged, a rain of arrows falling upon the 7th chapter. Sanchez raised his gun and blew off an Exodite's head with a precise explosive shot. One Astarte biker took an arrow through his engine and crashed into another bike, forcing him to leap off mid-motion to avoid further damage. An arrow whizzed through the air and pierced his Mark II expedition pattern power armor with ease. As Sanchez sped across the battlefield, he watched his battle brothers fall one by one under Xeno's fire. But he didn't lose control. While firing explosive rounds at the Exodites, he stayed calm, searching for the tactical edge. Then, Sanchez's eyes lit up. The Exodites' weapons, though powerful, had shorter range. The Shadows Order also had the high ground. Sanchez, Lord of the 7th Warband, issued a command over the Vox comms. Mobility. Use your range advantage. Saturate the area with fire. The Shadows immediately obeyed. They began circling the Exodites, unleashing coordinated volleys at designated zones. The Exodites, by contrast, were wild and undisciplined. Raised in primitive conditions, they lacked the structure of the Astartes. The chieftain watched his warriors fall in droves, their numerical superiority crumbling. As Trison's strongest Exodite, he knew what had to be done: kill the enemy leader. Spurring his dinosaur into a sprint, he launched himself into the air, aiming straight for Sanchez. At the same moment, Sanchez had the same thought. Even though he held the advantage, his forces were still taking casualties. If he cut down the enemy chief, their morale would collapse. Sanchez vaulted off his bike, crashing it into the enemy ranks, and rushed straight for his prey. The Exodite's chieftain, agile beyond human limits, fired arrows midair. But as a hunter, Sanchez had enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, and total bodily control. He twisted midair, dodging the arrows, then fired back with his pistol. The two warriors clashed in midair, dodging and attacking simultaneously. Though Astartes were slightly slower, Sanchez made up for it with instinct and predictive awareness, often dodging arrows just before they struck. The Exodite's chieftain's eyes narrowed. He drew 5 arrows at once and fired in a rapid succession. Sanchez twisted to dodge the first, but his instincts warned him the second arrow would strike his dodge path. He swung his blade just in time, striking the arrow in midair. Clang! The arrow clattered to the ground. Relying on pure instinct, Sanchez let his body move automatically, barely avoiding the next 3 arrows as they whizzed by. The chieftain, shocked that his deadliest hunting technique had been countered, now saw his black-armored foe only 2 meters away. He threw his bow and drew a long sword. Though less ornate than those of his craft world kin, the sword still shimmered with an elegant, watery gleam in the sunlight. With a fluid motion, the chieftain aimed for Sanchez's legs. Sanchez's eyes flashed cold. In that moment, his perception transcended the physical, the Xeno's strike unfolded in slow motion, its angle and trajectory laid bare. He responded with the 23rd form of the Osbergvia. When the Vostroyans were integrated into the 11th Legion, they brought this sword doctrine with them. Of all its form and principles, the Shadows of Order favored the 23rd, aimed at exploiting weak points, the hunter's favorite. Sanchez's slash was faster, more precise, and even more elegant. Not because his raw speed beat the Exodites, but because his instincts, inherited from the Gene Father, allowed him to strike first. The strongest Exodite on Trison couldn't even react. His pupils widened in shock. The chain's word roared, blood splattered, the hunt was complete. While the 7th chapter lured and slaughtered the Exodites, Tierney was making progress on Daxos Alpha. By kidnapping guards and serfs and interrogating them via translator, he uncovered critical intel. A giant beast called the blue-horned unicorn rhinoceros attacked settlements every harvest season. Some rare subspecies had horns that could emit lightning. The rarest had white horns, whose roars could cause dizziness even from over 100 meters away. Tierney wasn't satisfied with hearsay. He contacted the Tech Marines, who, upon learning the mission was assigned by their Gene Father, offered help. Gabriel's team, after researching the Jorgal's tech, developed a prototype hunting weapon. Tech Marines assessed that it could stun most giant beasts. Armed with this gear, Tierney led his squad into the forest. After 5 solar days, they found their quarry, a herd of light blue rhino-like creatures drinking at a river. They had longer, thicker horns than standard rhinos. When a few of them looked up, sensing danger, Tierney gave the order. Fire. The 50 best marksmen, all with visual implants, raised their arc rifles and fired. Several massive blue beasts, many times the size of an ordinary rhino, ran a few meters before collapsing, paralyzed. Tierney didn't celebrate. He noticed one beast's horn glowing with intense lightning. A bolt tore through the forest, striking a cluster of scouts. One was hit full force, and blood gushed from his nose and mouth as he fell. Tierney, enraged, also recognized the opportunity. From intel, he knew these beasts couldn't discharge lightning consecutively. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Beast Tide. Tierney sprang forward and charged toward the blue-horned unicorn rhinoceros, raising his arm to fire an explosive round. Even though he hadn't completed the path of ascension, his body had undergone secondary development from drugs and hormones. Now standing at 2.03 meters, he wielded a bolt pistol, a modified Legion-forged variant, which was far larger than those issued to mortals. He avoided the most valuable white horn, aiming instead at the beast's left foreleg. The hardened diamond-tipped round pierced through. Boom. The beast was blasted off its feet, crashing to the ground in a tumble. Tierney leaped onto its head and severed the glowing horn with a single swing of his sword. Hunt complete, he then immediately called for an extraction team. While waiting, he was surprised to spot another rhinoceros with a white horn. Tierney recorded his insights mentally. The lightning-stunning weapon is effective on white horn types, but not on those that discharge electricity. Likely because they're already attuned to it. As he boarded the transport craft and ascended, Tierney stood by the window, scanning the forest below. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. In the distance, the green forest looked torn open in multiple paths. Focusing his enhanced vision, he spotted a line of blue-horned rhinoceros, all headed straight toward the human settlements. He instantly remembered, in 5 days, the local harvest season on Daxos Alpha would begin. He pulled out his high-definition pict recorder to document everything. Upon returning to the Void Hunter, Tierney presented his trophies to the Primarch. Nareth examined the spoils and noted that the white horn was a primary ingredient for the Sequence 7 potion, Interrogator, of the Justiciar pathway. He nodded approvingly at the stern-faced Tierney. Well done. My lord, Tierney added, I have another important discovery. From the mouths of serfs, I've learned that the harvest season begins in 5 days. And in the forest, I witnessed a herd of blue-horned rhinoceros converging toward human settlements. This is valuable intel. Nareth's gaze deepened. He approved of Tierney's performance, while already formulating a strategy. This is an exploitable opportunity. It could accelerate my conquest of Daxos. Winning the upcoming duel was essential, only through strength and knowledge would House Vextrix yield. But that wasn't everything, especially given their devotion to Mars. After a brief moment of thought, he turned to Bukeo beside him. Prepare for battle. Your chapter will intervene during the harvest and defend against the blue-horned rhinoceros. As you command, Father. I'll destroy them and return with their horns, as an offering to you. Knowing Nareth's preferences, Bukeo resolved to please him as he had in the past. He then questioned Tierney in detail, absorbing the intel. Bukeo learned that aside from the beasts, during every harvest season, strange rat-like humanoids would also emerge from the shadows, raiding and looting. With all the intelligence gathered, Bukeo ordered full battle preparations. While the third chapter was mobilizing, deep within the mountains of Daxos Alpha's surface, apprentices of the Relic Maintenance Corps were stunned as they watched the low-sanctity foreign giant suddenly accelerate his movements. His servo-arm sparked brilliantly as it moved swiftly across the body of a knight. One of the junior apprentices whispered in shock to his senior. Jinora, why is he suddenly so fast? Is he gambling on luck after realizing he can't win, or did he really find a way to fix it? Jinora didn't answer right away. His augmented eye tracked the outsider's motions, running calculations via logic engines. Moments later, he muttered in disbelief. He really found a way to repair it. Gabriel, with his enhanced senses, overheard them and silently praised the Gene Father. It's only by the Gene Father's gift that I can understand the secrets of the night mech. Initially, the tech marine had struggled. During his studies on Mars, Titans, and related tech were not his areas of focus. His knowledge of them came only from fragments and side references, scattered and unstructured. At first, Gabriel couldn't even find a proper starting point for repairs. A wrong move could lead to catastrophic system failure in the ancient machine. But just when he hit a wall, those fragments resurfaced in his mind. Pieces that once baffled him in lectures began to click together. His superhuman memory pulled up forgotten slivers of knowledge that now made sense. Once he understood the principles, those loose ends wove themselves into a coherent web. The veil shrouding the night lifted. He quickly devised a repair strategy and got to work. 5 days later, Nareth received the news. Gabriel had completed the night mech repairs first. With Bukeo and Arsena in tow, he descended to the surface once more. At the treasury gates, Campbell Vextrix greeted him with noble poise. Nareth, congratulations. Your techsmith has triumphed. Though his brown eyes revealed worry, his tone remained confident. But that doesn't mean you've won. My relic tech priest told me his work will be done in 12 standard hours. Then we'll perform a fair field test. I believe victory still belongs to the shield of Daxos. Nareth noticed that only 2 knights remained lined up for inspection. He could sense no machine spirits nearby, not in the mountains or in the surrounding fortress. They must have been deployed in preparation for the harvest attacks. He extended his awareness and immediately sensed the faint tremors beneath the earth. A massive beast horde was charging their way. He looked at Campbell and said meaningfully, I believe a more fitting test for the knights has arrived. They are not art pieces to be admired, but warriors meant to ride into war. Campbell glanced at him, his brown eyes now showing a hint of recognition. Then his thick brows furrowed in thought. A few seconds later, he asked. You know about the beast tide? I know. And I've sensed it. If you require assistance, my warriors stand ready. Nareth smiled. This was a chance to win favor with the local families and gather potion ingredients. I appreciate your offer, Campbell replied stiffly, but we can handle it. Just as he finished speaking, the comms unit in the Daxos Gloria started to beep. He answered, and a panicked voice came through. My lord, the beast tide has begun. And this time, it's larger than any in recorded history. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, The Overwhelming Legion Warriors. Inside the Daxos Gloria, the Night King watched feed after feed streaming from defense nodes across the planet. At Defense Node A-15, hundreds of blue-horned unicorn rhinoceros split into 5 formations and charged at the Endurance. Their thundering gallop made the earth tremble. The horns of the 4 giant beasts at the forefront of the herd glowed with a dazzling blue light, slashing through the air before crashing into the Endurance's metallic shell with howling force. Campbell felt the ancient machine spirit's roar of fury and anguish. My lord, requesting reinforcements. Before the knight could finish speaking, he abruptly fell unconscious. The comm channel fell into silence. From the shaky footage, Campbell knew the white-horned beast had launched a psychic attack. The knight's will had failed to resist the mental assault, plunging him into unconsciousness. At this moment, only the presence of another knight could save him. But the Night King no longer had enough operational knight suits to form standard combat teams, 1 veteran leading 2 juniors. He had no choice but to scatter his knights across the defensive nodes, hoping the beast tide would not be too large. In the shaky footage, he saw the towering beast surging toward the endurance like a tidal wave. The ancient knight suit was crushed in an instant. After this battle, how many knights will remain? Campbell's heart sank. His brown eyes flicked to other tactical screens, where he spotted the despicable, diminutive abhumans. They chattered noisily, emerging from their hidden rat holes as they always did during harvest season, looting and pillaging while the knights were occupied. Seeing this, Campbell knew he could do nothing to stop those vermin. Fighting the beast tide already demanded everything he had. Even if they drove the beasts back at great cost, the ratling would strip everything bare: serfs, property, even the knights' castles. Now, he had only one choice: to seek help from the Primarch before him. After a brief hesitation, the Night King cast aside his pride. He stood and spoke earnestly. The scale of this beast tide far exceeds anything we've faced before. Daxos needs aid. I ask you, commander of the 11th Legion of the Imperium of Men, to dispatch your warriors. Vextrix will remember all you do for us. He paused, then added a concrete promise. After this, Vextrix will sign an alliance with you. I will aid you, Nareth said, his tone brooking no argument, his gaze profound. And I will also win the duel to come. You will swear fealty to me. Campbell had no time to argue. Urgently, he replied. Then, please mobilize your legion at once. They have already been deployed. Nareth raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The Night King followed his gesture and saw countless black dots against the azure expanse. They grew larger, revealing dark holes. Warriors of the 11th Legion descended from the heavens. Compared to the scarce number of knight suits, the Legion's warriors were vast in number. Aside from the 4 fully replenished companies of the 3rd chapter, there were also 20,000 Astartes yet to be distributed to other chapters. Every 10 Shadows of Order formed a squad, marching in perfect unison toward the beast tide. One synchronized volley of gunfire cleared vast swaths of the battlefield. Any Shadows of Order hit by psychic attacks were immediately aided by a combat brother. Blessed with their Gene Father's superhuman perception, the Shadows of Order locked onto fleeing ratlings, charging forward and cleaving them down with chain swords, deeming the filthy abhumans unworthy of even wasting a single explosive round. Across the battlefield, stunned knights watched in awe as the black-armored warriors annihilated both monsters and ratlings, threats they had struggled with for generations. Within 1 hour of the Shadows of Order joining the battle, the tide had turned. From desperate defense to a balanced engagement, and then swiftly to a one-sided pursuit. Nareth reviewed the battlefield reports. He was satisfied: his warriors were enacting his doctrine, calm, precise, and lethal. Even the 1st Company under Samir, once stubborn, has now maintained its formation, influenced by the new Legion culture. Nareth activated his Vox communicator and gave an order to Tierney. The hands of the ratlings make for fine trophies. The thieving ratlings' hands were a primary ingredient for the Sequence 9 Marauder potion. Knowing that collecting those filthy, feeble hands would be demeaning for honor-bound Astartes, Nareth did not force the task upon his sons. As you wish, Tierney answered without hesitation, immediately leading his scout platoon out. At the battlefield's edge, they spotted a ratling tribe of several hundred fleeing into the farmlands. Open fire. The scouts raised their rifles. Blinding light and arcs of electricity struck down over 100 ratlings. Panicked, the abhumans turned and returned fire. Despite their thievery, ratlings were natural sharpshooters, rolling nimbly on the ground, raising stolen guns of varying quality, and firing smoothly. Dozens of Vostroyan auxiliaries were hit, but the bullets merely bounced harmlessly off their black carapace armor. The Ratman's crude weapons posed no threat to the well-equipped scouts. The Vostroyan warriors returned fire with precision, sniping down the small figures crouching in the fields. Realizing their weapons were useless while their enemies matched their marksmanship, the ratlings' morale shattered. After one last envious glance at the enemy's superior gear, they scattered in all directions. Pursue them, Tierney ordered, and the scouts launched precise strikes on the fleeing ratlings. Only a few dozen lucky ones escaped. When the battle ended, Tierney drew his combat knife, already sword-sized for most humans. Over comms, the platoon commander gave a grim order. Cut off their hands. Tierney crouched before a ratling corpse and used his blade to sever its thieving little hand, which had stolen countless valuables. At the same time, the Night King received a report from the newly arrived Sacred Mars. The beast tide and the vile ratmen had been crushed and were now in pursuit of the remaining blue-horned rhinoceros. Shocked, Campbell turned to Nareth. He realized the 11th Legion possessed not only mighty warships capable of warp travel but also tens of thousands of black-armored warriors. Though not as powerful as knights individually, their numbers were over 100-fold greater. Even at its peak, House Vextrix could never withstand such might. If Nareth wished, he could slaughter every knight, including Campbell himself. Terror gripped the Night King, but then, the voices of his ancestors echoed in his mind. Do not fear, Campbell. A Knight King of Vextrix fears no enemy. Indeed. He's already accepted the duel. If we win, we remain independent. Campbell found his courage again. Yes, all that mattered was winning the duel. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, A Crushing Victory in the First Duel. Despite the Relic Keeper's full efforts, the shield of Daxos still failed to arrive in time to suppress the Beast Tide's rampage. Having lost the evaluation for repair speed, Sol fell silent for a moment before realizing that Gabriel was a formidable master of technology, an opponent difficult to defeat. Wanting to reclaim some measure of victory, the Relic Keeper decided to add a logical advantage to his side. He contacted Bowen, a knight apprentice from the Delisha family, through the comms. Bowen, House Derisha is a loyal servant of Vextrix, and among the many families sworn to the Knight King, yours is the most honorable. You are the finest among the knight apprentices. Thus, I have decided that you shall pilot the sacred shield of Daxos to victory in this duel and uphold the honor of knighthood. A knight and their war machine are one. An exceptional knight pleases the machine spirit within the throne mechanicum, allowing the suit to perform at its peak. My lord, I am at your service, Bowen replied resolutely. I will pilot the shield of Daxos to victory for you, and for House Vextrix. The next day, the remaining 42 knights assembled in their suits at the knight training grounds west of the Vextrix family's mountain stronghold. They watched nervously as two newly anointed knights stood ready. The training ground was nestled in a deep valley. The Knight King stood between the shield of Daxos and the sacred Mars. He glanced at Nareth and his entourage, his gaze lingering briefly on the black-armored warrior whose servo arms extended with mechanical grace. Then, he addressed the two knights standing tall before him. Your duty today is to verify the repair efficacy of your suits on the training grounds. You must adhere to the knightly code and give your all. As you command, my lord, the two knights responded, bowing with the formal gesture of master and vassal. After coupling with the neural interfaces, they activated the motive systems and guided their suits to stand within two glowing red circles inscribed with diagnostic runes. Campbell turned to Nareth. Unless you have anything to add, we shall begin. Go ahead. The Knight King immediately issued the order, initiate the test sequence. The Relic Keeper's mechadendrites tapped across the control panel. Moments later, with a deep rumble, two mountainous test targets rose, each 5 meters wide and long, with a thickness of 16 meters. Campbell pointed to the targets and explained to Nareth. These test targets are forged from the toughest jade of Daxos Alpha. Only a knight suit's thermal cannon can destroy them. Nareth nodded. Fire. Alvarez immediately complied. Though Bowen had always been the most talented knight apprentice, Alvarez's pride as a knight drove him to perform at his best. As power surged, the sacred Mars right arm thermal cannon activated, making the ground tremble beneath it. Data from the target 200 meters away flooded his mind. A flash tore through the valley as a superheated explosion vaporized the test target in an instant. At the same time, the shield of Daxos thermal cannon also annihilated its jade target. Second test, prepare. Third test, prepare. 3 times in succession, both knight suits' thermal cannons completed the trials successfully. On the surface, it seemed a draw, both machines appeared in perfect condition. Yet Nareth's lips curled into a smile of absolute confidence. His perception had already detected it, the shield of Daxos' power systems were overheating. Its weakness had been exposed. Proceed to the next test, the Reaper chains word. The roaring Chai swords on the left arms of both suits activated as they charged forward. In moments, they reached the first jade target. A single swing reduced the massive stone to rubble. Without pause, the two knight suits advanced toward the next target. But after just 2 strides, Bowen suddenly noticed warning lights flashing across his control panel. Temperature critical. Cooling system failure. Bowen hesitated. He should halt immediately and let the Relic Keeper conduct repairs. But he knew the consequences. Before the duel, his father, the Patriarch of House Derisha, had urged him to secure victory at all costs, to defend the honor of Daxos. And then, he heard it, the roaring voices of ancestral spirits in his ears. Boy of Derisha, fear not. It is stronger than you think. The whispering ghosts of his ancestors gave him strength. He roared forward and smashed through the second test block. Just 1 more to go. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the control panel erupted into a frenzy of red alerts. No. The young knight's cry of defiance was cut short as the shield of Daxos' power systems failed mid-stride. The towering war machine crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The sound struck the hearts of every knight and squire present. None had expected the Relic Keeper to fail. Stunned, the Relic Keeper stood frozen for a moment before reality set in. He rushed toward the fallen shield of Daxos. Campbell's expression darkened. He stepped before Nareth and said solemnly, "You've won the first duel." The Relic Keeper had suffered a total defeat in his own field of expertise. His repairs had taken 10 solar hours longer than the Tech Marines. The weapon systems he restored were less stable, and the suit's operational duration was far shorter. Nareth turned to Gabriel, eyes filled with approval. Well done. Gabriel smiled proudly. Father, I have not failed you. Nareth then looked to the Night King. For the second duel, how shall we compete? Campbell was silent for a moment. Having reassessed the black-armored warrior's capabilities, he adjusted his strategy and replied. I propose a team battle. A knight of House Hydra and his 2 squires will face 3 of your sons. On Daxos, knights and squires typically fight in coordinated units. Though the Astartes were formidable, the Night King had observed that one-on-one, they were still no match for a knight suit. To ensure fairness, he had initially considered pitting 1 knight and 10 squires against them. But after witnessing the Astartes' combat prowess, he settled on a trio. 3 or 10 squires made little difference, the knight suit was the core of their strength, with squires merely covering flanks or providing support. But according to recent tactical reports, 3 Astartes and 10 squires were very different beasts. Nareth glanced at the number of knight suits and immediately understood, their mixed formations of knights and squires were born of necessity, they simply lacked enough suits for full knights. Very well, he said, turning to Bukeo. You'll lead the team. Choose 2 others to join you. As you command, Father. The Nightmare bowed in acknowledgement. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, Dream Invasion. The training ground stood silent as Bukeo took his position, flanked by 2 lieutenants, both sleepless of the Black Duke's court. Bukeo spoke in Vostroyan, his voice cutting through the tense air. When combat begins, charge immediately. Neutralize his 2 plasma rifle attendants first. His armored finger pointed toward the opposing knight mech. Then combine your strength to topple the knight armor itself. The 2 shadows of order beside him bore the insignia of the 3rd chapter, a deep black crescent moon painted on their right pauldrons. To ordinary eyes, the black moon was nearly invisible against the matte black of their armor. The lieutenants, having communed with their chapter master in dreams these past weeks, responded instantly. By your command, Dark Lord. As a devoted follower of the Darkness Pathway, Dark Lord was the personal title Bukeo gave himself to distinguish from other commanders. The Nightmare cast his pitch-black eyes toward the opposing knight. His irises darkened further as he extended his psychic presence, unleashing his Beyonder ability, Dream Invasion, and forcibly pulled the knight into a dream. Ward Hydra was waiting for the Night King's order to begin the duel when he was suddenly overcome by voices. Ward, this is your moment. Our Hydra family has served the Delicia family for generations, and now's your chance. Win this duel, and you will become the Night King's champion, elevating our family above Delicia. You must win, for your honor, for House Hydra, for Vextrix. Ward's gauntlet fist clenched. I will be victorious, he vowed. But suddenly, his eyelids grew heavy. The once loud voices faded into silence. Days of no rest due to the beast tide had caught up to him. Exhaustion hit like a crashing wave. He tried to resist, his iron will normally overcome this fatigue. But it just felt too comfortable. It was like lying in bed during a hot summer, a cool breeze wafting across his face. Without thinking, he yawned, head drooping slightly. Boy, how can you be dozing off before a duel? Snap out of it. Use your will. The voices vanished. The scene before him changed dramatically. The Night King's Daxos Gloria disappeared. The black-armored foes dissolved. Ward stood alone in a mist-choked forest, his nightmech and squire were gone. Stunned, he looked around. A faint fog clung to the trees like a thin veil. The forests of Daxos were dangerous, home to the despicable ratlings and the blue-horned rhinoceros. Realizing the peril, he instinctively reached for his waist. He felt as though he hadn't moved in years, like the ancient, rusting automata that the Mechanicum sometimes reactivated after millennia. His hand moved sluggishly toward his sword. As a knight, weapon mastery was a fundamental skill. With the sword in hand, confidence surged back. He scanned the woods, picked a direction, and moved forward. After several steps, a group of armed ratlings appeared. Ward reacted quickly, rolling behind a tree to dodge their fire. He gave them no time to surround him and launched a charge at the nearest enemy. Though not at his peak, his first strike hit cleanly, slaying the stunned ratling in one blow. He kicked the corpse aside, pulled out the sword, and immediately went for the next. Outside the dream, Campbell announced the final rule. Whoever is knocked down will be deemed defeated. Then, with a commanding voice, begin the duel. Instantly, the 2 black-armored warriors charged forward, and in moments, appeared before the 2 squires, landing crushing blows. The partially augmented humans were sent flying like broken kites, blood spurting from their mouths. Campbell sneered. Foolish black-armored warriors, targeting squires first, how stupid. This would give Ward plenty of time to swing his power fist and take down both of them. Wait. Why hasn't the glorious victory moved? Furious, the Night King shouted into comms. Ward, what are you doing? Move now. Crush the enemy. But then he noticed the black-armored commander, also standing motionless. Campbell relaxed. He didn't realize that Nightmare had to remain still while using Dream Invasion, relying entirely on his teammates to attack. Thankfully, that commander's just as foolish. We still have a chance. Seeing the Night Mech still hadn't moved, he completely lost it. You idiot. Are you asleep? Damn it. Move your damn metal ass. The Night King dropped all noble pretense and cursed out loud. Only static answered him over comms. The glorious victory stood unmoving. Damn it, Ward. I'll kill you myself. He roared, helplessly watching as the two shadows of order sprinted toward the Night Mech. With no power system activated, it was just a 10-meter-tall pile of scrap metal, and like battering rams, the two soldiers slammed it over. I've lost. Campbell admitted his defeat to Nareth, choking back rage, then stormed toward the training field. Back in the dream, Ward heroically slew over a dozen ratlings, panting and wiping sweat from his brow. Not the most glorious of fights, but I did slay a full squad with a sword and no injury. A tale worth telling. Satisfied, he awoke from the dream. Then heard furious voices. Ward. You've disgraced the honor of House Hydra. Ward, I have no grandson like you. What happened? He asked, bewildered. Before he could get an answer from the ancestral spirits, he noticed a towering figure loom before him. That's the Daxos Gloria, he realized. Why am I lying down? Ah. The duel. Just as it hit him, a massive fist crashed toward him. Night King, I. Crack. The cockpit shattered. The blow landed. Ward passed out. Even after knocking out the knight, Campbell's rage wasn't soothed. He stomped toward Nareth, gritting his teeth. I submit to you. True to his word, the Night King accepted defeat. But the absurdity of the duel, how dumb and strange it was, left him unable to process it. But that loss, it was because of my knight's stupidity. I still wish to challenge you to a duel personally. I want to see for myself if you, a Primarch, are truly as strong as your black-armored sons claim. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, The Primarch's Superhuman Speed. Very well. Nareth immediately accepted Campbell's challenge. To truly conquer this night world, demonstrating personal might was essential. Shall we begin now? The Night King asked eagerly. He was desperate to wipe away the humiliation of the bizarre duel just moments ago with a solid victory. On the training ground, Nareth stood 1 kilometer away from the Night Mech. One side held the knights, their squires, and the relic keepers, the other side, Bukeo, Gabriel, and the rest of the legionnaires, stood in silence, watching. Inside the Daxos Gloria, Campbell hesitated. I yearn for a battle at full strength, but I'm unsure if I should. As he spoke, his right arm lifted, the multi-barrel autocannon roaring to life. He didn't want to jeopardize Daxos with a moment's recklessness. If he accidentally killed Nareth, he had no doubt those black-armored warriors, who saw the Primarch as their father, would turn this world into ash. Hold nothing back. Use your full strength. This might actually be interesting. Campbell heard the murmurs of the ancestral spirits, just as frustrated and confused by the last fight. Campbell, he gave you permission. Stop holding back, go for the kill. Yes. Vextrix's knights may fall in battle, but they will never lose their honor to fear. Discarding his doubts, the Night King roared. Then let our duel commence. The knights watched anxiously, silently praying to the Omnisia. O great machine god, turn your gaze to Daxos. Grant our Night King victory. Nareth gave a subtle nod. Campbell instantly triggered his autocannon, its 4 barrels spinning into a whirring blur. The cannon's deafening roar filled the field as a torrent of bullets flooded toward the lone Primarch. Nareth moved. He dashed straight into the barrage. A giant of his size should have been slow and clunky, but he was engineered to perfection. Every step was a hurricane, every movement a blur. Like a black lightning bolt, he tore through the storm of bullets, faster than the hail of fire itself. Campbell realized the Daxos Gloria's auto-targeting systems couldn't even lock onto Nareth. Beep beep beep. Alarms screamed in the cockpit. He quickly switched to manual aim, tracking where the black flash might appear, swinging his cannon in anticipation. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire struck the black flash, only for the image to vanish. Just an afterimage. The rounds hit the ground, exploding in thick clouds of smoke. Campbell gritted his teeth. Nareth's inhuman speed and agility were beyond comprehension. So this is a Primarch, I can't even follow his movement. His eyes scanned the panels, maxed out scanners, and bird-eye drones, all returned the same result, nothing. Focus. He's coming. Activate your power fist. You'll need your combat instincts. Your fists. Fight with your warrior's heart. He listened. Heeding his ancestors, Campbell powered his left arm's thunder gauntlet. Blue energy crackled to life. His mind fell into stillness. He felt the air, searching for a monstrous pressure, then sensed it, a beast charging right at his chest. Letting go, he surrendered to instinct. The gauntlet's power roared as it punched forward, blue light cutting through the air. Nareth, mid-leap, sensed the gauntlet and was genuinely surprised. This Night King has skill. He actually predicted my path during a full-speed charge. But that was all. With impossible grace, he twisted his body in midair, violating all natural physics, and dove toward the cockpit of the night mech. In an instant, he was there. A golden flash ignited. Boom. His fist shattered the cockpit wall. The sheer force knocked the Daxos Gloria off balance, it staggered, then crashed to the ground. The thunderous impact echoed in the hearts of every knight watching. Their most powerful warrior, Campbell Vextrix, their king, had been defeated. The Relic Keeper was the first to react, rushing forward to drag Campbell out from the wreckage. The Night King's green robes were torn and scorched black. His face, pale as ash. But Campbell pushed Soul's helping hand away, stubbornly stood, adjusted his tattered clothes, and stepped forward. He knelt on one knee before the Primarch, placed a hand to his chest, and bowed his head. Lord Nareth, I, Campbell Vextrix, pledge my allegiance to you. Bound by the Knight's code and noble honor, he could not break his word. More than that, he was in awe of Nareth's terrifying strength. His speed was beyond tracking, and one blow had toppled the Night mech. Perhaps, only god machines can rival a Primarch. One by one, the other knights snapped out of their daze. They opened their cockpits, descended to the ground, and knelt behind their king. We swear our loyalty to Lord Nareth. Command us, and we shall obey. The imperial scribes accompanying the army officially recorded the event. 9334814.m30, Primarch Nareth of the 11th Legion discovered the first night world in the Daxos star system, part of the Daxos twin world system. Warriors of the 11th Legion quelled a beast tide, saving the populace. The Primarch and his sons won 3 duels proposed by the world's ruler, Night King Campbell Vextrix, securing the night world's allegiance to the Imperium. Having conquered the Daxos twins, Nareth ordered Gabriel to assist the relic tech priests in repairing the night mechs. He then instructed the astropath to transmit the news of victory to the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. Meanwhile, he ordered his men to record the events for propaganda, the oath ceremony, Nareth receiving each house leader, night formations, golden wheat fields, and the natural beauty of Daxos. All these would serve as materials to glorify the Great Crusade, filling Terrans with pride and further support for the Imperium's expansion. This was exactly the kind of state media the Emperor and Malcador needed and would use in every Primarch's homecoming ceremony. Before any reply from the Emperor arrived, Nareth received a report from Howard. Seated in his command throne, Nareth listened to the briefing from his attendant. The first chapter master reports that he has successfully conquered both the Telano and Brenna systems, as you ordered. He also reports sightings of Eldar activity in both systems. He has captured a squad of Eldar and is interrogating them, though no results yet. Nareth paused, then made a decision. He would personally investigate. He'd reinforce the first chapter and elevate Howard to Sequence 7, Interrogator. Set course for the Brenna system, Nareth commanded. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Forming the Treasure Raiders. During the voyage of the Void Hunter, Nareth first summoned Michael and Marlena for a debriefing. The chief apothecary, holding a data slate, began his report. Father, the augmentation surgeries for the 73,311 candidates from the 29 Vostroyan regiments have all been completed. In the end, 41,523 new Shadows of Order were successfully created. Only 404 perished, a result we owe to our skilled Dr. Marlena received the praise with a quiet smile. Michael continued. The rest of the unsuccessful candidates survived and were transferred into the Auxilia forces. The remaining failures survived as Auxilia troops. 19,438 couldn't complete even the first procedure, but the rest averaged 11 enhancements each. Their combat effectiveness surpasses standard Auxilia. Excellent. Nareth nodded in approval and opened his spirit vision to examine the apothecary. He studied Michael carefully and noticed his body had not reached a stable equilibrium, his essence still flickered between red and white. You've yet to master the power I bestowed. As you can perceive, Father. I haven't, Michael admitted. Overseeing the legion's augmentations left little time for personal development. Moreover, the collected herbs proved incompatible. Thus far, I've only formulated 5 remedies effective for mortal ailments like diarrhea, useless for Astartes. After a moment's consideration, Nenrod declared. The Trakin system is still in its primitive state. You'll find the herbs you need there. Temporarily designate the Trakin system as our large-scale augmentation site. Given his understanding of the Emperor and Malcador, Nareth expected that once they received the news that he had secured a Night World, he would be summoned back to Terra for a welcoming ceremony, where the Night World's allegiance would be formally declared. Nareth had also been keeping an eye on the progress of the Gloriana-class battleships being built on Mars. The last update came when they had just arrived in the Daxos system. According to that report, the High Muggos overseeing the project estimated another 1 year and 11 Terran months to completion, almost time to return to humanity's cradle. I've also received word that the second chapter has taken over defense of the Crystal Mirage and has begun expanding into nearby systems. The other Vostroyan regiments have already boarded ship and will be redirected to the Trakin system. Father, I'll give everything I have to create more shadows of order for our legion. Nareth gave a small nod and turned to Marlena. The Trakin system is rich in mineral resources. It will become our legion's future forge world. Once Wojciech completes the orbital shipyard above Vostroya's moon, he will be responsible for this task. But I don't want another Vostroya with higher output. I want a thriving new world. Marlena, you will be in charge of all non-industrial affairs. You also have veto power. You may reject any projects that harm the ecosystem or undermine sustainability. Nareth believed that with his children and the Beyonder among them, they could build an industrial jewel with a pristine ecosystem even more promising than Robot's Calf. The future pearl of the segmentum obscurus. Marlena hesitated briefly, then replied. My lord, I will do everything I can. Don't worry whether you're capable. You will gain new power. Kiri and the other 16 attendants have passed my trials. In one standard ship cycle, bring them to my chamber office. They'll be your allies in Trakin. A cycle later, as Marlena's retinue drank the Planete potion, Nareth used telepathy to send them a bundled Beyonder initiation pack, complete with knowledge of spirit vision, meditation, and the art of gathering Beyonder traits from the fallen gifted. He then focused his gaze on the newly ascended Sequence 7 Beyonder from the Mother pathway. Marlena slightly parted her full lips and whispered. Harvest Priestess. I understand your will, my lord. I will not disappoint you. I believe in you. Marlena's face lit up with a bright smile. She gave an update on another matter. The pregnant female space ape will give birth in about 10 stellar days. Its biology differs greatly from human physiology, so I can't be certain of the exact timing. She had come to this conclusion after thorough examinations using both Beyonder and biotechnological means. Ensure the infant is born safely. By your will. After Marlena departed with her 16 newly elevated followers, Nareth activated his Vox comms and sent a message to Tierney. Come to my chamber office in 10 minutes. Moments later, Nareth returned from the Kingdom of Disorder to his chamber, holding a bottle of the Sequence 9 Marauder. If my plans for the Jokero succeed, this may be the last potion I ever brew myself. As he reflected, he sensed Tierney arrive. Come in. Tierney opened the door and saw his king holding a bottle of grey potion in his open palm. You completed your mission on Daxos Alpha. This is your reward. Thank you, my monarch. Without hesitation, the scout platoon leader drank the elixir. Soon, under the guidance of the implanted knowledge, the Marauder condensed his powers. Marauder, he murmured. Correct, Nareth said. But I don't want you to steal common goods, I want you to steal treasures. Your task is to use your agility to infiltrate ruins, bypass traps, defeat guardians, and steal lost relics. You'll also need to learn the languages of other Xeno civilizations. Once you've grown stronger, your targets will be Xeno's treasure vaults. Inwardly, Nareth added. Not just Craft World Eldar, but also the Dark Eldar, the Black Library, even Chaos Forces, Tau, Necrons. Yes, my lord. I understand. I will not betray your trust. I will retrieve all those idle treasures and artifacts for you. 5 standard ship days later, Nareth received a communication from Marlena. My lord, the space ape infant has been born. I've examined him, he's very healthy. Bring him to my office. Soon, Nareth looked down at the small orange-red bundle in his hands. The tiny space ape infant curled in his palm. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Marlena. Well done. After the Psyker left, Nareth placed the infant into the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He meditated for a while, but sensed nothing unusual. I suppose, my authority still isn't enough to perceive the formless laws here. Perhaps after I ascend to Baron of Corruption, or something higher, I will be able to grasp them. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu Chapter 126, Chapter 125, The Siamhan Eldari's Purpose. Brenna Star System, Capital World, Brenna. After listening to Howard's report on the conquest of 2 star systems, Nareth shifted his attention to the captured Eldars. What have we gotten out of the prisoners so far? Father, ever since their capture, no matter what interrogation method we used, they haven't said a word. We've extracted nothing from them. While speaking, Howard operated his data slate, projecting footage of the ambush and interrogation. Nareth's eyes focused on the ambush. Several red-armored warriors seated in sleek anti-grav skimmers sped toward them. The red vehicles extended blade-like wings from both sides of their undercarriage. He quickly noticed the airborne jet bikes and the serpent sigils on the Eldar helmets, not the snakes of old Terra, but the cosmic serpent from ancient Eldar mythology. Red armor. Windrider jet bikes. Cosmic serpent insignia. The Siamhan craft world. Nareth recalled that in the Eldar myth, the serpent was believed to exist simultaneously in the material and psychic universes. It was said to know all secrets, past and present. Siamhan itself means quest for enlightenment. In their lexicon, both the serpent and secret knowledge could be described with the word Siam. Thus, they proudly bore the serpent as their emblem, painting it on their jet bikes, tanks, and aircraft. After confirming the origin, Nareth felt a wave of confusion. Siamhan operates mainly in the Western Galactic region in the areas of Pacificus Segmentum. What are they doing here, in this sector? Take me to the prisoners. He issued the command, and the Arbiter Lord led him to the cells. Howard led him to the prison complex. Having named himself after Sequence 9 Arbiter, this first chapter master bore a golden scales emblem on his right pauldron. Along the way, Howard explained. Our tech marines designed specialized shackles to restrain the Eldars. They're made from psi-resistant alloys and infused with a compound that inhibits cellular activity. Behind reinforced glass, 6 tall Eldari sat maskless, pointed chins and elongated ears exposed. Even in captivity, their posture and gesture exuded unsettling grace, that peculiar allure unique to their kind. Nareth's pupils narrowed. His consciousness extended toward them. Hisses. Before his awareness could even reach the crimson mental gate, he heard a sound like a serpent's hiss. At the same time, he sensed a black chain wrapped tightly around that gate, a psychic representation of the shackle's psi-dampening function. He didn't remove the restraints or give the prisoners a chance. Instead, his eyes glimmered with black and white light as his psychic energy slipped through the gaps in the chain. The Eldar's innate sensitivity allowed them to instantly feel a black hand reaching toward them. They turned sharply toward the glass. Though it was one-way mirrored glass, their sharp eyes saw only a blur. What they did feel was an overwhelming presence, greater even than a farser. A shadowy, endless ocean. They understood instantly, a powerful psyker was invading their minds. The 6 of them quickly employed their race's mental training techniques to raise psychic defenses. But as Nareth forced his way through, the red gates in their minds thickened and swelled. A strange gleam appeared in Nareth's eyes. His will turned into a black spear, and it pierced the red gate. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward, blood trickled from the Eldar's ears and mouths. At the same time, the shadows of order, inheriting the Primarch's heightened perception, sensed the invisible battle unfolding in the Sea of Souls and that Nareth had won. His mind penetrated their consciousness. The Eldar soulscape was far more vivid and complex than a human's. Their perception extended not only through sharpened senses but also into the realm of the psychic. In all 6 minds, Nareth found the same vision, a farser wielding a strange staff, the top shaped like a triangle, with a horizontal bar in the middle and branching arms at the bottom like forked twigs. His eyes were deep with knowledge as he spoke in Eldar. The threads of fate have shifted. We must uncover the cause. His tone was distant, almost otherworldly. Nareth followed the memory further. He saw the Eldar arrive at a system, their expressions thoughtful and serious. So, Vigilus plays a key role in the Siamhan farser's prophecy. That's why they came here. Soon after, the 6 Eldar were dispatched to investigate the Brenna system. With no further insights, Nareth withdrew from their minds and said to Howard, "Come to my office in 15 minutes. Nareth went to the temporary office prepared for him by the Arbiter Lord and then entered the Kingdom of Disorder. He first descended to the 3rd layer. There, the baby Jokero had grown rapidly and was now the size of a fully matured member of its species. As soon as Nareth approached, he could feel an esoteric bond between them, a mystical connection clear in his psychic perception. He reached out and grasped the creature's shoulder, fingers brushing against the soft orange-red fur. In the next instant, he blinked into the 1st layer. He retrieved the ingredients for the interrogator potion, then sent the 8th the formula, including ingredients, structure, and preparation. Brew this potion. When he saw the space ape climb up to the cauldron with the materials, Nareth silently considered. Letting the Jokeros brew potions is safe. Only the old ones could access the backdoors hidden in the fusion of genetics and psychic tech. In Hrud mythology, the last of the Old Ones, known as Ka, fled the galaxy 500 millennia ago to an unobservable dimension. There, he continued creating new races using plastic, resin, and paint. Even if he returned, he couldn't reach into the Kingdom of Disorder. Nareth had already decided, once a Jokero entered the Kingdom of Disorder, it would never leave. No one would get a chance to tamper with them. Moments later, Nareth retrieved the gelatinous interrogator potion, swirled in white and gold. Returning to reality, Howard arrived shortly after and received the potion. Knowing he was about to receive another blessing, Howard raised the vial and drank it down. Electric light flashed across his eyes. As the power settled within, the interrogator bowed and declared, "I will make full use of your gift, and pry the secrets from the Eldars. They came here because of Vigilus to the south of Brenna, as seen in their star charts. Find it, and take control of that world." Nareth knew the Vigilus wasn't just resource-rich, it held a black stone deposit, a key weapon in the fight against chaos, and much more. Including a fortress-grade STC energy shield that could protect an entire hive city. The Void Claw, a doomsday relic from the dark age of technology, hidden in the Citadel Vigilant. And the Neovelum, the planet's moon, an ore-rich satellite. Even going to war with Siamhan would be worth it for this. Also, have the Tech Marine study the Eldar jet bikes and upgrade our own. Though the Imperium during the Great Crusade still possessed low-altitude anti-grav tech, it paled in comparison to the Eldars. Eldar bikes were sleek, elegant, and maneuverable even at high speed, sparking both admiration and jealousy among Imperial tech adepts. Siamhan was especially known for their Windrider jet bikes. Every Eldar from their craft world was a rider, even the Farcers, who normally avoided such vehicles, were no exception. After Howard left to carry out his orders, Nareth received a report from the Astropath. They had just received a message from the Bucephalus, the Emperor's own flagship. A direct order from the Emperor himself. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Preparations for the Primarchs celebration on Terra. The message relayed by the Astropath matched Nareth's expectations. He had been the first to reclaim a lost night world and successfully bring it under the folds of the Imperium. The Emperor, referred to by Nareth as Golden Man, was delighted and immediately saw its value for political propaganda. The Emperor ordered Nareth to return to Terra, where Malkador the Sigillite had already prepared a grand celebration in his honor. Of course, the Emperor also remembered Nareth's particular interests and promised him another opportunity to enter his personal treasure vault as a reward. Upon reading the message, Nareth felt something melt within him. His digestion of the Briber potion reached a new threshold. Satisfied, Nareth nodded. His personal conquest of the Daxos twin-star system had not been in vain. The potion was progressing, and as expected, he was being granted another chance to select a treasure. He immediately ordered his fleet to head for the nearest Mandeville point, setting course for the Sol system. The chief apothecary Michael and the harvest priest Marlena did not accompany him. Instead, they took a separate ship toward the Trekken system. As for the Shadows of Order, not yet assigned to a specific chapter or selected for the journey to Terra, they disembarked from the Void Hunter to join their respective forces and continue expanding the Legion's influence. During the voyage, seated upon his command throne, Nareth inquired of Arsena about his assigned task. "How is your research on mystical languages progressing?" The reader was silent for a few seconds, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "My lord, after discussing with Thomas, we've made some discoveries. Across various civilizations, certain words with mysterious power are discovered, sometimes by accident, sometimes inevitably. The accident lies in the discovery process. The inevitability lies in how every species, in their quest to understand the cosmos, explores beyond science and turns to the supernatural." Nareth tapped his fingers lightly, motioning for him to continue. "I requested aid from all chapter masters, and they cooperated fully. Together, Thomas and I gathered, sorted, and analyzed language from numerous Xeno species and civilizations, searching for these anomalous terms. So far, we've identified 51,940 such words across 29 races, and they've already been decoded." The reader then shared his next goal. "I believe this visit to Terra will be productive. Aside from High Gothic, many ancient languages from other cultures are archived there. I hope to extract new terms. By the time we return, I may even be able to start constructing full sentences from these fragmented words." "Good," Nareth encouraged. "Continue on that path." Meanwhile, under Malkador's orders, all branches of the Imperium were preparing frantically for the Primarchs' arrival. The people of Terra, upon hearing the news of the Primarchs' return, erupted in celebration. The Emperor had ended the Age of Warlords and launched the Great Crusade, reclaiming long-lost human worlds and re-establishing mankind as the galaxy's dominant force. Many still vividly remembered the glorious return of Horus Lupercal 15 years earlier, a month-long celebration. Now, Malkador had declared the reception of the 11th Primarch would last one full month as well. In addition, overworked citizens were overjoyed to hear that they would be granted 3 days of public holiday upon the Primarch's arrival. For 4 straight months, the biggest topic on Terra was the impending return of this new Primarch. As people shared every rumor they could find about Nareth, the imperial propaganda machine roared into action, broadcasting his feats across the stars. Primarch Nareth unified the entire Vostroya system even before being found by the Emperor. He crushed Xeno raiders, built exemplary hive cities, and led his people to prosperity. In 813.m30, he discovered the Traken system, drove out vile Xenos, and added 5 lush, resource-rich habitable worlds to the Imperium. In 814.m30, he uncovered the lost human colony of the Daxos twin world star, personally meeting with House Vextrix, the first night world to swear loyalty to the Imperium. And more. On Terra's audiocasts, his achievements played in a continuous loop, growing in number by the day. In parks and taverns, both official performers and opportunistic artists animatedly told tales of the Primarch's exploits. Each had its own spin. According to incomplete imperial records, there were already 33,911 different versions of Nareth's duel with the Night King of Daxos alone. The people debated endlessly over which story was the real one. Listen, with one swing of his sword, the Primarch cleaved a 10-meter night mech in half. No, he leapt into the air and kicked the Daxos Gloria right in the chest. The whole thing collapsed, flattening an entire mountain. You're all wrong. He didn't even move. He just looked at the Night King, and the guy couldn't handle the pressure and knelt, swearing fealty to him. In the Imperial administration, Malkador listened to reports with a rare smile on his weathered face, issuing detailed orders with his usual precision. Make sure the spaceport has a dedicated berth for the Primarch's ship. The honor guard's music and ceremonial protocol must be flawless. The Arbites must keep the road to the palace clear. The crowd will be immense, preventing trampling or chaos before it starts. For the banquet, food and drink must primarily follow Vostroyan cuisine, but include other cultural varieties too. As always, Malkador missed no detail, overseeing every aspect of the celebration and issuing individual instructions to each department head. Time passed swiftly. In November of 816.m30, Malkador received confirmation that the Void Hunter had exited the Pluto-adjacent Stargate, an artifact known as the Gate of Hades, built during the Golden Age of technology. On the 11th day of November, the Void Hunter arrived at Terra's orbital port. The grand celebration welcoming the 11th Primarch to Terra officially began. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, The Celebration. Nareth boarded the ceremonial shuttle to Terra, accompanied by Arsena. 12 Shadows Order, one from each chapter of the 11th Legion, stood behind him as the elite representatives of their brotherhoods, handpicked to form the honor guard for this historic journey to Terra. Clad in full armor and draped in crimson cloaks, they stood like silent statues behind the Primarch. Nareth stood at the observation window, gazing down upon humanity's cradle. What he saw was vastly different from the blue orb of his memories. If he were to describe it in terms of color, it was now closer to gray. A monochrome wasteland, its oceans long vanished beneath metallic hives that clawed at the sky like rusted talons. Amid the urban sprawl, one structure stood out, the Astronomicon, the massive Psyker lighthouse that allowed Imperial ships to traverse the warp. This immense construct acted as a focusing array, projecting a tremendous concentration of psychic energy into the Immaterium. Even though the Emperor was not physically on Terra, his immense psychic power guided the Astronomicon's signal across the stars. Nareth's eyes flickered with alternating light and shadow as he stared at the brilliant pillar of energy, invisible to ordinary humans. With his warp insight activated, he spotted a golden, familiar radiance within the rainbow column, a blinding channel of force, like a divine conduit leading to the heavens. When we met, I saw no such connection in his aura, only now, here on Terra, through the Astronomicon, can I see their true connection. The Golden Man's psychic might is indeed formidable. As the light faded from his eyes, Nareth turned his gaze to a structure even taller than the Astronomicon, the Imperial Palace. It sprawled across an entire continental shelf, colossal and oppressive in scale. It resembled a scar of ancient marble, stretching from the dried-up eastern coastline of the Eurasian continent all the way to the vast, empty western oceans. Stones from Terra, Luna, Mars, and even the satellites of the solar system's gas giants were used in its construction. Some were even imported from conquered systems far across the galaxy. Cut, polished, and shaped, they were imagined by architects, forged by laborers, and walked upon by soldiers. This monumental structure was a sprawling fortress made of Gothic towers, an architectural epic of incomprehensible scale. Though still incomplete, its skeletal framework alone made it the largest and tallest structure on all of Terra. Today, the laborers who had built it were allowed a moment of rest. They were permitted to stand upon the marble grounds they had toiled over to witness this moment. The celebration of the return of Primarch Nareth. It was both a reward for their work and a propaganda tool for Malkador. These workers would recount the moment to their families, friends, and descendants. Nareth looked beyond the crowd toward Lion's Gate spaceport, one of two primary orbital access points to the palace, the other being the Eternity Wall spaceport. The usually chaotic traffic of the port had been suspended in Nareth's honor. All landing zones had been cleared to host the welcoming convoys. Just as he turned to look, his eyes were drawn to a familiar, radiant presence. It was a frail-looking, elderly man, yet he glowed brilliantly like a star. Malcador came in person. For all his station, this is unexpected courtesy. When gifts come so freely, there's always a price. I'd better be cautious. Nareth narrowed his eyes, alert beneath his calm demeanor. As the shuttle descended, a host of servo skulls, draped in silk banners, chanted through their voxcasters. Lord Nareth, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the 11th Legion. Lord Nareth, liberator and ruler of Vostroya. Master of the Traken system. Welcome, Lord Nareth. The son of the Emperor, the Primarch of the 11th Legion, has come among you. The imperial mid-tier officials, wealthy nobles, and the families of Solar Auxilia officers, all handpicked by Malcador, made up the welcoming party. They responded with thunderous applause and cheers, shaking the plaza. The imperial orchestra began to play an anthem composed specially for Nareth's return. Its melodies interwove with the servo skulls' repeating chants and the people's cries of celebration, forming a chaotic yet strangely harmonious symphony of glory. Amid this chorus, Malcador, robed and hooded, stepped forward. Nareth, he said, on behalf of the Master of Mankind, I welcome the return of his son. Welcome to the place of your birth. Welcome to your true home. Though his voice wasn't loud, it resonated with a strange power, effortlessly silencing the noise around them. Malcador, Nareth replied, bowing slightly, I greet you. After their formal greetings, Malcador turned his eyes to Arsena behind Nareth and instantly recognized him as a psyker, connecting him to known intelligence reports. He nodded slightly. The silver-haired Arsena, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the frail old man, instinctively bowed in return. Malcador turned back to face the giant Primarch before him. Nareth, you have returned over 30 worlds to the Imperium, including the night world of Daxos' twin world system. You have cast out Xenos and reclaimed long-lost human brothers into our fold. You have brought great glory to the Imperium. Allow me to bestow upon you this medal of honor. From a servant's outstretched hands, Malcador took a golden medal, the Knight's Oath of Gold, commissioned specifically to honor those who reclaim lost night worlds. Embedded with a ruby for courage and blue enamel for loyalty, it bore a green inscription, symbolizing the conquest of House Vextrix. Nareth bent forward, allowing Malcador to affix the palm-sized medal to his left chest, and a thought formed in his mind. The 11th Legion should have its own medal and honors system. Straightening up, he saw Malcador gesture toward the ceremonial vehicle. Nareth, please board the vehicle and begin your journey of glory. The people of the Imperium have long awaited this moment. Nareth climbed into the armored landcraft, built to match his enormous frame. Resembling a land ship, its sides were engraved with the golden imperial double-headed eagle. Malcador entered a smaller escort vehicle, leaving center stage to the Primarch. Seated inside, Nareth wore a glowing smile as the cheering crowds flanked the roads on both sides. They surged forward to catch even a glimpse of the Emperor's son, and only the combined efforts of Terra's Arbites and temporarily stationed Solar Auxilia managed to maintain order. Smiling, Nareth completed the procession to the Imperial Palace, where he and Malcador entered the Golden Banquet Hall together. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Malcador's Request, Nareth's Terms. In the banquet hall, Terra's finest chefs presented a feast made from ingredients sourced across the galaxy, all offered in honor of the Primarch. As the silver cloches were lifted, the earthy, rich aroma of black truffles collided with the tender scent of seared steak, filling the air. Roast pork knuckle faced off against wagyu beef across fine porcelain plates, and the marbled fat of 5-year aged ham was arranged like precise geometric patterns. Caviar tumbled onto savory sea urchin, stirring a miniature monsoon through the central air ducts. Nareth sat on his throne, savoring these rare delicacies. The Primarch calmly enjoyed the banquet while the many attending nobles and officials waited patiently for an opportunity to speak with him. As he listened to Malcador discuss the progress of the Great Crusade, he responded briefly to his inquiries. Nareth noticed that since parting ways with Horus, the pace of his conquests had suddenly accelerated. The Luna Wolves had begun favoring swift and aggressive assaults over diplomacy in conquering newly discovered worlds. A silent competition with me. Unnecessary. I never planned to compare accomplishments with the Luna Wolves. I'll be redirecting part of my legion to help build the worlds we've reclaimed. The top spot for battlefield achievements can be his. The position of War Master. His. Even the Four's favor, it's all his. While Nareth pondered this, Malcador abruptly shifted the topic. The glory of the Great Crusade is inseparable from the sacrifices of Terra's people. Young talents from every hive city have been selected to ensure the legions grow steadily. According to statistics, the average working hours of Terra's population have increased by 19.34%. Thanks to their sacrifices and the Forge World supply lines, the crusade progresses smoothly. Nareth gave a subtle nod and replied indifferently. A noble sacrifice. Malcador paused, clearly surprised by the Primarch's detached tone. After a moment's thought, he adjusted his approach and spoke with measured praise. I've heard that the worlds under your governance thrive. That is admirable. Nareth, catching the meaning behind the words, was unsurprised. I hope Vastoria can become a regional supply hub to support passing fleets, Malcador said. With the Great Crusade expanding and the full-scale construction of the Imperial Palace underway, Malcador increasingly felt the weight of responsibility, new wrinkles etched into his face daily. Seeing the explosive industrial growth of Vastoria, he immediately realized that if Nareth agreed to provide logistical support, it would greatly alleviate pressure. The officials and nobles exchanged knowing glances. They realized that Malcador was cornering Nareth in public, during a moment of glory and applause. If the Primarch refused, it would paint him as someone indifferent to the broader needs of the Imperium. Vastroia's current prosperity is the result of great effort by its people. It was not easily won, Nareth said. Besides, I plan to carry out large-scale development on the other worlds the Legion has reclaimed. This has already received the Emperor's approval. At this, all eyes turned to Malcador. The expression beneath his hood remained inscrutable. Just as Malcador expected rejection, the Primarch unexpectedly continued. Though Vastroia faces many challenges, I'm willing to contribute more to the Great Crusade, to shoulder part of the supply burden. But I have a condition. Nareth was naturally prepared to ask for compensation. He recalled that during the Crusade, primary supply responsibilities typically fell to the Forge Worlds of the Cult Mechanicum, and to Terra and the non-Legion fleets directly under Imperial control. It wasn't until the Emperor launched the Webway project and Malcador took over that he began implementing new tax systems. That decision was met with widespread resentment across the legions. Tithe officials were seen as vultures. Horus himself, after Erebus stole the anatheme and botched his diplomacy with the Interrex, was instructed by the War Master to stall the tax enforcers. The War Master criticized the policy directly. The Council of Terra has placed an unbearable weight on newly conquered worlds. These taxes are premature, too broad, and harsh. Most worlds will resist, and many will revolt. If a conquered farmer learns he has a new master, he may just shrug. But if he learns he must give up 1/5 of his harvest, he'll pick up his pitchfork. Indeed, when Horus later rebelled under the banner of overthrowing Terra's tyranny, he gained wide support from many such worlds. In truth, the Astartes legions, designed as weapons of war, had no obligation to supply the Imperial fleets. They were meant to be recipients, not providers. Even in the future, homeworlds of the Astartes chapters would be tax-exempt, with their only required tribute being gene seed. Yet Nareth still agreed to Malcador's request and took on the burden. On one hand, this reflected his confidence in his world's production capabilities, thanks to the Shadows of Order and his specially cultivated talents. On the other hand, supply fleets could bring exotic goods and rare materials, including potion ingredients Nareth sought. He would adapt accordingly. Malcador was momentarily stunned, then a flicker of light flashed through his eyes. Nareth, what do you want in return? Speak freely. My fleet needs a supply point in the Sol system. One of my psychers, Marlena Scala, has prophesied a world tied to my fate, Necromunda. Necromunda would one day become one of the largest hive worlds in the Imperium, with thousands of hive cities and productivity equal to or surpassing dozens of civilized planets combined. If he could conquer Necromunda, it would not only give him a strategic foothold in the Sol system but also a supply base capable of vastly offsetting his own resource consumption. As for the prophecy, that was a fabricated excuse, a cover for his knowledge of this yet undiscovered world. But she's unable to divine a star chart to reach this world, Nareth said, looking at Malcador. I've heard you are a powerful psyker. I hope you can provide me with a revelation. Malcador hadn't expected that Nareth's request would be this modest, just a star map prediction for someone of his skill that was entirely feasible, and far easier than increasing short-term supply capacity. No problem. Come to the observatory tomorrow. I'll divine a path for you. Then we can finalize the scope of your supply commitment. Relieved, Malcador broke into a genuine smile. Rising, he lifted his wine goblet. Everyone, let us toast to the Primarch's generosity and the sacrifices of Vastroia's people. The Imperium shall never forget their service. The gathered officials and nobles quickly raised their glasses and drank alongside the two most powerful figures in the Imperium, savoring the fine vintage. The next day, Nareth visited the observatory room at the northeastern corner of the Imperial Palace on Terra. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Malcador's Star Map Divination. Malcador's attendants opened the door, allowing the Primarch to enter the observatory. The domed ceiling, lined with bluish-green tiles, reflected the glow of hundreds of flickering candles. Their shifting flames cast shadows that danced over the many arcane patterns on the ceiling, making them seem to shimmer in and out of existence. Looking up, Nareth noted that the designs were hard to interpret. Some appeared to be constellations, others were creatures from ancient Terran myths. At the apex of the dome was a patch of shadow, an area untouched by candlelight. Many years ago, a face had been carved into that spot, but its details were now unrecognizable. Nareth's eyes lingered there. He sensed something unusual. The carving felt almost alive, hiding in darkness, staring down at him with a blank, emotionless gaze. Some creature from myth. A lingering spiritual echo. Could that creature be a high-sequence ingredient? Judging by the link between ingredients and mystical paths, it's likely tied to the darkness path. That's just a remnant of an ancient being, Malcador said with a faint, self-deprecating smile, aware of how sharp the Primarch's senses were. Ever since the one I serve, your father, departed, I've spent less and less time here, gazing at the stars. Nareth looked away, sensing Malcador didn't wish to dwell on the subject. Instead, he followed his gaze around the room. Ancient brass telescopes, sundials, and armillary spheres were neatly arranged. Several mahogany cabinets contained various astrological tools, and the bookshelves were filled with tomes. Many of the objects radiated spiritual energy. Malcador's stash is deeper than I thought. And all those materials. Ones I don't even recognize. That means they're at least mid-sequence level potion ingredients. His gaze shifted to the black and white checkerboard floor of polished marble. The gilded walls shimmered faintly, their aged luster showing the room's antiquity. 20 pillars supported the dome. 2 boar crests, one a black wolf's head beneath a moon, the other a chaotic, almost indecipherable design only visible up close, a mess of black arcs, wings, spikes, and an abstract crown. Malcador wore a finely crafted but modest robe. His seemingly frail body leaned on a cane that looked like plain steel, though its eagle head was intricately made. To Nareth's spirit vision, the cane wasn't made of steel, it was crafted from a rare psi-reactive material, engraved with hidden runes. You've worked hard, Nareth said sincerely. To bear the burden of the Imperium on your shoulders, even with great power, that's no small weight. I've grown used to it. From the day I swore loyalty to him, I expected this, Malcador said, his voice deep and reflective, lost in memory for several seconds. Eventually, he smiled at himself. Apologies. I drifted too long in memories. I'm sure you understand. By any measure, I'm an old man. Seeing Nareth's respectful nod, Malcador returned to the matter at hand. To divine a path, I need more than a name. Aside from Necromunda, do you have anything else? Nareth had expected this. I saw Necromunda. I saw a creature shaped like an octopus. I saw fishmen kneeling before it in worship. Looking back up at the dome, he added. It felt like the thing on the ceiling. I believe it would be clearest in the warp. I also saw webs surrounding Necromunda, and a spider lurking among them. And I heard countless whispers of fear. Malcador's tone grew grim. Faith. He fell silent, realizing there was no use denying what a perceptive Primarch had sensed. I imagine the Emperor and Horus have already spoken to you about the Imperial truth. No need for me to repeat it. Your instincts are correct. Faith is just the fragile fantasy of weak humans. That octopus creature is merely a more powerful entity. Like the ones overhead, strong enough to attract ignorant worship. But when they encounter something stronger, they will be destroyed, just like the shadow painted on the ceiling. He turned, retrieving items from a cabinet. As for the spider, that's an illusion. Allow me to show you its falsehood. Soon, he unrolled a massive parchment scroll, nearly as large as a wall. I prefer traditional methods over data slates. This time, Malcador didn't allow himself to be lost in memory. He began the divination. Nareth watched as Malcador raised his staff. A brilliant stream of psychic energy shot into the shadowed apex of the dome. Ripples spread outward as the constellations and mythical creatures began to glow. The entire observatory seemed to sink into the warp's tides. Combining his senses with the etheric knowledge of the Fraile, Nareth rapidly deciphered what he saw. A psychic array. The stars powering it are stones from across the galaxy, purified in the warp. The mythical beasts painted on the dome. Their blood was used to fuel the ritual. What a masterpiece. There are only a handful in the Imperium capable of constructing something like this. His awe was fleeting. He quickly turned his attention back to Malcador, whose gaze pierced the material world and peered beyond. Time seemed to blur. Eventually, Malcador lowered his gaze and began sketching on the parchment. With each stroke, a star map slowly formed. Nareth noted that Malcador's expression remained steady, with no fluctuation in his psychic energy. Clearly, this divination had not cost him much. After a while, Malcador gathered his power, sealed off the psychic field, and turned to Nareth. The star map you asked for is complete. And I saw your octopus and spider. The octopus is dormant. Its faith is limited to the fishmen and a few humans, you need not act. He paused, then continued solemnly. I don't doubt your power. But that creature sleeps deep underground. If it awakens, it will bring disaster upon all of Necromunda. The ground will split open. Countless lives will be lost. Nareth nodded slightly, not sharing Malcador's concern for conflict. From what I remember, that giant octopus stays asleep until the Great Rift. No need to provoke it now. Fighting it now would devastate Necromunda. Better to wait until I'm strong enough to crush it. Even if it's not a potion ingredient, it'll still have its uses. As for the spider, it's exactly what I said. A product of their delusions. It's like a small fish in the sea. A single wave will scatter it. Still, once you reclaim Necromunda, you must purge those delusions. Let those foolish people be touched by the light of the Imperium. Malcador's tone sharpened slightly to stress the point. From that spider, I sensed fear, death. Faith rooted in that only breeds ignorant followers. They will be a source of unrest on that world. Nareth looked at him with admiration. No wonder Malcador was so trusted by the Emperor. He had deduced the hidden danger of Necromunda just from fragments of foresight. The greatest source of instability on that cursed jewel of a world was the corpse grinder cult and its worship of Khorne's demon, lord of skin and sinew, deeply tied to local culture. To Necromundans, spiders symbolized all their fears, including hunger. Those who died of hunger were believed to be food for the spider. To overcome that fear, countless workers in the lower hives and underhives resorted to cannibalism, birthing the corpse grinder cult, worshippers of the lord of skin and sinew. I understand. I'll take care of it. Satisfied with Nareth's confidence, Malcador did not press further. I've heard of your fascination with rare curiosities. I have some private relics of my own. You've agreed to take on the burden of supply. That's helped me a great deal. I don't have much to give, but please, choose one item from my personal collection. It's my gift to you. Malcador had no doubt the Primarch knew he had been politically cornered earlier. Now was the time to repair the relationship. The divination was a small effort for him. Since Nareth enjoyed such things, this was a perfect way to build goodwill before negotiating supply terms. Nareth hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise, and naturally didn't refuse. Though Malcador's treasury didn't rival the Emperor's, it surely held some high-sequence potion materials. A trace of anticipation crept onto the Primarch's face. Then I thank you, Lord Regent. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, Malcador's Private Collection. Follow me, Malcador said. Nareth picked up the parchment scroll and followed him out of the observatory. As they walked along the marble paths within the Imperial Palace, Malcador, in good spirits, asked casually. Are you adjusting well to your stay in the Primarch quarters? Not bad. After all, it was made for us. Nareth replied. The plaza housed 20 grand structures, far beyond the scale for ordinary humans and even larger than those built for the Astartes. A glint of memory flickered in Malcador's deep eyes. The Emperor once hoped that, before the Great Crusade officially began, you and your brothers could grow here, mastering the skills he wished you to learn. But that never happened. Nareth added silently in his heart. Maybe Alfarius was the exception. Strictly speaking, no, Malcador replied. At least, not for their original purpose. The regret in his voice lingered briefly before he composed himself and continued. Horus stayed here for a short time in his quarters. And now it's you. I imagine your brothers will each stay there in turn, eventually. As they spoke, the two arrived at a building. It was an ancient-looking structure. Its bronze spiral plates gleamed faintly under the lights. Malcador pushed open the door, inviting Nareth inside to view his private collection. My most treasured possessions are two ancient paintings found during the Age of Strife, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa and Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers. Nareth's gaze lingered briefly on the legendary masterpieces, which he had never seen in person before. Though still perfectly preserved in a stasis field, they emitted no spiritual light, and so his attention soon drifted elsewhere. As much as he admired the works of the great masters, he wasn't about to waste this opportunity on something that wasn't an alchemical material. I wouldn't take what another holds dear. Malcador breathed a quiet sigh of relief at Nareth's disinterest in the priceless paintings and led him further into the collection. Nareth noticed that compared to the Emperor, Malcador's collection leaned more toward art. That aligned with his impression of Malcador. He had supported the inclusion of remembrancers in the Crusade fleets to document its grandeur through art, and had also ordered the Imperial administration to oversee Caspar Ansbach-Hauser Conservatory project. After inspecting 12 objects, Nareth finally found one radiating spiritual energy and paused in front of an ancient manuscript. At a glance, he could tell that the text didn't belong to the Gothic linguistic family, it resembled random gibberish. Yet when the Primarch committed it to memory, he felt an internal logic hidden within, a code, perhaps. Noticing his interest, Malcador explained. That is the Voynich manuscript. It was written sometime between the 15th and 16th centuries. Its content and author remain unknown. It's named after the bookseller who discovered it in 1912. Perhaps only he knew who wrote it, and what it actually says. Nareth's eyes glinted. He had just witnessed Malcador's formidable powers of divination, possibly the best among humanity. And yet, Malcador couldn't decipher this manuscript, or at least not completely. That could only mean it was a high-sequence alchemical material. Pages, the White Tower pathway immediately comes to mind. But it could also be linked to the Paragon pathway, or even sequence 3 of the Fool pathway, the Scholar of Yore. At the very least, it's a solid backup option. If I don't find anything better, I could go with this. It wouldn't be a waste. Do you want to choose that one? Malcador asked. Nareth shook his head slightly. If you don't mind, Lord Regent, I'd like to look through everything before I decide. Of course. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. I'll introduce each item as we go. Despite his many pressing responsibilities, Malcador remained patient. He had already promised Nareth a gift and had no intention of rushing him. Nareth continued his tour of the collection, occasionally pausing, not only before potential alchemical items, but even at ordinary artifacts. Each pause was nearly the same in duration, reflecting equal curiosity. On the 33rd pause, Nareth's gaze locked onto a trihedral object. It appeared to be made of some kind of violet alloy, with each of its 3 faces displaying a completely different eye. One was a cold, indifferent, eyelashless eye that contained countless brilliant stars. Another was a black mass covered in writhing eyeballs. The third was a vacant, unfocused gaze that seemed to have lost its focal point entirely. Nareth immediately connected it with the hermit path. The first face resembled the symbolic eye of the hermit path. The second, the writhing black mass, evoked the mythic form of the hermit's associated creature. And the third reminded him of the sequence 3, clairvoyant state when using a Beyonder ability. I can confirm this item holds a trait of the hermit path sequence 3, the clairvoyant. For the first time, Nareth had pinned down the exact sequence of an item among all the collections of Malcador and the Emperor. It comes from an extinct interstellar civilization I call Ariadne. Their warriors fought with crimson, blood-red spears. I call it the Dice of Prophecy. It's rolled once every 3 years. When it comes to a stop, the upward face projects a hologram, showing an image and text. Between those 3-year intervals, if you roll it again, nothing happens, as if it needs time to charge. Just like most seers, only catching glimpses of fate passively, the image it shows is vague and beyond control. Nareth's eyes gleamed. He pressed further. It can't be controlled. No. I've tried every method I know, psychic manipulation, targeted ritual arrays, divination focal tools, but none have made it respond to my will. To me, it's a bit of a white elephant. The results are too dependent on chance, less effective than my own divinations. Nareth gave a thoughtful nod. As a powerful psyker, Malcador had little use for a prophetic tool he couldn't direct. But Nareth was not so easily discouraged. If the dice truly contains the power of a sequence 3 level item, then its prophecies are likely free from interference. However, if one possesses a force of absolute authority, one might override that resistance and command it directly. And with my control over the Kingdom of Disorder, I may be able to do just that. Plus, the third layer provides unique relationship binding effects. Among all the choices, this is the best. I know its sequence precisely. With that thought, Nareth made up his mind. Unless he encountered something significantly more valuable, he would choose this artifact. He continued browsing the rest of the collection. After viewing every item, Malcador asked. Have you decided? Yes, Nareth said, returning to the trihedron. I want the Dice of Prophecy. Very well. How long until it can be used again? Malcador paused to calculate. 11 months. Nareth then picked up the dice from its transparent, glass-like case. As they prepared to part ways, Malcador reminded the Primarch of an important appointment. I've arranged for the Imperium's finest sculptors to meet you tomorrow. They'll need to record your likeness, though that alone is an immense mental challenge for them. They will sculpt your image, even if it's just part of it. It's necessary. They did the same for Horus. Your statue will become the second to stand in the Heroes' Square, that great open plaza. I'll cooperate, Nareth replied calmly. On the way back to his quarters, a thought stirred in Nareth's mind. That shadow, that mythical creature. Terra still holds many things of value. I should send someone to investigate. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, Psychic Piercing. While deep in thought, Nareth stepped into a circular plaza. The colorful mosaics forming the plaza depicted abstract geometric patterns, almost like a mural. The plaza is connected to 20 buildings, not a coincidence. These were the residences the emperor had prepared for the Primarchs. Walking along the lakeside path, Nareth entered a courtyard built from pale stone blocks. Within the courtyard stood a training ground. Upon seeing the Primarch return, the 12 members of the Shadow of Order halted their movements and saluted their Genefather. After nodding slightly in return, Nareth raised his head toward orbit. His consciousness extended into the void above, locating the Void Hunter among the many ships and locking onto Tierney's position. He then sent a telepathic message to the Marauder, along with the dark symbol he saw on the observatory dome. Send someone to investigate. You are not to take the risk yourself. What Nareth wanted to avoid wasn't Malkador's surveillance. Given his sharp senses, not investigating the mythic creature would have been more suspicious. The treasure-hunting team couldn't avoid Malkador's notice anyway. The real threat came from other powers. If they caught wind of a creature that even the Primarchs were curious about, they'd dispatch agents either to claim it or curry favor, likely disturbing the being, if it still lived. Nareth then stepped into a 3-story black villa, painted that way on Malkador's orders. The building looked more like obsidian than marble. The first floor contained a large lounge and a dining room by the window. Members of the honor guard lived in the guest rooms on this level, allowing them to stand watch and train in the courtyard. After sitting in his alloy chair perfectly suited to him, Nareth thought for a moment, then activated his communicator. He issued commands to the Master of Vox, mobilizing the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 11th, and 12th chapters to converge on the Sol system. He knew that Necromunda was currently ruled by the Arrhenius Continuity, a 6-system civilization linked by warp gates. Their rulers were Technobility, who referred to their homeworld as Arrhenius Prime, renamed Necromunda after its conquest by the Imperium. Considering how the Imperial Fists could blitz a star system in a day, taking Arrhenius Prime in 2 months, the fall of the Arrhenius Continuity wasn't a challenge. But Nareth recalled how the Continuity destroyed the warp gates of the other 5 systems, leaving only Necromunda intact after the blasts. He wasn't about to let that go to waste. He wanted all 6 systems, and the warp gates were worth studying. He aimed to conquer them even faster. Besides blitz tactics, there was another possibility, using the dice of prophecy he had just obtained to glean insight. Rising from his chair, he ascended the stairs. The 2nd floor was for his personal aide and his staff. The reader and his assistants had already departed for various libraries to gather and record knowledge. Nareth climbed to the 3rd floor, which housed a large bedroom, study, bathroom, and spacious balcony. He entered the study, sat down in a matching alloy chair, and opened the transparent box holding the 3-sided die. The dice of prophecy required 2 human hands to hold, but Nareth lifted it easily with 2 fingers. It felt cold, like metal. With a casual toss, the die spun and landed on the long table. No projection appeared. Just as Malkador said, when inert, it's like any ordinary die. Still 11 months until it's recharged. Contemplative, he picked it up again with 2 fingers and studied it in his palm. At that moment, on the capital world of the Brenna system, elegant red aircraft swooped through the skies toward a building. One red hoverbike carried a tall figure in a crimson robe, white mask over her head, raising a staff and issuing a command in Eldari tongue. Attack the Monkey. Save our kin. Through prophecy, the Eldar had confirmed only 34 Monkey in black armor were present. They believed they could rescue their wounded brethren in a swift raid. This was to be a quick strike. Before they could react, the Eldar would free their kin and withdraw with elegance. At that same moment, Howard, sensing an intrusion in his jurisdiction, issued a command via comms. Xeno's incursion. Prepare for combat. His eyes gleamed. For nearly a year, he had waited for this moment. To lure the bait, he had even relocated his office to the very building where Eldar prisoners were held. Now the opportunity had come. If he could capture their seer, he might uncover Samhan's purpose and fulfill the Primarch's command to locate Vigilus. Howard sprinted to the balcony just as the Eldar jetbikers struck. Diving, they unleashed their attacks on the black-armored warriors below. From their grav bikes, hundreds of monomolecular star darts launched in nets at their targets. These star darts were signature Eldar weapons, advanced and nearly impossible to replicate. They operated on gravity accelerators, using crystal cores as ammo. When fired, high-energy pulses peeled off monomolecular shards from the core and launched them through the barrel at high speed. Magnetic anti-grav devices held the core steady for the pulse, enabling hundreds of shots per second. Each core supported over a dozen salvos. The drawback: no rifling in the barrel, sacrificing precision. But they didn't need aim. Hundreds of razor darts blanketing an area were harder to dodge than a few accurate bullets. Yet the first chapter's Shadow of Order warriors were even faster. Alerted by their Lord Commander, they sensed the oncoming jet bikes and, just before the Eldar struck, executed tactical maneuvers, dodging the attack and raising their bolt guns for a counterstrike. At close range, ideal for retaliating, their bolt rounds tore through several bikers before they could evade. The Eldar seer, shocked by the failure of the initial blitz, raised her staff to attack the black-armored warriors. But Howard was faster. The interrogator burst onto the balcony, his black eyes glowing faint blue as invisible light flared. A bolt of psychic lightning struck the Eldar's soul directly. The psychic-piercing attack sent the seer reeling with agony too intense to think. Within his jurisdiction, Howard's psychic amplification struck her with devastating force. The Eldar tumbled from her grav bike. Howard drew his power sword, lunged forward, and appeared before her in a blink. With a swing, blue energy crackled, and the blade sliced through her right shoulder and arm. Her staff clattered to the ground. The interrogator reached out, grabbing the seer by the throat. The sudden reversal stunned the Eldar bikers. Their precious seer, captured by a Monkey. Enraged, the Windrider jet bikers veered and charged toward Howard. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, The Interrogator. The Eldar seer had just begun to recover from the searing pain in his soul when he felt a powerful hand clamp tightly around his throat, his right arm severed. The agony caused his left arm to tremble slightly, and before he could retaliate, the interrogator's eyes flashed. The psychic backlash hit the Xeno like a mental spear, causing his brain to feel like it was exploding, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Arbiter Lord Howard landed with the unconscious Eldar seer in tow, just as Eldar forces charged in from all directions. Windrider jet bikers fell from their mounts every second, but none of the Eldar hesitated. They had to retrieve their captured seer from the hands of the Monkey. The two fastest Eldar formed a pincer attack as they lunged at Howard. Fearing harm to the seer, they refrained from using their shuriken catapults. Instead, they grabbed shining spears from their mount. Just a few meters from Howard, they twisted their jet bikes in a graceful arc, and with practiced precision, both Eldar lunged with their spears. The interrogator stepped forward, weaving through the blinding attacks with unnatural speed. Startled, the two Eldar warriors realized this black-armored Monkey was terrifyingly fast. They tried to turn their jet bikes to evade. But the interrogator struck with his power sword, using the Otsbird via form number 16, 6 thrusts executed in an instant. The Eldar had no time to react. The blue energy field ripped them to pieces, their bodies tumbling from their speeding jet bikes. Moments later, all Samhan Eldar who had trespassed into the interrogator's domain lay dead, except for 6 captured Windriders. Howard carried the unconscious seer into the interrogation room, where Tech Marines fastened him into restraints designed specifically for Eldar, barbed manacles piercing through his limbs like thorns. Even unconscious, the seer's body shuddered at the stabbing pain. A member of Howard's honor guard, still furious over fallen battle brothers, yanked off the Xenos' helmet roughly. The seer's pale face slammed into the chair, blood dripping to the floor. After injecting a serum synthesized from prior Eldar captives, the seer slowly awoke. His sharp senses still registered the soul-searing pain, and he found his psychic powers completely suppressed. The manacles were forged from anti-psyker materials that severed his connection to the warp. In his dazed state, he suddenly heard mangled, crude Eldar language. Samhan. Seer. Howard had picked up some Eldar tongue recently. Once he drew the Xeno's attention, he switched to High Gothic. I believe you understand Gothic. The interrogator smiled as the seer raised his head defiantly, glaring with contempt. Good. I like that rebellious attitude. Lightning flickered in the interrogator's eyes, and the next moment, the seer felt electrical lashes whip through his soul. It was as if barbed whips were scourging his very spirit. The agony caused him to frown deeply. As he writhed under the torment of the whip of agony, a cold voice echoed again in Gothic. Do you speak High Gothic? Deezer didn't want to dignify the Monkey's question with an answer, but the torment was too great. Arcs of electric pain lashed his mind, his soul spasming uncontrollably. He trembled, knees going weak. This was a deeper agony than the thorns piercing his flesh or the anti-psyker torture. This pain was spiritual. Finally, the Eldar seer reluctantly muttered, the Monkey's tongue is no challenge to me. His mocking tone was a deflection, a hope to goad his captor into ending his suffering. Your language is as crude and bland as your incomplete evolution. But the interrogator only smiled, feeling something inside him digest the spiritual resistance more clearly than ever before. He pressed on. Your name. The seer sensed the lashes coiling again, warning him. Still, he refused to answer. The interrogator unleashed the whip once more, tearing into the alien's soul. Your name. Sheacross. The seer gasped, spitting out part of his name for a momentary reprieve. Howard grinned mockingly. I thought the proud Eldar were stronger than this. You're no tougher than a Monkey. Don't get cocky, Sheacross gasped. You'll get nothing useful from me. Nothing useful. Howard laughed and struck with the whip again. What did you foresee? What prophecy brought you to this cluster? Despite the pain, Sheacross's heart sank. His fellow Eldar had broken under interrogation and revealed everything. He was furious at their weakness, but he also understood why. No Eldari had ever recorded these Monkays wielding such psychic torture. How can you do that? How can you scourge my soul? You don't get to ask questions, Zeno, the interrogator replied coldly. Another lash of agony tore through Sheacross. Answer me. What was your prophecy? You, crude Monkays, like your tyrant, your Samhan's enemies. You must die. But the interrogator felt something unlock again inside him, another piece of the puzzle falling into place. Their farcer must have foresaw that Samhan, their craft world, would face my lord and all of the 11th Legion. Tell me, where is the Vigilus system? Sheacross said nothing, shocked and afraid. He knew the Monkay called that critical planet Vigilus. It was vital to Samhan. So the Monkays do know of that world. The prophecy was right. Nareth and his sons are our enemies. That world must never fall into their hands. You won't say, the interrogator sneered. That's fine. We have plenty of time to play. Believe me, you'll tell me everything I want to know. In your dreams, Sheacross growled. Nareth and your kind will be destroyed. Death. A crack of soul-scourging pain silenced him. Howard's black eyes glowed with fury. Zeno, you're a prisoner. You don't get to speak the Primarch's name. Meanwhile, on Terra, Nareth was in the palace's ground floor hall, listening to a report from Arsena. My lord, I found ancient mural rubbings from the Achaemenid Empire in the librarium. They offered valuable insight. In addition, I also. Nareth nodded with satisfaction after hearing the reader's briefing. Well done. Continue your work. My lord, one more matter requires your attention. Many noble families have approached me today, they all seek your support. Nareth tapped the back of his chair thoughtfully. These nobles didn't understand the Emperor's true vision. Primarchs and Astartes were weapons of war. No Primarch, neither he nor the famed War Master, nor even Guilliman with his political genius, would have a seat in Terra's future. Still, no harm in meeting them. I do need eyes and voices on Terra. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, Strategic Objectives During the Great Crusade. With this thought in mind, Nareth turned to Arsena and said. Select some houses. I will meet with them later. On the third morning after arriving on Terra, a group of ordinary people dressed in ornate, diverse garments arrived at the hall of the Primarch's residence. They were Terra's finest sculptors. Most of them had been honored 15 years earlier by being selected to craft the statue of another Primarch. Of them, 11 sculptors were focused solely on recreating Nareth's face, his jet black hair, broad forehead, obsidian-like eyes, and straight nose. More sculptors worked on his side and back, standing, kneeling, reclining, studying the Primarch's presence from every angle. From an artistic standpoint, a collaborative effort by many sculptors was far from ideal. Such work often suffered from inconsistency due to the differing hands behind it. But this was the only feasible method. Past experience had taught the sculptors that no single master artist could complete this sacred task alone. They had also tried using recording devices to capture the Primarch's image, but the results were far inferior to direct observation, just as painters prefer live models over photos. A mortal's senses and mind, when captivated by part of a Primarch's being, would naturally overlook the rest, resulting in an incomplete reconstruction. Time and again, the sculptors reluctantly pulled their gazes away, jotting down whatever inspiration they had managed to grasp. Most used traditional parchment, while a few employed data slates or other recording devices. Every so often, they would withdraw in fear, then fall into a trance-like daze for several seconds, or even minutes, before snapping out of it, only to realize that their earlier inspiration had already slipped away. As he stood motionless for the sculptors, Nareth's mind raced. He was already thinking about the supply lines he'd discuss with Malcador soon. According to the Treaty of Olympus, logistics were originally Mars's responsibility. An hour later, Nareth finally spoke. That's enough for today. The sculptor in white robes before him, who had been observing his eyes, frowned and protested. Lord Primarch, we still have inspiration left unrecorded. I understand. But I have other matters to attend to. I trust you all can complete the statue with the materials you've gathered. The Primarch's trust reinvigorated them. My lord, I will faithfully capture your glory. My lord, I shall portray the Emperor's son in full splendor. Satisfied, Nareth nodded and was about to leave when the white-haired sculptor suddenly stepped forward and, gathering his courage, blocked the Primarch's path. Lord Primarch, at least, allow me to take a photograph. He hastily explained, it would help me better visualize your full appearance. Nareth considered it briefly, then nodded. Very well. The sculptor raised his picture, arms slightly trembling, and snapped the photo. Nareth left the courtyard and sent a message to Malcador. The regent replied, inviting him to talk by the lake. Choosing a relaxed setting for this kind of talk, huh? Soon, by the lakeside, Nareth saw Malcador approaching, flanked by 2 grey-robed scribes. Nareth, how did it go? The sculptors were diligent. I'm confident the results will be good. They all see this as an honor and will devote themselves fully, Malcador replied, then looked at the Primarch more intently. I must thank you again for being willing to provide supplies. It takes a great weight off my shoulders. Nareth calmly accepted the Malcator's praise and said. But this support won't be indefinite. Supplying the legions was supposed to be Mars' responsibility. Indeed. They are working on it, making progress on 2 fronts to improve their logistics. They're identifying resource-rich worlds among the newly reclaimed territories to establish new forge worlds. They've already seen some success. In 813, Mars founded a new forge world on Mazoa. Nareth nodded slightly. He had already conquered the Triken system, where the main world was destined to be turned into a forge world. 3 night worlds would also be established there. The Mechanicum is the faction I've exploited the most. Vostroya used to be under shared control between the Imperium, Mars, and local nobility. Now it's solely mine. And the Daxos twin world star, once loyal to Mars, now have the Vextrix family swearing allegiance to me. Nareth felt no guilt for this. The Mechanicum always targeted high-value locations, and seizing those early only made strategic sense. His mind drifted to another yet undiscovered world, Cypermundi, a convergence point for many warp routes and the future naval headquarters in the Obscura sector. More importantly, it would grow into one of the Imperium's 4 greatest shipyards, rivaling even Mars. He immediately decided, once his talk with Malcador was done, he would issue orders to explore and locate Cypermundi. As they walked along the cold lakeshore, the regent's voice rose again. Re-establishing Vostroya's link to Mars has made them realize that some of their past exploration fleets and colony ships may have succeeded after all. But so far, nothing has been rediscovered. Nareth nodded. He knew of a few lost forge worlds from the dark age of technology, like Zhao Arcad, which would eventually be found by the Thousand Suns. I can't ignore these worlds either. If I can find and control them, I'll gain local supply hubs and rare technologies. Nareth glanced at Malcador beside him and said. As for the end date for my supply contributions, I believe we need clear criteria. You already have a proposal, don't you? Yes. The 11th Legion will use Vostroya as its center and explore a region with a diameter of 330 light-years, establishing a sector. It will be a contiguous, neighboring territory on the star map. In the Imperium's hierarchy, control over the galaxy was structured as segmentum, sector, subsector, system, planet. A typical sector spans 200 light-years, subsectors, 10 to 60 light-years. Nareth's proposed sector, however, spanned 330 light-years, significantly larger than usual. His strategic goal during the Great Crusade was to establish a domain at least as vast as Guilliman's Ultramar sector. In addition, he would secure key strategic nodes in other areas, investing minimally for maximum gain. These included already mapped points like Necromunda, the Triken system, and the Daxos twins, as well as planned targets like Cypermundi, Vigilus, and potential worlds such as Maudian. Malcador stared into the lake for a moment, then said. Continue. For every forge world Mars establishes or rediscovers in adjacent sectors, my promised supply scope and volume will decrease by 20%. When 5 such forge worlds are operational, I will cease supplying other Crusade fleets. The 11th Legion will be self-sufficient. Given what Nareth knew of the Mechanicum, their hunger for resources and efficiency, he was certain they'd establish 5 forge worlds within 30 years. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, Finalizing Supplies with Malcador. The Sigillite's mind spun rapidly, data surging through it at speeds no less than those of a tech priest of the cult. Transit hub, Marque, 5 troop transports, 3 landing craft, 4 solar auxilia regiments. Rations. Ammunition. Logistics figures for the Vostroya periphery and segmentum obscurus flashed through Malcador's consciousness. 23 seconds later, he spoke. As you propose. With that, the Sigillite made his decision. 2 scribes immediately recorded the agreement between Malcador and the Primarch regarding the supply commitment. Next is the scope of the supplies, Malcador continued. Vostroya has already established a shipyard capable of servicing expeditionary fleet vessels. Repairing ships was something Nareth was more than willing to offer, it was an excellent opportunity to train skilled laborers. He also planned to develop some gifted individuals into Beyonders, who might uncover the secrets of rare and unusual ships during their work. Vostroya has a fairly complete industrial system. It can supply loss guns, power cells, The Symphony of the Sea has abundant produce and can supply food for the expeditionary fleet, including rice. Nareth spoke at a rapid pace, and the two scribes nervously recorded the 33 major categories and 1,052 subcategories he listed. As for the specific supply standards, my attendants will coordinate with imperial officials. The items Nareth listed were all high-output products of Vostonia, with solid logistics capabilities. Most supply allocations were set at 20% to 30% of production capacity, a significant challenge for Vostroia, but not an insurmountable one. As for equipping Astartes legions, since Vostroia's factories are still under construction and the 11th Legion is still growing, production capacity will remain tight in the near term. We do not yet have the ability to supply them. Given that the Emperor and Horus had gone to the Segmentum Obscurus to retrieve the 11th Primarch, that region naturally became the focal point of the Great Crusade, increasing its logistical pressure. With Vostroia now supplying the Imperium, Malcador's burden was greatly eased. Pleased with the range of support Nareth promised, Malcador offered his own contribution in return. I will command the Mechanicum Muggos to provide technical and equipment support for the Shadow of Order, ensuring that Vostroia can fully develop its Legion armament production capabilities. Thank you for your support, Lord Regent. With this, the Shadow of Order will be able to join the Great Crusade even faster. The Emperor will be pleased to hear this. He's been very satisfied with the 11th Legion's progress. As he said this, even Malcador couldn't help but smile. I believe he'll grant you more rewards, he added. I mean truly special items, he knows your interests, and his collection is vast beyond measure. Relieved of much pressure, Malcador, knowing the Emperor's satisfaction, couldn't help but speak warmly. The briber pathway within Nareth responded with noticeable digestion, a form of indirect feedback. While not as effective as direct feedback, it was clear enough. He used his beyonder eloquence to speak. I do have a personal request related to my interests. I hope it will receive your support. Please, go ahead. I hope that as the fleets receive supplies and continue their expeditions, they'll also share with me a portion of the artifacts they collect. Nareth understood that potion ingredients were scattered across the galaxy, and relying solely on his progeny to acquire them would be too limited in scope. Since he had this opportunity, he intended to expand his sources. After all, supplying the fleets should entitle him to an appropriate return. No fleet will ignore a request from a Primarch, Malcador replied with a smile. If they are able, they will be glad to satisfy your interests. I'll attach this instruction to the astropathic messages sent to all legions. In my personal name, I'll encourage all fleets, without hindering their expeditions, to search for unique artifacts and bring them back to Vostroia. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. All the fleets and auxilia forces would naturally honor the interests of a Primarch, seeing their offerings as a mark of distinction. Most Astartes were fiercely proud of their own legions. Their desire not to be outdone would drive them to gather rare specialties from the worlds they visited, fueling a competitive display of offerings. In this way, I'm exchanging a portion of our output for potion ingredients I might otherwise never encounter. Providing supplies for the Empire is, at the very least, a break-even arrangement. Having finished discussing logistics, Malcador shifted to a new topic. Enhancing the connection between the retrieved Primarch and both Terra and the Imperium was one of the Emperor's secret directives. I believe your understanding of Terra, humanity's homeworld, is still incomplete. You should use your time on Terra to visit any places that interest you. Recalling Nareth's preferences, Malcador smiled and said, I believe you'd be interested in museums and observatories. They might offer your collection some intriguing additions. Every collected item would bear the imprint of Terra's culture. In admiring them, a Primarch would naturally remember the world they came from. Nareth gave a slight nod, understanding Malcador's meaning. He remembered that when Fulgrim was on Terra, he stayed on Mount Naroda and used the Terava Forge to craft the mighty Warhammer Forgebreaker as a gift to Ferrus Manus. Thinking of the Terava Forge, Nareth recalled the information about that ancient tribe. Terava, abbreviated as Tava, is a unit of power commonly used in nuclear industries, equal to 10 superscript 1 superscript 2 watts. During the Age of Strife, there was a clan on Terra known as the Terava tribe, master smiths and engineers. They controlled many forges in the Ural Mountains and were believed to share roots with the Mechanicum of Mars. They remained hidden for thousands of years until they emerged once more to swear allegiance to the Emperor. In return for their weapons, used during the Unification Wars, the Emperor shared with them many technologies from the Dark Age of technology. The Terava tribe is a force worth contacting. Before the treaty with Mars, they were the Emperor's arms dealers. They must have some good stuff. With that, Nareth said, I will make good use of my time on Terra. He and Malcador exchanged a few more words on culture and collectibles before parting ways. On the walk back to the courtyard, Nareth reviewed his plans, combining memory with data submitted by Arsena. After eating, I'll go check out the Grand Observatory. Thinking of the observatory, he couldn't help but think of a secret passage. As a Primarch with keen senses, I should at least explore one secret passage. Let's see, which of my brothers discovered the secret passages beneath the palace again. Magnus. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, The Secret Underground Passage Beneath Terra's Imperial Palace. Nareth issued orders through the Astropath, commanding the 3rd and 8th chapters to begin exploratory missions from the northeast and southeast of Vostroya, respectively, pushing eastward according to the galactic star map. Then he set off with 2 members of the Honor Guard, Hollis from the 1st chapter and Bradshaw from the 11th. These 2, Shadows of Order, were prime candidates for a future mission to Luna. Nareth walked back and forth along the path near the lakeside of the courtyard, simultaneously using both natural and supernatural perception to scan the area. At last, during his second circuit, the Primarch detected something off in the environment, subtle, almost imperceptibly out of place. Even with his heightened senses, it took careful comparison to notice. Nareth walked toward the source of this irregularity and entered an unnatural passage. The 2 Shadows of Order followed. As they stepped through, they felt as though they were passing through a curtain of water. The heavy scent of lake water, the damp smell of rock, and the chill in the air all vanished instantly. It was as though they had entered another layer of reality. Looking around in awe, Hollis, shouldering a bolt gun and with a power sword at his waist, muttered in surprise. "We didn't feel anything at all before this. These tunnels aren't naturally formed. They weren't shaped by tectonic activity or mountain-building forces." Bradshaw murmured. With the superhuman senses inherited from their gene-father, they should have been able to detect it from miles away. But until the very moment they stepped in, they had sensed nothing. "It's no surprise you didn't notice. Even a Primarch could miss it," Nareth replied calmly. Bradshaw scanned their surroundings and asked with curiosity, "Was this built by the Emperor?" "No," Nareth said. "But the Emperor placed a psi barrier here." The 2 Shadows of Order stopped wondering and turned their attention to the corridor, running their hands along the eerily glowing tiled walls, watching faint bioluminescence drift through the air. Overhead, the dim light from the lake bed above rippled across the ceiling, which was covered in hanging stalactites. Crystalline filaments snaked through fissures in the rock above, shimmering like distant stars, an alien beauty far removed from the surface of Terra. The 2 warriors became mesmerized. Their pupils dilated as they stared, entranced by the crystals, as though something within was pulling them in, gripping their eyes and their senses. Nareth noticed their slowed movements, legs lifting and falling as if in slow motion. He looked to the ceiling and sensed the supernatural allure radiating from the luminous crystals. He didn't break the spell, not because of the Emperor's psi barrier. That psi barrier, while potent enough to suppress average psychers or even the 1,000 Suns, was no obstacle to a Primarch. He could have used his will to awaken them, but he chose not to. This is your final test, whether your will can overcome the illusions of the senses. Countless strange lights flickered in their dark eyes as the 2 warriors seemed to enter another world. They lingered, enraptured, for what seemed like ages. Suddenly, the same thought surfaced in both their minds. "We are the chosen, tasked with guarding our Gene-Father on his journey between Terra and the stars. Where is the Gene-Father now?" The panic jolted them awake, as if a mirror shattered before their eyes, and they snapped back to awareness. You've conquered your senses with your will." The praise from the Primarch made them stand tall and proud once again as they followed Nareth deeper into the tunnels. With that near entrancement experience behind them, their awareness remained razor-sharp as they pressed on. The deeper they ventured into the labyrinth beneath the lake bed, the more they realized how difficult it was to find the correct path. Each tunnel felt strange, their senses unable to differentiate one from another. They appeared distinct, yet somehow the same. They had no choice but to follow their Gene-Father, they never doubted his ability to navigate this bizarre maze. Suddenly, Nareth halted, his eyes catching sight of a faintly glowing green stone by the tiled wall. Cold stone. A secondary material related to the Sequence 8, Gravedigger, of the Death Pathway. He bent down and picked up a palm-sized, oval-shaped stone. He hadn't expected to find potion ingredients on this spontaneous detour through the Imperial Palace's underground maze en route to the Grand Observatory. Scanning the area, he noticed that these glowing stones were not part of the tunnel design, nor did they carry the Emperor's psi barrier markings. Taking these cold stones won't have any consequences. While he pondered, the 2 shadows naturally stopped beside him. Knowing their father's interests well, they also crouched and began collecting cold stones. Nareth continued forward, the route clearly etched in his mind. The unnatural architecture could not disrupt his perception. He led his sons out of the tunnel and up a staircase before they stretched a wide boulevard lined with silver birches and plane trees. Nareth surveyed the area. The Grand Observatory stood atop a black rocky outcrop, its grandeur unmatched by any ancient Terran structure and rivaling even the vast megastructures of future millennia. The white marble outer walls stood over 2,000 meters tall, carved with violet-red veins and intricate engravings. Massive flying buttresses, sculpted as winged angels, extended from the rocky base of the structure, arms outstretched in supplication toward the heavens. The surrounding walls of the observatory were adorned with depictions of astronomy's great pioneers and their monumental achievements. In niches and on pedestals stood statues of Agnic, Sokov, the heliocentric heretic, Hypatia, the alchemist of Scania, Suleiman, the mother of comets, and more, each one a scientific legend deserving of such honor. A vast telescope once used by the emperor himself to observe distant galaxies still hung from chains in the central dome. Its obsidian lens shimmered darkly under sunlight. Nareth ascended the 300-meter-wide staircase made of Oslith stone toward the grand entrance. Primarch. Gasps of awe echoed from the entrance as people beheld the towering figure approaching as if witnessing a dream. Moments later, the giant's shadow loomed over them. "I wish to visit the observatory," he said. "Of course," stammered a research staff member. "I'll notify the director to attend to you." "No need," Nareth shook his head slightly. "If I require anything, I'll call him." With that, Nareth walked past them and entered the grand observatory. He passed through 4 observation rooms without incident. But upon entering the 5th, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, The Book of Thelema. The Primarch gave a slight nod and walked over to an observation platform, gazing at the telescope atop it. Unlike those night-mech-sized giant observatories, this telescope wasn't particularly large, just a bronzed antique about the height of an average human. "My lord." The observer, realizing he should be the one to brief the Primarch, did his best to remain composed. "This telescope is over 10,000 years old. It was created during the early age of technology, an era that didn't yet have warp drives." Nareth nodded subtly and thought to himself. "The main lens emits a glow of spiritual energy. It's definitely a potion material, though not one I recognize. Most likely it's a material that aligns with either the Paragon Pathway Sequence 5, Astronomer, or the Door Pathway Sequence 7, Astrologer." He immediately turned to Bradshaw and the observer and said, "I'll be taking this telescope." That afternoon, Nareth toured the entirety of the Grand Observatory and discovered 5 mystic materials. He also selected 4 additional items to be delivered to his courtyard. That evening, upon returning to his villa, he encountered Arsena Dunn, who had just returned from the Cranium Library. "My lord, while reading through some books today, I came across a poetry collection by Eric Baum. It radiated a spiritual glow, so I requested that volume along with a few others." Arsena presented the poetry collection respectfully. Nareth skimmed the table of contents, spotting titles like The Moon and Dresden at Night, instantly identifying it as a primary material for the Midnight Poet. He placed the book on his desk and continued, "I've compiled a preliminary list from the various factions requesting an audience." Taking the data slate, Nareth noticed the name Tyrava. In an instant, dozens of strategies formed in Nareth's mind, ranging from cooperation to conquest to alliance. "Tomorrow night, I'll meet with Televar's chieftain." He didn't know much about the Tyrava, nor their current circumstances or intentions, so he decided to assess them during the meeting. After scheduling the audience, Nareth turned his gaze toward the courtyard. "You will go and offer our thanks to the people at the Grand Observatory." The observatory director, along with several staff, had personally delivered the selected instruments to the villa. Arsena exited to deliver Nareth's thanks. Meanwhile, Nareth returned to the 3rd floor, entered the Kingdom of Disorder, and directed his Jokero, whom he'd named Anthony, to brew 1 batch each of the Lawyer and Arbiter potions. He then summoned Hollis and Bradshaw. After accepting their offerings of cold stone, he watched them each drink the golden and black potions. Moments later, after instructing the newly promoted Arbiter and Lawyer, Nareth said, "I have a mission for you both." The 2 newly inducted court knights responded excitedly, "Father, we will obey your every command. You are to go to Luna and forge the Terraborn candidates into true shadows of order." Terraborn candidates would continue entering the legions for some time. Though their numbers would decline, they were still part of the shadows of order. Rather than waiting until after they joined the legions for cultural indoctrination, it would be better to imprint the order's ideology during their transformation and training. Noticing a flicker of disappointment and gloom on their faces, Nareth smiled and said, "Your task is of great importance. Thousands of candidates will be shaped under your guidance into shadows of order. I chose you 2 from among the honor guard. That is a mark of trust." Hollis and Bradshaw, realizing their father's confidence in them, immediately bowed. "We shall give our all, and raise the candidates into true shadows of order. For those who are eliminated during advancement but embrace the Legion's culture, return them to Vostroya. Based on their aptitude, assign them to the Auxilia forces. Before departing for Luna, you must also draft the training program and report to me. It must include sections on governance, law, and related subjects." The 2 warriors took their leave to begin drafting the new curriculum. On his 4th day on Terra, Nareth took Arsena, Hollis, and Bradshaw once more through the underground palace passageways. As Arsena entered the strange tunnels, his psychic powers were instantly suppressed, leaving him feeling weakened. As a reader, he had no combat-related abilities, and even his ritual magic couldn't be used since the necessary language and steps hadn't yet been fully developed. He instinctively touched the ring on his finger and the orb at his waist for a sense of stability. His will was tested severely. It took nearly 100 meters of walking before his pale complexion returned to normal. Hollis and Bradshaw, now enhanced by their Beyonder transformation, no longer suffered hallucinations from the ceiling's crystal illusions due to Nareth's intense sensory presence. Prepared this time, they began loading chunks of cold stone into Astarte-sized backpacks, over half filled and carried slung around their necks. Nareth's destination today was the library. After receiving Arsena's offering of the poetry collection the previous night, he moved up his visit by 3 days. Emerging from the tunnel beneath the grand observatory, he walked in the opposite direction of its entrance. He paused briefly before a large statue carved from onyx and quartz, Copernicus, and the first page of his magnum opus. This was the most dazzling artwork among all the statues, though not a portion-off material. After appreciating it for a moment, he continued along the gilded avenue, toward the Cranium Library. With a clear objective and the wide-ranging spiritual vision of a briber, Nareth finished exploring the immense library in a single day. He found 111 books. Aside from primary materials for Sequence 8, Midnight Poet, and Sequence 9, Reader, there was one book that wasn't a material, but proved to be his greatest find. The Book of Thelema. In ancient Greek, Thelema, Theta Epsilon Lambda Mu Alpha, means will. This book detailed numerous mysteries surrounding the nature of will. As Nareth flipped through its pages, he mused. Most psychers call the refinement of willpower the weaving of fate. Some refer to it as Akasha. The Vuk of Fenrika, shamans call it Wyrd. The seers of Shagatai speak of riding the infinite storm. But only one group ever used the term Thelema, the Thousand Suns. He finished reading the entire book in under a minute, despite its unusual alphabet and symbols entirely different from Gothic script. Interesting. The text has a strange rhythm and structure. It'll be incredibly helpful to Arsena in developing a mystical language. The symbols are unique too, understanding them might help us develop new runes. Thinking of the runes Magnus once comprehended from books and passed down to his sons, Nareth made a decision. I should begin researching will-enhancing runes myself. My children possess heightened senses, they're more susceptible to influence. Chaos corruption will become a serious threat in the future. Relying solely on their willpower isn't reliable. Runes etched onto their power armor could slightly amplify willpower and resistance to corruption, similar to how the Chagorian speedglyphs used runes to marginally boost speed. Though the increase would be small, considering the scale of the legions, every bit counts. Nareth also recalled the mental techniques Magnus developed and taught his sons. Yes, I can create my own mental training techniques and pass them on to my children, so they won't need to rely solely on repetition. Once Magnus returns to the Imperium, I'll exchange ideas with him to improve it. I can also incorporate the Eldar's unique mental disciplines to further refine these techniques. With that, Nareth picked up the Book of Thelema and said to Bradshaw, "Have the head librarian deliver all 333 books I selected to my courtyard." Aside from potion materials, he also chose texts on cryptids, folklore, and geographical records, which he intended to pass on to Tyrny for study. Alongside potion materials, he'd chosen bestiaries, geographies, and folklore for Tierney's review. Upon returning to his villa, Nareth received the Televar chieftain. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, The Televar Exodus. Nareth sat in a black alloy armchair in the reception hall, looking at the tribal chief of the Televar, Sol, seated before him. Sol had black hair, soft facial features, slightly high cheekbones, and a broad nose. His skin was reddish-brown, and his eyes were pale gray. He wore a gray robe inscribed with symbols resembling lightning bolts and minerals. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Nareth, Primarch of the 11th Legion. Pleasure to meet you, Chief Sol. Please, have some tea. This is red tea grown in the Symphony of the Sea." The Emperor himself tasted it and praised its fine quality. Before coming here, Sol had done his research. Several accounts of meetings between Nareth and the Emperor mentioned that the Primarch served red tea, and the Emperor greatly appreciated its flavor. "It's an honor," Sol replied. Nareth chatted casually with Sol about the Televar's close cooperation with Malkador, then moved on to the customs and culture of their lands. Eventually, he asked, "What brings you to see me today?" Seeing the Primarch ask directly, Sol stated his purpose. "My lord, I wish to request your support in ensuring the Televar can safely venture on the Segmentum Pacificus." Nareth's deep gaze extended towards Sol, his awareness probing past the door of Sol's consciousness like entering a furnace. He immediately grasped the challenges the Televar faced and the true reason for Sol's visit. During the era of Terra's unification, the Televar tribe had a close partnership with Malkador. However, after the signing of the Treaty of Olympus, their position was gradually replaced by the cult mechanicum. Sol realized the need for a new path and decided to lead his people off Terra to colonize new worlds. They had prepared for over a decade, but their first attempt at colonization ended in disaster. Their fleet encountered a powerful xeno species resembling a squid. Over half the fleet was lost, the remainder barely made it back to Terra. It was a devastating blow, vast resources lost and countless tribespeople dead. Perhaps this catastrophic failure explains why the Televar faded into the mists of history. Then again, maybe they successfully established a colony off-world but simply lost contact with Terra. The planet they discovered, Tanith. Upon seeing Tanith in Sol's mind, Nareth immediately recalled the Tanith first and only and one of the Imperium's 3 legendary commissars, Gaunt. He also remembered that the main ingredient for the Sequence 9 potion Apprentice of the Door pathway was the gnarl grub. Gnarl trees, native to Tanith, had mobile root systems allowing them to reposition for optimal sunlight and rain exposure. The native Tanith population developed an uncanny sense of direction from moving through gnarl forests all their lives. Gnarl grubs lived in the soft bark of these trees. Gnarl trees really are a treasure trove. Their wood is the best in the entire Imperium, ideal for lost gun stocks, coffins, and even non-augmetic prosthetics. After Tanith's destruction, its lumber became a luxury item. Even the gnarl fruit is edible. Nareth also gleaned from Sol's mind that his request for this meeting stemmed from the failed colony attempt and hearing of Nareth's arrival on Terra. Inspired by Nareth's string of brilliant victories, Sol had an idea: ask the Primarch for help. My lord, not long ago, the Televar stepped beyond Terra. We discovered a new human colony, but we also encountered a powerful xeno species resembling squid. We call them the Tailids. I hope you can support us. In return, the Televar will share our technology, which originates from the dark age of technology. Nareth paused for a few seconds, his mind rapidly processing this new intel through his psychic abilities, updating and refining his previous plans. Then he smiled and made Sol an offer. Chief Sol, you may have heard, I recently seized a star system from those barbaric Eldars, Trican. It contains 5 pristine Eldar maiden worlds, gorgeous landscapes, rich in minerals. The main planet alone could host a forge world. At this, Arsena stepped forward, operating a data slate to show Sol the Trican system's data. Sol's pale gray eyes locked onto the data slate. Trican's main world was clearly far better suited for the Televar than Tanith. And clearly, Nareth wasn't showing off, he was recruiting. Excited, Sol asked, Lord Nareth, are you saying the Televar can settle on Trican's main planet? That's right, Nareth nodded with a smile. Do you accept? Sol knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he asked. My lord, we would be honored, but what will it cost us? Simple, Nareth replied, still smiling. Obey my commands. Every Televar activity in Trican and my territories must be executed according to my will. Sol frowned slightly. Could you clarify? My development plan for Trican's main world will not sacrifice the environment or future sustainability. All your projects must be approved first. I also want access to Televar technology. In return, I'll share the tech we've uncovered, like the ether cannon technology of the Frail. Sol fell silent. In the past, he might have refused such demands. Developing an independent world sounded better than subordination. But their fleet's defeat showed him how cruel the galaxy was. Xenos were more dangerous than he'd expected. After 10 seconds of deliberation, Sol made his decision: he would send part of the Televar population to Trican, under the protection of the 11th Legion. At the same time, he prepared to attempt colonization again, this time in the Eastern Galaxy instead of the West. Even if they suffered more losses, the group in Trican would still grow strong. Lord Nareth, I accept your terms. Nareth, reading his thoughts, wasn't surprised. He didn't mind. Keeping a backup plan was only natural unless someone was completely desperate. As long as the Televar followed his instructions and provided him with the technology he needed, that was enough. The dangers of space would eventually show them that submission was the optimal choice. Send me the star map to the world you found. I'll handle the Xenos. Besides the NAL grub, the Tailids was also the key ingredient for the Sequence 9 potion, Spectator of the Visionary Pathway. Tanith was indeed a world of value. Nareth decided he would conquer Tanith and make it a strategic foothold for the 11th Legion in the Segmentum Pacificus. In the days following the Televar alliance, Nareth scoured Terra for potion ingredients during the day. At night, he received noble visitors, eventually selecting 2 families to swear fealty to him. In his spare time, he studied the Book of Thelema. On the 11th day of his stay on Terra, he received word from Mars: the Gloriana-class battleship built for the 11th Legion had completed construction and was now undergoing final testing. Naturally, it was time to choose the future captain of his flagship. He could select someone from the Vostroyan people, or from the 5 excellent candidates Malkador had prepared for him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, A Game of Strategy, Choosing the Flagship Captain. On the ground floor of the villa within the courtyard, the Primarch reviewed the files of the 5 captain candidates and then asked his aide. Arsena, what's your take on these 5? The steward lifted his head and replied. Lionel Touré, age 42, is the most prestigious of the 5. His family is an old noble house on Terra. But Lionel himself is a typical traditional officer. From his command logs, it's clear his tactics are overly conservative. In every battle, he always plays it safe. That wins engagements where we already hold the advantage, but it leads to excessive, avoidable losses. Nareth nodded slightly. Arsena's evaluation of Lionel mirrored his own. Go on. The reader had already memorized and processed the data, analyzing the candidates' backgrounds, strengths, and weaknesses, occasionally citing battles as examples. Diana Pauline, age 33, comes from the humblest background of the 5. Her family isn't considered noble even by Subudia standards. But Diana herself is exceptional. She has sharp, responsive thinking and has excelled in every position she's held. She demonstrated meticulous attention to detail in logistics, efficiently processing information with clarity and speed. While managing an expedition fleet, she oversaw the timely transfer of large numbers of troops between nodes, ensuring they arrived with full supplies, ammunition, food, and support, everything in perfect order. Arsena recalled combat examples from the data slate. In engagements against raiders and Xenos, she acted swiftly and struck with precision. Her style aligns closely with yours. Nareth tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and nodded in approval. She's definitely a suitable candidate. He didn't necessarily have to choose from the listed candidates, but if he did, he would only choose someone truly fitting. Arrange a meeting. I want to speak with her. 10 days later. Nareth met Diana Pauline. She wore a sharply tailored uniform, gold buttons lined precisely down her chest, with 3 radiant medals pinned to her chest. Her golden hair was neatly tied back, and under her officer's cap, her deep eyes looked even sharper. Diana moved with steady, confident steps until she stood before the Primarch. Lord Nareth, Diana Pauline reporting as ordered. The Divisio Militaris had not yet been formally established, it would only begin operations shortly before the Eleanor campaign. Currently, both Astartes and Solar Auxilia officers have ranks but no formal commissions. The Primarch noted how Diana's turquoise blue eyes briefly flickered as if to look away, but she pressed her lips tightly together and forced herself to meet his gaze. She had overcome a natural instinct with sheer will. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Sit. Yes, sir. Diana sat upright, only then noticing 2 chessboards laid out before her. Regicide or go? She immediately realized the Primarch was letting her choose a test. Regicide. Regicide was a popular game across all imperial social strata, similar to chess, but played on a circular board. Pieces included the Emperor, Empress, Duke, Ecclesiarch, Tetrarch, Castellan, fortresses, citizens, warriors, and Templar. Diana explained, I've only dabbled in Go. Regicide has a clear goal and path, kill the Emperor to win. But Go has no Emperor to target. Or rather, the board is full of Emperors. Let's begin. You go first. Nareth nodded slightly. Regicide was widely played among the Imperial command hierarchy, while Go would only become more popular in the future, especially among the White Scars. He gestured for her to proceed. Diana's face turned serious as she picked up her general piece. At first, both moved quickly, but gradually their pace slowed. Diana's brow furrowed, every move from her opponent was expected, yet she couldn't shake a creeping sense of danger. One more move, and you'll lose. Nareth's voice dropped low. You're trying to use your Ecclesiarch to create a blind gambit maneuver, aren't you? Exposed, Diana's unease spiked, but she composed herself and reassessed the board. Moments later, she sighed and smiled bitterly. Your Duke can pull off a traitor's wager at any moment. I concede. You've done excellently. Nareth smiled. No matter how capable Diana was, she was still human. Her ability to calculate and predict couldn't match his. He saw the disappointment on her face and said, You will be captain of my flagship. Begin transitioning from your current post immediately. Diana froze. She had come without much expectation. After losing the match, she had given up entirely, yet, to her shock, she was suddenly named the flagship's captain. It took several seconds before she snapped back to reality. She stood up and spoke with excitement. My lord, thank you for your trust. I will serve you with everything I have. Nareth nodded and said. Arsena will forward you the 11th Legion's current status. When time allows, I suggest you study Go. It trains awareness from all directions and sharpens your response to diverse threats. Learning to account for many variables and read the field accurately will make you a better commander. Diana seemed thoughtful. Yes, my lord. I will devote myself to that study. I look forward to our next match. At the very moment Nareth appointed his flagship captain, in the upper hive of Iphigenia. A fine grey rain misted down. Wearing a black hooded cloak, Tierney strolled through the commercial district like any other passerby. But the Marauder was anything but aimless, enhanced by Astartes' grade visual augmentations. His superior observation skill allowed him to take in his surroundings with supernatural clarity. He suddenly strode forward, heading straight for a middle-aged man in a blue robe bearing a golden lion crest. This was Cales, patriarch of the House Rayner. Having just dismissed an imperial functionary sent by the Grand Steward to inspect the district, he was now walking with his guards toward a waiting airship. As he passed a trinket shop, a guard behind him suddenly slipped on the wet ground, stumbling with a shout. The Marauder had anticipated this. His enhanced vision had spotted the shallow depression in the slick pavement. He knew someone in the entourage would slip, and in that brief moment of confusion among the guards, he would make his move. With a swift glide and using his agile hand's ability to maintain perfect wrist and finger control even at high speed, he extended his right hand toward Cales. The Marauder smoothly stole a lion-shaped metal key from Cales' inner pocket, engraved with 13 runes. Cales noticed nothing. Seeing the guards recompose themselves, he frowned and scolded them angrily. Useless. At 11 p.m., as Cales searched his bedroom and study for the missing key, a shadowy figure silently climbed the House Rayner's hive spire. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, The Marauder. Tierney scaled the hive spire, climbing upward along the curved structures of its Gothic flying buttresses. Ordinary people, even if they had the courage, couldn't maintain their balance in the high winds and cold rain mixed with ash. But Tierney was nearing the end of his path to ascension. He was far beyond ordinary. The ashen rain served as the perfect cover for a marauder. Terra's poisonous cloud layer felt familiar to him, just like his homeland, Vostroya. However, with the arrival of the Emperor, the founding of Paradigm City, and the imitation and reform of other hive cities, his homeland had grown increasingly unfamiliar. Tierney even heard some new recruits from the Legion Auxilia, hailing from the far northern hive of Narianmar, say they had once seen their system star from the upper hive, a sight unimaginable to the hive dwellers of his era. As he mulled this over, the locator rune on the faceplate of his helmet lit up. Tierney halted. In an instant, he drew a dagger from his waist with his right hand. After becoming the Marauder, he tested countless weapons in the Void Hunter's training cages and ultimately found short swords and daggers to be the most intuitive. Of course, for someone who had undergone surgical enhancements like him, a short sword was the length of a normal person's long sword, and a dagger was equivalent to a short sword. With a flick of his wrist, the Marauder drove the dagger into the wall of the House Rayner's hive spire as if it were part of his own body. Using his superhuman arm strength, he clung firmly to the spire's exterior. Activating superior observation, he scanned the patrol patterns and camera placements inside. After circling the tower once, the Marauder mapped out a route. Silently counting down, he waited until a patrol guard passed before climbing to a windowsill. His large hand wedged the dagger's tip into the door crack of the balcony. With a gentle twist of the wrist, he unlatched the lock. He opened the window, flipped inside, and landed while silently closing it behind him. His movements were smooth and seamless. Despite his massive frame, not a sound was made. The Marauder crouched low, dodging surveillance cameras, and swiftly reached the location marked in his helmet's visor, the House Rayner Library. This wasn't his first infiltration of their hive spire. He had previously acquired the spire's architectural blueprints and pinpointed the library's location. The book he sought was most likely stored there. Considering it was written during the Long Dark Age, Terra's environment had drastically changed since then. The book likely held little value to the Rayner family now and wouldn't be stored in Cale's personal study. The Marauder reached behind with his left arm. Using an awkward but fluid motion, using the agile hand ability, he opened the gray zipper of his black backpack and retrieved the Rayner family's master key. He inserted the key into a cogitator. A series of green runes lit up, and the golden door slowly opened. Tierney withdrew the key, slipped inside the library. The moment he entered, his spiritual sense was stirred. Environmental awareness was only a minor aspect of superior observation. To the Marauder, its greater power lay in identifying the most valuable item among many at a glance. As the golden doors closed behind him, the Marauder sped past the first row of shelves. He quickly reached shelf A3, returned his dagger to the tactical pouch at his waist, and pulled out a thread-bound book from among hundreds. Flipping through a dozen pages, he found it was a geographic record. Although it wasn't his target, he slipped it into his backpack anyway. As soon as the book was stored, he felt something inside him melt slightly, and his footsteps grew lighter. The Marauder pressed on, moving swiftly to his next target. After examining 9 books, Tierney still hadn't found the one he was after. Could it be that the book isn't considered high value? If so, that's trouble. The House Rayner has over 100,000 paper books. Flipping through each one would take far too long. Guided by superior observation, the Marauder selected the 10th book. He opened it and saw the title, Bestiary of Monsters. He continued flipping. On page 33, his hand froze. Unlike all the monsters before it, this page had no image. 8-legged black wolf. He is a living shadow born from the abyss of eternal night. He is the void darkness that devours all existence. Only the most foolish dare gaze upon his form, those fools will bleed black from their eyes and die to the whispers echoing in their ears. Tierney's eyes lit up. The creature described matched the traits of mythological beings most closely tied to darkness. The intel was right. Compared to those half-imagined bestiaries, the Rayner family's version clearly holds valuable information. The monster's name, its detailed information. Legend says the book's author, Concepcion Perea, once saw a being cloaked entirely in darkness. It was all true. Tierney immediately slipped the bestiary of monsters into his backpack, then continued weaving through the bookshelves, collecting the most valuable books. Suddenly, his black eyes narrowed, and his spirit vision was triggered. The Marauder quickly approached a shelf and pulled out a book written on parchment, The Forgotten Golden Age, a compilation of 23 awe-inspiring tombs across the 5 continents of Terra. He placed The Forgotten Golden Age next to the bestiary of monsters in his backpack. With his pack full, the Marauder moved to the golden door and pressed his ear against it. Spirit vision could see auras through inanimate obstacles, but only depending on one's level. The Marauder couldn't see through the walls, so he relied on the lineman's ear to listen. He heard footsteps approach, then fade away. Using the master key, he opened the door and retraced his path out. Later that morning, Nareth, before heading out, received the bestiary of monsters. He flipped to the page on the 8-legged black wolf. 8-legged black wolf, the mythological form of the darkness pathway, is the 8-legged demon wolf. That's no coincidence. This wolf must be the mythic creature of the darkness pathway. But finding it won't be easy. The power of the darkness path is secrecy, and mythic creatures already possess some of those traits. Let's hope it isn't a Sequence 2-level entity. Nareth stared intently at the page, studying its details. Wherever the wolf appears, people fall into sleep. But there's no mention of fear, and its form is clearly described. That suggests it's a Sequence 4 mythological creature. He confirmed this conclusion and turned to its appearance records. The 8-legged black wolf walks beneath the moon. It soars toward the bright moon. Does that just mean it appears at night, or is it connected to the moon itself? A Sequence 4 entity shouldn't be able to travel between Terra and Luna, but Malcador did say it had followers. Unable to conclude further, Nareth thought for a moment and issued an order to Tierney. Send a team to Luna. Look not just for the 8-legged black wolf, but anything unusual. Those ruined domes are also glorious relics, valuable items might be hidden inside. While you're at it, map the terrain in detail. Same goes for other locations. Nareth added that this was a secondary task, but one that might prove useful in the future. Then, he picked up the Forgotten Golden Age and discovered it was the main material for advancing from the Sequence 9 Savant to the Sequence 8 Archaeologist. Including this, he had now gathered 17 such books from various libraries, each one a core material for the Archaeologist sequence. On the 28th day since Nareth's arrival on Terra, word came from Mars, all systems on his Gloriana-class battleship had passed final inspection. 2 days later, he wrapped up all business on Terra, boarded the Void Hunter, and departed for Mars. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Gloriana-class battleship. Aboard the Void Hunter, Nareth stood before the panoramic observation window alongside Arsena Dunn and Diana Pauline, watching as a colossal silhouette loomed ever closer in the void. Compared to it, every ship docked in the Martian shipyards and orbital ports looked utterly insignificant. This warship eclipsed them all in both size and menace. A truly perfect creation, Diana said, her turquoise blue eyes fixed on the approaching vessel, gleaming with fervor. It's perfect, radiating destructive power. It's like a void leviathan rising from the depths, or a massive black pike. Following Nareth's specifications relayed through Rozicki, the entire Gloriana-class battleship had been painted jet black. Its spine bristled with over 1,000 hill-sized defense turrets and shielded engines, and its belly shimmered with the destructive brilliance of world-ending weaponry. A massive ram prow, shaped like a giant pear, jutted forward, and city-sized engines flanked the rear. The Gloriana-class battleship was one of the most powerful ships ever constructed by the Imperium. Its hull was protected by layered void shields and thick armor plating capable of withstanding relentless bombardments while still remaining combat effective. Such ships often served as both the flagship of an Astartes fleet and the personal vessel of a Primarch. Just imagining herself commanding this titanic ship across the stars, serving the Primarch as the commander of the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet's flagship, filled Diana with overwhelming honor. It surpassed even the pride she felt after purging Xeno's pirates and being decorated for her deeds. Moments later, the Void Hunter docked at the starport. As Nareth disembarked, he was greeted by a red-robed Martian Muggos. Standing beside him was a familiar figure, Rozicki. The Tech Marine wore black power armor, and the sigil of Mars was etched into both of his pauldrons. The Muggos approached Nareth, and a raspy voice issued from him, requesting exchange of information regarding 11th Legion delivery obligations. Permission granted. Rozicki's left eye was now a mechanical implant. He exchanged a brief glance with the Martian Muggos, and the two began transmitting a high-frequency binary conversation. Once complete, both nodded in satisfaction. Primarch, your warship has been completed. Mars is now able to fulfill its //construction // obligation as stipulated. Confirm acceptance of // warship delivery. Delivery accepted. Nareth gave the order. Rozicki confirmed with the Muggos using binary authentication. Moments later, the Muggos bowed deeply and departed. Rozicki stepped forward. Father, I have completed my studies on Mars. From this day on, Nareth replied, you are the Legion's Forge Lord, leader of all Tech Marines. I will give my utmost, Father. I will not disappoint you. Come. Let's see my flagship. Father, please follow me, Rozicki said, and began his introduction. This Gloriana-class battleship is 28.11 kilometers in length, with a mass of 170.33 megatons. Nareth nodded. The Macridge's Honor, Robert Gilliman's flagship, was 26 kilometers long. At 28, his own ship was among the largest in the Primarch ranks. It requires approximately 309,100 crew members, plus 103,000 engineers and logistics personnel. Turning slightly, Nareth asked the woman behind him, Diana, are you ready? Her eyes sparkled. My lord, I am more than ready. Nareth followed Rozicki into the battleship, toward the command bridge. They took a lift upward. As they ascended, layers of curved decks rose alongside the arched walls, supported by black metal pillars like the ribs of some steel leviathan. Stepping out, they were greeted by a towering armored glass dome. In the center of the command bridge, 5 strategy tables displayed flickering holograms, scenes from the Martian docks, and across the solar system. Overhead, lumen lights slowly rotated, illuminating countless control panels and optic sensors. Father, please take your seat, Rozicki said, gesturing toward the black alloy throne. Nareth seated himself. Diana spoke. My lord, you should name this vessel Throne of Sovereignty Shadow. Diana paused for a moment, then understood the meaning. A perfect name, my lord. You are the king of Vostroya, and your legion is the Shadow of Order. Since being appointed as the ship's commander, Diana had spent her time gathering and studying every scrap of information she could find about the Primarch and the 11th Legion. She knew how Nareth had descended upon Vostroya, unified his homeworld, and taken the title of monarch, how he had renamed his legion from the Reapers to the Shadow of Order. Throne of Sovereignty Shadow. It suits your flagship perfectly. If the captain agrees, then begin fulfilling your duties. As you command. Diana bowed and walked briskly to her station, black high-heeled boots clicking lightly with anticipation. She picked up the ship's comm unit and opened the command channel. Attention, all personnel. This is your ship captain speaking, the first commander of the Gloriana-class battleship newly named Throne of Sovereignty Shadow by the Primarch. I'm honored to serve alongside you. Prepare your briefings. I'll hear your reports in the meeting hall in 3 hours. Seeing Diana swiftly assume command, Nareth turned to Rozicki. Take me to the palace. This way, father. They rode a lift down into the ship. Stepping out, they emerged onto a grand corridor bridge. The passage was ornately decorated, with a towering vaulted ceiling like a cathedral's nave, solemn and majestic. Nareth stopped and addressed his honor guard. From now on, this area will be your responsibility. They stood tall and answered in unison. As you command, father. He then told Rozicki, wait outside. Enter in 5 minutes. After the time passed, Rozicki, now promoted to Forge Lord and now archaeologist, bowed and said, Father, I will give my all to fulfill my duties as both Forge Lord and archaeologist. 3 days later, Hollis of the first chapter and Bradshaw of the 11th chapter were sent to Luna. The training proposals they submitted had been approved by Nareth, and they would oversee the training of Terran-born recruits for the 11th Legion. Since Horus had not sent his own sons to Luna for training, Nareth became the first to do so, attracting widespread attention. As organizations like the Selenite Gene Cult watched closely, 50 treasure hunters slipped into Luna under the radar. 2 months later, 6 assigned chapters arrived in the Sol system. The Primarch convened a war council to plan the conquest of the Arrhenius continuity. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, War Council of the Black Duke's Court. Aboard the Throne of Sovereignty's Shadow, War Room. As the meeting commenced, the blinds of the numerous windows descended slowly, followed by the activation of runes for the signal-blocking array. The power output was turned to maximum. At the center of the room sat the Primarch upon a black throne atop a white marble dais. To his left and right, seated on slightly lower platforms, were his aide, Arsena Dunn, and flagship captain, Diana Pauline. In attendance were not just company and squad captains, but even ordinary Astartes who held no command rank. These warriors had one thing in common: they were all Beyonders. Of the 6 chapters under his command, 331 Shadows of Order had achieved this status. Nareth's long-term plan for his legions Beyonders was to shape each chapter around a core mystical path, balancing it with a suitable number of supporting mystics from other pathways. Unique tactical doctrines required these mystics to be viable. Supporting paths would provide situational advantages. Currently, this vision is in its first stage. For 3 of the 6 chapters, the 4th, 7th, and 11th, the core pathways had already been determined. The 4th chapter, centered on the Death pathway. Death Lord Adams had reached Sequence 9, known as the Corpse Collector. The 7th chapter, centered on the Red Priest pathway. Reaper Lord Sanchez was at Sequence 9, Hunter. As this path's Sequence 5 was Reaper, Nareth awarded this chapter their former title, the Reapers. The 11th chapter, focused on the Black Emperor path. But Nareth was unsatisfied with its lord, Christian, whose ability lagged behind Adams and Sanchez. Though he had successfully guided the 11th through its transformation, Nareth hoped a more exceptional heir would emerge. For now, Christian had attained Sequence 9 as a lawyer. The other 3 chapters had no set core pathway, due to their lord's underwhelming performance. However, having passed loyalty tests and reached the minimum requirement, they too were inducted as lawyers. Once all were seated around the Primarch, Nareth listened to their reports. Then he spoke. "You have all fulfilled your tasks well and upheld the doctrines I require of you." He turned to Reaper Lord Sanchez. "Your ambush was executed brilliantly. You swiftly eliminated the Exodites. As a reward, I grant you the Void Hunter, my former Relic-class flagship." Sanchez rose solemnly. "Father, I will put your gift to good use and hunt down more enemies in your name." The other chapter masters looked on with envy, not only at the ship's power and range, but because it had once been the Primarch's personal flagship. Nareth smiled and addressed the group. "There are many wars ahead. You'll all have opportunities. Warships, weapons, armor, all are yours, if you excel. Now, your next opportunity has come. This council concerns our campaign against the Arrhenius continuity." At his words, Arsena raised his command staff, and a glowing star chart bloomed into projection. Nareth began to explain. The Arrhenius continuity is ruled by techno-nobility. Their highest leaders, the Iron Lords, dwell in massive towers like mountains, dominating entire systems through advanced technology. Their military power is far weaker than the cult Mechanicum, but their star systems are linked by ancient, unknown origin warp gates. Unlike past campaigns, Nareth outlined a new strategy. Our first target is not their towers or nobles. It's those gates. We must seize them simultaneously in the first wave. If the nobles see defeat is inevitable, they will detonate the gates, causing the star systems to vanish in light and flame. These gates also have immense strategic value. Even during warp storms, the Arrhenius continuity systems remain connected through them. In Nareth's estimation, the continuity's most valuable asset was Necromunda. The warp gate was second, unless it could be replicated, in which case, it might be the most valuable of all. He scanned the room. "Do you believe you can seize all gates simultaneously and complete this mission?" Historically, the 11th Legion struggled with coordination, often fighting disjointedly. While Nareth had reshaped the Legion's culture, inter-chapter synergy remained difficult. If they showed doubt, he planned to use his Dice of Fate once it recharged. But the 6 chapter masters exchanged firm looks and replied together. "Father, we can complete your mission." Nareth turned behind them. "Sesisni, I want to hear the Black Duke's court's perspective." The Knight Captain of the 4th chapter stood and said. "The Shadow's order now acts as one. We will complete your orders. The court's members will return to their squads and ensure that your command that the gates are the priority is heard by every level." That was part of Nareth's strategy, to use his multi-level court to deliver orders through every tier of the Legion. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "So be it. Once this meeting ends, we depart immediately." Suddenly, Rozicki, who had been silent, spoke. "Father, I may have a way to disrupt the gates. It could stop the enemy from detonating them." Nareth turned toward the Forge Master. "How?" "While on Mars, I helped develop a new Astartes armor project, codenamed Terminator. Due to its bulk, it incorporates teleportation tech. Nareth nodded. He knew the Imperium would soon begin rolling out Terminator armor after the Ullanor campaign, and research was likely already underway. Rosicky continued confidently. I studied the principles of teleportation. While the continuity's gates may differ, the core mechanisms should be similar. Detonation must involve energy overloads. I can design disruption devices to interfere, at least long enough to buy us time. Nareth responded. Begin the research immediately. If successful, the disruption tech would greatly strengthen his plan. He also anticipated casualties during the defense of the gates. Thus, he decreed a new succession rule for the 11th Legion. From now on, if a chapter master perishes in battle, their deputy assumes command. If the deputy is absent or also killed, command falls to the highest-ranking court member present. This system resembled that of the Dark Angels, but with its own distinctions. Arsena recorded the new law and would disseminate it to the other chapters after the meeting. Following this, Nareth and the chapter masters drew up the preliminary war plan. After the meeting concluded, he kept Arsena and Adams behind. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Eyes of Mystery Prying. Nareth activated his spirit vision and asked Adams again to confirm that he had already full absorbed the Corpse Collector potion. Then he calmly said, "Come see me in my palace office in 10 minutes. Moments later, the Primarch sat face to face with the Death Lord. Even without touching Adams, Nareth could clearly sense the chill radiating from the gravedigger's body, cold as if buried deep underground like a corpse. He could lie in a heap of corpses, and no one would notice he's different. When Adams was still the Sequence 9 Corpse Collector, his Astartes-enhanced body retained some warmth. But after ascending to Sequence 8, Gravedigger, his body temperature dropped sharply. Is this due to the cold stone in the potion ingredients? Contemplative, Nareth spoke. The tombs of the Iron Lords of the Arrhenius continuity are your opportunity to grasp greater power. Adams responded calmly, Father, I understand. I will dig up every Iron Lord's tomb and bring you all the strange artifacts I find. The special items I previously collected have arrived with me aboard the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow. They'll be delivered to your palace shortly. Nareth gave a slight nod. Not just the 4th chapter, but all others were offloading their special spoils. There should be many potion materials among them. Hopefully enough to concoct a new one. Once the Death Lord left, Nareth summoned Arsena. How is the research into mystic languages progressing? My lord, we've made a major breakthrough. The ancient human languages found in Terra's library, the mystical script from the Book of Thelema, and the materials and findings sent by Lord Thomas, together, they filled in the missing gaps. The reader tapped on his data slate and showed Nareth a page with 11 symbols. Nareth recognized some of them, rune-like arrows. In the runic alphabet, one such symbol meant divine name. These runes, known as the runic alphabet or runes, were widely used in imperial weaponry. Every chain's word and power sword made in Vostroya bore engraved runes. Nareth pronounced one aloud, Tiwaz, following Arsena's annotated phonetic guide. The Primarch immediately sensed an invisible, yet tangible, surge of mystical power vibrating in the air as he spoke. Your research is correct, Nareth praised. My lord, I found 12 core runes. 3 of them originate from ancient Terra. Only the earliest versions contain both pronunciation and true mystical power. I've also discovered that, like these runes, 10 more symbols are special. What makes them special? Arsena didn't answer right away. He tapped again and brought up another page, this time showing 33 symbols. Nareth saw another familiar symbol, an X shape. He read it aloud, Gibo. He sensed a faint stirring of energy, but it didn't surge like before. After a moment of silent analysis, Nareth asked. Complete versus incomplete. You see through everything, my lord. Exactly. The silver-haired Arsena continued. The 11 symbols I first showed you, I call the core runes. Any word of power must start with one of these. The 33 on the new page are support runes. They can only follow a core rune. If a word starts with them, no mystical power will be triggered. He kept scrolling. In my first compiled lexicon, I've defined 1,133 words. Nareth scanned the list, seeing each mystic word with its definition. Gift. Offering. He memorized them all instantly. His mind began forming longer phrases and sentences with the words. Barely enough for ritual speech, but it's too short, too vague in meaning. Not yet effective for proper invocations. Minutes passed before Nareth spoke. You're on the right track. Continue expanding and refining the lexicon. As you command, my lord. After the reader left, Nareth received a report from the honor guard. Items from all chapters had been delivered to his private vault. The Primarch immediately set out to inspect them. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Mirage, Thomas, who had greatly contributed to the linguistic research supporting Arsena, arrived at a strange crystal statue mentioned by the Primarch's aide. Unlike other chapter masters, the Lord of Secrets had progressed slowly in conquest because he had been assigned special tasks by Nareth, researching the Crystal Mirage and neighboring systems, especially those worshipping the Heartslayer. In a nearby star system, he had found 6 native tribes who all revered the same deity, the Heartslayer. Having deciphered the local languages, Thomas documented the rituals and prayers he observed. His findings were encoded into data crystals produced in the Mirage and shipped via supply vessels to Vostroya, ultimately reaching the Primarch's aid. Thanks to this, the Occult Language Project made major advances. Now, with initial results in hand, Thomas returned to a blurry, indistinct crystal statue, seeking to verify his theories. He used the ability, Eyes of Mystery Prying. Instantly, his pupils turned dark and deep. He gazed at the statue. In that moment, his soul force rapidly depleted. A shadowy figure appeared within his gaze, and a whisper echoed in his ears. Thomas, Reaper, go forth and slaughter. Offer me blood and sacrifice, and I will grant you power. The mystery prior pressed his fingers to his temples, resisting the mental drain. Not interested. The whispers stopped for 6 milliseconds, then resumed, accompanied by a sudden cold wind in the cave. I offer knowledge, secret truths no one has ever known. You will see more, unlock the supernatural mysteries of the world. Thomas's eyes flickered. Visions flashed across his gaze, insight he had never before perceived. He felt a flicker of temptation, just as the whispering entity noticed. Serve me. I am the Heartslayer. I refuse. The mystery prior immediately shut his eyes of mystery prying as his spirit energy ran dry. All illusions vanished. I will never betray my gene father. I will never serve anyone or anything else. Besides, the power granted by Father far exceeds yours. While Thomas decisively rejected the greater demon of Slaanesh, Nareth finished inspecting the battle spoils. He was especially pleased to discover a white, eye-shaped brain organ. A core ingredient for the Sequence 8 Student of Ratiocination potion. Once Arsena is promoted, as both a master of reason and ritual magic, his work on mystical language will accelerate significantly. The 11th Legion's fleet, after weeks of travel, finally arrived at its next target, the region controlled by the Arrhenius continuity. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, The Mighty Gloriana-class Battleship. Necromunda Star System. Numerous void ships leapt into real space like a school of predatory sharks. Around several capital ships clustered a swarm of smaller craft, frigates, scouts, liaison craft, and gun cutters. In the center, the massive throne of sovereignty's shadow loomed like a celestial leviathan. Patrol destroyers, repair ships, relay craft, and shuttles quickly dispersed around its colossal frame, moving across the ship's titanic body like plankton swimming alongside a whale's body. A group of escort frigates from the 4th chapter surged forward, their hulls marked with the Legion insignia on one side and skull motifs on the other. The machine spirits within yearned to hunt first. Behind them followed the chapter's primary battleships. The swarm of black ships spread out in an assault formation, their firing arcs overlapping to create a deadly net of firepower in every direction. Bridge of the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow. Captain Diana Pauline had been given full authority over the space campaign around Necromunda. She turned toward Nareth. Lord Primarch, we are ready. Engage, Nareth ordered. Diana turned her attention back to the command console. Every screen was alive with data feeds. Fire at will. Her voice rang with command. Her eyes locked on the central screen, watching the Gloriana-class battleship's first offensive action. A blinding flash erupted from the bow of the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow. Its lance battery struck a flaming enemy cruiser's engine core with surgical precision. The target erupted in a catastrophic explosion, cascading in a chain reaction that tore the vessel apart. The blast surged through its fuel compartments. The enemy ship, now a fiery wreck, tumbled uncontrollably through space. Even for a veteran of dozens of fleet battles, Captain Diana clenched her fists in awe of the ship's overwhelming power. A single volley from the light lance had torn apart an unshielded cruiser-class battleship. Recharge the lance. Helm, come about, heading 338, slight forward tilt. The starboard void engines flared, propelling the black behemoth into a smooth arc, positioning its broadside batteries toward incoming Arrhenius continuity battleships. Target locked. Open fire. The starboard guns roared as one. A dense storm of shells vomited into the void. Enemy ships were decimated under the barrage, their destruction a chain of firestorms lighting the blackness. Enemy vessel destroyed. Confirmed kill. The gunnery reports echoed with pride and joy. The ship's weaponry was as devastating as promised. New heading, 142 starboard, 3-degree tilt. Even as it maneuvered rapidly, the Throne of Sovereignty shadow remained composed, the enemy fleet appearing like mere insects before it. Incoming enemy fire was absorbed by flickering void shields, bright flashes dissolving harmlessly like moths to flame. The macro cannons fired again, transforming space around Necromunda into a fireworks display. The Arrhenius Continuity's command ships, run by cybernetically enhanced nobles, were quickly overwhelmed by loss reports. Sensor readings shocked them. The enemy's firepower far surpassed their expectations. Their fleet, once seen as formidable, now seemed like mere toys before the Void Beast. Some techno-nobles called for immediate retreat to rally at Necromunda's orbital defenses. Others, trusting their own sensor data, declared the orbital defenses would be useless against the Black Giant. Their only hope was to use the gates to escape to nearby star systems, rally all forces, and launch a desperate counterattack. Their fleet scattered like spiders slipping on a mirror. Ships fleeing toward the orbital defenses were left alone. But those rushing toward the warp gates ran headfirst into the 4th chapter's intercept group. Diana's screens were filled with combat signals. The fleets painted a chaotic tapestry in the void, burning wrecks and molten hulls littered the battlefield. Damaged black escorts, burning blue and white, arced between massive cruisers like firecrackers. Larger frigates and destroyers, void shields flickering, smashed through the debris to charge into the heart of the enemy fleet. Lance weapons spewed lethal beams. Broadside cannon filled the void with unrelenting firestorms. Diana surveyed the situation and reported to Nareth. "My lord, the battle is proceeding as predicted. Enemy fleets are held outside the blockade line. Capital ships are in position near all major warp gates. Currently, 4 capital ships have secured strategic points A, C, and D and are locked in position." Upon arrival in the Necromunda system, the Forge Master of the 11th chapter personally led scanning operations to locate all warp gates. The Arrhenius Continuity had 13 gates in the system, spread across 5 regions, forming a rough pentagram centered on the system's star. Based on intelligence analysis and the Seer's predictions of the Black Duke's court, Nareth had accurately inferred that each gate led to a different star system. Battleships of the 11th chapter carried out the pre-planned assault flawlessly. The other 5 chapters progressed even faster. None of the other star systems had fleets as large or powerful as those near Necromunda. As per Nareth's orders, each chapter moved straight for the gates, cutting down all who stood in their way. The Void Hunter, under Chapter Master Sanchez, struck with lethal precision. The Relic-class battleship annihilated the fragile enemy fleets before they could even mount a counterattack. Once each chapter had secured their assigned gate, destroyers and escorts began hunting down fleeing enemy remnants. The assault had gone so smoothly that the enemy never had time to activate Rosicky-Chek's experimental gate-jamming devices installed aboard the vessels. Back on the Throne of Sovereignty shadow, Nareth lightly tapped his command throne. "Proceed to the nearest unsecured zone." "At once, my lord." "Engine Seer, set course for strategic point E, full power." Diana watched the ship's trajectory on a holographic projection, the Throne of Sovereignty shadow carving through space like a blade through silk. She calmly oversaw the full battle, her experience in large-scale engagements making this one feel almost routine, especially aboard such a powerful vessel. Her blue-green eyes flicked across every fluctuating signal on her screens. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. She spotted a fleet maneuvering around the battlefield, emerging from an asteroid belt near the star, headed straight for strategic point B. Her mind raced, there was no fleet in position to intercept them. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Seizing Control of the Warp Gates. "Forge Lord, activate the Warp Gate Disruptor now." Diana shouted urgently, clenching her fists. She refused to let her first battle as flagship captain of the Legion end with a critical flaw. But with hundreds, possibly thousands, of enemy ships, she couldn't possibly track every one or monitor all their movements. Normally, this wouldn't pose a major threat, a fleet alone couldn't change the tide. But the Primarch had warned them, the enemy might attempt to detonate the warp gate. Now, all her hopes rested on the Forge Lord's interference device. Beginning activation of the warp gate interference device, came Rosicky's voice over the comms, calm and firm, immediately soothing Diana's anxiety. "Foundry deck, Throne of Sovereignty shadow." The Forge Lord wore pauldrons painted red, signifying a close alliance with Mars. Unlike other legions whose tech marines often painted their full armor red to show allegiance to Mars, the Shadow of Order only painted the pauldrons. Rosicky's mechadendrite reached out behind him, connecting to a massive silver machine, the size of a Knight-class war machine. The spherical device was etched with dense arrays of runes and binary technoscript. Suddenly, the lights across the Throne of Sovereignty shadow dimmed. The device required immense power, non-critical systems like lighting were temporarily rerouted to feed it. One by one, the tech runes began to light up in sequence, activating the device. It began to glow with a blinding radiance. Rosicki's augmented eye tracked the rapidly rising energy levels, and within his mind, a surge of inspiration exploded like a detonation of force. He looked toward the strategic display above the device, showing the warp gate designated Strategic Point B. With activation complete, a shockwave of energy burst out, sweeping across the entire Necromunda system. The enemy's gates were circular, with 8 folded mechanical limbs extending from the ring, bent at the middle like spider legs. These designs were born of Necromunda's millennia-long spider cults, stylized into an abstract insignia, the round spider, prominently displayed on all continuity structures. Now, the energy cores embedded at the bends of those legs began flashing erratically. These gates drew power from nearby stars to perform interstellar teleportation. Using unique energy condensers, the Arrhenius continuity captured stellar energy to feed the gate. Rosicki's device was engineered to disrupt those energy condensers, interfering with their ability to gather and distribute power. As the pulse swept outward, 5 of the condensers shut down. Then, the crystals used in lieu of Imperial runes began flashing wildly. After mere seconds, a large number of data crystals flickered out. The warp gate's inner glow, the light resembling ripples in water, suddenly dispersed. 3 enemy battleships, advancing toward the gate, were caught in the energy pulse, paralyzed like prey in a web, completely immobile. Data streamed across Rosicki's bionic eye. Within seconds, he had analyzed the situation and spoke over command comms. Warp gate be disabled. Estimated disruption time, 5 hours, 11 minutes. Enemy warships are trapped in the energy surge, currently in stasis. Duration estimated at 2 hours, 33 minutes. Current energy storm radius, 152,000 kilometers. Will reduce to 84,000 kilometers within 1 hour. Diana exhaled in relief and praised him. Forge Lord, your work is exemplary. With renewed confidence, she ordered the fleet to move toward Strategic Point B. From the command throne, Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Diana had performed well, despite a minor oversight. She had detected and addressed the issue even before he had to speak. Under her command, the 11th Legion soon secured control of 5 warp gate zones. They began targeting Necromunda's orbital defense installations. The remaining Arrhenius continuity fleets attempted resistance, but once the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow passed control of Node E to a frigate and destroyer squadron, entering the battle, resistance collapsed swiftly. The Primarch received updates from the Master of Vox. All 5 other systems were also progressing smoothly, each warp gate under 11th Legion control. The most difficult front, the agricultural system. The 2nd and 7th chapters faced the fiercest resistance in the agricultural system, one of the Arrhenius continuity's most vital worlds. Centuries of pollution had devastated the environment far worse than Vostroia. The Iron Tower, where the techno-nobility dwelled, were surrounded by ashen wastelands. With population levels far higher than Vostroia, these worlds were critically dependent on imported food. In the continuity's hierarchy, the agricultural and data crystal production systems were the 2 most vital sectors. One sustained their food supply, the other underpinned their cyber-technological infrastructure. Naturally, both were heavily defended. The 2nd chapter was the last to finish space combat among the 5 strike groups. The system included 4 habitable worlds, 2 grassland planets, 1 oceanic world, and 1 mountainous. After clearing orbit, the chapter master reviewed auger matrix scans of the 4 worlds. He immediately realized that their population structure resembled that of other imperial agri-worlds, millions of scattered serfs, largely indifferent to who ruled them, as long as they fulfilled their labor quotas. This insight led him to issue swift orders. Our next phase must follow the Primarch's directive, precise and efficient. Target the towers. Due to techno-nobility's influence, the ruling families on these planets had built their own iron towers, though far smaller than those on Arrhenius Prime. Black drop pods rained from orbit, streaking across the skies. Clad in black armor, the shadows of order formed tight formations and stormed the towers. The defenders fired Arrhenius-Loss weapons, but against Mark II power armor, they barely scorched the surface. The Reaver attack squads led the assault, synchronized, disciplined, and deadly. A single volley from their bolt guns shattered enemy formations. Chain's words roared. Wherever they passed, only mangled bodies remained. Within 22 hours of initiating ground operations, 4,500 warriors of the 2nd chapter had captured 163 towers across 4 worlds. Though last to start, the 2nd chapter became the first to complete planetary conquest, and with minimal casualties, only 13 Marines lost to desperate suicide bombings by Tower Lords. At that moment, with orbital control of Necromunda secured, Nareth gave the final command. Climbing into his custom-made black drop pod, far larger than those used by regular legionaries, he stood tall even inside. His destination, the highest iron tower of Necromunda. His objective, the Supreme Technolord. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, The Techno-Nobility. The Throne of Sovereignty's shadow locked onto its target, the tallest iron tower of Necromunda. High-speed drop pods howled as they pierced the planet's atmosphere. Dozens of drop pods ignited their boosters, accelerating to a blistering speed of 12,000 kilometers per hour. In mere seconds, guided by the machine spirit of the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow in orbit, they slammed into the iron tower's protective shield. A thunderous roar like the wrath of the heavens erupted. Blinding light soared into the sky, and in an instant, the defense system collapsed. Despite activating reverse thrusters at the last second, the drop pods still hit the tower with devastating force. Massive structures crumbled under the shockwave. The violent tremor shook even the towering taller than the paradigm city of Ostroia. Screams echoed from peripheral buildings before they tumbled and shattered. Necromunda's iron tower, like the spires of Hive and Forge worlds, followed similar structural patterns. The spires of the future Imperium's largest Hive world were even taller and more populous. Due to architectural fragility, massive battles or natural disasters often affected the upper edges of these structures. Those living in the high peripheries were the first to suffer. Scavenging from fallen debris became a crucial opportunity for minor families, a rare path for commoners to change their fate. As the lower dwellers scrambled from their homes, risking life and limb to seize their chance at fortune, similar scenes unfolded at the 7 other towers. The 4th chapter's first wave of assault had begun in full. The 8 major iron towers across Necromunda, taller and more prominent than the surrounding towers, were key strategic targets locked by the shadows of order. Nareth and his honor guard exited their drop pod. The Primarch scanned his surroundings and immediately locked onto his target, the tallest structure atop the towers. Transmit our position to the flagship. Advance. The honor guard, following close behind him, had all passed the trials and become Sequence 9 Beyonders. After advancing nearly a kilometer, the techno-nobility led their forces to ambush the shadows of order from all directions. With a glance, Nareth noticed that every enemy soldier had undergone some form of cybernetic augmentation. The elite in ornate power armor, clearly part of the techno-nobility, were nearly devoid of organic flesh. The battle began immediately. The Arrhenius troopers, with their mechanical spider legs, wielded either 4 or 6-jointed limbs in bizarre postures, unleashing attacks with their weapons. Crackling arcs of electricity struck black armor. Several Shadows of Order warriors saw runic feedback on their helmet displays and immediately warned their brothers over the Vox. Their weapons can damage power armor. The honor guard responded instantly. Warriors and hunters surged forward. The warriors charged into the densest enemy ranks, disintegration fields on their power swords flickering and chain swords roaring. Dozens of spider troopers fell in an instant. Hunters weaved among them, delivering surgical strikes that further shattered enemy formations. In the chaos, even the enemy's identification friend or foe systems faltered. Arc weapons were fired wildly, often striking friendlies. Calm and focused, the Shadows of Order enacted their Gene Father's teachings. They raised their bolters, locked on using superhuman senses and instinct, and fired with deadly precision. On the battlefield, only the techno-nobilities posed a significant threat to the Shadow of Order. A bolter round blasted off one of a techno-noble's alloyed spider legs, but he sprang back with the remaining 3, lunging like a monstrous spider, lashing his augmetic limbs at the power armor. Blades shrieked, ceramite split open, just as the Shadow of Order warrior was about to be cleaved, golden light flared. The techno-noble was obliterated by a punch, his cybernetic remained scattering. Nareth never broke stride. He reappeared in front of another techno-aristocrat and cut him down, the disintegration field of his sword shredding through half his metal-plated skull. With every passing second, another techno-noble fell to the Gene Primarch's blade. Nareth led his honor guard toward the objective, though the flood of enemies gradually slowed their advance. From the skies, strange disc-shaped drones came hurtling toward them. Just then, a Legion aircraft tore through the heavens, engaging the circular drones in fierce aerial combat. For Shadows of Order gunships dove from above, rotary laser cannons roaring as beams swept through enemy ranks, and dozens of Arrhenius troopers collapsed. Seizing the moment, the Shadows of Order surged ahead, their adaptability in combat shining through. Cool-headed and efficient, they delivered precise blows. The Arrhenius troopers, unable to withstand the combined aerial and ground assault, were forced into retreat. The Shadows of Order drew ever closer to their goal. Then, the ground trembled. A massive metal monstrosity, the size of a Knight-class war machine, stomped forward. Its lower body bore 8 spider-like alloy legs. Its entire body lacked a single ounce of flesh, more like a walking steel pillar. Folded mechanical spider arms extended from its shoulders, chest, and back, each bearing a unique weapon. 2 rear spider limbs lifted, activating a series of glowing circular data crystals. Energy surged to their tips. Brilliant beams lanced across the battlefield, shredding spider troopers and piercing the ceramite armor of 2 Shadow of Order warriors who couldn't dodge in time. Nareth sensed the loss of 2 of his sons, and in an instant, identified the new threat. The Chief Iron Lord. The Primarch charged. Arrhenius troopers and techno-nobles alike were crushed beneath him like insects under an elephant. Running at full speed, Nareth raised his bolt pistol and fired. Boom. 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 Nareth's black eyes narrowed. Through the blast smoke, he saw the Chief Iron Lord raise his twin alloy arms. Circular shields hung from his spider limbs. As he spun his metal arms, the shields deflected the explosive rounds, his limbs remained undamaged. It's the energy field. Nareth thought to himself, appearing before the Iron Lord in a flash, thrusting his sword. The Chief Iron Lord's shoulder limbs snapped out like spring-loaded daggers. The disintegration field clashed with the strange red glowing energy field, letting out an ear-piercing screech. The Iron Lord's crimson cyber eyes flashed. Two spider limbs on his shoulders darted forward like spears, stabbing straight for Nareth's head. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, Slaying the Chief Iron Lord. Facing the sudden attack from above, Nareth raised his arm in response. A golden energy field clashed with the red glowing metallic spider leg. Boom. The power gauntlet held the upper hand in the energy collision, and the massive body of the Chief Iron Lord was knocked into the air by the impact. Here's a blast charge for you. The Chief Iron Lord's two chest spider legs immediately shot out to shield his body. Just when he thought it would be like before, blocking the attack from the black-armored giant, the explosive imbued with bribery, weakening detonated. There was a momentary lag in the logic circuits of the Chief Iron Lord. He couldn't fathom why, even though the two attacks appeared identical to the sensors, same energy signature, same readings, the damage was completely different. Nareth seized the opportunity. He infused his gauntlet with spiritual force and swung a powerful punch. Verdict: exile. He didn't feel the dragging force typically associated with the death effect. Instead, the gauntlet unleashed a surging force that launched the metal body into the air. Nareth had tested this during spare moments in the training cage. When infused with spiritual force, the gauntlet could unleash abilities from the Justiciar pathway. However, it couldn't be manually chosen, at least not yet. The power of these abilities correlated directly with the amount of spiritual force infused. In his downtime, Nareth had been attempting to bond the power gauntlet with the third layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, but because he often needed to wear it, the connection wasn't fully established yet. As he calculated, his eyes followed the tumbling figure of the Chief Iron Lord, knocked airborne and now falling. His mind instinctively traced the trajectory of the descending metal body. This went beyond a mere calculation of flight paths and gravity, it was almost an intuitive perception. Nareth dashed toward the projected landing site. With 3 quick strides, he leapt into the air, thrusting his power sword upward using the 4th technique of the Otspervia technique. The power sword, glowing with dazzling blue light, pierced the metal body weakened by the bribery effect. The disintegration field crackled and shattered the nearly fully metallic head of the Chief Iron Lord. Boom. The massive metal corpse slammed into the ground, crushing several techno-nobles underfoot. The Iron Lord Guard rushed to the scene, were instantly killed. The Chief Iron Lord's death delivered a devastating blow to the morale of the technobilities and Aranu troopers. In their logic chains, Iron Lords were the pinnacle of power, no one could defeat them. Yet now, the Chief Iron Lord had been killed by the black-armored giant. In the aircraft above, the pilot saw streaks of black lightning flash by, and one techno-noble after another was struck down. Everything they witnessed made them question whether they were trapped in a nightmare. On the ground, the techno-nobles felt as though they were staring death in the face. Their resistance lasted only moments before collapsing entirely. One techno-noble fell to his knees and surrendered, triggering a chain reaction. Arania's troopers began throwing down their weapons and surrendering to the black-armored warriors. 2 apothecaries confirmed that 5 members had suffered fatal injuries during the battle and could not be revived. They notified the tech marines to inter them in dreadnoughts. The oldest dreadnoughts dated back to the Age of Strife. When powerful warriors could no longer recover, they were not mercifully executed, they were given the honor to keep fighting. The old prototype dreadnoughts of the Unification Wars could be piloted by non-Astartes, but eventually, only Space Marines and Custodians were allowed to be interred in them. Each dreadnought housed a living being, permanently connected to the machine via a mind impulse unit. Once interred in a dreadnought, a Space Marine could never leave the metal tomb, doomed to fight forever until destroyed. Nareth, considering that all Shadows of Order chosen to become Beyonder were elite warriors, decided that upon severe injuries, they would be interred in dreadnoughts to continue serving the Legion. Their Beyonder traits would not be lost. Full recovery could wait until their final death. After seizing the first Iron Tower of Necromunda, the Nareth ordered the Honor Guard to patrol while he located the Chief Iron Lord's vault. Nareth glanced at the alloy door, saw the flashing data crystal, and confirmed he had no way to hack it. He chose brute force instead. Golden light flared as he punched the gate. The massive alloy door was shattered by the disintegration field. Nareth stepped inside, the treasure vault of the most powerful figure in the Aranius continuity. After circling once, he found 24 potion ingredients. Among them were 15 cybernetic eyes, the primary ingredient for the Sequence 7 Appraiser of the Paragon Path. I didn't expect to collect the ingredients for Appraiser this quickly. Rozicki just advanced to Archaeologist, and the other tech marines are still at Savant. Nareth also discovered 9 modular octahedral gears, each face with 8 teeth, interlocking and turning in a specific rhythm, each face with a different movement pattern. Not a known potion material, but likely not for high-sequence potions either. Gears. Sequence 6 Machinery Specialist of the Paragon Path, also called Gear Master or Artisan. These gears are likely the core ingredient. Just as Nareth was storing the materials back in the Kingdom of Disorder, over at the 7th Iron Tower, the 5th Company of the 4th chapter engaged in brutal combat and encountered the 7th Iron Lord. The captain led his personal guard and auxilia to attack the 2nd Iron Tower, while companies 1 through 6 targeted towers 3 through 8. The 5th Company's captain led his personal guard into a final showdown against the 7th Iron Lord and his techno-nobility's escort. The cunning 7th Iron Lord, seeing his forces falling around him, decided to use an artifact he had unearthed from underground ruins. He had saved it as a trump card for a final offensive against the Chief Iron Lord. But the black-armored warriors were far beyond anything his logic circuits had estimated. Without this last move, he wouldn't have survived the day. From deep within his chest, a pair of cockroach-like metallic tendrils knocked against his abdomen. A metal plate opened. The tendrils pulled out a metal sphere and hurled it at the captain, who wielded a power axe. The sphere landed at the captain's feet, and silver liquid erupted and spread rapidly. As the captain and his 3 lieutenants moved to dodge, they found their feet pinned to the ground. The 7th Iron Lord appeared before them, mantis blade whirling in a deadly arc. Realizing he couldn't escape, the captain, with his last strength, hurled his power axe. The spinning weapon struck deep into the exposed abdomen of the 7th Iron Lord. With a dull boom, the captain, his lieutenants, and the Iron Lord all collapsed together. With the captain and lieutenants dead, the squad leaders quickly conferred on the command channel. Kion, the captain, had previously relayed the Primarch's battle orders. You were once a member of the Primarch's honor guard and served in his court. It's only right that you take command. Understood. Kion assumed command and led the cleanup of the techno-nobles. With all 8 Iron Lords dead, the Arrhenius continuity collapsed rapidly. Though some resistance remained, nothing could stop the 11th Legion's conquest. The Shadows of Order now controlled 6 star systems and the warp gates between them. Nareth then dispatched teams to the base of the spires to search for the legendary giant spiders and other unique local creatures. Though the spires hadn't previously been referred to as hive cities in Imperial culture, they functioned identically. Nareth believed that the strange lifeforms rumored in Necromundus hives might already exist here. At the same time, in the Sarto system, the Faceless Ones launched a lightning offensive, retaking Node B25 from the Orcs. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, Orcs taste really good. 2nd Company Captain of the Faceless Ones, Erling, strode up to Joffel, clad in black armor, and struck up a conversation as expected. Joffel, I heard from the supply ship's captain that Lord Nareth received a warm welcome on Terra. The adjutant of the 10th Company was already used to the Faceless Ones' habit of chatting after battle. They were typically silent before and during combat, and orders on the command channel were always brief. But after a battle, they became much more talkative, often seeking out the Shadows of Order warriors for conversation. Indeed, Joffel replied proudly, straightening his back and smiling. Lord Nareth was cheered just as loudly as Lord Horus was on his return to Terra. As the Faceless Ones and Shadows of Order were happily chatting, 1st Company Captain Suarez crouched beside the corpse of the Orcish warboss he had slain. Using his chains word, he sliced off one of the creature's thick arms. He glanced around briefly, then bent down and, seemingly inspecting the corpse, opened his mouth to reveal his distinctively sharp teeth and sank them into the orc's arm. In that instant, Suarez's pupils dilated slightly, and his brows twitched. It was delicious. His tongue tasted a salty, savory flavor like ham, while his teeth sank into something tender like mushrooms. The meat fibers unfurled like silk in spring wind. Green-colored strands laced through the texture, releasing sweet juices beneath a crispy outer shell, like morning dew rolling off pine needles. A low hum escaped his throat, cut short by the sudden, icy clarity of flavor. All around him, the other Faceless Ones wore looks of satisfaction. Before tasting orc arms, they'd worried that these filthy, muscular limbs, reeking of xeno blood, would be disgusting. But now, they had learned, the stronger the orc, the better it tasted. This was the Faceless One's unique gift. Suarez opened his mouth wide and devoured the entire arm, smacking his lips in satisfaction. After swallowing both of the warboss's arms, it was like he'd eaten 2 hams wrapped around tender mushrooms. His battle-weary body now felt brimming with power. He flexed and assessed himself. Strength hasn't improved yet. I need to eat more. From past experience, the Faceless Ones had discovered a pattern: consuming Xeno flesh could enhance their abilities, but only if they ate enough. And the stronger the Faceless One, the more they had to eat for the effect to manifest. Right now, he had eaten his fill, but it wasn't enough. He was too full to continue. Regretfully glancing at the remaining meat, Suarez walked over to Joffel and resumed the conversation as planned. Your two companies are also patrolling in this region. Yes. By order of the Gene Father, searching for a lost colony, Joffel replied, narrowing his black eyes slightly, casting a subtle glance at Suarez's slightly bulging stomach. The shadows of order had keen senses. He recognized the faintly bloated look and that familiar feeling. After every battle, one captain would talk with him, and soon after, another would show up, always looking like he'd just eaten a feast. Some special Faceless One's rations. Joffel silently wondered. As he pondered this, Suarez spoke again. What's the outcome? Do you need the Faceless One's assistance? Life under Nareth's command was far better than hiding in fear under Horus. The warriors of the Second Legion hoped this new arrangement would continue. The Third Company discovered Cypher Mundi, Joffel replied. After the Daxos twin world system, this is another major find. The Dark Lord seems quite adept at exploration. Joffel smiled. He had heard that Cypher Mundi had great potential, similar industrial capacity to Vostroya, at the intersection of many warp routes, with multiple stable Mandeville points nearby. That's excellent news, Suarez said with a grin. Our tech marines captured some round, toothy creatures. They look like pets the orcs kept, perhaps the Primarch will like them. Oh. Joffel's attention snapped to Suarez's words, momentarily forgetting his earlier suspicion. He followed the faceless captain to a cage. With sharp perception, Joffel noted it was shielded by an energy field. Inside, a dozen red, round creatures rolled about, snarling and chasing each other, each one with vicious teeth and bulging eyes. After observing for a moment, Joffel said, Lord Nareth might indeed be interested in these red little monsters. Recalling the reports from various expedition fleets encountering the orcs, he added cautiously, Suarez, I've heard the orcs have bizarre reproductive abilities. Could transporting these things be risky? Don't worry, Joffel, Suarez scoffed. When we found them, they were being kept separate from the orcs. I think they're different. He smirked. Besides, they look like they could be crushed with one hand. Even if they multiplied, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. Joffel studied the cage for a moment longer before giving a cautious recommendation. Use a dedicated transport ship. If anything goes wrong, it'll be easier to contain. All right. Suarez, who genuinely enjoyed fighting alongside the shadows of order, readily agreed to the precaution. One by one, the cages of squigs, captured and confined by the tech marines, were loaded onto the transport ship, which immediately began its return journey to Vostroya. At the same time, Nareth completed his conquest of the Arrhenius Conatunity and began awarding medals to warriors who had performed exceptionally. The Primarch himself pinned a medal onto the chest of Kion, newly promoted to 5th Company Captain of the 4th Chapter, giving him a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. The medals had been designed at Nareth's instruction and forged aboard the Throne of Sovereignty's shadow by tech servitors under the watch of Legion artificers. The back bore the High Gothic initials SC, FD, and above it, the word Arrhenius. The medal was a black circle with a red, 8-legged spider in the center, symbolizing the defeat of the Arrhenius continuity. Anyone who contributed to the campaign received a medal, whether an Astartes, a guardsman, a ship commander, or an artillery officer. But only those with truly exceptional contributions were awarded directly by the Primarch. This included chapter master, captains, legionaries, and even mortal officers like Diana Pauline. Those who weren't decorated by the Primarch received grey badges instead, awarded by their direct superiors. After the ceremony, the 7th and 12th chapters departed under Nareth's orders, headed for Triken, guided by a star chart submitted by the Televars. Their mission, eliminate the local Xenos and take control of Triken. Nareth, meanwhile, led his sleepless hunters, his honor guard, on a hunt into the Underhive. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Hunting the Legendary Creature, Giant Spider. The massive planet once called Arrhenius Prime, now renamed Necromunda, naturally saw its iron towers become hive cities. At the bottom of the largest hive city, black-armored warriors descended into the pipes under the curious and fearful eyes of the trapped residents. Nareth crouched slightly as he moved through the damp and filthy sewer tunnels. After several hundred paces, he spotted a corpse on the ground, clutching its leg, its foot mangled and bloody. Moments later, as expected, he found a spine crystal in the corner of a sewage pit. The Primarch flickered forward and casually retrieved the lawyer potion's secondary ingredient, placing it in his massive backpack. The sleepless, seeing the Primarch take interest in the coral-like crystal, began picking them up as well. Darkness and filth posed no hindrance to them. A few dozen steps further, Nareth suddenly drew his power sword and swung it. The blue disintegration field wrapped around the blade struck a tentacled creature leaping from the sewage. The 2-meter-wide, swollen, slimy creature was shredded into pieces. Sludge jelly. In the toxic sewage pits and sludge seas of the hive's lower levels, where life seemed impossible, these creatures had flourished. Sludge jellies used their tentacles to sense prey, then pounced, wrapping their victims and paralyzing them with toxic secretions before slowly digesting them in their gelatinous bodies. Not a potion ingredient. Nareth casually hacked apart another ancient sludge jelly. The hive's underlevels were dangerous. For any experienced survivor, they would carefully avoid sewage pits, shadows, and other known threats. But for the highly perceptive shadows of order, these dangers were trivial. They pressed forward, slaying hostile creatures one by one. For a while, until other threats migrated in, the desperate inhabitants of this area would find it temporarily safer. Based on scans, the giant spider was last seen in an abandoned dome, dragging off some unlucky scavengers. With that in mind, Nareth exited the winding pipes and entered an abandoned dome. No sooner had he stepped inside than hundreds of creatures unfolded their wings and swooped toward the black-armored warriors. Ripperjacks. Nareth instantly identified them, hybrid creatures resembling oversized bats crossed with piranhas. Ripperjacks hunted by hanging from ceilings, snatching prey with hooked claws, then wrapping them in wings before gouging out their eyes and tearing open faces and throats. Primary material for the Red Priest Pathway Sequence 8, Provoker. Deciding to preserve their intact corpses, Nareth took a deep breath. Light flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a psychic scream. A shockwave of warp energy, carefully contained, spared his sons behind him and engulfed the Ripperjacks completely. Mind Shriek shattered the minds of hundreds of Ripperjacks instantly, and they dropped lifeless to the floor. Fan out and search for traces of the giant spider. The shadows of order obeyed. While they scattered, Nareth hauled the Ripperjacks' bodies back to the Kingdom of Disorder. With the Ripperjacks secured, I only need the Scug for the Provoker potion. Orcs love to raise squigs, especially the Snakebite clan. They come in many forms, basic jumpers, edible types, even rideable ones. Some jumpers can evolve into squiggoth. They're part of the orc ecosystem, and within the power of their Gesalt field, all possibilities exist. He stored all the Ripperjacks' corpses in a palace within the Kingdom of Disorder. Upon returning to reality, a hunter approached with a report. "Father, I've found traces of a massive spider." Nareth immediately summoned the other shadows of order and rushed to the scout's location. There, he saw many sticky silk strands hanging from above, and V-shaped indentations on the floor and walls, distinctive leg prints. Track the trail. The shadows scattered, some inspecting the floor, others checking the walls. After a brief discussion, they agreed on the direction and led the way. Even for native Necromundans, the giant spider was a legend passed down for millennia. It was both worshipped and feared, more nightmare than reality. Everyone who encountered it had one fate, death. That's what earned it its mythical status. Yet the underhives, where life was cheap, were never short of desperate adventurers, lured by the spider's rare meat and venom, hoping to trade one kill for a fortune and a way to ascend to the elite levels. All they found was death. Giant spiders were fiercely territorial. Every intruder was dragged off and cocooned, consumed alive. As the Order's hunting party advanced, the webs grew thicker. They had entered the spider's domain. Nareth looked ahead. With warp sight, he spotted two fearsome lifeforms glowing with fear and death, clear projections within the warp, on the surface of a lake. Titanic raft spiders. Today is a lucky day. Among all giant spider variants, raft spiders were the rarest. Their pure, gem-like eyes tempted every greedy hunter. Nareth snatched a chain's word from a nearby hunter. In his hands, it was more like a dagger. He dashed forward rapidly, reaching the sewage pool's edge. Two near 100-meter-tall raft spiders skimmed the surface with eerie grace. Despite their titan-sized bulk, they glided on water like ghosts, yet that was a natural trait of raft spiders and the origin of their name. The moment Nareth looked at them, they returned his gaze. They instinctively sensed the terrifying aura from the small black figure. Their abdomens flexed, silk glands tensed, and web strands lashed out like white whips. Nareth's black eyes narrowed. Several locations on the spider glowed with spiritual energy. Incredible. Their entire bodies are potion materials. Eyes, fangs, silk glands, even their legs. To preserve these materials, he avoided using his power sword or explosive rounds. Instead, he sprinted, his every step perfectly placed on protruding stones to stay above the sewage. At the same time, his mind reached toward the spiders. Boom. His consciousness slammed into two blood-red webbed gates protecting their minds. The web trembled violently. His eyes narrowed again. The mental strength of these spiders was astonishing. Considering they hadn't trained their will, their resilience surprised him. He shifted focus onto one raft spider, condensing his psychic force into thousands of black mind flames and hurled them at the webbed gate. Meanwhile, his body kept moving, charging the second spider. With 3 great strides, Nareth leapt, narrowly dodging a Fang strike. Through warp insight, he spotted a narrow gap beneath the spider's hardened shell, just where the abdomen connected. In midair, he twisted, dodging falling legs. Landing on the spider's underbelly, he plunged the chain's word into the gap and then activated its rune-engraved hilt. The roaring blade tore through the spider's insides, carefully avoiding silk glands controlled precisely by Nareth's strength. When the shadows of order arrived, they saw the blade burst out of the back of a creature. At the same time, the other spider, mentally overwhelmed, crashed dead into the sewage lake. Amid flying sewage, Nareth caught his falling chain's word, landed atop the spider's shell, deactivated the runes, and casually tossed it to a nearby shadow of order. Search the surrounding area. The warriors snapped out of their shock and fanned out. Nareth dragged the colossal raft spiders into the kingdom of entropy, thinking. I'm uncertain about some ingredients, but the raft spider's silk gland is almost certainly the main component for the Demonis Pathway Sequence 6, Pleasure Potion. From this sequence onward, demonesses can produce silk. The trouble is, I still haven't gathered materials for Sequence 8, Instigator. I have the others, but not the Catachan Brain Leaf. In his memory, Necromunda's future underhives would be flooded with Catachan Brain Leaf, but Catachan hadn't yet been discovered by the expedition fleet, so its rare flora hadn't reached this world. I'll have to wait for the Dice of Prophecy to fully recharge. Once ready, I can use the established link to divine the star map leading to Catachan. If successful, I'll dispatch a fleet to claim the planet. Catachan would be the perfect recruiting world for the 7th chapter, as their core is the Red Priest pathway, the Hunters. Nareth's eyes lit up. He had an idea. Why not divine every special world I know of, assigning them as recruitment planets for each chapter based on their unique culture and core pathway? Vastroya, for instance, would be perfect for the 11th chapter, centered on the Black Emperor. The key to it all lay with the Dice of Prophecy. So, after storing both raft spider corpses in the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth went straight to the 3rd layer, real space, to check on its progress. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, The Apothecary. In the 3rd layer of real space within the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth stared intently at the 3-sided die in front of him. His black pupils deepened, and after a moment, black threads appeared within them, connecting him to the Dice of Prophecy. The preliminary connection has been established. While considering this, Nareth removed the power gauntlet from his left hand and placed it next to the die, continuing to strengthen the connection. Then, the Primarch turned to the body of the raft spider and sliced off a limb segment with its carapace still intact. This part lacked spiritual residue and was not a viable potion material. He retrieved a small specialized storage unit crafted by the Forge Lord, activated the stasis field, and placed the tissue inside. Back in reality, Nareth received a report from his guards. No other signs of giant spiders had been found near the sewage pool. The Primarch then sent messages to Adams and Rozicki, giving final orders before departure. 1 stellar hour later, he met the 2 Shadow of Order inside the tower that once belonged to the Chief Iron Lord. The 4th chapter will temporarily take responsibility for guarding the 6-star systems of the Arnius continuity. Death Lord, I want you to establish a new order here. Similar to Vastroya's structure, but tailored to local conditions. Nareth recalled how the House Helmwar would one day establish long-lasting rule over Necromunda, and continued. Though Necromunda's population is 100 times greater than Vastroya's, as long as you position yourself as the supreme authority and support the rise of a single family, you can build a lasting system. Father, I will carry out your orders. Adams, as always, accepted his command with a stern expression. Your other duty is to excavate ruins and master the newly acquired power. In that, you'll need to cooperate closely with the Forge Lord. Once both shadows nodded, Nareth picked up the storage unit from the floor. Rozicki, aside from researching teleportation and the leftover technologies of the Aranu continuity, I want you to study the biological tissue inside this. The Forge Lord took the arm-sized box in both hands, asking curiously. My lord, where is it from? The raft spider, the rarest and most prized of the giant spiders. I want you to develop a way to kill these spiders without damaging their silk glands, fangs, eyes, or legs. Nareth wasn't certain if other types of giant spiders had eyes that could be used in potions, so he included them just in case. Adams, once any giant spiders are located, organize a hunt. After finalizing plans for Necromunda, the Primarch ordered the 2nd, 5th, and 11th chapters to set course for the Vigilus star system. The interrogator Howard had extracted the location of Vigilus from an Eldar seer. Knowing that the Siamhan craft world was renowned among the Eldar for its prowess in battle, Nareth decided to go support the Arbiter Lord stationed there. Meanwhile, on the main planet of the Triken system, in a maiden world terraformed by the Eldar to be a paradise, even its jagged peaks appeared elegant. Atop one of these lush mountains, the apothecary Michael had established his laboratory. Every day, he would take a walk through the mountain before sunrise. Today was no different. Clad in a flowing black robe, the chief apothecary strode along the mountain path. As his eyes swept across the surrounding flora, he would occasionally stop to inspect a particular herb. This mountain had been chosen for a reason. It harbored a bounty of primitive medicinal herbs. Sage with gray-green oval leaves. Lemon balm oozes pale yellow resin with a citral scent. Evening primrose that splits into 4 petals when ripe. Michael would stop from time to time, using his mechadendrites to delicately harvest the plants. The surgical tools were temporarily replaced with specialized foraging tools. After an hour, his pack was full, and he returned to the lab. There, he placed the fresh lemon balm and other herbs on a drying rack at a low temperature, removing extraneous parts and keeping only the essential oils. Next, he invoked his spiritual energy to use medicinal concoction, and began the process of taming the plants. He placed sage leaves into a mortar, gripping the pestle vertically. He pressed in gentle circles first, listening for the soft rustle, then gradually applied pressure. Once the sage was crushed, he switched to precision grinding. Slow, clockwise movements, keeping steady. Letting the mortar's grooves grind the fibers down. Then, reversing direction, making tight counterclockwise circles to create fine, even powder. As the temperature rose, oil seeped from the leaves and condensed into tiny beads on the mortar walls. His medicinal concoction ability is fully activated during the process, enhancing the medicinal quality by harmonizing with the spiritual essence of plant and animal material. Afterward, he processed deer antlers and other ingredients in sequence. Once everything was prepared, the potion making began. He carefully measured liquid solvents and poured them into a 2-meter-wide cauldron, activating fire runes. As the liquid began to boil, he added the evening primrose, and lastly, the lemon balm essential oil. Michael picked up a sterile glass stirrer and began to rapidly mix the solution. 15 minutes later, he ceased stirring and deactivated the runes. The liquid began to cool, releasing a rich, sweet herbal fragrance into the air. He filled brownish liquid into bottles one by one and neatly arranged them on a stainless steel rack. Wiping sweat from his brow, he felt a sensation as if something inside his body had dissolved. Grabbing a control staff from a nearby shelf, he pushed the silver cart of potions to a massive marble door. He raised the staff and activated the unlocking rune. Green symbols flickered, and with a heavy grinding sound, the marble door slowly opened. Michael pushed the cart through, then turned to seal the door. He descended the spiral corridor carved into the mountain, finally reaching a waiting lounge deep inside the peak, where the candidates were assembled. Picking up a bottle, he shook it and called out. "Come here. Line up to receive your potion." The warriors of Vostroya looked doubtfully at the imposing men. Were it not for their knowledge that the black-robed Michael was the chief apothecary, they might have thought he was a quack selling fake remedies. They were about to walk the path to ascension, but how could a potion possibly help? While it won't enhance your physical attributes, it will significantly reduce rejection symptoms. This is a unique ability granted to me by the Lord. At these words, all doubts vanished. They quickly lined up and drank the potion after receiving it. Once distribution was complete, Michael spoke. "Proceed immediately to the chambers to begin your transformation procedures." With that, he raised his control staff and aimed it at a white alloy door. The runes lit up, and the door opened. The candidates filed in one by one. Mitchell followed them down toward the surgical chambers. A servant handed him a datapad, which he began scanning. "Since I developed the anti-rejection potion, the surgery success rate has increased by 5.2%. But the emergency potions haven't been as effective, the mortality rate only dropped by 1.4%. That's the limitation of an apothecary. In that regard, I'm no match for the doctor. With those thoughts, Michael began inspecting the surgical pods. Just past pod 4, he noticed a patient undergoing modification start to spasm violently. He instantly activated spirit vision, detecting the issue even before the sensors. His mechadendrite shot out and began emergency treatment. Meanwhile, in pod 16, Dr. Marlena finished her surgery, exited the mountain via a corridor, and boarded an airship headed for farm number 5. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, Harvest Priestess. Along the way, Marlena kept a vigilant watch on her surroundings. The Exodites living in the Triken system had been crushed, but small roaming bands remained. From time to time, they launched raids on human territory. Though they hadn't slowed the system's overall development, they had still caused considerable losses. The Harvest Priestess was increasingly suspicious, especially about the strange blight afflicting the crops at farm number 5. Neither the tech priests nor the planters could solve it, which led her to suspect Exodite sabotage. As she pondered this, the runes on her aircraft blinked. The craft had arrived at farm number 5. The planter Carrie was waiting in the aircraft docking zone near the farm. Upon seeing Marlena land, she quickly approached. "Ma'am. Carrie, lead the way." I want to inspect the crops, Marlena said. With bronze-hued skin, Carrie stepped aside to guide her. Per your instructions, I selected oats and beets, both suited to this world's conditions. This planet's soil is fertile, its sunlight and moisture are ideal for crop growth, perhaps even better than anywhere on our cradle world, Symphony of the Sea. The crops were thriving, until 3 days ago. They suddenly began to wither. The planter frowned deeply, her confusion evident. I've tended the fields diligently, never slacked off. After the blight appeared, the tech priest and I worked hard to find the cause, but we still haven't figured it out. As they spoke, they reached the fields. Carrie walked to a sack of seeds. Ma'am, I've prepared new seeds. The harvest priestess nodded. She stepped toward the cone-shaped, withering crops. First, she needed to diagnose the problem. Her tea-brown irises darkened, gazing into the dying plants. In her vision, the plants' shapes warped. Yellow light was covered by a strange gray-black hue. As expected, something is wrong. Since her promotion from doctor to harvest priestess, her healing abilities had expanded. She could now cure diseases afflicting plants and farmland. I can heal them, she said and prepared to begin. Suddenly, Marlena frowned. She sensed something rapidly approaching. She looked up to see dinosaurs charging toward them, ridden by tall Exodite warriors whose faces were painted in wild tribal markings. They held wooden spears and shrieked piercing war cries. The culprits have arrived, Marlena said calmly. Hand me that seed bag. Carrie quickly picked it up and handed it to her. Seeing the two human women, the Exodites scattered and began to flank them from both sides. The harvest priestess reached into the bag, grabbed a handful of seeds, and infused them with spiritual energy, rapidly catalyzing their latent life force. In an instant, vines burst forth and spread outward, entangling the dinosaurs and their riders. Over a dozen Exodites were caught off guard. They twisted their powerful arms, struggling. The vines couldn't hold such strong foes for long, but Marlena had bought enough time. She drew her staff from her back, raised her left hand high, and flung a specially bred, mutating spiked vine with her right. After becoming harvest priestess, Marlena had cultivated several unique plants for battle, which she carried with her. Psychic lightning slashed across the sky, striking the Exodite riders. They screamed and fell from their mounts. At the same time, Marlena raised her right foot and stomped heavily. Spiritual energy surged through her high-heeled boots into the mutant vines. They grew wildly. What had been a forearm-length vine became a thicket of thorns, wrapping around the Exodite warriors. The vines constricted them, and countless spikes suddenly shot out, piercing their bodies. Amazing, ma'am. Carrie gasped, eyes wide. The plants moved like extensions of her body, growing, twisting, and killing at her will. Now. It's time to heal the crops in the farmland, the harvest priestess said. She pressed her right hand to the ground. Spiritual energy radiated outward. Within a 30-meter radius around her, the gray-black soil turned back to its original rich brown. The rye stood tall again, long spikes like wolf tails, and full, dark purple husks. Between the rye grew beets, shedding their lifeless color. Their spindle-shaped roots, ringed with vascular bundles, formed vivid red ripples on the cross-sections. While Marlena healed the land, far away in the Triken system's outer defenses, the first chapter's fleet maneuvered in a standoff with the Siamhan Eldar craft world. The Red Craft world was far larger than Howard's flagship, faster, more agile, and even more nimble in its turns. Even the numerical advantage of the first chapter's ships wasn't helping. Howard tried multiple formations. Each time, the Eldar craft world slithered through the gaps just before the net closed. Precognition. From prior interrogations, Howard had gained some understanding of the Eldar. Their craft world was led by Farcers. Powerful psychers among the Eldar, these prophets used divination to foresee and manipulate events, ensuring their species' survival. Howard recalled the interrogation where an Eldar seer, after spilling secrets, glared at him in hatred. Blood dripping from his mouth, he shouted with his last breath. Moncays, even if you find the Vigilus star, that world will never belong to you. Only death awaits you and that Moncay. Nareth. Howard clenched his fist, fury in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Father said, find the weak point. Strike the enemy there. The arrogant Eldars look down on us. Their pride is their weakness. Howard stared at the holographic display, his mind racing as he devised a bait strategy. He opened a command channel and gave orders. Turn to heading 185, starboard 2. Escort ship Orlando, turn to 371, starboard 4. In 2 hours 19 minutes, concentrated fire on coordinate 614. Howard had decided, lay the bait, and strike hard. The first chapter's main ship and Tweel escort and destroyer ships spread out, forming a net, closing in on the Eldar craft world. The Arbiter Lord guided his flagship toward the lower edge of the net. This left the upper ships exposed, but he believed the proud Eldars wouldn't resist such bait. 13 black ships surged toward the craft world. As soon as it entered firing range, the craft world began to move, graceful and swift, dodging brilliant light lances and dense torpedo barrages. The Eldar Farser's eyes were deep and distant. To him, the warp was like an open canvas. Red lines flickered across it, danger threads, enemy fire paths. All of it, in his grasp. Like before, the craft world lunged at its Monkey prey. Just as the Farser was about to give the attack order, a chill ran through his body. Something's wrong. The Monkey fleet had been manipulated before, but never showed this obvious a flaw. It's a trap. At the last second, he changed the command. The red arc turned just before stepping into the trap. Boom. 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 4 battleships from the first chapter landed direct hits on the craft world's underside, but were repelled by the shields. But the rest of the fleet's firepower narrowly missed the world ship. Howard clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. The treacherous, serpent-worshipping Eldar had slipped out of the trap at the last second. Just then, his earpiece buzzed with the excited voice of the Master of Vox. My lord, the Primarch has arrived. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, The Eldar's Hollow Field. After the 11th Legion's battleships completed their warp jump into the Viglis system, they immediately began surrounding and attacking the Red World ship, leveraging their overwhelming numerical advantage. The Eldar craft world orbited the star Astrovigilia. Using planets and asteroid belts as cover, the Farser tried to avoid having their elegant ships struck by the barbaric Monkey. But he could feel it, those Monkey battleships were spreading an immense web across the entire system with sheer numbers. In every vision of the future he peered into, not a single path showed a way to avoid all the enemy ships. The Farser also sensed that aboard one massive newly arrived warship, there was a terrifying being. In the warp, it shimmered like a star, more radiant than any life form in the galaxy, even brighter than Vigilus itself or its moon, Neovelum. A Primarch, Nareth. In every prophecy concerning the planet crucial to Samhan's destiny, vigilance, the strands of fate now bend toward him. The Farser's eyes grew cold as a psychic pulse swept through the entire craft world. The strands of fate have been woven. We've done all we can to secure victory. Now we must win. Nareth must die. Gripping his staff tightly, the Farser gave the command. Activate the hollow fields. Let the Monkey perish in the mysteries of the Eldar. Seers, send the message to our brothers and sisters. The prey has fallen into the web. The cosmic serpents shall strike. At that moment, every ship under the shadow of order detected the Xenos vessels through their scanning augers, only to see the images instantly dissolve into clouds of shifting colored fragments. The enemy positions could no longer be locked on. Sitting on his command throne, Nareth tapped his fingers once, then paused. He could smell the scent of a trap. He understood the Eldar's defenses were fundamentally different from human ones. Their hollow field was a programmable holographic projection shield. Harlequins and Rangers often used the same defense method. Unlike conventional shields that blocked attacks, hollow fields distorted the user's appearance, making them impossible to hit in the first place. When stationary, the field mimicked the surrounding terrain, rendering the user invisible. While moving, the field caused the user's image to explode into a cloud of colorful fragments. The faster they moved, the wider the spread. Once they stopped, the fragments reassembled, a visual effect known as the jigsaw field or domino field. They didn't activate it before, but now they have. The Eldar Farser wants to create an illusion of them holding the upper hand, while making the enemy think they still have a chance. The craft world is a decoy, there must be hidden ships inside the Samhan craft world. Realizing the trap, Nareth immediately gave orders. The Eldar have set an ambush. Numerous enemy ships are about to arrive. They're using hollow fields. Any ship equipped with ether cannons, fire now. The ether cannons, used by the Frail, unleashed pulses charged with etheric energy, capable of bypassing physical shields entirely. Whether it was the Imperium's void shields or Eldar hollow fields, ether energy ignored them all and struck directly. Due to the limited capacity of the Vostroya shipyards and the constant deployment of various battle groups, installation of ether cannons had been staggered, most ships were still not equipped. After this battle, I must accelerate the installation of ether cannons across the fleet. Cypria Mundi, a chosen world for shipbuilding, must be developed into a shipyard rivaling Mars itself. On the Sawtooth, the first chapter's flagship, Howard received a message from the fleet liaison vessel. As Lord Arbiter, he relayed the Primarch's orders to the fleet. He then turned to Yassine of 2nd Company and Mikhaili of 3rd Company, both watching the swirling color blobs on the holoscreen. Yassine, deploy Pride of Vostroya. Mikhaili, your ship Dark Judgment. Pride of Vostroya was once Nareth's flagship before returning to the Imperium. Only that ship and Dark Judgment were currently fitted with ether cannons. Use your ether cannons. Teach the Eldar a lesson. Howard had deliberately chosen the Sawtooth, an Emperor-class battleship, as the chapter flagship instead of a battlecruiser. While the ship had performed admirably, he now felt a twinge of regret. As the Pride of Vostroya and Dark Judgment fired their ether cannons, radiant beams cut through the swirling colors, revealing Eldar ships and then blasting them with prow lances. Howard longed to command a ship and destroy Eldar vessels himself. He looked at the sea of multicolored light blobs swarming around the jagged edge, launching waves of harassment and attacks. Although the mighty void shields of the Emperor-class held firm, the retaliatory broadsides rarely struck home. So far, only 2 escort ships had been destroyed by lucky volume fire. Howard turned toward a light mass charging the Sawtooth. The prow lance had just fired, but the blob hadn't stopped, indicating a miss. He clenched his fists and glared at the encroaching enemy. His dark pupils dilated, until they filled his entire eyes. In that instant, all the colored blobs in Shadow of Order's view disappeared. He saw elegant, slender Xeno ships. Howard froze momentarily. He had, in his fury and desperation, unknowingly activated the genetic gift inherited from his gene father. The warp insight. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the main screen. The prow lance had just finished charging. He gave direct firing coordinates to the gunners, who couldn't otherwise locate a target. Prow lance, bearing 011, starboard 11 degrees, fire. Company Captain Sasak, similarly enraged by the Eldar ambush, gripped his chain's word tightly. Hearing Howard issue orders, he frowned. What's he doing? Blindly lashing out? Desperate guessing. Then, a brilliant beam shot from Sawtooth's prow straight into the swirling colors. Seconds later, the light faded, revealing a slender Eldar vessel, cleaved in half. Sasak stood stunned, then looked at Howard in disbelief. How did you do that? Howard's temples throbbed with pain. Using warp insight across thousands of kilometers had drained him. Even with a superhuman body and multiple psychic enhancements, he could only use the ability 2 more times at most. This is the gift from our gene father. Follow his teachings, and one day you may awaken it too. But if you let anger cloud your mind forever, you never will. Ignoring the contemplative Sasak, Howard targeted another Eldar ship approaching from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Just as he gave the fire order, a searing pain erupted in his temples, his psychic energy was spent. The farther the range, the greater the cost. Perhaps only the Primarch can wield it without limit. As Howard destroyed an enemy vessel with warp insight, Nareth turned his attention to the world ship. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, The Prophecy That Terrified the Farser. The holofield activated by the Siamhan craft world was completely ineffective at hiding from the Primarch's gaze. His eyes locked tightly onto the Eldar arc, and he issued rapid commands. Adjust coordinates to 985, starboard 3. Under his command, the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty continually corrected its course, tracking the arc's path without pause. Light lance, fire at 142, starboard 5. The black void-born behemoth spat out a brilliant beam of light, forcing the red, serpent-like vessel to swerve in evasive maneuvers. This was not merely a chase, it was a confrontation in the void between a Primarch and a farser leading a craft world. A battle of insight against foresight. Before the fall of the Eldar arcs were massive trade vessels capable of hosting self-sustaining communities of hundreds of Eldar families. These communities would typically return to mainstream Eldar civilization only 3 or 4 times in a millennium. After the fall, the craft worlds became sanctuaries for the remnants of the Eldar race, and their sizes grew rapidly, now tens or even hundreds of times their original scale. Inside, they contained webway portals linking them to each other and to millions of other planets. Massive spaceports dotted the exterior of the craft world, releasing fleets and flyers through the webway. Wind jet bike riders and Viper skimmer pilots gathered in clans. Most Eldar within a clan shared blood ties. They smeared blood across their faces, drank from their kin's wrists, and siblings boarded the flyers together. Jet bikes and skimmers launched from the colossal spaceports into the void, charging toward the crown of sovereignty. Diana Pauline finally found her moment to shine. Until now, she had played a minor role in this engagement with the Eldar craft world. The captain calmly directed the defense turrets, constructing an anti-air network. The incoming red aircraft, like moths to a flame, were shredded by dense flak fire. Every second, red flyers trailed flames like kites with cut strings, crashing down. But Diana wasn't content with only a defense, she mobilized strike fighters and gunboats for a concentrated counterattack, like a heavy punch slamming into the Eldar formation. The Siamhan clans bore V-shaped or striped patterns as identifiers. The clan targeted by Diana had 2 interlinked diamonds as its symbol. The riders piloted their elegant skimmers straight into the human fighter squadrons. They aimed their shuriken cannons at the monkey fighters, firing hunter nets that blanketed large areas, mockingly watching the foolish monkey plow straight into their web of death. The auxiliary strike fighters had no way to dodge, and didn't even try. The pilots shouted oaths to the Emperor and the Primarch, firing angry volleys at the alien skimmers. The Eldar pilots were shocked to discover that the humans didn't even attempt to evade the shuriken nets. They fought like cold, calculating machines. The Viper skimmers weaved gracefully, dodging with agility, but the sheer density of fire saturated entire sectors of space. One clan rider piloted his craft with expert skill, dodging 6 cannon shells in rapid succession. But he soon realized, his maneuvering space was dwindling. Shells and friendly skimmers alike hemmed him in. Sensing another shell incoming, he tensed his arm and yanked the controls, evading smoothly and elegantly, even in haste. But the next shell had no appreciation for elegance. It crashed into the skimmer, tearing it apart mid-arc. The wreckage exploded, indistinguishable from the debris of the ugly Monkey machines. 30 other red skimmers were similarly torn apart, their remains scattered across the cold void. The Eldar pilots realized that the price they paid in the first exchange was not so different from the Monkey they once scorned. Their complex, sensitive emotions were overwhelmed by grief at the deaths of blood relatives, but also tinged with respect for the courage of the Monkeys. Barbaric and primitive their tactics may have been, but their bravery was admirable. A second round of aerial combat erupted. Human fighters launched a barrage of covering fire while the Astartes struck from the flanks with surgical precision. The shadows of order targeted the skimmers, unleashing ruthless, lethal blows on the weaving Eldar craft. The clan's war leader emerged from the firestorm, consumed by grief, his kin, his clan, nearly wiped out. He forced himself to stay focused as the Monkeys launched a new wave of attacks. He dodged the incoming fire with grace, but sensed his kin falling behind him, swallowed by the cold metal rain. Then he felt it, he had been locked on by 4 human gunships. No escape. The war leader and his elegant vehicle were torn apart by blazing shells. Using a 3-stage strategy, concentration of force, disruption of formation, then final execution, Diana annihilated 4 Siamhan clans in succession. The Farser realized that Siamhan's traditional lightning-fast air assault tactics had been completely and mercilessly countered. The larger space battle was also deviating from the future he had foreseen. Several of the enemy battleships possessed strange weapons mounted on their flanks. These fired ether fields that shredded the holographic cloaking of Eldar ships. He had never encountered such bizarre weaponry, nor had he foreseen that Nareth's fleet would possess such advanced technology. In all previous encounters in the Segmentum Pacificus, no human ship had such cannons. Nareth's exclusive weapon technology. The Farser's eyes filled with a terrifying vision, countless black battleships firing brilliant ether beams, exposing and destroying Siamhan's red ships. He saw the craft world breached, red-armored Eldar lying dead in pools of their own blood. The future the threads of fate showed him filled him with dread. His meddling with Siamhan's fate had attracted a terrifying enemy. The Farser made a decisive choice, abandon the attack on Nareth, abandon the Vigilus system. He would search once more through the threads of fate for a world where Siamhan could forge its future. With bitterness, he gave the order, retreat. The Eldar warships began regrouping with their craft world. Nareth immediately noticed several ships approaching the Ark and docking into its massive spaceport. They're trying to run. The Primarch would not let the Siamhan Ark escape so easily. Despite their apparent success, the 11th Legion had paid a heavier price overall. And so far, the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty had not fully locked onto the craft world. The Primarch keenly realized this delay was due to how his orders had to pass through officers before reaching the crew, adding unnecessary lag. The officers and crew had executed efficiently, but not fast enough to beat a Farser's precognition. The Red Eldar Ark still slipped from his grasp. To defeat Siamhan's craft world, he needed to be faster, more lethal. The Primarch's consciousness spread across the entire battleship. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinzu. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Heartlink. The powerful consciousness of the Primarch enveloped the entirety of the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, touching every critical position aboard. As a master of the psychic arts far beyond any mere mortal, and leagues above even the most powerful Astartes, his commands were transmitted directly into the minds of the crew in an instant. The Gloriana-class battleship seemed to transform into an extension of Nareth's body, lunging through the void toward its prey. The massive black beast spewed dazzling lances of light, slamming into the even larger world ship. As it swept past the Eldar Ark's flank, the full broadside of the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty roared with fury, its macro cannons thundering at the Xenos vessel, saturating its crimson hull with shells. The battleship then veered sharply, unleashing a second storm of meteor-like fire from its opposite flank, pounding the vast spaceport jutting from the world ship's exterior. The High Farser's expression was cold and composed. He could sense the black beast lunging again and again, biting and tearing relentlessly. Compared to this war monster, the world ship moved with a lumbering slowness. Vast sections lacking in weaponry were ruthlessly exploited by the enemy, forests blazed under the rain of light lance, and the elegant cities were brutally destroyed by explosive shells. Each craft world was a functional microcosm, with self-contained ecosystems of forests and nature zones, and highly urbanized cityscapes. The natural zones provided renewable resources and breathable air, enabling the world ship's self-sustaining systems. In previous wars, these areas were hidden under powerful holofields. But now that Monkey, this Primarch, had seen and exploited these very zones, launching a ruthless assault on the world ship. The High Farser revealed a smile filled with complex emotions, bitterness, irony, and resignation. His eyes, deep as the void, scanned the unfolding battlefield for a path, any route to escape this black monster. He found one. Yet, the more certain he became of this escape path, the heavier the bitterness and self-mockery on his face grew, eclipsing all other emotions. The other Farsers, coordinating across the field, sharply sensed the roiling emotions within him and turned their attention toward their leader. The High Farser felt their gazes, full of confusion, concern, and doubt. He entered a meditative trance, forcing himself to detach from negative emotions, and issued his order coldly. All vessels and craft that haven't yet returned to the Ark, attack the Monkea's flagship. Cover the world ship's retreat. A flicker of shock passed through the other Farsers' eyes. Since the fall of the Eldar, fewer than 1 in 10 Eldar had survived. Abandoning their kin was not only emotionally devastating, but it would also be a severe blow to Siamhan's strength. It would take Siamhan an exceedingly long time to recover its current population. Eldar reproduction was rare, and emotional extremity often accompanied the process, extremely dangerous for a race constantly hounded by the demonic entity Slaanesh. Fewer and fewer Eldar were willing to procreate. The High Farsers fell into somber silence. They felt the state of the Ark, forests weeping, cities ablaze. They also noticed that the monkeys' warships were forming an encirclement. If they didn't break away soon, Siamhan would be annihilated here. Grim and sorrowful, the Farsers relayed the High Farsers' command to the fleet. The war leaders accepted the brutal order. They turned and launched suicide attacks on the encroaching black warships. The Throne of Shadow's sovereignty unleashed its full arsenal, shredding the red Eldar ships in swarms. Aboard the command bridge, Nareth furrowed his brow. He realized that the full operation of the light lance and macro cannons left no surplus power to target the Ark itself. Taking advantage of this, the Ark widened the distance and began to escape at high speed. The Primarch swept his gaze across the vidscreens and instantly caught a key piece of intel from a damage report submitted by Diana Pauline. The flagship's auxiliary fighter wing had a loss rate of 54.8%. All returning aircraft were damaged, and 32.6% were no longer combat capable. Astartes gunships had a 20.9% loss rate, again, all returning were damaged, and 17% were incapable of further combat. The Primarch evaluated the battlefield and made a swift decision: abandon the destruction of the Siamhan Arkansas, the cost is too high. Once all Legion ships are fitted with ether cannons, I'll divine the Ark's coordinates with the dice of prophecy and destroy them in one strike. This time, I won't settle for shards, I want the entire world ship. Although Nareth abandoned the goal of destroying the Siamhan craft world, he had no intention of letting it escape unscathed. Divination required a medium: the closer the connection, the higher the probability of success. And Siamhan would pay a price. Nareth's mind raced, crafting an attack plan. He immediately issued tactical orders. The Throne of Shadow's sovereignty macro cannons and bombardment cannons roared again, saturating the battlefield with a wall of fire. Few red ships were destroyed, but every Eldar vessel's trajectory was altered. The Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, shielded by its void barrier, burst out from the Crimson Sea. Its light lances repeatedly struck at the Siamhan Ark's rear. Each blazing beam struck nearly the exact same point on the red Arkansas. The margin of error was less than 100 meters. The High Farser felt the Ark quake beneath his feet and checked the vessel's condition, his heart filled with shock. Considering the nature of space warfare, two massive ships moving at different high velocities, the enemy ship being even larger than the Royal Authority's Shadow. All these variables made such pinpoint accuracy in the void exponentially harder than any precision strike on a stationary target. It required flawless tracking and perfect crew coordination. While still reeling, the High Farser's pupils contracted. He let out a high-pitched, unwilling roar. No. With his scream, 1/6 of the Ark's vessels were severed from the main ship, sheared off by the constant cutting of the light beams. 3 stellar hours later, all remaining Eldar vessels and craft in the contested system had been destroyed. The 11th Legion began battlefield cleanup. Nareth led his honor guard to the Ark's fragments, now the size of a city. Macro cannons and light lances had shattered massive sections of the Ark, exposing colossal fractures. Landing craft flew into one such fissure. Through the viewing port, Nareth saw that this fragment was mostly forested. The system sustaining its ecosystem remained intact. Elegant Eldar structures still stood scattered throughout the thick forest. Disembarking, he walked up to one such building. With a sweep of his gaze, he noticed vines crawling up its walls. No one's lived here in a long time. Nareth knew that certain sections of a worldship would be abandoned for various reasons, awaiting future reactivation. Just as he was about to step into the building, his ears twitched. He looked up. Over 100 red twin-rider jet bikes suddenly emerged from the trees. Behind each rider sat a cloaked sniper holding a long-barreled rifle. Eldar Rangers, duo formation, stealth path. Nareth understood that after the fall of the Eldar, surviving factions each developed their own methods to resist Slaaneish's eternal hunger for their souls. The craft world Eldar relied on their paths and soul stones, but soul stones wouldn't be discovered until M31. At present, the Eldar mainly used their paths to restrain themselves. But young Eldar often had little interest in discipline. Driven by curiosity, many tasted all the fruits from the tree of life, and upon reaching adulthood, chose either the path of the exile or the path of damnation. Eldar Rangers were those who walked the path of the outcast. Most wandered far from the arcships, exploring the galaxy. As Nareth pondered, his consciousness spread toward the lead bike, and in an instant, he cracked open the thorny gates of their minds. Ah! They returned to the Ark at the High Farser's call to arms. This abandoned region, remote and isolated, had been allocated to the Rangers by the Arkansas. When they returned, the battle was already lost. But instead of fleeing again, they chose to stay, waiting for a chance to strike back. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, The Shrine of Siam. Nareth perceived the thoughts of the Rangers and decided to capture them alive. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened his mouth. The Primarch let out a long, psychic scream, a mental storm that swept through the ranks of the Siamhan Eldar Rangers. Thud thud thud. Rangers began falling from their jet bikes, crashing to the ground. Only a few of the most seasoned Eldar Rangers, known as Pathfinders, remained upright. Their wills were resolute, they had long since rejected the hedonism and savagery that had doomed so many of their kind to soul-devouring by Slaanish. Several Pathfinders swayed slightly, bracing themselves against their jet bikes to avoid falling. Before they could react, Nareth had already appeared before the lead Pathfinder in a blur. The Briber reached out and grabbed the Pathfinder, hurling him toward another Eldar with immense force. Under the power of his throw, the airborne Pathfinder spun like a windmill and smashed directly into his comrade. Even the Pathfinders, who could dodge bullets with their reflexes, had no time to react before being knocked down. In an instant, all the Pathfinders were subdued. Nareth issued orders to a tech marine in his honor guard, bring back their range-long rifle, chameleoline cloaks, and jet bikes for research. Nareth knew the Eldar Rangers' long laser rifles were sniper weapons, similar to the long-barreled laser sniper rifles used by Auxilia snipers. They didn't use wraithbone, but rather psi-grown crystals specifically designed for laser focusing. Imperial laser technology struggles to maintain beam focus over long distances, but these psi-grown crystals allow for pinpoint precision at far greater ranges. Most Eldar weapons are psychically bonded to their users, but the Rangers' rifles are among the few that aren't, making them easier to reverse engineer. Still, their high degree of customization means that others can't use them with the same accuracy or range as the original wielder. The Savant should be able to crack the tech behind these Eldar sniper rifles. Equipping elite Auxilia snipers and treasure hunting squads with them would be useful. The Crystal Mirage holds plenty of psi crystals, we can probably create human-compatible versions, though the custom manufacturing costs will be high. Still, they'd be perfect for elite Vostroya auxiliaries. Nareth also recognized the Rangers' chameleonic cloaks were made with a kind of color-shifting coating, offering camouflage and stealth, especially effective in dim environments. Their chameleolinen cloaks and Imperial camocloaks both use similar coatings, but likely not the same formula. Perhaps we can improve our stealth tech by studying them. The technical challenge should lie somewhere between reverse engineering their rifles and their jet bikes. Like most Eldar technology, the jet bikes required psychic resonance with their rider. Their handles and grips were embedded with small psychoreactive crystals, allowing the rider to control the bike with thought alone. Reverse engineering jet bikes would take a long time, and even if replicated, training riders to use them would take just as long. Even for the Eldars, mastering jet bike riding is an exhilarating challenge, requiring years of training to reach their full potential. Nareth planned to eventually equip some of his psychic troops with psi-crystal bikes, forming elite strike riders to hit the enemy fast and hard. The Tech Marines quickly organized servitors and thralls to collect the loot, sniper rifles, cloaks torn from the Eldar, and the jet bikes, loading them onto the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty for later study. While the Tech Marines supervised salvage efforts, Nareth noticed Howard boarding a fragment of the Ark vessel. He turned to the Arbiter and said, "These Eldar prisoners are yours. Extract the secrets of Siamhan from them." "I'll make sure our Xeno guests are properly entertained," replied the interrogator. With a wave of his hand, the Arbiter Lord of the first chapter stepped forward and dragged off the Eldar captives. The Primarch pressed on, scavenging the Ark fragment. Unlike human constructions, Eldar architecture appeared fluid and organic, without harsh corners or crude edges. Nareth's gaze swept over the elegant, artful structures without slowing his pace. The deeper he went into the arc, the closer he came to the areas targeted by concentrated lance strikes. Eventually, the skeletal frame of the arc vessel emerged before him. His black eyes scanned the surroundings and soon caught sight of flickering colored light in the air, a sign of etheric energy. Following it, he found the arc's inner hull exposed by the lance blast. The briber leapt down into a fissure in the arc and was immediately greeted by the glow of spiritual light. It emanated from the wraithbone keel, the backbone of the Arkansas. Every Eldar ship is built around a framework of wraithbone, followed by internal compartments and then specific internal systems. Even the largest craft worlds are fundamentally constructed from wraithbone. Wraithbone is a solidified form of warp energy, drawn from the Sea of Souls by Bonesingers, Eldar who walk the path of the Bonesinger, and shaped through ancient rituals. It can be formed into any shape, is stronger than any known steel, possibly even rivaling adamantium, and can repair itself, with the Bonesinger able to accelerate the process. Wraithbone carries spiritual energy. It's a potion ingredient, one I'm unfamiliar with. Most likely it's a material for the Paragon pathway, though there's a small chance it fits the Mother pathway. However, since the Eldar haven't yet discovered soul stones, their wraithbone networks don't yet form infinite feedback loops. Nareth's eyes narrowed as he thought of soul stones and infinity circuits, suspecting they, too, were high-grade potion material. Perhaps I should wait before launching a full assault on the Siamhan craft word. Let them recover their strength and develop soul stones and infinity circuits first. Iandon discovered it in M33, Siamhan should follow sometime around M34. Just then, Nareth turned to a nearby tech marine and said, "Excavate the Eldar structures above us. Study their energy cycling and life support systems." Then, pointing at the wraithbone, he added, "Preserve this wraithbone. I'll collect it later." The Primarch climbed back up through the fissure and continued his search. Eventually, he discovered a magnificent temple. The entire structure was made of wraithbone. Most striking was a lifelike giant serpent coiled around the building. Its head rested atop the roof, raised toward the heavens. The cosmic serpent, Siam. One of the gods of Eldar belief. Nareth knew every Eldar craft world had multiple religious traditions, but one god from their pantheon would usually dominate the culture. For Siamhan, their chief deity was Siam, revered as the cosmic serpent. He stepped into the temple, where at its center stood a lifelike statue of Siam, sculpted entirely from wraithbone. A quick scan of the statue revealed its spiritual energy was no stronger than regular wraithbone, so Nareth moved on. All around were miniature shrines in various styles. Each housed a small miniature Siam statue, about the size of a human head, each depicting a different aspect of the god. These statues emit stronger spiritual energy than standard wraithbone, definitely higher-grade materials. Siam, the cosmic serpent, is believed to know all secrets of the past and present. The sequence 1 of the Wheel of Fate path is the Snake of Fate. These shrines are likely materials for the Wheel of Fate path. As he pondered, Nareth walked to one of the shrines on the left and examined it carefully. The spiritual power isn't quite at sequence 1 level, and since the Snake of Fate is nearly at the peak of the path, there's no way there'd be so many materials. More likely these are main ingredients for mid-sequence potions, or supporting materials for high-level ones. After forming his judgment, Nareth turned to the shadows of order around him and said, "Spread out and search the area." Then, while they were gone, he quickly transported all the statues into the Kingdom of Disorder. Since he didn't know how much wraithbone a high-sequence potion required, he left the temple intact for now, remaining aboard the Ark fragment. He continued his search but found nothing else of interest. He then hauled some broken pieces of wraithbone back to the Kingdom of Disorder. Before returning to Vostroya, the Primarch summoned Howard. The Vigilus system is now the responsibility of the first chapter. Besides maintaining order, the top priority is to locate the sacred template of a fortress-grade energy shield. And stay away from the local Vorian sandstorm vortex, it's extremely dangerous. No exploration for now. With that, the fleet set sail back to Vostroya. On the return trip, the 7th and 12th chapters reached the Tanith system and launched an assault. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, The Taelids Addicted to Spectacle. Segmentum Pacificus, High Orbital Path of the Planet Tanith. Sanchez, chapter master of the 7th chapter, stared at a holographic image of Tanith and spoke to the officer beside him. The Taelids' warships aren't in system. We must seize this opportunity to annihilate the Xeno on Tanith's surface. Before we departed, our Gene Father reminded me of a key characteristic of the Taelids. The Taelids view war as a performance. They plan their tactics based on spectacle and grandeur rather than sound strategy. The hunter tapped the hologram of Tanith, zooming in on the surface. Their tactics are bizarre. They deploy columns of gleaming war machines, only to follow up with poorly equipped, lightly armored infantry. Extremes of excessive emphasis and reckless neglect often alternate unpredictably. They lack coherent strategic thinking. It's because of this strangeness that predicting them is nearly impossible. Captain Skesny, whose left pauldron bore the high Gothic eye and ocean wave motif, frowned deeply and replied. Then how do we plan for their irrationality? We don't, Sanchez replied. We simply set bait. When they rush toward the glittering bait, we strike precisely and decisively. 52 decoys were deployed across Tanith by the Reaper Lord. The 333rd Regiment of the Solar Auxilia, veteran support forces, was dispatched again to serve as bait. Unlike at Triken, no one could be sure which bait the Tailids would bite. For days after deployment, the Tailids moved. Officer Giorgino, with the wave motif and High Gothic 2 on his pauldron, reviewed the battle reports. Their logic is unfathomable. They've attacked strategic points 7, 23, and 49, each completely different. Point 7 lies outside a forest, with weak defenses. Point 23 is near the Nal woods, surrounded by minefields. Point 49 is on a hilltop fortified by auxilia guards, with concentrated artillery emplacements. In addition to these three, they also attacked 25 other sites, but sent only lightly armed infantry, easily repelled by our auxilias. While Giorgino spoke, the first company captain furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. No logic at all. It doesn't even resemble the thinking of a rational species. Skesny finally found the right words. It's like watching a gambler roll dice. Could there be a deeper plot? The Reaper Lord paused for several seconds, then shook his head firmly. No. This is what the father spoke of. Tailids have no logic behind their offensives. Skesny, your unit targets point 23. Giorgino, you take 49. I'll deal with point 7, using graviton bombs. He looked to the rest of the officers. For the other strategic points, deploy subsonic rounds as previously planned. Sanchez gave the order. Skesny said no more. He didn't doubt the monarch's judgment, but he knew he was sent by the Primarch to advise the bold and aggressive Reaper Lord when needed. The Master of Vox transmitted the meeting results to the flagship of the 12th chapter. The chapter masters of both chapters boarded their drop pods. Black drop capsules scorched blacker still as they pierced the atmosphere, slamming into the surface with thunderous crashes, throwing up clouds of dust and debris. As they opened, their massive doors slammed against the earth. The shadows of order surged forth from the capsules, fanning out with mechanical precision. Squads moved in interlinked rings, flanking the Tailids from behind. Sanchez observed the glittering war machines ahead. The Tailids showed no reaction to the enemy appearing at their rear, continuing to attack strategic point 7 with mindless determination, like beasts with no higher reasoning. The Reaper Lord paused only a second, then issued his command to his personal guards and special attack squads from companies 3 to 5. Attack! He strode forward, raising his left arm, and fired a graviton bomb at the dazzling armor, brighter even than the pearl-white armor of the Luna Wolves. The graviton bomb blasted into the Xeno's armor, piercing one of the two pairs of vertically aligned front limbs. The explosion shredded the protein-structured vertical nerve column. The squid-like creature was left with only its head and cephalopodic tentacles. Sanchez fired several more shots, killing multiple Tailids. Activating a runic glyph, he charged forward and appeared behind one of the ornate war machines, executing Form 23 of the Otsberg via technique. His roaring chains word tore into the shining machine shell, cleaving straight into the back. Protein-laced blood splattered skyward as the glittering squid helm flew spinning through the air. The seasoned hunter darted through the Tailids, relying on enhanced senses and warp insight to analyze the foes mid-combat. He opened a command channel and issued new orders. They put more effort into appearances than combat. Their physiology isn't suited to warfare, and they lack any fighting instinct. The Gene Father is interested in their eyes. Decapitate them whenever possible. After hundreds of Tailids were slain, the rest seemed to finally snap out of their performative trance. Their war machines turned with a flourish, almost dancing, before charging the black-armored warriors like actors in a play. The shadows of order, unmoved by spectacle, exploited the Tailids' choreographed movements with brutal efficiency. Sanchez noticed that the Tailids' main forces still obsessed over their dazzling offensives on weak points, utterly entranced by their own performance. Words surfaced in his mind, clown and dressage. He suddenly recalled a show he'd seen on Terra at age 7, clowns in heavy makeup and actors in horse costumes dancing across a stage. Even as he pondered, his movements remained deadly, an efficient killing machine. Over the Vox, Skesny's voice rang out with wonder. These space squid are far more flamboyant than their oceanic cousins, and more. Before he could finish, Giorgino cut in. Such is the complexity of life. Take a squid out of the ocean, and it becomes a glittering cosmic species. Later, as Sanchez led his troops to encircle the auxiliary army's camp, an even stranger sight awaited him. A captured Talid commander, clad in radiant armor, showed no sadness or anger, nor did he try to escape. Instead, he began to dance inside his cell, a strange, light-footed routine, skipping from one end to the other, displaying bursts of vibrant color. The hunter watched the glittering alien in silence, still unable to grasp the Talid's bizarre mindset. He vanished in a blur, his sword slicing through the air, ending the absurd battle. My carefully prepared hunt ended like a farce. After Tanith's campaign ended, Sanchez began collecting Talid's eyes. A tech marine dissected the space squid's 4 ocular organs and found they had a 230-degree field of view. The eyes contained an outer, membranous layer and a spongy retina. The front pair had dense cone cells ideal for seeing long wavelength light, like infrared. The rear pair had more rod cells, making them extremely light-sensitive. The optical confusion caused by NAL trees rising and falling from the soil had no effect on the keen-sensed shadows of order. They collected NAL grubs to offer the Gene Father. The 12th chapter remained on Tanith to establish order and guard against a Talid fleet return. As the 7th chapter departed with their spoils aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth discovered that the Dice of Prophecy had fully recharged. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, Divining Mordian. Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth murmured, his right hand gently rubbing a 3-sided dice. He could sense that some kind of mystical connection had formed between him and the Dice of Prophecy. It was vague yet unmistakable. He knew that the dice in his hand was the corresponding item for the sequence 3 of the Hermit pathway, Clairvoyant. The vagueness came from the fact that he understood this only through the dice's connection, but not clearly enough to explain how he knew. Yet he was certain the Dice of Prophecy aligned with the Clairvoyant, and not the Fool or the sequence 4 prophet from the White Tower pathway. Nareth toyed with the dice for a while but could draw no further insight. He silently contemplated. The root of this connection must lie in the laws themselves. Perhaps once I advance to the middle sequence, I'll glimpse its true essence. He stopped probing further and shifted his attention to choosing a target for divination. Up to this point, I haven't received any reports from Sanchez. It's possible he hasn't yet conquered Tanith, or that he's just sent a warp-encoded message. Either way, he won't be back soon. Divining Katakan would be a waste. His mind rapidly flashed through all the human worlds he knew of that had yet to be discovered by the Imperium, Valhalla, Ventrilion. One name lingered, Mordian. Bukeo discovered both the Daxos twin world systems and Cyper Mundi. He deserves a reward. Mordian is well suited for the Darkness pathway, ideal as a recruitment world for the 3rd chapter. Also, it lies close to Cyper Mundi on the map and could serve as a strategic bastion to guard the entire region. Decision made, Nareth quickly recalled all available information about Mordian. Segmentum Obscurus, Mordian System, Primary World, Mordian. Mordian's rotation and revolution periods are identical, so half the planet is perpetually scorched by its sun, while the other remains in eternal shadow. All life exists on the dark side, hence the name, the world Eternal Night. The planet's lack of rotation eliminates the Coriolis effect, preventing the formation of strong winds. Its atmosphere is thick and heavy. After reviewing all this in his mind, Nareth began to chant mentally. The star chart from Cyra Mundi to Mordian. The star chart from Cyper Mundi to Mordian. He repeated it 11 times, then tossed the Dice of Prophecy into the air. The 3-sided die spun several times before landing in his outstretched hand. At that moment, a scene unfolded before his eyes like a holographic projection. Stars spread across the cosmos. A twisting serpent appeared, its head a metallic sphere filled with countless multicolored threads, resembling a ball of yarn. Its tail ended in another sphere, half blindingly bright, half completely dark. As he memorized the star chart, Nareth simultaneously interpreted the vision using his knowledge of divination. The metallic sphere symbolized Cyra Mundi, reflecting its industrial potential, a world that could rapidly rise as a forge world, rivaling even Mars in shipbuilding. The multicolored threads were the many warp routes converging on Cyper Mundi. Its exceptional location made it an ideal base for the Imperial Navy. The bright dark sphere represented Mordian, eternally divided between light and shadow. Returning to reality, Nareth used his superhuman memory to recreate the star chart and upload it to a data slate. It would be sent to the 3rd chapter aboard a supply ship. Then, he sought out the flagship captain, Diana Pauline. You've performed admirably. I intend to reward you, come with me. It's my honor to serve you, my lord, the female captain replied. In her mind, she recalled the space battle in the Vigilus system against an Eldar craft world. The Primarch had pierced the illusions of the Xenos, then severely damaged and torn their ship apart. Only a Primarch possesses such power. As she marveled, Nareth smiled and said, "This is for my benefit as well. Finding a competent captain to helm my vessel is no easy task. I don't want to lose you." Hearing that the Primarch needed her, Diana's eyes lit up. He needs someone to manage the affairs of Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, coordinate the fleet, and oversee officers. He shouldn't be distracted by mundane tasks. He should focus on matters of greater importance. Following Nareth, she passed through the palace's outer training decks to its first level. 2 honor guards stood by the black gates. Upon seeing the Primarch return, they bowed deeply. Nareth placed his palm on the panel, runes flickered, and the black alloy doors slowly opened. Inside the armory section, he gestured toward the ring weapons. These are ring weapons made by the space monkeys. Choose freely, you can wear all 10 fingers like Arsena if you wish. Diana didn't hesitate. She began picking through the rings. Nareth's black eyes swept across his armory. Space monkey-made rings, defense orbs, and spy flies filled a third of the massive vault. Their production rate is high, but nothing truly remarkable has appeared. Perhaps the old ones programmed them to mass-produce mundane gear. Waiting for a lucky find could take ages. Fortunately, one of the Jokero is pregnant. Once its child is born and bonded, I'll direct its research. The first priority, Jokero defensive force field technology. As Nareth thought, Diana, just as he said, had chosen 10 rings and adorned each finger. The blonde captain approached him. Thank you, my lord. I once saw a noble in a tavern wearing rings like these. I never imagined I'd wear a full set myself. Her blue-green eyes sparkled. I never imagined your private armory held so many ring weapons either. Nareth raised his left hand and pointed to the defense orb section. You may also pick a defense orb. He paused. As you said, they're just collecting dust here. I've decided to distribute some as rewards to outstanding ship officers. You'll set the standards. Nareth also planned to have his attendants create similar reward systems for governors, treasure hunters, and auxiliary troops, improving both their survival and loyalty. Diana gazed at him with deep reverence. On behalf of all officers, I thank you for your generosity. To serve you is our honor and duty, you owe us no reward. Later, Nareth and Diana returned to the bridge. After 5 weeks of warp travel, Throne of Shadow's sovereignty re-entered the Vostroya system. As the ship headed for its starport, Arsena approached the command throne. My lord, I intercepted a report that wasn't submitted to you. I believe it deserves your attention. Nareth tapped the armrest. Speak. The Groningen, a supply ship for the 2nd Legion, completed its mission and was on the return trip. It was also transporting a gift for you, a full cargo of exotic creatures bred by orcs. But after emerging from the warp, the Groningen ignored all hails and did not head to the starport. The Auxilia unit sent to investigate has gone missing. The only message they sent back was filled with screams and roars. The student of ratiocination spoke with calm certainty. I believe something went wrong with the creatures during transit. This will require your personal attention. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, The Colossal Squig. Before boarding the gunship, Nareth returned to the Kingdom of Disorder to equip the power gauntlets of the Justiciar pathway. Establishing a connection with the silver gauntlets took far longer than with the Dice of Prophecy. As Nareth had expected, the gauntlets clearly belonged to a higher sequence. Though the full synchronization was still incomplete, Nareth could already selectively access supernatural abilities of sequence 5 and below through the gauntlets. During the gunship's flight, the Primarch's consciousness extended toward the Groningen. In an instant, the Primarch saw a massive red beast, slightly shorter than a night mech, covered in a chaotic tangle of cannons and firearms. Its entire body was wrapped in a patchwork of armor, like trash haphazardly glued onto it. The Primarch furrowed his brow. His consciousness expanded, revealing over a dozen red, round, spiked creatures nearby. Squigs. The massive creature was a colossal squig. The Primarch's mind processed rapidly and instantly deduced the cause. The Faceless One's gift must have been squigs. For some reason, they escaped their cages and devoured the human crew, becoming what they are now. Nareth knew that squigs were the lowest rung of the orcoid ecosystem. The greenskins called these bouncy red spheres jumpies. Most jumpies were edible and existed solely as orcoid food. However, like all greenskins, jumpies could mutate. Some could grow into colossal squig, the size of Lehman Russ tanks, or even into ancient primes rivaling small titans. Squigs are potion materials for the Provoker, sequence 8 of the Red Priest pathway. But like other greenskins, they rapidly decompose after death. So if you want to use them for potions, you can't kill them. While considering this, Nareth glanced at the gauntlets and immediately found a solution. The Primarch focused his thoughts. The gunship gently landed on the Groningen. Once off the landing platform, he strode toward the colossal squig's locked position. Arsena followed closely, accelerating with telekinesis to barely keep up with the Primarch's pace. The entire transport ship had been smashed apart by the colossal squig, broken parts scattered everywhere, exposed cables flashing with harsh sparks. Even the dented, torn-up deck didn't slow Nareth. He pressed deeper into the ship's interior. Passing the cargo deck, he saw broken cages, likely where the squigs had originally been held. He didn't stop. The squigs had eaten everything on the upper decks and had moved to the bottom deck to feed. Soon, he and Arsina, along with the honor guard, reached the lower deck. Nareth immediately spotted a massive cauldron in the center, its broth simmering for decades, exuding a bizarre fragrance. The colossal squig stood in front of it, head plunged into the cauldron, slurping the soup. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of jumpies fought over the broth scraps around the rim. The jumpies were the first to spot the black-armored warriors and charged screaming. The colossal squig turned too, charging like a runaway tank. Nareth remained calm. He raised his left arm and, when the colossal squig was within 10 meters, infused the silver gauntlet with spiritual energy. He invoked the Dun Whisper, a mystical incantation named in honor of his aides, Arsina Dun and Thomas, for their distinguished contributions. Imprison. The Sequence 6 judge of the Justiciar path required declarations in a mystic tongue to pronounce judgments and laws. Imprison was one such judgment. With a forward thrust of the silver fist, golden light burst out, enveloping the colossal squig and dozens of surrounding jumpies. Thick, viscous translucent fluid wrapped around them, like an instant amber encasement, or a wall of transparent resin layers, freezing them in place. The remaining jumpies turned to flee. Arsina raised a staff and looked to the Primarch for direction. Capture alive. No. Obliterate them all. Nareth dismissed the suggestion immediately. He would not bring live jumpies back to the Kingdom of Disorder. Those noisy red ball creatures would never sit quietly in their assigned containment zones. Bringing back their corpses was even worse. Unlike other creatures, dead jumpies decomposed into spores. And Nareth had no interest in turning an entire sector into a stinking jumpy nest. Though he suspected some spaces in the Kingdom of Disorder could suppress greenskin spore propagation, it wasn't worth the risk just to obtain more jumpies. A few imprisoned specimens were enough to brew the Provoker potion. When more were needed, he'd find them again. The Primarch's aide nodded and released a telekinetic wave, detonating the hundreds of fleeing jumpies. Nareth sharply felt a rip open in the invisible veil between physical reality and the warp. Multicolored warp energy surged violently. The jumpies shrieked, then were shredded by the annihilation vortex, erased from existence. Search the ship, Nareth ordered. Make sure there are no surviving red spheres, squigs. The orcs call them jumpies. While the others fanned out to search, Nareth sent the amber-frozen colossal squig and nearby jumpies back to the Kingdom of Disorder. Returning to reality, he ordered the complete destruction of the transport vessel, ensuring no orc spores remained to spread. On board the Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty, Nareth had just issued the order to destroy the Groningen, the 2nd Legion's transport ship. He stared through the viewport at the approaching Vostroya satellite. Arsina stood beside him. Believing it was time to report on the shipyard's status. My lord, the Vostroya's shipyard is now capable of repairing capital ships, performing partial refits, and building standard vessels, frigates, destroyers, and transports. This capability boosts our expedition fleet and has enhanced the skills of our tech workers. All fleets, especially Legion ships, have undergone varying degrees of modification. As per your instructions, we've gathered and recorded relevant data. Currently, 5 chapters tech marines are dedicated to this research. Nareth nodded slightly. Accelerate the installation of ether cannons on Legion ships. Also, speed up construction at the Cypher Mundi shipyard. Understood, my lord. According to the last report from Cypher Mundi, Phase 1 construction is complete, and the tech priests have moved in. Begin installing an ether cannon on the Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty immediately. The Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty docked at the Vostroya shipyard per Nareth's orders to begin refitting. He boarded a transport ship bound for the Legion's homeworld. During the journey, Arsina selected key matters requiring the Primarch's attention and reported. Several Magos of Mars have arrived on Vostroya. The 152 military factories you owned before returning to the Imperium, and 143 selected arms factories, have all been converted to manufacture Astartes equipment. As of now, 149 of those factories can produce bolters, chain swords, and power swords for Astartes, meeting the Legion's needs. 27 factories can produce Mark II power armor for new recruits. She continued with the vehicle production report. Currently, 74 factories can produce bikes, speeders, and other light vehicles. 33 factories can build Malkador heavy tanks, supply trucks, and transports. 12 factories can manufacture gunships and other aerial craft. Nareth nodded and asked. Any major developments? The student of ratiocination hesitated, then replied. My lord, Louis von Valancius, following your orders, departed from Vostroya and navigated toward the Crystal Mirage. On his journey, he discovered 5-star systems connecting Vostroya to the Crystal Mirage. He just returned to Vostroya and awaits your summons. Anyone else completed their task? No, my lord. Arsina sighed in admiration. Only the one you personally chose succeeded, Your judgment is unmatched. I will meet him tomorrow, Nareth said, pausing briefly. Prepare the ceremony for naming him a rogue traitor. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, The Conferment of Louis von Valancius as a Rogue Traitor. Vostroya, Paradigm City, Royal Palace. Nareth sat upon a black throne, behind which were 33 swords, each bearing a crown. His gaze was fixed on the men entering the palace, Louis von Valancius. In his left hand, Louis held a cage half his height, supporting it with his right hand underneath. Nareth's attention was drawn to the creature inside the cage, a parrot half a meter long with vivid, striking plumage and a beak shaped like a spike. It had a long, multicolored tongue that extended from its mouth, occasionally flinging behind its head or wrapping around the back of its neck. Nareth immediately recognized it, a silver-tongue parrot, the core ingredient in the potion for the Sequence 8 Swindler of the Error Pathway. Louis approached the throne, placed the cage gently on the floor, and knelt on one knee in the customary Vostroyan etiquette. Louis von Valancius pays respects to the Primarch. The parrot's tongue instantly snapped back into its throat like a colorful serpent retreating into its hole. Then it loudly repeated. Louis von Valancius pays respects to the Primarch. Louis quickly explained, having heard of your excellency's fondness for rare wonders, I encountered these peculiar parrots during my voyage through the wolf system. I present it to you as tribute. Nareth smiled upon receiving the offering. The missing ingredient for his potion now lay before him. I am very pleased with your gift, he said. Is this the only one? Louis let out a quiet breath of relief and replied, My lord, I captured 56 of them. They are currently being well cared for by locals. I will have them delivered shortly. Nareth nodded. Rise. Louis stood, respectfully waiting. Nareth lightly tapped his finger on the throne and asked, What discoveries did you make during your journey? Prepared in advance, Louis pulled out a datapad and projected a star map before Nareth. My lord, I discovered 5 star systems and 12 habitable planets, including the Wolf system and the main system. I've submitted the star map and system conditions to the Lord of Secrets. He is currently leading the 9th chapter's Shadows of Order to bring those worlds under control. While no particularly remarkable worlds were found, the newly charted route connecting Vostroya and the Crystal Mirage was a major strategic contribution. Nareth turned to Arsena and said, This route will bring a constant flow of crystal to Vostroya. It shall be named the Crystal Corridor. Then, he looked back at Louis. Louis, I promised you that upon completing your mission, you would become a rogue traitor. Arsena has already prepared the conferment ceremony. You will be the first rogue traitor appointed by me. Louis knelt again, visibly emotional. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will give everything to serve you faithfully. Rise. Nareth recalled a memory. 10,000 years in the future, House von Valancius would be recognized as one of the 3 largest Rouger traitor dynasties in the Coronis Expanse, having started with just a single escort ship granted by the Emperor. Vostroya's shipyards will begin constructing a new class of cruisers. The first cruiser produced shall become your future flagship. Thank you, my lord. Louis knelt for the 3rd time to express his gratitude. 3 days later. Louis von Valancius, dressed in a black ceremonial uniform, strode proudly into the palace. 3 servoskulls adorned with colorful ribbons floated above and beside him, chanting. The conferment ceremony for the rogue traitors is about to begin. Primarch Nareth shall present the warrant of trade to Louis von Valancius. On either side of the hall stood Nareth's honor guard and representatives of the Vostroyan nobility and social orders. Under the envious gazes of the other family heads, Louis approached the black throne and knelt. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed 2 honor guards holding marble tablets. Warrant of trades could take many forms, such as parchment, digital files, or more. Nareth chose the most traditional and solemn format, stone tablets. His attendant, acting on his behalf, engraved the contents using powdered black onyx. By my will and the authority herein, I confer upon this individual the sacred warrant of trade, charging them with my grand design. You shall be an exemplar of humanity, unyielding in adversity, forging paths through darkness. You shall shatter endless nightmares, tread thorn-covered roads, and accomplish great deeds. At the bottom right corner was an almost imperceptible seal, chaotic black curves surrounded by wings, spikes, and a stylized crown. If Louis hadn't been kneeling nearby, he might have missed the black sigil. But he couldn't miss the name Nareth engraved deep into the tablet, in the Primarch's own hand. Nareth rose and took the ceremonial longsword from Arsena, placing it lightly on Louis's shoulder. I, Nareth, confer upon Louis von Valancius the warrant of trade. As rogue traitor, you shall venture into the dark beyond the Imperium, claiming the unknown in my name. Louis placed his right hand over his heart and solemnly swore. I, Louis von Valancius, grateful for the Primarch's favor, shall strive with all I have. The von Valancius bloodline shall serve eternally, expanding your dominion. The noble families of Vostroya looked on with admiration. Though Vostroya was flourishing, war loomed ever near. But as a rogue traitor, Lewis would explore and colonize the unknown void, and all newly claimed worlds need only pay tribute to Nareth. After the ceremony, Nareth addressed the assembled nobles. You have all contributed to my rise. I will give you and your descendants the chance to become rogue traitor. The 11th Legion has discovered many isolated worlds. Each family will be granted an escort ship to depart from Vostroya. 16 days later. Nareth received a report. Transport ships had arrived from the Watch system, carrying spoils recovered by the first chapter from an Eldar wreckage. Among the inventory, he noted 36 gyrinks and ordered them brought before him. Mined cats resembled large domestic cats, with fluffy orange or ginger fur and bright blue eyes. Though not intelligent by human standards, they possessed a rare ability, resonance, forming empathic, almost telepathic bonds with their owners, like true friendship. When near their masters, gyrinks could enhance cognitive speed and reaction times. Nareth sat on his throne, black eyes focused on the gyrinks, confirming they were not potion ingredients. Still, he was not disappointed. These were incredibly valuable pets. Adult gyrinks could master spells from 6 psychic disciplines, including rare ones like freeze time. In Nareth's memory, rogue traitor, Terran nobles, high officials, and future Psyker Inquisitors all kept gyrinks as companions. Sweeping his awareness across the gathered cats, Nareth selected 3, one for himself, and the other 2 for Maria and Tierney. As assassins and marauders, they needed to stay hidden. These gifts would be made privately. He pointed to 4 more cats and instructed Arsena on how to distribute them. Howard, Bukeo, Adams. He named other exceptional legionaries, notably excluding the likes of Christian, who he did not deem worthy, while including captains like Skesny and Bueko. Arsena, you, Marlena, and Diana shall each adopt one as well. A psychic bond with the gyrinks didn't require being a psyker, and even the psychic dead Dark Eldar often kept them as beloved pets. Of course, stronger psykers found it easier to form bonds. The craft world Eldar cherished gyrinks deeply, regarding them as family. Princess Regent, no, Ivrain, had a family gyrinks named Lorines. Finally, Nareth stepped to the cage, opened it, and lifted his chosen gyrinks. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 160, Chapter 159, The Gyrinks. Nareth returned to the palace. The gyrinks dangling between his 2 fingers was over a meter long, the largest among the 36. Its bright eyes stared intently at Nareth, sensing the intimidating aura emanating from the black-armored giant. Its ginger-yellow fur stood on end. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a screech. Along with the screech, the Primarch felt as if a massive stone had slammed into his chest. His towering figure didn't so much as flinch. A psionic strike, of the telepathic discipline. As he pondered, the gyrinks let out another shriek. Flames erupted, smashing toward his arm. Flame blast. Trying to force me to drop you, then follow up with freeze time. For an unbonded gyrinks, this 3-spell combo is fairly reasonable. Though gifted with powerful psychic abilities, gyrinks had low intelligence and couldn't use their spells well. Pulling off a 3-cast sequence was already a decent tactic. In an instant, Nareth had already deciphered the spells used. He flicked his arm slightly, and the flame barely grazed his armor, slamming into the obsidian floor with a loud boom that made the entire palace tremble. At the same time, Nareth pinched with 2 fingers, and the gyrinks let out a pained cry. A moment later, Nareth returned to his chamber, staring down at the now weakened creature in his hand. His black eyes locked onto its sapphire-like pupils, and his consciousness expanded, reaching into the ginger-yellow body. The gyrinks' mental landscape resembled its curled-up body, like a ball of tangled yarn. Nareth's consciousness slipped between the strands of ginger fluff and sensed its core longing, a deep, innate desire, for a master, for a home. His presence became a warm, gentle hand that touched the cat's mind. Its bristling fur slowly settled, and the fear vanished from its sapphire gaze. Though it was no true feline, it now lay in his palm like a contented house cat. The gyrinks had found what it needed, only warmer, more comforting than before. Surrounded by Nareth's powerful psionic field, it felt secure. What others might need weeks to achieve, forming a psychic bond, he completed in mere minutes. Nareth selectively revealed his rarely seen gentle side, forming the bond while cautiously exposing only a sliver of his mind. Even so, the gyrinks changed almost instantly, its sapphire eyes now tinged with black. He knew gyrinks slowly adopted their master's biology, temperament, and even habits. On the very same day Nareth bonded with his cat, Arsena and Diana began forming their own bonds. Arsena, though not as powerful as Nareth, used telekinesis to block attacks and tightly restrain the brown gyrinks he had been given. He estimated it would take him 10 work cycles to form the connection. Diana, however, faced greater difficulties. Her assigned cat was the weakest of the 36, still juvenile, only 58 centimeters long, with just one known biomancy spell, accelerate metabolism. Even so, the flagship captain ran into serious issues. Within hours, her heart rate increased, she felt hunger pangs, and her body temperature rose by 3 degrees. She suspected that, without the protective orb Nareth had given her, she would have died. Thanks to the orb, the effects were mild. Without physiological monitoring gear, she might have mistaken them for fatigue. After a full checkup on the medical deck revealed no major issues, she decided to temporarily hand off the task of installing the ether cannon to the ship's gunnery chief. The captain then took a more proactive approach, trying to tame the gyrinx herself. She began with a method popular among nobles on Terra, bonding by strolling with the pet. She ordered her attendants to bring emergency-grade pet food processed from Symphony of the Sea rations. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and bravely picked up the gyrinx. The gunship lifted off from the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, which was docked for ether cannon upgrades, and skimmed the surface of Vostroya's satellite. Diana observed the cat in her arms. It only bared its teeth occasionally. Every time it did, sweat soaked a part of her body beneath the armored suit. Clutching the cat with her right arm, she wiped her forehead with her left hand. Then she pointed forward. "Land in that canyon." Her adjutant checked his datapad and reported. "My lady, that was once a mining pit. The local ore bore lunar pattern markings and was called Moonstone. The Primarch was interested in it, so it was heavily mined when the orbital shipyards were built. Once depleted, it left behind this canyon. The miners assembled a crude moon from ordinary stone before leaving." Hearing that Nareth had once taken interest in this ore only made Diana more curious. She donned her breathing mask and gently placed a specialized breather canister on the cat, custom-made by a tech marine. Her guards disembarked first, establishing a perimeter. Only then did she exit the gunship with the gyrinx in her arms. Diana looked at the moon the miners had built, silver moonstones assembled into a round sculpture. "I've never seen Luna from the hive cities of Terra," she said. "But books say it once looked like a silver plate. Even from a ship, we can see its shining disk." Indeed, her adjutant agreed. She then focused on the cat in her arms. It showed no signs of joy from leaving the ship. Frowning, she set the cat down on the silver disk. The miners had skillfully assembled the sculpture from polished ore, the platform didn't move at all under the cat's weight. After a moment's thought, Diana tried a childhood trick, picking up a small rock and tossing it toward the cat. As the flagship captain, she should have cleared the area before doing something so undignified. But the gyrinx wasn't tamed yet. It might try to flee, and the guard's stun guns could immobilize it if needed. The stone flew just past the cat's paw. It only needed to reach out to touch it, but it didn't move. Diana took it on a stroll through the hollowed canyon and tried feeding it back aboard the gunship, but it showed no interest in anything. Finally, she gave up in frustration, just as the 7th chapter returned to Vostroya, and the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty slowly docked at the spaceport. After hearing briefings from chapter masters like Sanchez and Skesny, Nareth used spirit vision and questioning to confirm that Sanchez and 4 other hunters had completed their assimilation. He ordered them to deliver all NAL grubs and Talid's eyes to the palace, then wait outside. He returned to the Kingdom of Disorder to prepare a new batch of Provoker potion using the colossal squig, a primary ingredient far beyond the minimum threshold. According to known alchemical principles, higher quality ingredients yielded stronger potions, though the boost was minor. So far, Nareth hadn't seen dramatic differences from such upgrades. He brought the amber-trapped squig to the furnace. With a mental command, he ordered the Jokero to follow the Provoker formula. Then, he infused the silver gauntlet with spiritual energy. Golden light flared. At his will, the colossal squig was released from stasis. It roared in confusion. Nareth noticed something odd. Freeing the beast consumed less spiritual energy than imprisoning it. Is it because freeing is inherently cheaper than imprisonment? He sent out a psychic shockwave. The behemoth didn't even have time to understand what was happening before collapsing unconscious. By then, the other potion ingredients were ready. The stunned Jokero stared blankly as Nareth tossed the massive creature into the 11-meter-wide furnace. It fit perfectly. With a chemical hiss, the colossal squig began to dissolve. Once Sanchez and the 4 new Provokers departed, Nareth sat on the obsidian throne, comparing their differences. After ascending, Sanchez was clearly stronger than the other Shadows of Order, but this can't be purely due to the potion. He was already exceptional, the only Terran-born to truly awaken warp insight, just like Howard was the only Vostroyan to do the same. Nareth furrowed his brow, sifting through every detail. Judging by their auras and presence, the enhanced potion offered an estimated 4 to 11% boost compared to the standard version. That's within the range of minor gains. Then he reconsidered. What defines quality? Not just size, the colossal squig must have contained far more spiritual essence than an ordinary squig. Extrapolating, higher sequences likely differ in quality of essence, not just quantity. Tapping his fingers on the throne, Nareth concluded. If possible, I should always use the best ingredients for potion making. Of course, if I have no choice, it's not worth delaying progress for a marginal boost. Advancing sequences is the true qualitative leap. These tiny boosts only matter when you're already an elite, only then does best of the best truly matter. Having reached this conclusion, Nareth sent a message summoning Diana to meet him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, The Spectator. At the same time, members of the 7th chapter who had acquired their gyrinx began their respective attempts at taming them. Skesny and Georgino used similar methods. As folk of rage, who favored the sea, both had pools on their ships filled with seawater from the Symphony of the Sea. They threw their gyrinx into the water simultaneously. "Let's go swimming, diving," they said. Then they jumped in, dragging the gyrinx underwater. The folk of rage delighted in diving, holding the cats under until the creatures began flailing and choking. Only then did they lift them back to the surface. Compared to this, Sanchez's method was far more twisted. Upon returning to the Void Hunter, he took his gyrinx alone to the lower deck. The hunter studied the orange-furred gyrinx. Its clear blue eyes watched him warily. The provoker smirked. Taming this thing should be fun. His expression changed, taunting and mocking. "I know you want to run. Fine, I'll give you a chance. No matter how far you go, you'll realize in the end, you'll never escape the palm of my hand." He raised a clenched fist. Since ascending to Sequence 8, Provoker granted Sanchez permanent enhancements, but required activation to trigger its effects. Passively, he now had heightened insight, far beyond the normal. He could easily discern what speech, gestures, or topics would most likely upset his target, and with a few casual words, provoke them into rage. Once provocation was activated, it fused with insulting words and humiliating actions to drive communicative targets mad with fury. The more personal and targeted the insults, the stronger the effect. To insult effectively, one had to know the target, understand them well. But even shouting, "You piece of trash," would provoke some level of anger. Against non-communicative creatures, Provoker caused them to instinctively detest them. Sure enough, the affected gyrinx was instantly consumed by fury. Its bright blue, lake-like eyes flared with rage. Its brown fur lifted and flared as if catching fire. Several balls of brown-yellow flame shot toward the Provoker. The now quicker, more agile Sanchez dodged them with ease. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted again. While he continued to provoke the gyrinx repeatedly, on the throne of Exemplaria, the capital of Vostroya, the Primarch received a visit from the flagship captain. He extended his consciousness toward her, slipping past her void-like mental defenses. He immediately noticed Diana had dark circles under her eyes. She looked even more exhausted than after commanding long space battles. He looked toward the small gyrinx beside her and asked, having trouble forming a psychic bond with it. "Yes, Lord Primarch. I've tried many things, but I haven't found what it's interested in. I have to keep it by my side constantly." She didn't say it outright, but she had to watch it constantly to prevent it from escaping. It wasn't just exhausting, it was demoralizing. The helplessness sapped her more than the effort. As she spoke, she glanced to the left armrest of the black throne, where a small ginger-colored fluffball was lying contentedly. A gyrinx. It was like a pampered pet, enjoying the Primarch's caresses. Lord Nareth tamed his gyrinx in just 2 work cycles. Diana's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, she glanced at the trembling, fur-bristling gyrinx beside her, clearly reacting to the black-armored giant's presence. "I can give you the power," Nareth said, to see the gyrinx's thoughts. "But I have one condition: you must swear fealty to me." Nareth had observed Diana closely over this period. Her ability was outstanding, and her loyalty had reached the standard. Without hesitation, the female captain dropped to one knee. To be chosen, to ascend aboard the throne of Shadow's sovereignty, to follow a Primarch, only now did she understand the sheer extraordinary nature of Nareth. Not only was he godlike in personal combat, but even in the field she excelled at, space warfare, she was no match. With reverent eyes, she looked at the black-armored giant seated on the throne. "I, Diana Pauline, swear loyalty to Lord Nareth. Your command is my law." "I accept your oath," Nareth nodded in satisfaction. "Wait in the antechamber." 23 minutes later, the new spectator had mastered her powers under mental guidance. She turned to Nareth, trying to view him from an observer's perspective. But within seconds, she lost composure. As she examined him, she was overwhelmed by his flawless physique, his face, and those unwavering black opal eyes. The spectator blushed, as if back at her first ball, meeting her first suitor. She silently abandoned the idea of observing the Jean Primarch and instead turned her gaze to the ginger fluffball beside his high-heeled black boots. "I am now a spectator. By observing the gyrinx, I can understand its thoughts. That will help me form a psychic bond more quickly." "Correct," Nareth nodded. Now go, be a good spectator. After saluting, she picked up the little gyrinx and left the palace. An adjutant quickly approached. Ma'am, the gunship is ready. Shall we return to the flagship? Diana shook her head. No. We'll take it for a walk through Paradigm. Upper Hive, Commercial District. Diana strolled through the market. Since becoming a spectator, her mental clarity had swept away her fatigue. With heightened awareness, she walked beside the gyrinx, observing it like a bystander. Suddenly, she noticed its deep blue eyes pause ever so slightly on something. Before, she wouldn't have noticed such a minor detail. But now, it was clear. She could even see a faint desire in the creature's gaze. Her memory now slightly enhanced, she retraced the gyrinx's line of sight. There, inside a shop, a black-robed merchant stood behind a jewelry counter, speaking to a customer. This psionic earring is made from a crystal from the Symphony of the Sea. Price, 190,000 sovereign coins. Diana knew, symphony crystals were sorted by quality. Inferior ones entered civilian markets, used in various psionic tools. Sovereign coins were the new currency Nareth issued after unifying Vastonia, replacing Martian currency and becoming the standard across Legion territories. Imperial Aquila coins from the wider Imperium still circulated, but they were far less influential. The gyrinx has psychic potential, so it's drawn to psionic crystals. Diana immediately ordered her adjutant, buy that psionic crystal earring. As you command. As the adjutant walked off, he thought privately. The captain, who's always hated accessories, buying jewelry. Maybe it's frustration from failing to tame the gyrinx. A little retail therapy. Not very Diana, but very much a woman. As he entered the jewelry store, the customer inside muttered, "Too expensive." "I'll take it," the adjutant interrupted. The shopkeeper looked up. Judging from the adjutant's posture and assertiveness, he quickly recognized him as a military officer. In a supply hub like Vostroya, that wasn't unusual. Cautiously, he said, "Excellent choice, sir. This is a piece by Borgkamp, one of Vostroya's top jewelers. It's impressive. No wonder Lady Diana chose it." The cut crystal glinted sharply, casting rainbows of color as it danced with the light. Moments later, the adjutant watched, stunned, as the fleet captain crouched in front of the gyrinx, earring in hand. The spectator watched as cries of surprise rose from onlookers. The little gyrinx stretched out its paw, grabbed the earring, then stuck out its tongue and licked it. The ginger-furred creature swallowed the entire earring in one gulp, then looked up at Diana with a gaze that was now a bit less distant, and a bit more trusting. As Diana found a way to bond with the gyrinx. Nareth received a report from the astropath. The message was from the Emperor summoning Nareth for 2 reasons. To reward him for his expeditions, especially the reclamation of the Night World Daxos twin world system. To inform him of a rumor, told by merchants who roam the galaxy, about a powerful warrior recently emerging on Fenris, possibly another Primarch. Since Horus had recently redoubled his efforts, the Emperor wanted Nareth to accompany him. Fenris. Lehman Russ. Nareth had no interest in meeting other Primarchs. He was about to use military engagements as an excuse when he remembered Fenris was full of dangerous beasts, potentially valuable for potion ingredients. Especially the Fenrisian Kraken, likely a mid-tier ingredient for the Tyrant path. With that thought, Nareth changed his mind and decided to bring Sanchez along. 5 work cycles later, the Throne of Shadow Sovereignty, now equipped with ether cannons, departed. Sanchez and the other hunters boarded the flagship, leaving the Void Hunter behind for retrofitting. During the voyage to Fenris, Bukeo received a transport ship bearing star maps to Mordian, data crystals written by the Primarch himself, and his very own gyrinx. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 162, Chapter 161, Bukeo's Pre-Battle Preparation. As the 3rd chapter began its journey toward the Mordian star system, Buki Chapter 161, Bukeo's Pre-Battle Preparation started the process of taming his gyrinx. No sooner had he pulled the ginger-furred gyrinx from its cage, he met its piercing blue eyes. In an instant, the creature activated its psychic ability, Terrify. Bukeo was dragged into the darkest, most horrifying nightmare. He found himself on a blood-soaked battlefield, dazed and stumbling forward with a power sword in hand. Around him lay the muscular corpses of warriors clad in black armor, the numeral 11 burned into their right knees, a deep black crescent moon painted on their right pauldrons. The Dark Lord grieved the deaths of his battle brothers, but his sorrow was quickly overshadowed by a towering figure lying still on the ground. "Father," he cried, watching the Gene Father, monarch of Vostroya, fall. His eyes filled with anguish. "So this is my nightmare, my greatest fear." Sword in his left hand, he pounded his chest with his right fist and swore an oath in a voice full of resolve. "I will never allow this to happen." His eyes gleamed, and he broke free from the dream. Bukeo then turned his icy gaze on the gyrinx in his hands. Now, let's see what your nightmare is. Using his beyonder ability dream shaping, he dragged the cat into a nightmare of his own making. In a dim tunnel, foul-smelling sewage dripped onto the cat. Behind it echoed the heavy, deliberate footsteps of a shadow of Order warrior. The cat, terrified, sprinted away. No matter how fast it ran, the footsteps never faded. Its sensitive ears twitched in panic. After dashing through multiple corridors and running for dozens of kilometers, the cat was eventually caught, lifted effortlessly by a black-armored giant. The ginger cat struggled violently in his grasp, screeching in terror. "You dare use terrify on me? Try it again and see. In shaping dreams, I am far more skilled than you." The Gyrinx, not understanding Vostroyan, kept trying in vain to use its terrify ability on the dark giant. Eventually, the cat found itself in a lush forest. It looked around, tilting its head in confusion. It couldn't figure out where the black-armored giant had gone. But the cat didn't worry. Though it could enhance its master's thinking speed, it wasn't much of a thinker itself. It began to walk elegantly through the forest, steps taught to it by its former owner. As it enjoyed the peaceful beauty, the scenery changed abruptly. Giant rhino-like creatures charged through the forest, smashing trees. Rat-like humanoids with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows and lunged at it. A new nightmare had begun. Bukeo used dream after dream, terror, and comfort, to slowly tame the Gyrinx. On the 11th day of the voyage, he succeeded in establishing a psychic link with the creature. In the 4th week, after the fleet emerged from the warp and returned to real space, Sanchez ordered the Master of Vox to begin chapter-wide broadcasts. In multiple languages, the Imperial fleet announced the rise of the human empire and demanded that the Mordians lay down their arms and surrender. They refused. Within 5 stellar days, the 3rd chapter used its overwhelming naval superiority to completely annihilate the Mordian system's space defenses. Though the battles went smoothly, the officers noticed something unusual. Not a single Mordian ship surrendered or fled, even under hopeless conditions. After space combat concluded, the strategic chamber aboard the command bridge projected a hologram of Mordian. Its contrast of light and darkness was striking. Samir, a first company captain from Terra, looked at the eternally night side of the planet and remarked, "Hard to believe so many people live crammed into a zone just 1/10 the size of Terra." Second company captain Michaeli added, "Unlike Vostroya and other worlds, Mordian's hive cities are all shaped like pyramids." His comment earned a nod from third company captain Jagors. Samir glanced at the 2 captains, and the Gyrinx beside them. His gaze dimmed slightly. Only Bukeo, Michaeli, and Jagors had been granted Gyrinx. Samir didn't care much for psychic pets. What he cared about was the Genofather's trust. He was not a member of the Black Duke's court. Back when the Legion was known as the Reapers, of the 12 company captains, only he, Sysak, and Robin were outsiders, not part of the inner circle. They were also the only ones who never became chapter masters. Jealousy and frustration gnawed at Samir's heart. Clenching his fist, his eyes gleamed. "This is my chance. I'll prove to everyone that I should have become chapter master, that I deserve Father's recognition." As he contemplated this, the Dark Lord zoomed in on Mordian's capital, Vanandra, and the 4 pyramids around it. He recalled data written by Nareth. Mordian is resource poor. All supplies are controlled by 4 rulers known as the Tetrarchs. To control Mordian, they must be dealt with. According to Father, Mordian is to become a future recruitment world. Destruction is not our goal, preserving and subduing it efficiently is our strategy. Bukeo then tapped the 4 surrounding pyramids on the hologram. "Given our goals and Mordian's situation, I plan to lure the Tetrarchs into the wastelands between their pyramids and the capital. Companies 2 through 5 will each assault 1 pyramid. The Tetrarchs will likely rush to defend them. During the chaos, First Company and I will drop behind enemy lines via drop pods, avoiding urban warfare inside their capital, terrain where they have the advantage." Bukeo laid out his plan to the 5 company captains. The Mordians, destined to be the urban warfare kings of the future Astra Militarum, were experts at combat in ships, stations, and hive cities. Nareth had warned Bukeo of their resilience and deadly efficiency in close-quarter battles. Jagors, always meticulous, quickly spotted the plan's key risk. If the Tetrarchs don't respond, the plan fails. But Michaeli, confident in Bukeo's strategy, responded. "Jagors, those greedy lords will take the bait. If they lose their pyramids, their power and rule will collapse. Even if they don't, taking the pyramids first will prevent us from being attacked from both front and rear when we strike the capital." His words won the support of all 3rd chapter captains. Jagors trusted his friend's judgment. They had passed Bukeo's tests together and undergone Astartes augmentation side by side. Though Michaeli appeared optimistic, he possessed a rare blend of keen insight and calm analysis that few noticed. "If there are no further questions, begin preparing according to the plan." As the commanders left, Samir stared at the hologram, silently searching Bukeo's plan for a chance to shine. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 163, Chapter 162, The Tenacious Mordian Warriors. Dark swarms of fighter aircraft flew out from the ships of the third chapter, diving into the atmosphere and engaging in dogfights with the multicolored Mordian warplanes. Due to living in eternal darkness, Mordians generally had gloomy temperaments. The scarcity of resources and dim lighting shrouded all of Mordian in a suppressive and depressive atmosphere. In contrast, their weapons and everyday items were brightly colored. This was the Mordians' way of bringing themselves joy. The Mordian pilots were well trained. Under their control, the aircraft flew in tight formations and charged toward the black fighters. Jenkins, of the 33rd Regiment of the Solar Auxilia, shoved his control stick forward. His Talon of the Sunhawk fighter dived, engines roaring thunderously through the skies. As cannon fire flared past the nose of the Storm Talon, a glowing automatic rune flashed on Jenkins' helmet, side-mounted Las cannon locked and ready to fire. Jenkins pulled the trigger instantly, and a multicolored enemy fighter erupted in a ball of flame. Behind his helmet, his cold gray eyes narrowed. He was the Talon of the Sunhawk, no hesitation, no indecision. His fighter streaked through the fire and explosions, the heat waves licking at its silver undercarriage. Although the aerial battle had just begun, Jenkins, who had fought alongside the 11th Legion across dozens of worlds, already knew the Mordians were well trained. He pulled up sharply and rolled to the right. The Talon of the Sunhawk banked, diving into a narrow gap between enemy aircraft, barely a dozen centimeters of clearance. Without hesitation, the fighter blazed through the gap. Once he'd climbed to a safe altitude, Jenkins finally exhaled. His girl had a performance edge over the enemy fighters. He glanced at the tactical display, blinking to bring up a status report. On screen, signals blinked every second, each one marking a fallen fighter. The battle was fast and brutal. The Mordians used dense formations to compensate for the inferior performance of their aircraft. Reform formation. Dive again. The cold order came through his comms. Jenkins pushed the throttle and rejoined the attack formation. Dive. As the squad leader's command came, Jenkins slammed the throttle. The burning Prometheum roared, driving the Talon with savage force. The strike Talon formation swooped like a flock of hawks descending on prey. Tracer rounds whipped past the Sunhawk's wings. Jenkins never looked away from his flight path. A confirmation rune flashed on his visor. The autocannons roared, unleashing a barrage into the colorful enemy fighters. As runes blinked across his display, Jenkins pulled the stick with pride. He had scored 5 kills. Each flaming enemy fighter that fell into the darkness was quickly replaced by another, filling the formation gap. Stubborn, but brave and tenacious. Jenkins was angered by the enemy's refusal to break, but he had to admit, they were excellent pilots. The Mordians' delicate air combat balance, maintained through brutal sacrifice, was shattered as the Astartes gunships entered the battlefield. The shadows of order, far faster than any mortal, twisted control and pulled triggers, downing fighter after fighter. Then, 4 companies of the third chapter's first assault wave landed via drop ships and gunboats, swiftly deploying ground forces. The shadows of order marched down the landing ramps, assembling beside tanks before rushing toward their designated targets marked inside their helmets. Second Company encountered resistance several kilometers north of the pyramid-shaped hive city of Vanandra. The Mordians showed their tactical skill in bunkers and trenches, creating an intricate defense network of interlocking fortifications. Clad in colorful uniforms, the Mordian soldiers lay prone, staring at the black-armored warriors charging toward them. Massive in size yet moving at terrifying speed, the Astartes marched in unison like a tidal wave of black steel. They stepped forward in sync, each impact of their boots forming a tremor that joined the roar of metal smashing toward enemy lines. The Mordians were terrified. The sight of the transhuman warriors caused them to tighten their grips on their weapons, waiting anxiously for the command to fire. Finally, before the Mordians could attack, the 11th Legion's tanks opened fire first. The machine spirits of the black tanks howled with fury, hurling shells at the Mordians. The shadows of order prioritized attacking bunkers, pounding the Mordians' carefully constructed defenses. Bunkers that could be called works of art were engulfed in explosions. The Astartes charged through smoke and fire. The smoke had no effect on them, their tactical helmets and superhuman senses locked onto enemies with deadly precision. Experienced Astartes officers raised arms to shield their visors as they issued orders. Mordian commanders, with grim resignation, finally ordered their troops to fire. Countless beams and bullets shot from the Mordian lines, striking the Mark II power armor, leaving only faint scorch marks on the black plate. The shadows of order did not stop. They plunged into the Mordian lines and began the slaughter. Bolters roared, shredding enemies. Chains words shrieked, grinding Mordians into bloody pulp. Power swords flashed blue, disruption fields tearing enemies apart. Michele stormed into the trenches like a walking tank. He raised his left arm, his bolt pistol spitting explosive death. Explosions punched through enemies' chests, leaving bloody holes. He swung his power sword into a defense turret, and the disruption field tore it into pieces. The second company commander quickly noticed that despite the smoke and chaos, the Mordians were adapting. They began coordinated assaults in squads of dozens. The Shadows of Order relied on their enhanced senses and agility to dodge most attacks, deflecting projectiles with their weapons. Still, some second company warriors fell, their visors shattered under concentrated fire. Tanks forward, provide cover. The black tide of armor thundered into the Mordian lines. Malcador heavy tanks smashed into bunkers, but their momentum slowed due to the obstacles, and they soon got bogged in trenches. Seizing the moment, the Mordian artillery fired upon the 11th Legion's armor. The first Mikado was destroyed as its commander's Psyket leapt to his side. Michaeli connected with the Gyrinx and issued a command. Weapon curse. The brown-furred feline raised its paw, and an invisible wave pulsed outward. Dozens of Mordian soldiers suddenly found their weapons malfunctioning, triggers rusted, energy packs failed. With his mind boosted by the Gyrinx, Michaeli rapidly devised a tactic and gave the order. Assault squads, target the artillery. Though their numbers had diminished, elite troops across the chapters had been reorganized into jump pack assault teams. Hundreds of warriors took to the skies, jet trails streaking behind them as they crashed into the Mordian artillery lines, destroying enemy firepower with grenades and close combat weapons. Second Company advanced steadily under Michaeli's lead. Yet through his tactical helmet's rune feedback, he realized the Mordians were far more resilient than previous enemies and highly skilled in trench warfare. Just as Lord Bukeo said, the Mordians' tenacity and mastery of fortifications mean that even Astartes will suffer some losses in urban combat. Michaeli and other company captains recognized this in the brutal trench fighting. Following the Dark Lord's orders, they didn't rush, they methodically cleared enemy lines, baiting the Tetrarchs in the capital to deploy reinforcements. Meanwhile, in orbit, Samir had been observing the battle intently. He was not content to follow Bukeo's orders. The first company captain had a different goal. When the Tetrarchs moved forces in Vanandra, he would launch a lightning offensive to kill them. He wanted to score the greatest victory on Mordian, greater than Bukeo's, to prove to his father and all of the Shadows of Order that he should be the Lord Commander of the third chapter. Samir was confident in his ability to command the first company. They had once served under him when he was third company captain, veterans from Terra, known as the Reapers. Among them, only one was a member of the Black Duke's court, and even he was just a squad leader. Samir's long-awaited chance finally arrived. At full power, the augurs picked up dense signals of massing enemy forces. Without hesitation, the first company captain led his command squad toward the drop pods. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 164, Chapter 163, Conquering Mordian. Samir chose a rally point consisting of several plazas at the heart of Mordian's capital. Elite warriors gathered there. He believed that the Tetrarchs would concentrate their forces in that location. In order to prove himself more fit for the role of chapter master than Bukeo, Samir decided to personally lead the strike to assassinate the Tetrarchs. The iron will and fortified defenses of the Mordians, mentioned in the chapter briefing, were not worth considering in his eyes. Samir believed he and his warriors could crush the Mordians. Even if it came at some cost, it would be worth it. Before stepping into the drop pod, he shut down the command channel of the chapter and issued orders on the first company channel. Commence operation. Target decapitation, the Tetrarchs of Mordian. Black drop pods streaked across the sky with blinding light, plummeting rapidly toward Vanandra. The Mordian capital's defense system activated at full force, missiles and rockets launched into the sky, anti-aircraft cannons roared, intercepting the blazing meteors falling from above. Boom. The drop pods fell too fast, Mordian anti-aircraft fire struggled to land a hit. The capital's air defense commander quickly adjusted tactics, ordering concentrated fire and broad coverage strikes on multiple targets. The first drop pod was hit simultaneously by several missiles. A squad of Shadows of Order was torn apart. In orbit, the Dark Lord watched as 3 drop pods were destroyed mid-descent. Flames of fury surged in his pitch-black eyes. The Mordian capital's anti-air firepower was too dense, paradropping into Vanandra was foolish, attacking their fortifications even more so. Even his Gyrinx tensed up, sensing his wrath. Bukeo picked up the communicator from the command platform and spoke coldly into the command channel. Samir, I haven't issued any orders. And you dare to act on your own. Silence was his only reply. Bukeo slammed the communicator back down. He quickly calmed himself and began calculating a response. The first company captain's premature action had disrupted the battle plan. A new strategy was required. Bukeo decided to take advantage of Samir's impulsive strike to launch a new offensive. Tactical data surged through his mind, enemy firepower deployment, first company's capabilities, the offensive posture around the surrounding pyramids. His Gyrinx accelerated his analysis. After synthesizing the information, the Dark Lord gave his command. Companies 2 and 4, attack Vanandra immediately. Draw the enemy's attention. The Dark Lord led his honor guard toward the drop pods. Despite Samir's reckless behavior, he was still a powerful warrior. The first company would inevitably cause heavy damage. Bukeo would exploit the opportunity, while the other companies distracted the defenders. On the ground, Samir found himself deep in the sea of defensive forces. The Mordians had constructed multi-layered fortifications. Snipers in towers shot from above with deadly precision. Bastion guards rained bullets. Bunker troops ambushed from the shadows. They segmented the battlefield into isolated zones to prevent squads from regrouping. Red lasers fired from Mordian forts, horizontal barrages of crimson light left the shadows of order with nowhere to dodge. By the time Samir found another squad from a drop pod, he had already been hit 4 times, shin plate, thigh plate, chest armor, and helmet. He was relieved none of the shots hit his visor. He raised his bolt pistol and fired. One Mordian soldier was struck, dying from the impact. Samir charged into a bunker. Bullets bounced off his layered armor. His chain axe roared, each swing a flawless death strike. The captain found that while Mordian firepower couldn't match the might of an Astartes, they didn't crumble under his brutal attacks. They fought stubbornly from their defensive positions. Their heavy casualties were not in vain. One by one, Samir's command squad fell. He was shocked to discover that 3 Astartes had died from just 2 squads. Father had sharp eyes, choosing Mordian as the 3rd chapter's recruitment world. Bukeo's reluctance to engage in urban warfare suddenly made sense. Though stunned, Samir had no way out. He had defied the chapter master's orders, this was his only chance to prove himself. He spoke on the first company's channel. Report target location. 2 tactical runes lit up on his helmet HUD, one from his adjutant, the other from the assault squad leader. The 2 targets were 2.5 kilometers and 3.6 kilometers away. Samir charged toward the marked locations, gathering 8 squads, 71 Astartes, for a decapitation strike. Blocking the way were Mordian soldiers in blue uniforms. They used their bodies as shields against the black-armored warriors. But with that much Astartes charging, nothing could stop them. Samir led the charge, the spearhead of the assault. The others formed the razor edge of the spear. They smashed through enemy lines like a battering ram. Blood and flesh splattered on their helmets. Samir fought to restrain his bloodlust. He and 2 command squad members stormed a pyramid-shaped tower, leaving others to guard the rear. His squad protected his flanks, preventing any ambushes. At the top, Samir saw a figure in ornate blue armor. He knew it was one of the Tetrarchs. He gave him a temporary name, Sea Tetrarch, despite Mordian having no oceans. But that didn't matter. He would soon be a corpse. His chain axe roared and shredded guards in his path. Then he heard the Sea Tetrarch growl in hatred. We will die together. Samir's heart sank. He saw the Sea Tetrarch raise his left hand and press a detonator. The entire pyramid trembled like an avalanche, crumbling with thunderous force. Rubble and debris fell. Samir struggled to stay balanced. He shouted, "Run," and scrambled up the collapsing tower. He leapt and grabbed a more stable edge. As he rolled to the ground, he saw several black-armored warriors crushed in the rubble. Samir's eyes turned crimson. His suppressed bloodlust erupted. He spotted a squad in red and charged. Mordian royal warriors in crimson armor raised Los rifles and fired. A beam pierced his visor and bored into his right eye. Samir's body slammed into the ground, lifeless. Bukeo felt mixed emotions, relief at no longer needing to deal with a rebellious subordinate, and sorrow for a fallen brother in arms. His gaze sharpened. His strong-brained cat's large black eyes glowed, releasing invisible ripples. Time on the battlefield paused briefly, like pulled threads frozen in place. The midnight poet raised his bolt gun and fired. As time jumped to the next second, the explosion tore apart the red-robed emperor's head and neck. Bukeo rushed toward a wounded command squad member struggling from the rubble, still dazed by painkillers, and shouted. "Alexander, a knight of the monarch. By father's command, you will act as the first company captain." Moments later, Bukeo brought the first company back under control. Samir's reckless ambition had disrupted the Mordian defense lines. Astartes' casualties were traded for thousands of Mordian deaths. Bukeo launched 2 consecutive decapitation strikes, ending the era of the Tetrarchs. Soon after, transport ships from the Symphony of the Sea arrived. For the first time in thousands of years, the Mordians no longer starved. The Dark Lord re-established order. As he sorted and recruited children of suitable age. At the same time, Nareth's fleet arrived in the Fenris system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 165, Chapter 164, Lehman Russ's Challenge. At the northeastern edge of Segmentum Solar, near the Segmentum Obscurus, lay the Fenris system. In Fenris, the Ascromani tribe of Fenris, tall and strong, were forced to abandon their islands and board over 20 ships with black sails. A year ago, a seer had foretold the destruction of the solid ground that had supported their lives for 9 years. They prepared in advance and boarded their sail-powered ships just before the great storm arrived. The tribe's people wore long masks over their sharp-featured faces, and their beards were waxed into radiating spikes. The men stood solemnly, gripping axes and warhammers tightly as they looked up into the sky. A golden aircraft streaked across the heavens, leaving a white trail. Inside the gunship were 3 beings from beyond the stars, observing the world below. Nareth, clad in black armor, peered through a viewing window, watching volcanic lava breach the ocean surface. Molten rock turned vast areas into a sea of fire, boiling the ocean and triggering massive floods and tides that engulfed several islands, including the one belonging to the tribe below. Meanwhile, violet smoke, formed from crimson lava and indigo sea water mingling together, rose into the air. Amid the sulfuric haze, new islands were forming. "It seems Fenris is in summer right now," said Alfarius, who was holding a spear and clad in green robes. Nareth knew that Fenris was a planet of ice and fire, completing a single orbit around its sun every 3 to 4 Terran years. During its brief summer months, the land of Fenris changed dramatically, new islands formed while others vanished. These violent seasonal changes shaped Fenris's people into nomadic, warlike tribes. Most Fenrisians spent their lives struggling for survival across the ocean that covered most of their planet, enduring endless earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and storms. Tribes constantly vied for safe land, fighting fiercely over territory. That warrior the merchant spoke of is in Asaheim, far to the north. They say he defeated 100 men alone in 3 minutes, uprooted a whole tree and snapped it over his back, wrestled with a mammoth, and ate an entire wild ox during a feast. The emperor, dressed in golden robes, finally spoke. Nareth knew that Asaheim was the only permanent landmass on Fenris's surface, located at the planet's Arctic pole, the top of the world. Only near Asaheim could Fenrisians enjoy even slight protection from their planet's extreme climate. As the Wolf's Moon rose into Fenris's sky, Nareth saw a frozen landmass rise thousands of kilometers above the sea. Jagged cliffs left no shores to land on, separating it from the ocean. Lava and molten rock crashed against the icy cliffs, carving craters and pits of various depths into the frozen land. The gunship soared up over the cliff and flew inland. Even during the blazing summer, Asaheim remained glacier-covered. Nareth, eyes deep and curious, observed giant ice worms burrowing through the glacial fjords. That creature has traces of spirit energy, potion ingredients. As the gunship went deeper inland, Nareth saw several rare potion materials. This trip wasn't in vain. Fenris really does have a few rare potion resources. Once the Wolf King accepts his father, I'll be able to send hunters to gather them. When the Wolf's Moon hung high in the sky, a large tribal camp appeared in Nareth's vision. Bonfires roared skyward, and hide tents were scattered throughout the encampment. At the camp center was a wooden structure that, by Vostroyan standards, was merely a modest stone house, but on Fenris, it was a grand hall. The pilot searched for a flat spot and brought the gunship down. Wrapped in thick furs, the Fenrisians roared like beasts and surrounded the gunship. The ramp hit the snow. The Emperor was the first to step down. Nareth followed a step behind, walking just to the Emperor's side. Alfarius stayed 1 step behind Nareth, flanking the Emperor from the other side. Nareth studied the Fenrisians before him. Their manes were wild and fluffy, and their hides were filthy. Over their clothing, they wore leather and iron scale armor. Though the armor looked smooth, it appeared primitive and crude under torchlight. Their muscles bulged, straining the armor. Their necks and tattooed faces were filthy. Their hair was even filthier. Their scent was intense, on par with hive rats from the underhives. Yet the Nareth showed no revulsion. His attention was drawn to the tallest figure among the tribesmen. This man towered over even Alfarius, almost as tall as Horus, though still shorter than Nareth. He wore the same rough furs and armor as his followers. His long, golden hair was combed back in the same style as his warriors. At his feet walked 2 massive wolves, one black, one gray. Their coats were so lustrous, the gray one was nearly silver. Nareth's pitch-black eyes stared at the giant wolves. Fenris's most famous wolves, yet not potion materials. The moment the Emperor laid eyes on the warrior, he knew this was his lost son. Nareth saw golden light emanate from the Emperor, invisible yet radiant. The wild Fenrisians couldn't see the light, but they sensed the majesty of the figure before them. Thud. 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 The proud warriors of Fenris fell to their knees. Even the 2 giant wolves lay flat on the ice. Only the tallest warrior remained standing, roaring in defiance. "I am your king. Get up." In an instant, the Emperor learned both of Fenris's native Low Gothic dialects, Vulca and Juvik. Vulca, or wolf tongue, was a rough, direct battle language. Juvik, or heart tongue, was used for everyday speech. The emperor was familiar with both, they closely resembled ancient languages from Scandinavia in Old Terra, brought here by early colonists. The emperor dimmed his radiance, allowing the Fenrisians to rise, though none could meet his gaze. The aura still lingered, pressing on their souls. In a warm voice, the emperor spoke in Juvik. "My son, I am your father." Nareth's mind swept outward, touching each warrior's spirit and unlocking their minds as easily as ice cracking under pressure. In almost the same amount of time as the emperor, he mastered both Volca and Juvik. At the same time, he grasped the locations of several of Fenris's key landmarks. "I have ended the wars on Terra, our homeworld. I've launched the Great Crusade to reunite the lost colonies under the banner of the Imperium. I am the master of mankind. And you are my lost son. You must swear loyalty to me and follow me to the stars to fulfill your purpose." The towering warrior stared at the stranger in astonishment. He didn't understand how this outsider could speak Juvik, but he wouldn't submit just because of a few words. He strode forward, glaring challengingly at the emperor. "I refuse," he growled. "I am Leman of the Rus tribe, son of Fenris, not your son." Nareth knew that this Primarch had been raised by wolves until he was found by the chieftain of the Tangle tribe. The wolves had attacked the tribe's village, and the young Primarch protected their retreat. The king organized hunters to wipe them out. Most of the wolves, including the wolf mother who raised him, were slaughtered. His two wolf brothers, the twins Freki and Jerry, were captured and brought before the king. Seeing the boy's heroic potential, the king adopted him and gave him the name Leman Russ. "I am the Wolf King, ruler of Fenris. I will not bow to you. My son, you must accept this. It is your duty." Nareth sensed that the emperor had not used psychic powers, only conviction infused into his voice, trying to move Russ through sheer presence. Russ frowned, then spoke. "In the customs of Fenris, if you want me to call you master, you must defeat me. Win just one of 3 challenges, and I will swear loyalty to you. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 166, Chapter 165, He and I are not brothers. Seeing the emperor agree so readily, Leman Russ's eyes lit up with a fierce gleam, the savage glint of a Fenrisian ready for battle. The two giant wolves sensed their master's combative spirit and stepped forward from both sides. Adult Fenrisian wolves were at least the size of horses. The smaller silver ones had only came up to Alfarius's shoulder. The black wolf curled its lips back, revealing sword-like fangs. A bare, raised pink scar marred the top of its head. They stared down the cat-like creature with ginger fur and black eyes, barely a meter in length. But the Gyrinx was fearless. Its pitch-black eyes flashed. Suddenly, terrifying visions overwhelmed Freki and Jerry, hunters armed with poisoned arrows and blades assaulting their wolf pack. Their mother lay dead in a pool of blood. Their brothers fought valiantly, sustaining countless wounds, but were ultimately overwhelmed by the hunters and captured. Freki and Jerry trembled under this induced nightmare. Leman Russ placed his large hands on their backs. Feeling his warmth and strength, the wolves snapped out of the nightmare. They snarled and crouched low, ready to pounce. The Gyrinx stepped forward elegantly, its black eyes glinting coldly. The Wolf King rose, placing his massive frame protectively in front of the two wolves. A psychic blast struck him. His huge body wavered slightly. Russ's eyes narrowed. "Witchcraft," he growled coldly. Without hesitation, he raised a leg to kick the Gyrinx. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. His leg was blocked by a towering warrior in black armor. The black-armored giant stepped forward, bowing his head slightly, locking eyes with Russ. "You should have killed the two behind you first," said Nareth coldly. His gaze swept over the two men in dark furs. Their heads were shaved, capped with plain leather hats, unlike typical bearded Fenrisians. Bone charms hung from their bodies. They held staffs carved from bone. "They're not shamans. They are Gothi," Russ said. From the earlier clash, Russ had realized that this black-armored warrior was no weaker than himself. He now regarded Nareth with wariness. "Changing the name doesn't change the essence," Nareth replied, eyes icy, voice scornful. "That only makes you seem hypocritical." Fury burned in the Wolf King's eyes. He swung a fist at Nareth's head. Nareth started to raise his arm to block, but stopped when he sensed movement beside him. The Emperor appeared instantly between them, stopping Russ's brutal punch. "Disputes like this are born of cultural differences," the Emperor said. "Russ, this is your brother Nareth. You are brothers, you shouldn't fight. Keeping a witch for a pet is disgraceful." "I am not his brother," Russ spat in disdain. Nareth responded coldly, "I won't try to wake a man pretending to sleep." As a Primarch, Leman Russ could surely perceive that the power used by the Fenrisian shamans was essentially the same as the so-called witchcraft used by the Gyrinx. There was no point arguing with someone so obstinate. The Emperor frowned. This meeting had gone worse than expected. The duel hadn't even begun, and the Primarchs were already at odds. I must find a way to resolve their conflict, at the very least, enough to ensure effective cooperation in battle. But first, I need to win this challenge against Russ. Thinking this, the Emperor asked, Russ, shall we proceed with the challenge now, or are you ready to return to the Imperium? He had come to understand Russ well enough through observation and conversation. He knew how to provoke the Primarch and shift his focus away from sibling conflict. Of course not, Russ said, pulling his gaze from Nareth. Follow me. A short time later, the group arrived at a massive circular ivory gate, upon which a giant serpent coiled. Its mouth was clamped tightly around its own tail, clearly trained to form a ring, imitating the Ouroboros. The people of Terra revered the Ouroboros as a symbol of eternity. That belief had spread to Fenris. Beyond the ivory gate, the chill receded. The air filled with smoke and strange mixed odors. The stink of bad cured meat, herbal scents, scorched fat, damp fur, and the musky warmth of sleeping beasts. This place resembled an animal den far more than a palace. Flickering resin torches and table candles cast dancing shadows. The walls were coated in soot. Braziers between tables emitted stifling heat, burning animal fat that coated the ceiling in a layer of oily residue. Russ strode ahead to a throne covered in thick animal pelts. He sat, with Freki and Jerry lying on either side of his feet. The Emperor took a guest seat at the high table, with Alfarius standing behind him. Fenrisians brought out a spare royal throne and pushed 2 tables together so Nareth could sit beside the Emperor. Once seated, Leman Russ declared, the first challenge, a feast. Food is Fenris's gift from nature to its people. The more you eat, the more you are blessed, the stronger you become. Very well, the Emperor nodded. The feast and the competition began simultaneously. Dish after dish of meat was served to Nareth's table. In the frozen wasteland of Fenris, crops were scarce, and meat from hunted game was the main fare. Leaves soaked in fruit oils had carbonized into thin, crispy shells. When lifted, they cracked like glass, revealing rib meat with a gem-like luster. Superheated stone slabs had scorched the surface with brown fissures, as tiny oil bubbles squirmed in amber fat. As the blade sliced through, rose-colored juices trickled down flint-carved grooves, releasing an aroma of minerals and smoked wood. Closer to the bone, the meat fibers shifted hues, from honey-browned crust to juicy crimson, and finally to the light pink exclusive to rock roasting. Every layer was steeped in the bitterness of pine needles and the sweet sourness of wild berries. Nareth dug in without hesitation, forking a rib into his mouth. The first bite met a crispy crust speckled with salt crystals, flavored faintly by the volcanic stone. Next came the fat layer, melted into a buttery stream across his tongue. As his teeth sank into the central meat column, juices exploded with fruitwood smoke, and a clean, icy sweetness lingered from the meat's natural water content. Even the joints had a translucent membrane clinging to them, like solidified amber in the candlelight. His fingertips were left with the rough texture of salt and meat juices. Though the cooking technique is simple, it preserves the ingredients' true flavors. Fenrisian cuisine isn't bad. After 3 ribs, Nareth slowed his pace, ignoring Russ's provocative glare, and shifted his attention to the Emperor and Wolf King's own eating contest. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 167, Chapter 166, The Emperor Loses Twice. To keep things fair, every portion of food served to the Emperor and the Wolf King was prepared in nearly identical sizes. The Emperor dispensed with the refined table manners of Terra's nobility and instead, in the spirit of local custom, adopted Leman Russ's way of eating, grabbing steaming food with his hands and devouring it in large bites. The Wolf King and his 2 wolf brothers ate with unrestrained ferocity, inhaling their meals like a storm. Nareth noticed something keenly: the Emperor was not using his immense psychic powers to aid digestion. The Emperor must have noticed Leman Russ's aversion to psychic powers, so he refrained from using them. He's relying purely on his body to compete in appetite. But having evolved in the harsh culture of Fenris, the Wolf King has an overwhelming advantage in digestive capacity. The Emperor is doomed to lose. The Primarch compared Leman Russ's tearing and swallowing of meat to his own physical capacity. Even if I entered a gluttony contest, I wouldn't be a match for the Wolf King. He's like a bottomless pit. Only by ascending to Baron of Corruption and warping the rules of competition could I win, but whether I could get that past Leman Russ is questionable. While thinking, Nareth put down his fork, having finished eating, and ignored the Wolf King's provocative glare as he waited for the match to conclude. Leman Russ cast a disdainful glance at Nareth, then looked toward the men who claimed to be his father. Nareth observed the Emperor's eating speed gradually slow. His stomach was slightly distended. A moment later, after finishing the last piece of steak, the Emperor calmly said, "I've lost." Leman Russ laughed heartily, swallowing another bite of meat. "Ha ha ha. Your appetites are a lot smaller than your mouths." As the victorious Wolf King basked in his new title of Champion of Gluttony, he coolly initiated the next challenge. Then the second challenge is a drinking contest. A man's worth is measured by how much he can drink. Whoever drinks more wins. A bronze drinking horn was placed on the table in front of Nareth. Leman Russ bared his sharp fangs. Fenris mead isn't for sipping, it's for guzzling. The Primarch originally didn't want to drink, but then a mental impulse flashed through his mind. Nareth, follow local custom, drink. Under the Emperor's prompting, Nareth reluctantly lifted the bronze horn and downed its contents in one gulp. The liquid scorched his mouth instantly, slid down his throat, and burned in his gut. It tasted like a mix of engine oil and acid. Any mortal would have dropped dead on the spot. But the Primarch's face remained calm. His superhuman physiology quickly adapted, and the burning sensation faded, replaced by a warmth spreading through his body. At the same time, Nareth felt something melting within. He realized a bit of the potion from the briber had been digested. Drinking this disgusting Fenrisian mead against my will is, in a way, a bribe to the Emperor. If it were up to me, I'd never drink this stuff. If we're talking spirits, Rasputin vodka is far better, none of this revolting oil and acid flavor. Once again, Nareth ignored the Wolf King's provocative gaze and placed the horn back down, then looked toward the two competitors. They continued to raise their horns and down them in great gulps. The Primarch noted that, just like before, the Emperor did not use any of his vast psychic powers. While Leman Russ, already adapted to this brutal mead, drank with ease, the Emperor's throat twitched slightly, but after the third horn, he had adapted. Even so, Russ held the advantage. The Emperor's drinking speed steadily slowed. Finally, the Emperor placed the bronze horn on the table and waved off the fur-clad attendant, signaling not to refill it. He gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile and said calmly, "I've lost again." Leman Russ tilted back his horn and drained it before addressing the Emperor. "Even Fenris warriors can't drink like you. You've earned my respect, you're a true man. But you still lost. No one can match my drinking." Nareth observed the triumphant Wolf King and admitted to himself that unless he distorted the rules, he too couldn't outdrink Leman Russ, who had trained himself into a bottomless well of alcohol tolerance. As he was thinking, the Wolf King rose from his throne. "Now comes the final challenge, a warrior's contest. I will defeat you in battle." Leman Russ spoke confidently to the Emperor, then glanced at Nareth with contempt. With a true warrior's strength, not with despicable sorcery. As the Emperor rose, his eyes flashed with golden light. He used his ability to simulate millions of possible futures. He saw the outcome he desired, but also paid the price. Even for him, pain flickered in his gaze. The pain quickly faded. After countless simulations throughout his long life, he was well used to it. "I will send your brother Nareth to fight in my place. Do you accept?" In all of the Emperor's millions of simulations, Nareth had emerged victorious in the physical duel against Leman Russ. By sending him in, the Emperor would both win the challenge and earn the Wolf King's respect for Nareth. From observing Russ, the Emperor confirmed he was a warrior through and through. If Nareth won through combat, Russ would respect him. As for Nareth's distaste for Russ's hypocrisy, despising psychers while trusting shamans, the Emperor believed Nareth would think of the bigger picture. And the Emperor would soothe his displeasure with rare treasures tailored to his tastes. Nareth hadn't expected the Emperor to appoint him as a substitute. While he had no respect for Russ's double standards on psychic powers, he also wasn't interested in a pointless fight. After all, even victory wouldn't wake someone pretending to be asleep. He knew he couldn't refuse the Emperor's request, but that didn't mean he would play along passively. He would duel, but on his own terms. Nareth said nothing as Leman Russ stepped forward, clenching his fists with a crackling sound. "I accept. Nareth, let's fight. I will defeat you. Your silly sorcery is nothing against true strength." Nareth's black eyes flashed. "You're the Wolf King of Fenris, correct?" "Of course. Combat is dull. Wolves are hunters by nature, let's have a hunting contest instead. What do you say?" Leman Russ was stunned. Nareth had just challenged him to a hunting match, and he didn't look like a hunter at all. How could he possibly win? In a direct fight, Russ believed he had a real chance. But in a hunt? That was handing him victory on a silver platter. "Fine. What shall we hunt? You choose. No matter what, I'll defeat you. Kraken sea monsters. Whoever brings back the biggest one wins." Nareth had already decided and stated his choice directly. Deal. Russ had once hunted the greatest kraken of Fenris, the King Gorgon. In his mind, no matter how skilled Nareth was, his own familiarity with the environment and the prey gave him every advantage. Nareth was certain to lose. "If I win, your kraken is mine." "Only if you can beat me," Leman Russ replied confidently. "But the winner will be me." If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 168, Chapter 167, Be Under Power of Sequence. At the tail end of summer on the great world of Fenris, a gunboat soared into the sky above the Sea of Storms, defying the raging weather. Most Fenrisians, having grown up surrounded by endless, tumultuous oceans, naturally envisioned their entire world as one great sea, thus naming it the Sea of Storms. Indeed, the living realm of Fenris, apart from the one permanent continent of Asaheim, was nothing but this vast, stormy sea. Inside the gunship, two figures approached the hatch. The Wolf King shed his fur cloak, revealing the armor crafted by Fenrisian smiths, engraved with runes carved by the Gothi. Nareth glanced at the runes, immediately sensing the raw and savage warp energy pulsing within them. He himself wore custom-forged armor made in advance by a tech sergeant. Though its protection couldn't compare with the finest works of the Mechanicum, it was much lighter and more agile in water. The Emperor looked ahead at his two sons, golden light flashing in his eyes as he peered into the strands of fate, foreseeing the outcome of their coming contest. Nareth's proposal for a hunt had disrupted the results of the Emperor's earlier divinations via P. Those results were now unreliable. Sympathetic magic and psychic prophecy both revealed the future, but differed greatly in complexity and effect. While prophecy mapped out countless strands of fate from a present moment, sympathetic magic was dynamic. The Emperor could incorporate variables into a simulation of the future. It was this method the Emperor trusted more, using it as the basis for many of his strategies. Every factor accounted for in a plan could alter the outcome, which made sympathetic magic more difficult to use. Even the Emperor suffered pain each time he employed it. Moments later, the golden glow faded from his eyes. As the two Primarchs leapt from the gunship into the sea, he turned to Alfarius and asked. Vostroya is like Terra, covered in hive cities and wastelands. Leman Russ is more adept at hunting in the icy seas. Nareth will win. In the first image seen during his foresight, Nareth hunted a far larger sea monster, securing victory. Among the countless possible outcomes, both Primarchs had their wins and losses, but the Emperor trusted the first vision. As the Emperor and Alfarius conversed, both Nareth and Leman Russ dove like missiles into the sea. The Wolf King let out a loud howl, shouting a challenge in the Fenrisian battle tongue, Vogan. The victor will be me. Your sorcery tricks are useless. Nareth was about to respond when a psychic pulse flashed through his mind, the voice from the Emperor himself. Do not use psychic powers. Win in the Fenrisian way. Just as Nareth frowned slightly, the Emperor's voice came again. I will reward you with a relic-class battleship. At that, Nareth agreed readily, sending a thought pulse back to the Emperor aboard the high-altitude gunship. Agreed. He then closed his eyes. No longer relying on psychic powers, he also refrained from using warp insight, which was deeply connected to the Sea of Souls. But even without psychic abilities, he still had access to mystical items. Over time, he had successfully linked with the gauntlet through the third layer of reality in the Kingdom of Disorder. He learned that it was tied to Sequence 1 of the Adjudicator pathway, the Hand of Order. Now, Nareth infused the power gauntlet with spirituality, activating a Sequence 1 level beyond her ability known as supernatural intuition, belonging to the Sheriff stage of that path. Normally, a Sequence 7 being wouldn't be able to channel power from such a high-level item, but the Hand of Order belonged to one of the two main paths recognized by the Kingdom of Disorder. Essentially, a being of high spiritual rank could exert absolute control over mystic items from the same path. Once linked, Nareth could use its higher-tier abilities to a limited degree. In an instant, his perception swept across the entire Sea of Storms. All unshielded entities connected to evil, chaos, or madness lit up in his mind. He saw ice worms burrowing into Asaheim's glacial fjords, sea serpents hunted by nomadic tribes, and countless potential targets of his hunt, especially the Kraken, a titanic, octopus-like sea beast. An overwhelming flood of information, enough to rupture a mortal's brain, surged into the Nareth's mind. With superhuman speed, Nareth processed and analyzed it, quickly locking onto the largest Kraken in the Sea of Storms. According to the agreed terms of victory, whoever hunted the largest Kraken would win. The outcome was now certain. Once he confirmed its location, Nareth surged toward it. His muscular fibers trembled at a frequency of 3,311 oscillations per second. The ocean currents became propulsion for his superhuman body. The wake trailing behind him resembled a shock wave from an explosion. Any fish unlucky enough to be caught in it were shredded instantly. Aboard the gunship, the master of mankind shifted his gaze from the Wolf King to the crimson line slicing through the sea. He frowned. In that moment just now, only the Emperor had sensed a faint ripple of energy, something different from psychic power. It wasn't warp energy, but another strange force. The Emperor tried to recall the fluctuation, analyzing what it could be. Moments later, he gave up. The energy had lasted only a moment, was unfamiliar to him, and too weak to classify. He could only draw vague conclusions. Its effect seemed similar to an augur or divinatory matrix. Given the contest's goal, Nareth likely used some form of biological detection. Does he possess an item capable of scanning Fenris's vast oceans? Based on this limited information, the Emperor deduced that the item allowed for vast area marine detection. To skin oceans that large, it must be a relic from the dark age of technology. But what could it be? The power gauntlet I gave him only alters the environment in strange, law-enforcing ways. It shouldn't be related. The power sword is sharp, but has no special abilities. After pondering a while, the Emperor still couldn't find a definite answer. Whatever it is, if Nareth can detect the largest kraken's location, he will win. The sympathetic magic forecast was accurate after all. The process deviated slightly, but Nareth did not disappoint me. I should reward him with a few more relic-class warships. Meanwhile, as Nareth surged through the sea of storms, he suddenly felt something inside him begin to melt. The Briber potion had digested further. His nearly depleted spiritual energy recovered by about 10%. Ah! What did I just do to trigger that digestion? He was confused, but based on past feedback, Nareth had already deduced part of the Briber's persona requirements. He needed to engage in bribery, whether deliberately or subconsciously. Since he hadn't intentionally bribed anyone just now, it must have been subconscious, but still counted and yielded a reaction. The feedback must have come from the Emperor. But what exactly was it? His thoughts were interrupted as he returned focus to the physical world. He had sensed it, the presence of a colossal sea beast. The sea monster moved slowly, yet caused a violent disturbance in the water. Its every breath stirred massive currents. The sea monster of Fenris, the Kraken. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 169, Chapter 168, Hunting the Iron-Scaled Kraken. Nareth took a deep breath and plunged into the sea of storm, swimming straight toward the giant sea monster. The Primarch noticed that this kraken was even larger than the toothed kraken he had once slain in the symphony of the sea. He also keenly sensed that despite its similar appearance, the kraken was completely different from the toothed kraken. It was a far more perfect creature. Its body was hidden within a bony sheath, making it hard to hit. A perfect defensive mechanism evolved to match its size and species. In the dark blue seawater, the kraken extended its elegant tentacles, each inch of its skin rippling with flawless curves. At the ends were massive, hard chitinous hooks, like enormous claws. Nareth remembered that in the 41st millennium, after the Imperium became aware of the Tyranid threat, the Magos biologists of the Mechanicus conducted a series of studies on the Tyranids and similar creatures. They discovered that the tentacles of the Fenrisian kraken had similar chitinous hooks and possessed independent intelligence. Even if the host creature was slain, its tentacles would continue to attack anything that came near. Experiments showed that they responded to brainwaves, an innate predatory weapon system similar to those used by the Tyranids. From what Nareth observed now, the Magos biologists' conclusions were correct. This kraken must have been an advanced scout dispatched by the hive mind, but for some reason, it had lost contact and become a rogue, wild spawn. However, the Tyranid evolutionary genes hidden within had still driven it to evolve in much the same way over a long period of time. Other creatures considered Tyranid offshoots by the Mechanicus Magos biologists included the Psyker-eating Psychnoian and the Catachan devil. Much tougher than the toothed kraken. But the spiritual essence it carries is far richer. Nareth's eyes gleamed. The chitinous hooks on the kraken's tentacles, its blade-like fangs, massive eyes, and even the bones visible through its flesh under spirit sight all pulsed with intense spiritual power. The Primarch activated the runes on his power fists and lunged at the treasure before him. At the same time, the kraken sensed Nareth's presence. Its massive body trembled instinctively. It perceived the small black figure as a tasty morsel. By devouring him, it would evolve again. The kraken raised all its tentacles, greedily reaching to entangle the small black humanoid. Nareth activated the runes, and the power fists blazed with radiant golden light. He darted through the water like a fish, as though the immense pressure of the 10,000-meter deep sea didn't exist, weaving between the many limbs. In an instant, Nareth reached the kraken's head, which was protected inside its bony sheath. The kraken reacted quickly, swinging its sword-like fangs down at him. The fangs slashed at the little figure in black armor, but the kraken felt no satisfaction from the attack. Its fangs had struck nothing. The black figure hadn't bled. Before it could react further, the power fist slammed into its colossal, plaza-sized jaw. The golden disintegration field crackled, but this time, it didn't destroy or rip apart the kraken's body as it usually would. Nareth's eyes narrowed as he saw the iron-like scales densely covering the kraken's bone sheath and flesh. Iron-scaled kraken. Nareth knew this was the strongest, most dangerous type among its kind. Only they could grow to lengths exceeding several kilometers. The one he was hunting now was nearly 30 kilometers long. Killing an iron-scaled kraken in open ocean was no easy feat, even for a Primarch. Leman Russ had once dragged an iron-scaled kraken out of the sea and onto land, making it easier to kill. Though the Power Fist's main strength lies in the mystical abilities of the Hand of Order, they are also formidable weapons. If even they can't break through its hide, this kraken's skin could be perfect for making a cloak. Nareth made up his mind to follow Leman Russ's strategy, knock it out and bring it back intact. That way, he could prove his kraken was larger, and preserve its treasures. With this thought, he suddenly reached out and grabbed a handful of tiny plankton. Fenrisian krill. These krill, similar to ancient terras, were widespread throughout the seas of Fenris, forming the base of the Storm Sea's food chain. Here's a snack for you. The Briber class elixir had just recovered to 1/5 potency. Nareth poured it into the krill and tossed them into the kraken's mouth. Then, he launched a flurry of hammering blows onto the kraken's jaw. With lightning speed, he pummeled the kraken, whose defenses had been weakened by the Briber. Weaken. Roar. The iron-scaled kraken let out a furious wail as a tidal wave surged across the storm sea. On the surface, a Fenrisian tribal boat searching for a new home was capsized by the massive wave. Crafted from the bones of Fenris sea serpents, the dragon ship flipped over in an instant. Tribe members plunged into the sea. Beneath the waves, Nareth became a blur of motion as he launched a savage onslaught around the kraken. He moved so fast, like a black hurricane, that even the surrounding seawater was pushed aside. The kraken had never faced such a ferocious assault. Its head grew heavy, and the black figure before its eyes became a tangled blur. Its whipping tentacles could no longer accurately strike their target. Dizzy and overwhelmed, the kraken began to float toward the surface under the force of Nareth's rapid-fire punches. But Nareth's attacks weren't random. His superhuman mind performed precise calculations, plotting a specific attack trajectory. Each punch forced the kraken further upward. And it wasn't just the punches, ocean currents swelled around them, contributing buoyancy and upward momentum, all focused through the golden strikes. Like a black hurricane, Nareth smashed the kraken out of the sea. Its massive head crashed onto the surface, sending a towering wave skyward. After taking a storm of punishing blows, the iron-scaled kraken lost consciousness. Nareth deactivated the disintegration field on his fists and swam beneath the kraken's head. Raising both arms, he heaved up its massive lower jaw, using his arms and shoulders to carry the enormous head and began swimming forward. To his surprise, dragging the kraken was easier than expected. Buoyancy helped reduce the burden. Realizing this, he aligned with the ocean currents of the storm sea and swam toward the gunboat, supporting the kraken as he went. Along the way, the dragon ships he passed stared in disbelief. Someone, actually dragging such a colossal beast through the water. Stunned, Fenrisian warriors knelt aboard their ships, chanting the names of gods like Morkai in reverence. On the gunship, Alfarius watched as Nareth returned dragging a sea monster even larger than the Gloriana-class battleship Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. His eyes went wide in shock. Nareth actually hunted down such a colossal sea monster. Could Leman Russ have hunted one even bigger? He couldn't. Nareth hunted the bigger one and did it faster. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 170, Chapter 169, You Are My Brother. Fenris orbited the pale red K-class star the locals called the Wolf's Eye, along a highly eccentric elliptical path. It took 2 Terran standard years to complete one orbit, and the Fenrisians called this a great year. At the end of the brief summer of a great year, Leman Russ crossed the sea, dragging behind him an unconscious iron-scaled kraken, humming a tune in Forge Cant, specifically a Jovic folk song. The Wolf King had hunted down an iron-scaled kraken over 23 kilometers long, the second largest known on Fenris. That tall guy called Nareth, that beardless whelp who just arrived on Fenris yesterday, there's no way he found the biggest one in the Sea of Storms. A broken spear, driven deep into the kraken's body with brute force, barely harmed the massive sea monster, about as much as a mosquito bite would affect a human. But the blood drew countless Fenrisian sea creatures, swarming toward the wounded kraken from all directions. A giant sea serpent lunged out, mouth agape, aiming for Leman Russ. With a roar, the Wolf King hurled the kraken into the air and punched the sea serpent aside, then caught the kraken as it fell. As he continued forward, various monstrous sea beasts emerged, only to be swatted away by Russ. But even a Primarch couldn't fend off every single one of the 20-plus kilometer serpents at once. Drawn by blood, numerous creatures lunged at the unconscious sea monarch, tearing at it with teeth and claws. Most failed to break through its iron scales and bony carapace, but one species, Rippers, succeeded. Rippers resembled Terra's barracudas but were much larger, capable of devouring a Fenrisian in seconds. Even as the kraken was mauled by predators, Russ dragged it forward. Ahead, the gunship's hatch opened, and Russ saw the Emperor standing there. He bared his fangs and roared in triumph. I won. You lost. The Emperor's thunderous voice echoed across the sea. Russ frowned. The Emperor, who had earlier conceded defeat in good spirits, now seemed confident, meaning only one thing: Nareth had hunted the biggest kraken. Is his luck really that good? Or did he use some kind of sorcery? Still dragging the kraken, Russ pressed on. Alfarius stood beside the Emperor, looking down. As you said, Russ lost. Nareth won. Russ's kraken was mutilated, still surrounded by scavengers. Nareth's kraken, by contrast, was intact, and nearly a quarter longer than Russ's. When the two Primarchs were less than 100 meters apart, Russ saw the beast behind Nareth, and had a bad feeling. Its head alone was a fifth wider than the one Russ had caught. He dropped his prey and climbed atop its head. Moments later, he leapt across the water to stand before Nareth. You won. And you didn't use sorcery. Nareth glanced at the soaked talisman on Russ's chest, unimpressed, and replied flatly. I didn't. As they spoke, the Emperor leapt from the ship, no psychic powers, just raw grace, and landed beside them. He didn't. That was my condition. The power in the Emperor's words left no room for doubt. Russ laughed heartily. I lost. When we return to Asaheim, I'll swear loyalty to you. The Emperor nodded, satisfied. As he expected, the Wolf King, shaped by Fenrisian culture, was a man who accepted victory and defeat with honor. Then, Russ turned to Nareth. You've earned the title of Great Hunter. I take back what I said, you are my brother. As Russ opened his arms for an embrace, Nareth's mind flashed to a future memory. During the campaign of Dulin, the cold-hearted lion had refused to help Russ restore his honor after being mocked as the Emperor's lapdog. The two fought for a day and a night without a winner, until Russ laughed, and was knocked out by a single punch from Lion L. Johnson. Since then, every time the Space Wolves met the Dark Angels, it ended in an honor duel. Nareth's fists itched, but under the Emperor's gaze, he resisted the very tempting urge to knock Russ out cold. He subtly sidestepped the pungent Wolf King's embrace and swam toward the intact Kraken. As agreed, your catch is mine now. Even without the future memory, and despite Russ's hypocritical stance of opposing psychic powers while allowing his Gothies to use storm forces, Nareth would never side with Leman Russ. The anti-psyker camp included Russ, Angron, and Mordorion. The pro-psyker camp, Sanguinius, Jagatai Khan, and Magnus. Nareth would always side with Sanguinius, not only for political reasons but because the Shadow of Order's unique powers required psykers as cover. Nareth had no interest in being War Master. The Emperor never asked him to play Big Brother either, so he saw no point in putting on Horus's brotherly leader act. The Emperor and Russ both frowned. The Wolf King looked as if he'd just been doused in melted permafrost. It's yours, Russ muttered. At his words, black aircraft engines roared overhead, descending in an orderly fashion to harvest materials from the two Kraken corpses. Chroniclers came to the now winterbound Fenris, using translators to ask locals about the return of the third Primarch. Across the many versions told, one detail remained consistent. In 819.m30, the Master of Mankind and the lost 11th Legion Primarch, Nareth, stepped onto Fenris's frozen soil. Leman Russ refused to swear allegiance immediately and issued 3 challenges. The Emperor had to win at least one. He lost the meat-eating and drinking contests. But the Monarch of Vostroya, chosen in crisis, defeated the Wolf King in a kraken hunting contest by slaying a larger beast. Leman Russ then swore loyalty to the Emperor and rejoined the Imperium of Men. After swearing fealty, the Fenrisians, by tradition, began calling the Emperor Allfather. To welcome him, Russ ordered a traditional Fenrisian celebration, a feast. The Allfather sat at the head of the table, Alfarius standing behind him like a sentinel with his spear. On either side sat the Wolf King and the King of Vostroya, while Fenrisians and the Shadow of Order warriors faced off down the long tables. By the second day of drinking, seated beside the Wolf King was his most trusted comrade, Jorin, known among the Fenrisians as Bloodhowl. His black hair flowed down his back, and his face, chiseled like wind-sculpted bedrock, was covered in intersecting scars. His weathered skin spoke of a life spent battling blizzards and relentless frost. Jorin eyed the black-armored warrior across from him. Having bled with Russ through countless battles, he saw the Wolf King as an unbeatable titan. Nareth's victory had enraged him. He had no love for the Shadow of Order, and especially not for Sanchez, the chapter master across from him, who radiated a loathsome aura worse than even the white-furred warbears that once challenged him. Jorin downed a massive gulp of mead, the burning in his gut setting his whole body ablaze. His mustache bristled as he shouted. I am Jorin of Fenris. You're Sanchez, right? Thought so. Let's see who can drink more. The Emperor and the 3 Primarchs felt the tension and turned their gazes on Jorin. Jorin, seated beside Russ. Nareth immediately recognized him, the future Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company, leader of the most honored and loyal of the Wolf King's forces. Like the Vostroyans, Jorin and Russ's closest companions all would undergo Astartes implantation surgeries. Though older and larger than recruits like Bysesne, they faced the horrific procedures without fear, ready to die for the chance. Only a few survived. Those that did became the earliest officers of the Space Wolves, Jorin the most exceptional among them. Nareth turned his gaze to Sanchez, curious how the Reaper Lord would respond. Feeling the Emperor and the Primarchs watching, Sanchez smiled. Sure. But the loser will definitely be you. Everyone sensed the confidence and the open provocation. Fenrisian's mustaches bristled in outrage, their eyes filled with fury. Russ frowned. He knew Jorin would lose. Though he was a heavy drinker, he couldn't outdrink an Astartes. Not wanting Fenris to suffer another blow to its pride, Russ stepped in. Drinking's dull. If you must compete, make it a hunt. Though Russ had accepted defeat, he still believed Nareth had only won because of the Allfather's favor. His sapphire eyes sparkled with challenge as he looked at Nareth. Well. Shall your warrior and a Fenrisian hunter compete once more? Agreed. Nareth had complete confidence in Sanchez, the hunter would win again. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 171, Chapter 170 The Kraken Spire. The Wolf King's sapphire blue eyes flashed. This competition would allow no room for luck. In a split second, the Primarch conceived the terms for their hunting contest. The duel will still be held in 3 rounds. The first round's target is a thunder wolf, one of the fiercest of Fenrisian wolves. But it's not about killing it, they must earn its recognition. If your boy succeeds, he'll gain a powerful companion. Leman Russ glanced at the psychic beast lying beside Nareth's feet and sneered. A real, trustworthy battle companion isn't some spellcasting pet. Whoever earns the loyalty of the largest thunderwolf wins the first round. The Wolf King's aggressive gaze made the Gyrinx uneasy. Its tawny fur bristled, black eyes locked warily on the Primarch. Nareth calmed the beast through their psychic link and replied evenly. A companion so strong it makes others tremble in fear. Ignoring the fury behind those blue eyes, he simply said. Fine. Nareth knew Russ was right, thunderwolves were the most renowned subspecies of Fenrisian wolves. The largest, the black-maned wolves, could grow as large as a rhino transport. Thunderwolves were slightly smaller but even more muscular, strong enough to carry a fully armored space wolf into battle. Russ's eyes were now locked onto Sanchez's black power armor. A hunt on Fenris is a trial for true warriors, not for cowards hiding in metal shells. Does your cub dare shed his armor and join the hunt? Nareth recognized the tactic. Russ's brutish language was a deliberate provocation, meant to goad and remove what he saw as unfair advantages. He couldn't change the fact that Jorin hadn't yet undergone augmentation, but he could push Sanchez to relinquish the defensive edge of his power armor. Before Nareth could respond, Sanchez stepped forward. Of course. I'll strip off my armor and take only a combat blade. I'll hunt by Fenrisian tradition. 3 Fenrisian hours later, Sanchez had shed his Mark II armor and donned light gear. He carried a short blade the length of a mortal's longsword, and ventured into the blizzard alongside the Jorin. The eyes of both the Shadow of Order and the Fenrisians turned to the duel, even setting aside their mead and roasted meats. Nareth whispered something to the Emperor, then departed with his Shadow of Order. The hunters were sent into the wilds. Nareth, along with Skesny, Georgino, and 28 other Beyonder chosen along the path of the Tyrant, boarded gunships heading toward the Sea of Storms. Previously, when Nareth used supernatural intuition, he had already marked several sites rich in potion materials. His first target, a sea dragon nest. Sea dragons on Fenris are enormous aquatic reptilian predators, roaming the turbulent Sea of Storms. While terrifying to the Fenrisians, they were also essential to the islanders, sources of materials used for longboats and island homes. The specific nest Nareth targeted was a massive underwater cave surrounded by dense Fenrisian krill, drawing in countless sea creatures, which made it the perfect feeding and nesting spot for more than a dozen sea dragons. Hovering above the waters, Nareth issued a command to the Order's warriors, now clad in light armor rather than their power suits. Into the water. Hunt the aquatic predators. Skesny leapt first, plunging into the Sea of Storms like a fish returning to its native waters. The Folk of Rage was invigorated, but did not forget his lord's command. He dove deeper. His people, born of fury, moved like sea creatures. Within seconds, thanks to his night vision organs, Skesny locked onto a target. A fish feeding on krill was suddenly swallowed by a torpedo-shaped predator fish. Before it could enjoy its meal, the sea dragon struck, engulfing the predator in a single gulp. The massive reptile felt something disturb the current above it and turned its head sharply, only to see a bronze-skinned human daring to charge directly at it. Roaring, the sea dragon lunged with jaws wide open. But the Folk of Rage twisted sharply, fish scale patterns glowing faintly on his skin, his arm swelling with power. He threw a punch. Raging blow. It smashed into the sea dragon like a cannon blast, knocking it unconscious. Nareth sent others to hunt nearby targets and brought 2 sea dragons back to the Kingdom of Disorder, where the Jokero could use them to refine the Sequence 7 Seafarer potion for the Folk of Rage. Afterward, he summoned Skesny and Georgino back to the gunships to ascend as Seafarer. But there was no time to rest. Nareth flew toward another key location on Fenris, the Kraken Spire. Unlike Asaheim, the Kraken Spire was a semi-permanent landmark, sometimes above the sea, sometimes sunken beneath it. At this time, it had emerged once again, becoming a graveyard for krakens, Fenris's deadliest sea monsters. During the fire summer season, volcanic activity could thrust the rocky island upward along with other seamounts. For island tribes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The island was strewn with kraken bones, some buried for thousands of years. But with Fenris sliding into winter, the spire was slowly sinking again. Anyone seeking its bounty had to act fast. As Nareth's gunship approached within a dozen kilometers, his superhuman vision saw a brutal scene in the water. Using warp insight, he observed two krakens with dim life signs raging against greedy humans who dared invade their resting place. The sea was red with blood. Broken planks, sea dragon skins, and severed limbs floated in the churning waters. One of the smaller krakens, about 800 to 900 meters long, rammed a longboat into splinters. The larger one, an iron-scaled kraken, nearly 5 kilometers long, left destruction in its wake. Fenrisians rained arrows and spears upon the smaller beast. Wounded, the aging kraken bellowed its rage. It no longer feared death, only wished to rend these grave robbers to pieces. The iron-scaled kraken, however, was nearly immune to their weapons. Arrows bounced off its iron-like scales. Even those few that pierced them failed to penetrate the bony shell beneath. Nareth turned to Skesny and Georgino. You've just become seafarers, and what better way to celebrate than with a gift? A longboat, delivered straight to you. Go. Kill those krakens. With that, the extraordinary warriors leapt from the gunboat, forming two strike groups led by Skesny and Georgino. Their targets, the ancient beasts of Fenris. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 172, Chapter 171, The Temple of Morkai. Skesny and Georgino plunged into the sea of storms and immediately felt a surge of power within them. As higher-ranked followers of the ocean, the seafarers gained all-around enhancements while at sea. Georgino charged alone at a smaller kraken, his pitch-black eyes glowing with a blue light. With heightened perception and memory as a seafarer, he quickly sketched out the kraken's underwater movement in his mind. The Fenrisians were astonished to see the descending figure move like a swift fish, darting toward the kraken. Every tentacle that burst from the sea was effortlessly dodged. A burly Fenrisian wearing a spiked mask and wielding a battle axe muttered in disbelief. Someone can actually dodge a kraken's tentacles. Sensing the water's subtle currents, the seafarer calculated with lightning speed, evading each strike. After dozens of evasive maneuvers, he closed in, just 300 meters from the kraken. Raising his hands, the seafarer slammed them onto the sea surface. The water splashed upward and was instantly compressed by psychic energy into several spears, which he launched at the kraken. Since advancing to seafarer, Georgino could now perform limited water-related spell. Still inexperienced, the spears he formed varied in length and thickness. Some are over a meter long but as thin as a human finger. Others half a meter long but as thick as a clenched fist. The spears struck the kraken's head. It let out a painful screech and toppled, crashing back into the freezing ocean. Storm power, a Fenrisian exclaimed. Georgino leapt onto the kraken's head. Activating the runes on his power sword, a dazzling blue force field wrapped around the blade. Blood gushed forth as the enormous head was severed and dropped into the sea. The Fenrisians watched in stunned silence. Someone had slain a kraken alone. While they were still reeling, that same man shouted at them in broken Juvik. Don't just stand there. Get on the ship. Georgino climbed aboard a dragon boat made from sea serpent bone. As he gathered Fenrisians and secured the vessel, Skesny commanded a group of Shadows of Order, trained in the Tyrant pathway to hunt down the iron-scaled kraken. He split 26 Beyonders into 5 teams, each led by a Folk of Rage. Team 1, Bait from Range. 6 Order charged forward. The Rage leader activated his runes, his power gauntlets shone blue as he smashed a tentacle out of the air. Though they couldn't pierce the kraken's iron-scaled hide, their coordinated strike flung the tentacle aside. Meanwhile, 5 agile sailors weaved through the water, avoiding strikes like fish. Team 2, draw it in close. They lured the kraken's fanged maw toward them. When Skesny saw it lose balance, he gave the order. Teams 3, 4, and 5, attack. Watching from a dragon boat, Fenrisian saw warriors descend from above, using similar but far more efficient tactics to hunt the iron-scaled kraken. The 5 teams rotated seamlessly. Every time the kraken struck back, it failed. Every attack from the warriors hit the kraken's wounds. Seeing the battle decided, Nareth ordered his gunship toward Kraken's spire. Once it landed, he disembarked. His black eyes gleamed with spiritual light. Treasure. He sprang into action, rapidly collecting relics, massive bones, and long fangs, bringing them back to the Kingdom of Disorder. Some of the remains lacked spiritual energy and were useless as potion ingredients. But they still had value, they could be used as spiritual materials to forge enchanted items. I remember, before the Emperor and I arrived, Leman Russ once hunted the greatest kraken in the Sea of Storms, King Gorgon. After returning to the Imperium, its beak was forged into a sword that could cleave Fenris's glaciers in two. Even the non-potion grade beak parts could be used to craft weapons, especially for those walking the tyrant pathway. While Nareth scavenged the Kraken Spire, Skesny and his squad finished off the iron-scaled Kraken. He summoned the orbital fleet. Tech Marines and their aides arrived to process the remains. Skesny and Georgino rescued surviving Fenrisians from the water. They selected 4 intact dragon boats and formed 2 fleets. At the same time, Nareth walked toward an ancient stone ruin atop Kraken Spire, the Temple of Morkai. Morkai was the death wolf god worshipped by the Fenrisians, representing death and the dead. Nareth remembered that in the future, the Space Wolves believed Morkai to be Leman Russ's companion. Their initiation trial was called the Trial of Morkai. New recruits had to walk in Russ's footsteps, alone into a frozen wilderness, confront death itself, Morkai, and return alive to become a Space Wolf. Before stepping into the temple, Nareth suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He halted, cautious. Even the Fenrisians didn't know when or why this temple had been built. To the tribes, what mattered was that the abandoned temple was home to many ancient treasures. Using warp insight, Nareth peered at the structure before him. The vast, rugged, solemn temple morphed before his eyes. Its gates became like hellish doorways, filled with countless indescribable eyes peering from within the darkness. Fenrisians have entered before for treasure. There shouldn't be anything dangerous enough to threaten me. But I still feel danger. Could it be the temple rejects me for not being Fenrisian? And those dying Krakens avoiding destruction of the temple? It's not because they respect historical artifacts. Circling the temple, Nareth saw its outer walls engraved with strange runes, tentacles covering every inch. He stared at the carvings, something dawning on him. Why would dying Krakens travel from afar to perish at this exact spot, one of the few permanently exposed land masses on Fenris? That doesn't make sense if the dead hate being disturbed. No, it must be a mysterious power from within the temple that draws them here to die. A sudden realization struck him. If the Kraken's deaths were caused by this temple's pull, it's no coincidence. It's destiny. Standing before the gates, the Primarch felt the temple's danger. It's dangerous, but not deadly. After a pause, he made up his mind, he would enter and explore its secrets. Fenris was the home of Leman Russ and the Space Wolves. Opportunities to return were rare. Now was the best time. The key. Morkai, the Death Wolf, was not a true god. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 173, Chapter 172, The Thelema Mind State. Nareth walked up to the bronze gate and pressed his hand against it. The surface was icy to the touch. He immediately felt the space around him turn cold and eerie, filled with all sorts of illusory sounds. The cries of infants, the screams of adults, the wails of the elderly. Low, dark whispers echoed in his ears, pulling at his mind. The Primarch's eyes instantly turned jet black, the darkness spreading across his entire scara until his eyes were voids without any whites. He entered a state of meditation, merging with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self. He could sense the tremors of the entire island, the churning of the sea of storms, even the wild desolation and death of Fenris. Nareth immediately clarified his sense of self and expelled all the phantasmal voices. Since acquiring the Book of Thelema, the Nareth had, like Magnus, begun contemplating the inner states of mind and had already grasped 2 such stages. The first level of mind state he comprehended was the core philosophy of Thelema, true will. A sacred blueprint of the soul, transcending worldly desires, dissolving self-deception, and resonating with the will of the cosmos. Nareth pushed forcefully. The bronze gate slowly creaked open. Inside the pitch-black temple of Morkai, there was not a trace of light. Even with his superhuman senses, the Nareth could only see about 4 meters ahead. The temple's dome was overgrown with green vines. Drawing his power sword with his right hand, he pressed a rune with his thumb, activating a flickering disintegration field around the blade. The light extended his visibility by 1 more meter. He spotted a stone pillar etched with runes. Nareth stepped forward. As soon as his foot was about to touch the ground, the vines above sprang to life, hundreds of them lunged like man-eating pythons. With a downward slash, Nareth unleashed the 5th technique of Otsbergvia. A flash of blue light cut into the pythons. The disintegration field shredded hundreds of vines. In the air filled with the scent of burning plant matter, the vines were torn apart, turning into scattered green motes. He pressed forward, passing ritual tools inlaid with gemstones, blood-stained golden chalices, and offering tables piled high with withered bones. These were sacrifices from the Fenrisians. When they entered the temple of Morkai, they would kill captives and offer them to the Death Wolf. Wielding his power sword, Nareth searched the temple thoroughly. On a wall, he found a shrine containing statues resembling Leman Russ's wolf brothers, Freki and Jerry. The statues were pitch black but glowed with a green aura of death in his spiritual vision. He also discovered several stone chambers labeled Treasure Vault in Volca script. He pushed open one and entered. The cold chamber had been mostly emptied, likely looted by Fenrisians who had discovered the temple. Inside, he found pearls scattered on the floor, iron axes and spearheads on racks, and stretched out furs. The treasure vault likely held offerings to Morkai. To the Fenrisians, each of these items was a treasure. Nareth knew that compared to the stone and common sea beast bone weapons used by Fenrisian tribes scattered across the islands, iron axes and spearheads were far more precious. Even after Fenris rejoined the Imperium, such weapons could only be found in two places, the Asaheim continent of the Space Wolves or the Iron Master Archipelago, a permanent landmark of technology. Any tribe with access to forged iron weapons would hold an advantage in brutal tribal warfare. After exploring 4 treasure chambers, Nareth determined that only the furs and pearls were valuable to him. He then discovered 4 more stone chambers labeled priest chambers. He pushed open one and entered. Inside were 24 stone beds. The priests who once served the Death Wolf had long since fled when Kraken's Spire sank into the Sea of Storms, spreading belief in Morkai to the surrounding tribes. Following the spiritual glow, Nareth located 14 mirrors. Spirit communication mirrors are the main alchemical ingredient for Sequence 7, Spirit Medium, of the Death Pathway. He didn't immediately send the potion materials to the Kingdom of Disorder, he could still sense some lingering danger within the temple. After passing through the 4 priest chambers, he continued deeper into the temple. The deeper he went, the colder it became, and the vines grew thicker and stronger. Nareth slashed, swept, and hacked through them. The disintegration field shredded them into glowing debris. Finally, he arrived before a massive statue, several meters tall. A black statue of the Fenrisian Great Wolf stood atop a bronze pedestal. The black metal looked like a devouring black hole, its carved patterns resembling real fur. Fangs bared inside its gaping maw shimmered with an icy gleam. Its front paws rested on the pedestal, posed like a Fenrisian wolf striding proudly forward. Beside the statue's base was a pool that emitted a cold, sinister aura. The surface reflected a distorted wolf's shadow. As the ripples moved, various wolf forms emerged, leaping, circling, howling at the sky. Nareth scanned the statue and looked at its head. Unlike other divine statues, the head of Morkai's statue was fitted with a bone mask covering its pitch-black eyes. The mask, about 1/4 the size of the wolf's massive head, was etched with mysterious runes. The moment Nareth's gaze met the mask, he felt as if he were staring directly at death itself. A dim light radiated from the bronze mask, rapidly spreading across the space. The remaining vines withered and decayed, dying instantly as if robbed of all life. Even the Primarch's superhuman body felt fatigue, as if he were wading through an endless swamp, entangled in countless cold, slimy tendrils dragging him into a black ocean. Horrifying screams and maddening roars echoed in his ears endlessly, a mental assault capable of driving any soul mad. It instantly shattered the first layer of his Taloma mind state. True will blurred and distorted, replaced by terrifying illusions. A burst of brilliant flame erupted along Nareth's spine, and he ascended into the second Thelema mind state, Kundalini. Kundalini, derived from the Thelema spiritual practice system, was a form of energy mastery that transformed physical energy into psychic power. The terrifying screams and maddening roars vanished instantly, but his body was still entangled by countless tendrils. Nareth infused spiritual power into the silver gauntlet on his left hand and spoke with authority. Death is forbidden here. The prohibition of a Sequence 6 judge, when amplified by the Hand of Order, burst forth with power approaching that of Sequence 1. Radiant golden light tore the tendrils apart. Freed from all restraint, Nareth's body leapt into the air. He pressed the rune to shut off the disintegration field and sheathed his power sword. Soaring to the wolf's head, he reached out and removed the bronze mask. The instant he touched it, a wave of icy chill spread across his body, bringing back the piercing howls and horrifying roars. But Nareth focused his thoughts and shifted into the third layer of the realm of disorder. There, he tossed the mask aside and used his authority to establish a connection with this suspected relic of the death pathway. Returning to the real world, Nareth immediately felt the chill surrounding the temple gradually dissipate. Could that mask be the actual remains of Morkai? Was it forged by someone, or did it form naturally? Nareth pondered, but found no answers. Though Morkai had long been revered as a god by the Fenrisians, he existed only in myth. No one alive had ever actually seen the Death Wolf. After sending all the spirit communication mirrors into the Kingdom of Disorder, he ordered the pearls, furs, and other valuables to be transported to the Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty Trophy Chamber. The ancient iron weapons were also sent back for the Techmarinus to study, perhaps something could be learned from them. Having emptied Kraken's Spire of the treasure accumulated over millennia, Nareth received a summon from the Emperor. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 174, Chapter 173, The Emperor's Reward. High orbit above Fenris, aboard the Emperor's flagship Bucephalus. Nareth met the Emperor in a resplendent golden palace. After taking a seat, the Emperor smiled and said, "Nareth, the progress of the 11th Legion pleases me. Since your return, more than 50 worlds have rejoined the Imperium. The return of the first Night World, the Daxos twin world system, is especially significant. How is the Vextrix family doing? Nareth replied, the Legion's Tech Marines and the Cult Mechanicum Magi are assisting them in repairing their night suits. Estimated to be combat-ready in 1 Terran year. Good, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction. The Knight's victories will inspire Terra's people to contribute more to the Great Crusade. You fought on orders and defeated Russ. And you followed my directive, not using psychic powers. I've decided to reward you with 5 battleships from the Dark Age of technology. They will arrive at Fenris soon. Upon hearing this, Nareth felt something intangible inside him break and merge with his spirit. The reward triggered a powerful psychic response, and his potion digestion progress surged dramatically. You may also choose 2 items from my private vault. Again, Nareth felt the potion digestion accelerate. He was nearly done absorbing its effects. The Emperor sure is generous, and the feedback from the Briber potion is strong. Looking at the Emperor, Nareth found him more agreeable than ever. He smiled and said, "Thank you, my lord." "You've earned it," the Emperor replied, then his tone shifted. "Leman Russ, I need him. We need him." The Emperor's eyes glowed with intensity, and Nareth instantly felt a crushing mental pressure, like a mountain pressing down on his soul. For a split second, the Primarch nearly buckled under the Emperor's psychic weight. But Nareth immediately entered the first level of the Thelema mind state, and the mental mountain vanished. A flicker of surprise crossed the Emperor's gaze. Nareth had withstood his psychic pressure. While the Emperor marveled at the Primarch's willpower, Nareth calmly spoke. "I will work with him. Fight alongside him." The Emperor's brows furrowed, then relaxed. After a moment's thought, he stopped applying pressure. Though Nareth didn't fully endorse his brother Russ, it met the Emperor's minimum expectations. "Competition between brothers is encouraged," said the Emperor. "It pushes you to strive harder. Come. Let's go to the vault." Nareth rose and followed behind, thinking to himself. Classic negotiation tactic, reward first to build rapport, then make demands, then cool things off again by offering more rewards. In the vault, the most eye-catching relic remained, the Spear of Dionysus. As Nareth walked around, his eidetic memory helped him mentally catalog all items and their locations. He noticed that 14 new items had been added, and 3 were missing. Among the new items, one emitted an intense spiritual glow, a blood-red chain. It was about the width of one of Nareth's fingers, formed from thousands of interlocking translucent diamond-shaped crystals. Suspended inside were dark red thread-like wisps, resembling capillaries. At the base of the chain was a round ring, resembling a thick clot of blood or a crimson moon halo. Seeing Nareth's interest, the Emperor explained. "This chain comes from a Xenos race called the Vlads. It was a ceremonial item owned by their high priest. The Vlads loved to drink blood. During their rituals, the priest would soak the chain in sacrificial blood." Nareth nodded thoughtfully. "Blood, an item of the moon pathway. I'll take the chain," he said. The chain's spiritual presence was the strongest, and he could roughly determine its mystical origin, making it a logical choice. The Emperor deactivated the stasis field. As the chain touched his hand, Nareth felt his spiritual energy surge. It enhances spiritual recovery. That was his initial assessment, he'd study it more later. He discovered that the chain's ring fit perfectly on his little finger, and the ruby-like chain wrapped around his wrist. Next, Nareth went to another relic with a strong spiritual glow, which resembled a ring made by the Jokeros. It blazed like fire and was several times larger than a human ring, with only slightly less glow than the blood chain. Given the blood chain's spiritual recovery effect, it made sense that it would outshine items of the same tier. So, Nareth concluded both items were of the same mystical sequence. This ring comes from a volcanic world. The Surtur race was towering giants who forged oversized rings, explained the Emperor. This one belonged to the giant king with the iron crown. Judging by your hand, it fits you well. When the stasis field dropped, Nareth took the ring and found it fit his right middle finger, his left hand wore the power gauntlet. Back aboard the Throne of Shadows of Sovereignty, Nareth summoned Arsena. "Bring up Fenris's scanned holographic images." The Primarch's attendant activated the display with his control wand. "I have 2 missions for you." Nareth highlighted an area on the map. This valley is called Firestone Valley by the locals. When he mind-read the Fenrisians to learn their language, he also learned of several landmarks, like Firestone Valley and the Tomb of the Kings. That mountain tribe is made up of exiled psychers. They're called the Vulture Clan. You'll lead a team to test them. Those who pass the test, bring them back. Boys can be Legion aspirants. Among the adults and girls, those who show promise can serve as your aides. The rest go to the 9th chapter as auxiliaries. Arsena noted the orders and asked, "And the second task?" Nareth pointed to another location. "This is the Tomb of the Kings, ancient burial grounds of Fenrisian royalty. These barrows contain ancient kings and chieftains. Their tombs are inscribed with runes that tell of their lives, glory, and legends. Fenrisian language stems from these runes, and their psyker's power is an extension of these inscriptions. Nareth couldn't help but think of the Wolf King's hypocrisy, denouncing psykers while defending Gothi as something else. They claim to be sons of the storm. Even if primitive and hypocritical, their use of psychic runes has research value. Record all of them. Since he was already on Fenris, Nareth was determined to extract every possible benefit. At once. Arsena logged the orders, gathered a squad of honor guards and attendants, and flew a gunship toward Asaheim. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 175, Chapter 174, Provocation sparks fury among the Fenrisians. Leman Russ looked at the crowd and spoke. For the second hunt, your target is the ice dragon known as Witherwing, who dwells atop Mount Eiger, the highest peak on Fenris. Witherwing is the aerial overlord of Fenris. Only a true hunter, a true warrior, can slay it. Jorin's murky yellow eyes gleamed as he turned to Sanchez, who had just dismounted from his Thunderwolf. The victor will be me. I'll chop off that foul dragon's head and decorate my battle axe with its claws. Surrounded by the Fenrisians, the provoker remained calm and replied. The outcome will speak for itself. The Reaper Lord gave a slight bow to Leman Russ and said. Primarch, my battle brothers are also excellent hunters. Fenris is a world made for hunters. I want them to be tempered here. The Wolf King looked at Sanchez with approval and let out a hearty laugh. You've already proven yourself a great hunter by completing the first hunt. Your brothers are welcome on Fenris. Before leaving, he turned to the Reaper Lord. Sanchez, you're more polite than your father. He didn't even tell me before taking men to hunt in the sea. Sanchez frowned. Even though he was alone, he couldn't tolerate a slight against the Primarch. My lord, with respect, you've yet to conquer Fenris Oceans. The island tribes have not submitted to you. Those words from the provoker enraged the Fenrisians. Their beards bristled and blew wildly in the wind. Jorin drew his axe and roared. Sanchez, shut your mouth. If not for the Allfather's arrival, the Wolf King of Fenris would have united this world. Sanchez rested his hand on his sword hilt and said coldly. He hasn't yet, so father has not overstepped. Snowflakes swirled through the air, and though the Reaper Lord stood drenched in sweat beneath the Wolf King's fierce gaze, he remained defiant. Something inside Sanchez felt like a phantom star had exploded. He was one step closer to becoming a true provoker. The power surging within him helped him stand tall and unyielding. The eyes of the Fenrisians burned with rage. They could not tolerate anyone questioning Leman Russ. Jorin raised his axe and charged Sanchez. Others followed, drawing weapons and rushing toward the provoker. But the Wolf King appeared in a flash and blocked Jorin. Stop. To the Fenrisians, he declared. If you strike him down now, Jorin will never reclaim his honor. Do you want one of Fenris' old hunters to sulk in his wolf-hide tent, licking his wounds of failure? No, the Fenrisians roared in frustration. Russ turned his fierce gaze on the provoker, who had returned his sword to its scabbard. You've got guts. I hope your skill matches your mouth. If you win the next 2 hunts, I'll tolerate your insolence today. I will win, said the provoker. The hunter was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't wipe it away, letting the icy wind freeze the droplets into crystal shards. Inside, something felt like it was melting. He could sense he was close to fully mastering the power granted by his Primarch. Good, said Leman Russ, retracting his aggressive gaze. The second hunt begins now. The provoker could feel the hostility toward him in the Fenrisian camp. No one offered him meat or drink. Sanchez mounted his Thunderwolf King, with 6 Thunderwolves carrying wolf pups following behind him. After leaving the camp, he touched the communication bead in his right ear and broadcast a message over a private channel to the other hunters and candidates. Moments later, the Reaper Lord distributed the Thunderwolves, 6 to seasoned hunters, and 17 pups to newly promoted ones. Sanchez shouted to the 23 hunters. Take your wolves and go hunt in the wilds of Fenris. Then he turned to 49 candidates. If you wish to prove your worth and enter the court, go hunt in the icy wilderness of Fenris. Bring your prey back to offer to the Primarch. While the provoker and the hunters roamed the icy plains, another hunt was underway at sea. Skesny and Georgino each led a fleet hunting in the Sea of Storms. When Sanchez arrived at the base of Mount Eiger, Georgino's fleet was caught in a storm. Barometric pressure plummeted. The dark clouds sagged like an iron curtain. Wind gauges spun wildly. Gale force winds lashed seawater against the portholes with a deafening crack. Waves 10 meters high crashed down like glaciers shattering against the bow. The steel hull groaned like bones snapping. The entire ship shuddered violently. In the captain's cabin, Georgino did not call for orbital support. Georgino took the helm himself. Even as the ship was tossed hundreds of meters by the waves, the tribesmen of Fenris had to cling to masts and railings. Yet Giorgino, blessed with the exceptional ability of balance, stood firm on the deck. The seafarer sensed instinctively that about 70 nautical miles northeast, a new whirlpool was forming as warm and cold currents collided. As a scholar of astronomy and geography, he instantly calculated the variables. The seafarer spun the wheel and gave orders over comms to the 2 other dragon ships under his command. Full rudder left. Reef 3 sails. Known also as the Storm Priest, Giorgino's 3 dragon ships surged through the storm. Fenrisians watched in awe as torrential clouds hurled hail upon the dragon ships. The seafarer showed no fear. Guided by instinct, he read the ocean currents and led the vessels forward, riding the flow through the storm. After being flung about endlessly, the Fenrisians were shocked to find they had emerged from the tempest without losing a single ship. Overwhelmed, they knelt before the Storm Priest, shouting in Volcatung. Messenger of the Allfather. Priest of Storms. Giorgino felt something phantom-like within him break, and water flowed around his body. Despite his fatigue, he felt as if he were soaking in the warm cradle of the ocean. He was now closer to becoming a true seafarer. Just then, his communication bead beeped. He answered. It was a scout's voice. Captain, a fjord ahead. It's a U-shaped valley formed by glacial erosion, with steep cliffs on both sides. A pod of sea serpents is swimming there, likely driven in by the storm. Giorgino's pitch-black eyes gleamed. Over Vox comms, he shouted. Brothers. We've just weathered a storm. Now, it's time to hunt. The shadow of Order warriors leapt from their ships, leading the Fenrisians in the hunt. This time, the Fenrisians weren't wielding bone or stone weapons, they held iron-forged arms crafted by the Legion's tech servants. As Giorgino organized the sea serpent hunt, Sanchez climbed to the summit of Mount Iter. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 176, Chapter 175, Hunting the Witherwing. Sanchez and Jorin began climbing Mount Iter from different directions simultaneously. Both were riding thunderwolves, ascending the sheer cliff face with ease. What would be an impossible climb for ordinary people was like a flat plane to the thunderwolves. Sanchez's thunderwolf was larger and faster than the Fenrisians, gradually widening the gap between the 2 men. By the time Sanchez reached the summit, he was several kilometers ahead of Jorin. From the peak, which measured less than a square kilometer, Sanchez surveyed the area. The frigid wind howled across the ice-covered rocks, producing a sharp and shrill wail. The hunter fixed his black eyes on the prey lying atop the rocks, a creature with a wingspan over 10 meters, covered in crystalline ice membranes. Its jagged wing edges resembled serrated ice blades, reflecting a faint, cold blue glow like twin floating scythes. One of Fenris' most dangerous dragons, the ice dragon known as Witherwing. Roar. The sky's apex predator of Fenris spotted the ground's apex predator intruding upon its territory. It flapped its wings and stood upright on its crystalline body, unleashing an enraged bellow. AWOO. The thunderwolf howled back, striding into a hunting charge, closing in on Witherwing. Climbing the cliff, Jorin heard the dragon's roar and the thunderwolf's howl. His expression shifted. Immediately, Jorin swung his axe and slashed a forearm-sized gash into his thunderwolf's side. The blood froze instantly from the chill, and the pain sent the beast into a full sprint toward the summit. At the summit, Sanchez's thunderwolf dodged Witherwing's first strike. The hunter spotted his opening, planted his legs, and leapt toward the ice dragon. Witherwing missed and took to the air, veering to the side. Sanchez's power sword, glowing with blue light, slashed into the dragon's left wing. The disruption field tore through the icy membrane, splattering ink-black blood into the air. Wounded, Witherwing quickly recognized the human with the sword as a threat no lesser than the thunderwolf. Raising its long, spear-like head, its mouth revealed rows of jagged, ice-crystal fangs. It inhaled deeply, and Sanchez's thunderwolf was nearly dragged into the air by the force. Sanchez bent his knees and grounded himself. With a frigid gleam in its eyes, Witherwing exhaled a cloud of freezing mist. Sanchez and his thunderwolf began to slow, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins, their movements turning sluggish and sticky like caught in spiderwebs. Sanchez's mind sharpened. His Gyrinx's black eyes flickered, and it raised a paw. Accelerate metabolism. Suddenly, man and beast's blood surged, and their speed spiked. The thunderwolf lunged, clamping its jaws around the ice dragon's neck, its claws gripping tightly to the dense scales like fingernails. Sanchez struck again, his sword cleaving through the right wing with a burst of tearing force. Staggering, the wounded Witherwing tried to retreat into the sky, but it could sense death approaching. A flying lizard like you dares abandon your territory? Don't you run. The provoker's psychic energy drained rapidly. Witherwing didn't understand the insult, but some primal instinct as a sky predator told it that it had been humiliated. It let out a furious roar and turned back, diving at the provoker. This human was insufferable. Witherwing had never hated a creature more. Even if it had to die, it would take him with it. The hunter took 3 bounding strides toward the dragon, then frowned. He saw a spinning axe like a windmill soaring toward the dragon's head. Sanchez's enhanced senses locked on immediately, on the Thunderwolf and Jorin. If Jorin lands that strike, who gets the kill credit becomes murky. The hunter would not allow his prey to be stolen, nor endure the shame of being upstaged by a Fenrisian. Such an insult would stain the Legion and their father. Through a psychic link, Sanchez sent an order to his Gyrinx. It raised its paw and slammed it into the ground. A faint, nearly invisible psychic pulse swept across the entire mountaintop. In that instant, Witherwing, the axe, Jorin, and his Thunderwolf all froze briefly. For an Astartes, that was enough. Sanchez sprinted forward, vaulted into the air, and cleaved his sword into the dragon's skull. The disruption field shredded the scales, and the dragon's head came crashing down. The next moment, the spinning axe struck. Sanchez extended his left hand and caught the axe handle midair with precision, hurling it to the ground. He said in Volca, "Jorin, you're too late." Jorin's windburned face darkened further. Still just a mortal, he hadn't even perceived the moment the Gyrinx used its psychic power. The physical gap between us is too great. If only I were in Astartes too, I wouldn't have lost to him. Jorin clenched his fists. His desire for the gene modification promised by the Wolf King grew even stronger. While Sanchez was hunting the ice dragon, elsewhere at the volcanic mouth of the Sea of Storms, Skesny began his own drake hunt. He had learned from the Fenrisians that a breed of drake called Drak circled the geothermal vents in winter for warmth. Skesny contacted the Tech Marines to create a specialized capture device for the hunt. After 3 longships were equipped, he led the fleet near the volcano. In the skies above, hundreds of drakes could be seen soaring. 5 nautical miles from the volcano, the seafarer stood at the prow, quickly analyzing the sea and volcano conditions. He issued orders for the other 2 longships to split and flank the volcano. 1 nautical mile out, he gave the order. Fire. From the bows of the longships, 5 sailors manning massive ballista-like devices launched their harpoons at the drakes. When the harpoons came within a dozen meters, onboard sensors activated. The harpoons used Jogalian arc-thrower tech, and electrical discharges struck the drakes, stunning them midair. A large net enveloped them, and the shadows of order quickly reeled them in with rotary winches, dragging the stunned drakes into the sea before they could fall into the volcano. And Astartes quickly organized Fenrisians to jump in and retrieve the downed drakes. The other drakes, enraged by their kin's capture, attacked the longships. But they flew straight into the trap. Under the seafarer's command, the 3 ships formed a ring and ensnared more drakes. Few escaped. Once the hunt ended, Skesny summoned a transport ship to deliver the drakes to the Throne of Shadows Sovereignty. Every day, Nareth received more game from both the Sea of Storms and Asaheim. Initially, it was all sea creatures. But as more hunters entered Asaheim, land beasts like mammoths began to increase. The most valuable of them all was the Drax, the key ingredient in the potion of the 7th sequence, Pyromaniac, of the Red Priest pathway. Nareth sent all the captured drakes to the Kingdom of Disorder, thinking, "I've gathered all the ingredients for the Pyromaniac potion, but Sanchez only recently advanced. He'll still need time to digest the Provoker potion." While he pondered this, Sanchez returned to the Wolf King's court, his Thunderwolf bearing the bound corpse of Witherwing. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 177, Chapter 176, the 11th Legion, a force now rivaling the Thousand Suns at their peak. Fenris, Asaheim, the Wolf King's council chamber. Without any spoils of war, Jorin, riding his Thunderwolf, returned ahead of Sanchez. Beside a warm hearth, the Fenrisians listened silently as Jorin recounted what had happened, speaking in furnace tongue, judged language. Suddenly, the Wolf King slammed his massive hand down on the table. Meat splashed and dripped to the ground. Frecky and Jerry, lying on the floor, bristled and straightened up. Leman Russ's piercing blue eyes swept over the gathered warriors. Any Fenrisian he looked at felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake. "You are sons of Fenris. Fenrisian warriors do not fall." He rose, with Frecky and Jerry following at his side. Striding up to Jorin, he clapped his broad hand on his shoulder. "Old friend, since you've chosen to accept the transformation, I believe that once you ascend, you will defeat Nareth as whelp." Jorin's icy expression softened slightly at Leman Russ's trust. After encouraging Jorin, the Wolf King turned to the others and continued. "We won't sit idle. Hunters of Fenris always find a way." With each word, Russ instilled confidence into the Fenrisians. His deep blue eyes glinted as he crouched and gently patted his wolf brothers. "We are a pack. Fenrisian wolves are not lone wolves, and we are no fools. Those who underestimate the pack will become bones in the snow." The shaggy, wild-haired Fenrisians howled and rose to their feet. "Knock knock knock." A knock came, ill-timed. The Wolf King's eyes narrowed, he already knew it was Nareth's whelp. Let him in. Russ returned to his throne, sitting atop furs. The Reaper Lord entered the chamber. Hundreds of Fenrisians in filthy pelts glared at him like a pack of wolves. The hunter sensed it instantly, despite their primitive armor and iron chainmail, despite their crude steel swords and axes, their powerful physiques and overwhelming presence marked them as true warriors. Each one alone was dangerous, together, they were deadly, even to Astartes. Sanchez showed no fear. He didn't even touch the weapons at his waist. He simply walked toward the Wolf King. The provoker's raised chin and aura of challenge made the pack breathe heavily, barely restraining themselves from lunging at him. With every step, the provoker felt a strange warmth bubbling within. Unlike the furious pack, Leman Russ's rage faded as he watched the Reaper Lord approach. Before Sanchez could speak, Russ said, "Sanchez, you've won the second hunt. The third hunt will be a pack hunt, with 13 members. Your target is the Ice Troll King." The Shadow of Order could sense Russ's dismissive tone and didn't ask questions. He simply replied, "As you command." The Reaper Lord activated his comms and sent a message to his agents active in Asaheim. "Bring me everything on the Ice Troll King." He also contacted the Throne of Shadow Sovereignty, requesting a transport ship to deliver the corpse of the Witherwing to their father. An hour later on Fenris, aboard a deck sectioned off to cater to his personal preferences, Nareth stood over the massive corpse of the Witherwing wing. Activating his warp sight, he observed the creature. Only the pituitary gland and eyes were usable as primary materials for Sequence 8 of the Visionary Pathway Telepathist, a sequence higher than the Spectator. Nareth severed the dragon's head, sent it back to the Kingdom of Disorder, and then contacted Sanchez. It was time to check in on his son's progress. After hearing Sanchez's briefing, Nareth reconstructed the encounter with the Fenrisians in his mind. The provoker always damages social relations, both through passive abilities and active behavior. Considering Sanchez provoked not only Leman Russ but many Fenrisians, the digestion process should be faster, though I won't know exactly when until I see him again. After a pause, Nareth said approvingly, "Sanchez, well done. You defended the Legion's honor. No need to worry, Leman Russ may appear a brute, but it's a facade. He won't harm you. From what you described, he likely sees you as a whetstone. Feel free to act even more provocatively." Bathed in the warm light of approval, the Reaper Lord felt as though the icy storm battering him had turned to heat. Inside him, a metaphorical star seemed to shatter. The provoker spoke passionately. "I will win, I won't disappoint you." Nareth responded. "About your third hunt, I know a bit. Ice trolls, also called snow ogres, are massive beasts native to Asaheim. They're kin to ice demons but even larger, taller than dreadnoughts. Ice trolls use entire trees as clubs, and their bite is strong enough to crush power armor. Unlike most beasts, they possess a degree of intelligence." After ending the call, Nareth recalled that in 892.m41, the Wolf Lord Harold Deathwolf returned to his native Tidalhound tribe after hearing it was attacked by ice trolls. He led the tribe to victory and personally decapitated the ice troll chieftain, fashioning his pelt into a cloak. Though Sanchez won't wear power armor and his combat ability is reduced, he's a provoker and has 12 hunters aiding him. They should be able to defeat an ice troll tribe. Having judged the situation, Nareth issued his next command. "Deliver the Witherwing's corpse to the Void Hunter. It belongs to Sanchez as a trophy." Then, Nareth returned to his desk to consider the allocation of 5 newly arrived Relic-class warships in the Fenris system. Lion L. Johnson used these as secret weapons. He never deployed them casually. They were pivotal in the Battle of Salamas against the Night Lords. But I know the future, and I have the dice of prophecy. I could acquire a Blackstone Fortress, Gloriana-class battleships, or even seize the Abyss-class battleship of the Word-bearers. No need to keep these hidden. Better to distribute them across the chapters to form complementary fleets. Having decided, Nareth issued the orders. The Emperor's 5 gifted Relic-class battleships are to be distributed to the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th chapters. These, along with the 7th, had performed better than others in battle. The 6 chapter masters leading them had also earned Nareth's recognition. Their doctrines and development paths were now well established. Then, he turned to the highest priority reports from the Triken system, 3 in total. First report, from Chief Apothecary Michael. 15 cohorts returned from the Crystal Mirage, totaling 33,511 candidates. All underwent augmentation surgery. Their average age was 4.2 years older than previous 29 cohorts. Result, rejection rate increased from 43.36% to 45.18%. Nareth looked at the number of successful new Shadows of Order, 18,371. He nodded, satisfied. Slightly higher than expected. As an apothecary, Michael played a crucial role. His concoctions reduced rejection reactions during surgeries. Another note from the report. Of the 11,140 who failed augmentation, only 104 died. All survivors have joined auxiliary forces. Nareth wrote his approval. Chief Apothecary has fulfilled his duties with excellence. Return him to the Legion flagship for commendation. Setting down the data slate, Nareth's enhanced mind instantly recalculated total Legion numbers. With the new shadows integrated, the Legion now numbers around 85,000. 2 reasons prevent exact figures. First wave recruits from Legion-controlled systems haven't joined yet. While new Terraborn join daily from Luna, there are constant casualties across warfronts. Gains and losses balance each other. Without real-time data, only estimates are possible. I've only been back for under a decade. The 11th Legion's growth rivals the Thousand Sons at their peak. Not counting the original 2nd and 11th Legions, the Thousand Sons were the smallest. Even so, this pace is promising. 185 years remain before Horus falls. Leaning comfortably on his throne, Nareth smiled in contentment. The Vastoyan veterans who followed me have all been transformed. The growth spike is over. Unless a massive war breaks out, the Legion will now grow steadily. Even if the Emperor sends us as the main force to fight the Rangdan, by the end of the Great Crusade, our numbers should approach 300,000. Sitting upright, he picked up the second report from Marlena. Phase 1 of Triken Prime's development is complete. The world now qualifies as an agri-world, capable of feeding 13.5 billion people. Phase 2 has officially begun on Triken 2. Third report, from Wojciech. Triken Prime has finished industrialization. Industrial bases and shipyards have been built without harming the environment. After a brief thought, Nareth issued new orders. Proceed to Cyper Mundi. Accelerate construction of shipyards and industrial hubs. 3 days later, 5 battleships filled with Kraken and Sea Dragon meat departed for their assigned chapters. Meanwhile, on Asaheim, the hunt for the Ice Troll King officially began. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 178, Chapter 177, The Wolf King's Gift. As a true son of Fenris, Jorin's hunting party was the first to find the tribe under attack by frost trolls. 2 kilometers from the camp, riding atop his thunder wolf, Jorin's eyes burned with fury as he watched the trolls rampage. Their massive right arms swung whole trees like clubs, smashing huts to splinters, while their left hand snatched up Fenrisians and tossed them into their gaping maws. Jorin's vision turned red with rage. In the battle-tongue Wirgin, he roared to his warriors. Hunters of Fenris. Wolves of the Wolf King. The ice trolls invade our lands and feast upon our kin. Today, we slay them and claim victory in the hunt. The pack howled in reply, banging their weapons on their shields. Kill the ice trolls. Win the hunt. Jorin spurred his thunderwolf forward. The beast burst from the ridge, charged, then leapt at the back of one of the trolls. Jorin raised his axe with both hands and swung it down onto the troll's back. The blade sank in deep but was caught by the troll's thick, chitinous hide, like armor made of ice. 6 other warriors followed close behind, roaring as they attacked the troll's legs from both sides and behind. Their steel swords struck its flesh with metallic clangs. Roar. The ice troll bellowed and swung its tree in a wild arc. The pack rolled to dodge, and 6 more Fenrisians rushed in from the front, launching a coordinated charge. They attacked the troll's knees with hammers and swords. The troll staggered, nearly falling, only staying upright by leaning on its tree. Jorin commanded the pack to keep attacking. The heavy-bodied troll swung again and again, but the cunning pack worked together, some distracting, others striking. After several rounds, none of the Fenrisians had been injured, while the troll's legs were covered in wounds, blue, foul-smelling blood freezing into icicles on the ground. The ice troll, with some intelligence, realized it was being played, and let out a savage, beast-like roar. Nearby trolls heard the call. Like enraged bulls, they smashed through the Fenrisians and charged over. Lure them away. Jorin shouted. While the pack diverted the others, Jorin drove his thunderwolf into a leap. With a furious roar, he swung his axe at the wounded troll's back. Boom. The giant ice troll collapsed into a crater in the ice. As it fell, Jorin shouted. By order of the Wolf King, I have come to aid you. Join me and slay these trolls. Fenrisians gathered around Jorin, rallying under the renowned warrior to drive back the invaders. Meanwhile, far away, Sanchez had finally located the tribe under attack by the ice trolls. He and the hunters reached a high ridge and surveyed the battle below. Sanchez saw that Jorin and his warriors had the upper hand, over 100 Fenrisians against just 9 remaining ice trolls. He didn't rush in. Instead, he studied every detail, positioning, enemy strength. He quickly simulated the battle and relayed his thoughts to the hunters. Father told me ice trolls have some intelligence. If the battle turns against them, they'll try to flee. Jorin is attacking from the southeast. If the Ice Troll King flees, he'll likely head northwest. He pointed at 6 of the hunters. You, with me, ambush them to the northwest. To another 6, there's a smaller chance they'll flee north or west, set ambushes there. Jorin, last time you tried to steal my prey. This time, it's my turn. The shadows of order moved into position as instructed. Moments later, another troll fell with a crash. Then the Ice Troll King, a head taller than the rest, roared and charged, swatting 2 Fenrisians aside with its massive tree. The other trolls followed its lead, running for their lives. Fenrisians scrambled to block them. Jorin saw the trolls escaping and shouted. Stop them. Brave Fenrisians obeyed, hurling themselves at the charging trolls. But trolls in full sprint were like locomotives, unstoppable. Several warriors were thrown into the air, their bodies tumbling across the ice. Their sacrifice bought Jorin time. He and his Thunderwolf caught up with the Troll King and leapt. He knew he had only one chance. He poured all his rage and shame into that strike, raising his axe and swinging for the beast's heart. The Troll King sensed the danger and twisted slightly, causing the axe to miss its mark, only grazing the edge of its heart. Roaring in pain, the Troll King hurled its tree backward. Jorin, elite among Fenrisians, second only to the Wolf King, knew the moment he struck that he hadn't killed the beast. He prepared for a second strike, but the tree came too fast. He twisted, landing another blow to the troll's back, but was still hit. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, feeling as if his body were broken apart. He watched in despair as the Troll King fled the battlefield. The creature sprinted toward the forest beyond the camp. But just as it neared the trees, 7 figures burst forth from the woods. Sanchez had been watching and had no intention of letting the Fenrisians steal his prey. With warp insight, the Shadow of Order pinpointed the troll's weak spot. He activated his runes, spurred his mount forward, and narrowly dodged a crushing blow from the troll's right fist. The Thunderwolf bit into the Troll King's chest. Sanchez used the momentum, springboarding off his mount. He flipped midair, evaded the troll's left punch, and brought his sword down with precision. Using Otspur Form 17, he struck the exact wound Jorin had made earlier. A blue disintegration field bloomed from the wound, tearing the troll's heart apart. Jorin stumbled out of the camp, bloodied and broken, fists clenched in bitterness. I lost again. Sanchez returned with the Fenrisians. At first, the rescued tribe cheered, overjoyed to see the Wolf King's envoy. But as word spread that Jorin had lost all 3 hunts to an outsider, even the Fenrisians fell into sullen silence. Those waiting for Jorin saw the returning party's downcast expressions and guessed the result. Leman Russ furrowed his brow, eyes thoughtful. After a moment, he relaxed his expression and addressed Jorin. Congratulations on winning all 3 hunting duels. You've defeated the finest hunter Fenris has to offer. I now gift you this sword. He drew the shorter of the 2 swords at his waist. This blade was forged from the beak of the Gorgon King I once hunted, crafted for me by the Iron Priests. It is yours now. The provoker accepted the sword with both hands and felt something dissolve within him. Before he could react, the Wolf King continued. But this sword does not yet fully belong to you. How long you keep it will depend on your strength. After Jorin and the others are transformed, they will challenge you again, this time, in the stars. Win that hunt, or lose the sword. The Fenrisian's gloom turned instantly into burning motivation. Jorin shouted, I will challenge you again. And next time, I'll win. The Shadow of Order felt the charged emotion swirling around him and thought to himself. Just as the father said, the Wolf King is using me as a whetstone to sharpen Fenrisian steel. Emboldened by the Primarch's words, the provoker raised his head and declared. If it's mine, no one can take it. I will always be the one who wins. The Fenrisian's eyes filled with fire, and the provoker felt a star shatter inside him. I've become the true full-fledged provoker. 5 Fenrisian days after the end of the hunt, Nareth received a message. Horus's fleet had entered the Fenris system. He was summoned aboard the Bucephalus. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 179, Chapter 178, a voluntary request to join the campaign for the Wheel of Fire. On board the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. Standing in the circular observation corridor, Horus frowned as he peered through the arched glass down into the banquet hall below, where a group of savages mingled awkwardly with the splendor of the flagship. Their crudely made armor was primitive and ugly, completely out of place in the ornate vessel. Their tattooed skin was filthy, their hair even filthier. Even from over 60 meters away, the Primarch could smell their foul stench. They behaved like children, playing with the glassware and light fixtures adorning the banquet tables. When one of them accidentally smashed something, they burst into laughter. They suspiciously sniffed the fine wines and luxurious dishes, mocking the servants who brought them food. They were rude, unworthy, and mocked the Emperor's generosity. Horus furrowed his brow. Though he had followed the Emperor's teachings and accepted his role as the Big Brother, he found not a trace of civilization in the Fenrisians. Compared to the people of Vostroya, they were little more than brutes. As he pondered, he turned and saw Nareth approaching. A smile appeared on Horus's face. "My brother, it is good to see you again. Your achievements have astonished me. I'm proud of you." Nareth responded calmly, "They are nothing compared to the Luna wolves. Your legion's glory is second to none." Horus didn't pursue the subject further. The rapid expansion of Shadows of Order, conquering 14 star systems in 5 years, had put him under intense pressure. After Nareth subjugated a night world, Horus pushed the Luna wolves to seize 19 systems. But despite the 63rd Expedition Fleet's rapid conquest of 11 star systems, they failed to find a night world. Only when Shadows of Order slowed down to begin planetary construction did Horus feel the pressure ease slightly. "You've done more than just conquer. I've heard your legion brings new order to the worlds joining the Imperium. Your 4th chapter took 6 star systems from the Arrhenius continuity and is now developing one of the renamed planets, Necromunda." Nareth stood by the curved corridor and looked down at the Fenrisians. "The Emperor approves of my methods." Horus's tone grew impassioned with admiration. "Every rediscovered colony must be transformed, enlightened by imperial truth, turned into gems of civilization and prosperity. That is our mission. In this, Shadows of Order has surpassed the Luna wolves. I've instructed the Mournival to study your methods and asked captains and lieutenants to emulate them." He glanced down. "But I'm not sure these Fenrisians can be as adaptable as the Vostroyans." Then, looking to Nareth, he said, "I heard they challenged you and your sons to a hunt, and lost completely." "That's right. We were victorious." Nareth nodded slightly but didn't indulge Horus's curiosity by detailing the hunt. He returned to the topic at hand. "They see the Emperor as the All-Father, a divine king descending from the heavens. They'll obey his every command. That's a violation of the imperial truth. Father has made it clear, he is no god." Horus scowled, voice brimming with anger. "He is a great man, but still a man. He must understand this." "Russ and his people will come to understand," said a new voice. The Emperor had appeared behind the 2 Primarchs. He stepped up to the viewing window, looking down with interest. "Enoch Rathvin has met his gene-father." Nareth looked down as well. The Fenrisians showed no fear of the Astartes. Though smaller in stature, they watched the warriors of the 6th Legion with keen eyes. They didn't recognize the Raptor's head emblem or campaign honors, they were simply assessing strength, comparing the 6th Legion's warriors to Sanchez. The Wolf King and Enoch locked eyes. Leman Russ placed a hand on Enoch's shoulder. "My son." The 6th Legion's former leader immediately knelt, bowing before his gene-father and swearing loyalty. The Emperor watched Enoch step down from command and leave. He turned and gestured toward the hall. "Horus, will you go meet your brother?" Horus looked at the banquet room. The Wolf King was already smiling up at him, a savage smile. "Yes." "Nareth, come with me." After a brief nod between brothers, Nareth followed the Emperor to the bridge. Upon entering the strategy chamber, Nareth's gaze locked on a gold-armored warrior wielding a spear. The Primarch instantly sensed the weapon's aura, similar to the Dionysian spear. Powerful, but not as repulsive. Apollonian spear. And the one holding it, Nareth, recognized him immediately. Sensing his gaze, the Emperor spoke. "Constantine Valder, commander of my custodian guard." "Nareth, Primarch of the 11th Legion." They exchanged greetings, and the Emperor turned to Valder. "Show us the situation in the Wheel of Fire." Valder spoke, "Our understanding is limited, but we know the system has 8 planets. A powerful orc warboss has risen and established an empire. Billions of greenskins have gathered under his banner." Hearing this, Nareth understood why the old man had summoned him. The campaign of the Wheel of Fire. The Space Wolves fought for 5 years, losing a third of their numbers. Because of their sacrifice, Russ received 2 rewards from the Emperor, the Dionysian Spear and one of the galaxy's most powerful fortresses, the Fong. These orcs threatened the Imperium's expansion. Valder fell silent. Nareth then volunteered. "My lord, I will lead my legion to the Wheel of Fire system, purge the greenskin filth, and present you with the orc warboss's head." The Emperor smiled with satisfaction. "My son, I trust you to vanquish any foe." At his words, Nareth felt something stir inside. He was almost done digesting the Briber potion. "Once I take the warboss's head and offer it to the Emperor, the potion will be fully digested. Though a brutal campaign, orcs are full of potion materials, especially what I need for the Baron of Corruption. 11 teeth from Evil Sun's orcs. Plus, there's the Fong and the Dionysian Spear. I don't want the spear. If I ask for something else, will the old man agree?" As Nareth calculated, the Emperor added, "Your brother Russ, once his education and the Terra celebration are complete, will also head to the wheel." Nareth felt a twinge of concern. Wait, we're each getting a prize. I want the thong. Not the spear. You'll accompany us to Terra, then onward to the wheel. So, is this a competition between me and Russ? Or are we meant to cooperate? A visit to Terra isn't bad. Tierney should have finished digesting the Marauder potion. I can promote him to Sequence 8, Swindler, and deliver the Gyrinx. And if he's found the black 8-legged wolf, even better. As Nareth mulled this over, the Emperor said, "Come with me. I have important matters and need your counsel." They entered a private chamber. Once seated, the Emperor activated runes to initiate a null field. "I want your opinion on Psykers. Your legion contains more Psykers than most. The 15th Legion you command also employs many. I've faced the warp. I know the horrors lurking within. Russ has his reasons for opposing Psykers." Nareth was silent for a moment, mind racing. Then he answered carefully. "Psychic power is a weapon. Like a bolter, only a fool would cast it aside in battle. Like any weapon, it is dangerous if untrained. But in the hands of a trained warrior, it strikes true." He had to defend the use of psychic powers, to protect his Psykers and hide the existence of the Beyonders. But he couldn't appear obsessed with the warp, like the Khan of Kagharis. The Emperor remained unreadable, weighing his words. "Yes. Psychic power is dangerous, but also vital to the Great Crusade. I will allow the legions to experimentally form librarius departments, until I decree otherwise." "As you wish, my lord." Returning to the throne of Shadow Sovereignty, Nareth ordered each chapter to establish a librarius. He also messaged Arsena, Sanchez, and others on the surface of Fenris, summoning them back to the flagship. Upon inspection, Nareth was shocked to discover that Sanchez had already digested the Provoker potion. He promoted Sanchez to Sequence 7, Pyromaniac. 3 days later, the fleet set sail, for Terra. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 180, Chapter 179, The Caryatid. While the throne of Shadow Sovereignty was en route, Nareth summoned his aide to his private office within the palace. "What did you gain from the tomb of the former kings on Fenris?" "My lord, Fenrisian runes use a very primitive approach to manipulating etheric energy, but there are indeed valuable aspects. Beyond that, I discovered a prayer inscribed on a cairn. Knowing your recent interest in such things, I made a rubbing." Arsena had already compiled the Dunnick lexicon with a vocabulary of 33,411 words, enough for most needs. Nareth could not reveal the existence of the Kingdom of Disorder to them and had to pray alone to ensure the rituals pointed only to himself. To meet the rules of this world regarding ritualistic language, he had extensively studied prayers from various races. Nareth picked up a data slate and looked at the prayer sent by his aide. "Great Allfather, Lord of Fenris, creator of Asaheim and the Sea of Storms." Similar to what I've seen before, 3-part directional invocations to ensure correct targeting. The Primarch memorized the prayer instantly and then said, "I brought back some ritual items from the Temple of Morkai. Study them. As you command." After the student of ratiocination replied, Nareth began issuing legion deployment orders. "Assemble the 2nd, 5th, and 11th chapters. Head to Terra. You'll accompany me on the campaign in the Firewheel system." Nareth intended to use the Firewheel campaign to temper the 6 chapters whose development paths were still undefined, and to discover new talents. Considering their current condition, he decided to first summon 3 of the chapters to Terra. The other chapters are to work closely with those conscripted to explore routes, like Louis von Valancius, and quickly unify our territorial holdings, centering around Vostroya. Send a message to Michael. Have the chief apothecary come to Terra. Arsena recorded the Nareth's orders, then brought up several holograms on the data slate. "My lord, the Tech Marines have begun reverse engineering the captured Eldar Ranger long rifles and have made initial progress. Although we still can't replicate their Psy-crystal creation techniques, the modified versions can now be used by Astartes and auxiliary forces. Compared to Imperial Loss guns, the improved Eldar rifles have longer range and higher accuracy." Nareth's black eyes examined the holograms. The modified Loss gun lacked the sleek elegance of Eldar weapons, losing some of their distinct features. Its length had been shortened by a fifth, making it more suitable for normal human use. Name the modified Loss gun the Ranger variant. How many Ranger variants are currently available? 65 units. Nareth tapped his fingers lightly, thought for a moment, and said, 50 go to elite snipers in the auxiliary forces. Send 15 to me. He intended to arm the treasure hunting squad with the 15 rifles to enhance their strength. Order the Tech Marines to continue studying all Eldar spoils. While the Primarch was issuing orders, on Necromunda, Adams was speaking to Leandro Hamar. Leandro was tall and well-built, with sharply defined facial features, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes. Perched on his shoulder was a winged humanoid creature with blue skin covered in intricate patterned markings. Adams recognized it as a caryatid, which necromundans considered a symbol of luck. Caryatids lived in vents and pipelines all across the hive cities of Necromunda. They possessed mild psychic talents and could passively sense fate. They were drawn to powerful individuals. They followed those destined for greatness. The seventh Iron Lord of the Arrhenius continuity had gained a caryatid's companionship while still a commoner. After that, he rapidly rose in power, discovering several ruins in succession, and became one of Necromunda's most influential figures. But once the caryatid left its master, it was seen as a death sentence. Misfortune would soon follow. Before the arrival of the 11th Legion, the caryatid of the 7th Iron Lord had already departed. Not long after, he died. Leandro's original surname was Hemari, but after encountering the caryatid, he claimed to have received a sign from fate and changed it to Hamar. Shortly thereafter, Adams selected him and helped him establish his power base. Adams, following the Primarch's will, supported the Hamar family in building order and governing the densely populated Necromunda. My lord, with your support, I've founded Primus Hive. It will become Necromunda's future administrative center. Leandro Hamar spoke respectfully in newly learned High Gothic as he addressed the Death Lord. He knew that Lord Adams had chosen him, but could also abandon him at any time, just as the caryatid might. Fortunately, the caryatid still followed him. The Death Lord trusted him and gave him strong support. Countless Necromundans bowed to him, allowing him to rise quickly into one of the planet's most powerful men. Adams nodded slightly and asked, "How is the integration of the techno-nobility's factories?" "My lord, so far I've taken control of 14,800 factories, which is more than 10% of those previously under techno-nobility's control. Of these, 9,400 have resumed operation, with output reaching or even surpassing previous levels." The Death Lord nodded in satisfaction. Hamar's performance confirmed he had chosen wisely. Adams had given Hamar little real help, only the title of planetary governor. Yet Hamar had swiftly gained control, freeing the fourth chapter to focus on the other 5 systems. Adams' mind ran fast calculations and reached a conclusion. At this rate, in no more than 5 years, the 6 systems of the Arrhenius continuity will be fully integrated into the Legion's domain. If you encounter any insurmountable obstacles, report to me. My lord, I will do my best to handle them myself. I understand, you chose me to offload mundane responsibilities, not to be burdened by them. Adams glanced at the caryatid. Hamar's success clearly owed more than just to luck. Maintain your initiative, and you will have what you seek. The Hamar family will rule Necromunda. I will not disappoint you, my lord. One more thing, when developing the hives, pay particular attention to searching for giant spiders. The monarch is quite interested in them. Hamar's eyes lit up with reverence. He had heard stories of the monarch. The gene father of Lord Adams, the mighty Primarch Nareth, had ended the techno-nobility era. Yes, my lord. I'll be vigilant. If I find any giant spiders, I'll report immediately. In addition to that, report any ruins or large tombs you discover. Adams had explored 4 tombs so far with little result. To master the power of the gravedigger, he needed to find a truly massive burial site. Necromunda was vast, its hive domes tangled like spider webs. Locating large tombs required the help of locals. My lord, I've discovered that the 4th Iron Lord's family had a tradition of lavish burials. I believe their hive must contain at least one large tomb complex. I've already dispatched capable men. I believe we'll locate it soon. Go. I await good news. As Necromunda and the 6 systems developed rapidly, Nareth's fleet arrived at Terra. Upon hearing the news, Tierney sent an encrypted message to Nareth. The Primarch dispatched his honor guard to bring him forward. After the honor guard withdrew, Tierney reported, "My lord, I've located the approximate area where the 8-legged black wolf operates. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 181, Chapter 180, the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state. Tierney manipulated the data panel embedded in his arm, projecting a holographic image of the moon in front of Nareth. Nareth noticed a specific area that had been highlighted. Tierney began to explain. My lord, one of my squad members discovered that in the Aristotle Beta Dome, the locals sleep an average of 1 hour longer than residents of other domes on Luna. Everyone experiences nightmares when they sleep. Even the 2 team members we sent to investigate reported the same. More importantly, at regular intervals, someone falls into a deep sleep and never wakes up again. Nareth nodded thoughtfully. Longer sleep, nightmares, never waking again. If it's truly the influence of a beyonder power, then it likely falls under the darkness pathway. Very likely, it's the 8-legged black wolf. With that in mind, he spoke. You've done well. He then confirmed, by both questioning and reading Tierney's aura, that Tierney had digested the Marauder potion. Nareth continued, your performance has satisfied me. I will enhance your capabilities. Go wait in the receiving room. Your Gyrinx and Ranger-class Loss rifle are there. Return in 5 minutes. Moments later, Tierney, having advanced to Sequence 8, Powerbinder, whispered softly. Swindler. That's right. Terra has many ancient families. I trust you'll find the right targets. Anyone of note among the treasure-hunting squad? My lord, there are 13 capable individuals. All of them retrieved valuable items. I've brought them to the palace. Nareth gave a slight nod. Summon them to serve at my side. I will assess their capabilities. The next day, as Terra celebrated the triumphant return of Leman Russ with grand festivities, Nareth boarded a transport ship bound for Luna. The orbital defense platforms, informed of the Primarch's arrival, quickly and accurately completed the identity handshake with the transport ship. Upon communicating with Nareth's attendants, the Selenite gene cult learned that the Primarch's target wasn't a gene lab, but an ordinary dome. A black gunship detached from the transport ship. Nareth gazed through the observation window at the Aristotle Beta dome below. Most of Luna's domes still remained, their locally unique silver surfaces glistening under the sunlight. Nareth didn't immediately extend his spirit vision to scan, doing so would alert the mythical creature. The ship landed at the Aristotle Beta dome about 30 minutes before sunset, just as he had planned. The very moment sunlight disappeared from the dome, Nareth sharply perceived a tide-like surge of pure darkness engulfing the entire area. It was as if Aristotle Beta had been dragged into a domain of darkness. The dome's residents were exhaling visible breath and slipping into dazed states. Some were lying on beds, others slumped over desks, soon all of them drifted into sleep. Even the treasure-hunting squad members, thrilled to be following the Primarch, began to feel the effects. It was as though gentle moonlight was brushing over them. Their eyelids grew heavy, yawns became uncontrollable, as if they might fall asleep standing up. They struggled to stay awake, but 3 of them succumbed to sleep. Nareth judged their willpower to be lacking. His black eyes flashed, and his awareness expanded outward. In an instant, his consciousness blanketed the entire dome. He didn't sense any obvious powerful entity, and this didn't surprise him. He had judged that the creature lurking within Aristotle Beta was the 8-legged black wolf, a creature of the darkness path, renowned for its secrecy. Such creatures on that path could erase all traces of themselves and mislead any attempts at divination or detection. Nareth spread his consciousness into the minds of every resident. If his guess was correct, the 8-legged black wolf fed on human dreams, especially nightmares. The human mind always revealed its true state. Even those entities would leave some trace if they fed on it. Unless, of course, the black wolf was a sequence 2 or higher creature, capable of leaving behind no trace at all. But clearly, it hadn't reached that level. It had been discovered by Malkador, and had even been seen crossing the moon. Nareth's consciousness melted into the darkness like moonlight, seeping into the minds of the dome's inhabitants. With his superhuman brain, he quickly scanned each individual's dreamscape. Then, he found something. In the dream of a beautiful noblewoman in silver silk sleepwear, he saw her running through a forest. Behind her chased a massive jet-black wolf, toying with her like prey. She sprinted through a seemingly endless dark forest, crying out in terror, but the forest was dead silent. Every time she stumbled and nearly got caught, the black wolf would deliberately miss, allowing her to keep running, sobbing in terror. Clearly, the black wolf was toying with the noblewoman, feeding on her nightmare. Nareth quickly pinpointed the silver tower where the girl lived. He linked his awareness with the treasure-hunting squad, the honor guard, and the hunters, establishing one-way psychic links in an instant. Only Sanchez resisted. His will was far stronger than that of ordinary men, even the Primarch could not instantly intrude into his mind. Nareth sent a mental pulse to the Lord Reaper. Open your mind to me. Sanchez didn't hesitate. He immediately complied. Once connected to the Gene Father, Sanchez, like the other shadows of order, felt as if he were basking in warm sunlight. Even though Nareth hadn't opened his own mind to them, the most sensitive among the shadows of order were overwhelmed by the experience. They felt as if a giant fatherly hand had stroked their minds, an intoxicating sensation, abruptly broken. A multidimensional, hyper-realistic mental map of the Aristotle Beta dome unfolded in their minds. They saw every building's height, width, and depth. They saw every household, every sleeping resident drowning in nightmares, and the fear and despair radiating from them. Instantly, each person understood their role from the psychic pulse transmitted to them. They dispersed through the dome like a net. The treasure-hunting squad spread to the edges, and Sanchez's objective lay between the silver tower and the dome perimeter. But Nareth was faster than all of them. He ran at full speed, air exploded around him. In a flash of black lightning, he reached the silver tower. In the darkness, a voice began to recite a poem. A lullaby gently stirs. Bodies curled in velvet unfurl. The stars fall into silver chimes. Humming cradle songs of peace. Time tiptoes on dewdrops. fearing to disturb the cocooned sleeper. In the creased folds of eternal night, all things fall silent. The poem was calm and peaceful, soothing to the point of sedation. Nareth sharply sensed his own soul being influenced by a mysterious force, slowed, as though lulled into a serene dream. The nightmare ability, Dream Invasion. No, this was a qualitatively transformed high-sequence power. Nareth, who had used Sequence 1 level powers via the Hand of Order, immediately detected a similar energy within the lullaby. Yet this power was far more complete than the one he had simulated with spirituality and authority. His black pupils instantly dilated, filling his entire eyes. He entered the third layer of Thelema Mindscape, Law of Will. Thelema's core philosophy. Your will is the only law. Whatever your will desires, it shall be. All things submit to your will. In accordance with his will, Nareth's psychic power condensed into a scythe in an instant. The scythe of will struck down. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 182, Chapter 181, I'm willing to be your pet. The peaceful silence was shattered in an instant, and a storm of psychic energy erupted between Nareth and the shadowy eight-legged black wolf. The genetic Primarch clearly sensed that, by following his will, his psychic scythe had severely wounded the opponent's mind. But the creature still remained hidden in the darkness. He hadn't locked onto its exact position. It's nearby, fleeing quickly. My awareness can't detect it, but the shadows of order should be able to sense it within a certain range. Just as this thought crossed Nareth's mind, he sensed that Sanchez was being engulfed by darkness, and a chant began to echo. The melody of peace gently drifts. In the folds of eternal night, all things fall silent. Immediately, Nareth poured his psychic energy into the mind of the Reaper Lord through their psychic link and began sprinting toward Sanchez's location. Sanchez, hearing the poem, felt his mind slowing. He struggled to resist the mysterious power overtaking him. Just as he was barely hanging on, teetering on the edge of sleep, a surge of powerful energy burst into his psyche. In a flash, Sanchez was fully awake. The Reaper Lord was just about to activate Warp Insight when his pupils trembled in shock. He saw the black wolf walking through the air. Though he inherited the Primarch's keen senses, he couldn't perceive the creature at all. The pyromaniac conjured a flock of flaming crows, allocating a sliver of spirit to each crow created by flame crow art. He suddenly raised his hand, flame crows detached from his body, and, under his control, darted toward the eternal darkness. Sanchez's Thunderwolf lunged upward, leaping at the much larger black wolf. A Fenrisian wolf does not allow another wolf to leap before it. The black wolf's eyes flickered. The black-armored warrior below had somehow resisted its innate ability to drag enemies into dreams. Ordinarily, it would have paused to play with such an interesting person. But now, it had no time. That terrifying being was closing in behind it. The black wolf decided it had to immediately shake off the black-armored warrior. Black mist surged, and eternal darkness devoured the crows. Sanchez vaguely saw 2 extra pairs of legs sprout from the wolf's abdomen. 8 limbs slashed the sky, creating rippling shockwaves. The leaping Thunderwolf's eyes lost focus, its massive body crashed down, limp and lifeless. On the ground, the Gyrinx curled up comfortably and drifted into slumber. Sanchez felt his consciousness, his spirit, even his soul, slowing involuntarily. If not for the continuous infusion of psychic energy from Primarch, he would have already succumbed to sleep. Just as Sanchez fought with all his might, the Nareth's voice rang out. Well done. Leave the rest to me. That praise filled Sanchez with joy and clarity. He snapped out of his dazed state. He saw Nareth sprinting across Luna's silver spiral architecture, leaping high into the sky, straight at the 8-legged black wolf. Golden force field light bloomed. The Primarch leaned forward, fist clenched, arm swinging. His body fused with some strange force, leaving an afterimage as it crashed into the black wolf. His punch struck the creature's back with unstoppable, inescapable power, devastatingly lethal. A Sequence 1 level verdict, death landed on the 8-legged wolf, instantly banishing the newly sprouted limbs. The wolf was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming into a nearby silver spire. Boom. The entire silver tower collapsed, burying the black wolf under the rubble. Awoe. 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 The shadows of order nearby heard the terrified, sorrowful wails. The black wolf shuddered in fear. It could sense that the golden force field carried terrifying power. Even more terrifying than the blue force fields it had once encountered. It had previously recovered quickly after being hit by a blue field by merging into the dark. But this time, it could feel it would take a very long time to recover. It wasn't the color of the force field that made the difference, but the terrifying strength of the black-armored giant himself. Ignoring the pain racking its body, the black wolf knew it had to shift into a special form to escape this monster. 1,000 years ago, it had accidentally discovered it could temporarily shift into an 8-legged state. In that form, all its abilities increased dramatically, and only then did it have a chance of escaping this black-armored giant. If it could maintain that state longer, the Black Wolf was even confident it could drag the giant into a drawn-out dream battle. The Black Wolf shook itself upright, darkness spreading around it. 2 more wolf legs sprouted from its abdomen once again. The melody of peace gently drifts. The second verse of the chant hadn't even begun when it was abruptly cut short. The genetic Primarch appeared in a flash before the wolf, and threw a punch. The blood-red chain wrapped around Nareth's pinky had begun to resonate with him during the pursuit. He had confirmed it was a mystical item related to the moon pathway, one that greatly enhanced spiritual regeneration. Thanks to the chain's acceleration, his superhuman body could fully recover its spirit in mere seconds. Even before the golden disintegration force field enveloped the wolf, a formless tidal force had already slammed into it. The Black Wolf was banished into the sky by Sequence 1 level, verdict, exile, spinning like a windmill, its extra legs vanishing once more. Nareth's black eyes gleamed. After these few engagements, he had judged the wolf's strength. This is a mythical creature on the darkness path, an 8-legged demon wolf. A Sequence 2 transcendent or creature can fully maintain such a form. But this Black Wolf can only enter the mythical state briefly, and it doesn't seem complete, it's likely only at Sequence 4. Just stepping into this domain. As he pondered this, Nareth pursued the banished wolf, leaving the dome of Aristotle Beta behind. Behind him were the sleeping residents, still trapped in the darkness created by the Black Wolf. Just beyond the dome's climate control, the Primarch sensed the brutal cold of the lunar night, over -100 degrees Celsius, and the low gravity. He slowed slightly, allowing his body to adapt. 2 steps later, he had already adjusted to the temperature and gravity and continued chasing the wolf. He caught up 20 kilometers away, in a canyon where the temperature had dropped below -150 degrees Celsius. Nareth leaped into the air and kicked the Black Wolf in the abdomen. Boom. The wolf crashed into the canyon below, the massive impact sending shards of rock flying. Nareth followed, landing squarely on the wolf's body. He raised his power fist and brought it down again and again. Bang. 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 The Black Wolf was pummeled mercilessly. It struggled desperately, trying to throw off the black-armored giant. But the giant's strength completely overwhelmed it. The savage blows made the wolf whimper and howl. After 11 brutal strikes, the wolf finally managed to block a punch with its claws and, finding an opening, spoke in broken High Gothic. Stop, hurting me. I'll be your mount, your pet. Its eyes met the deeper darkness within Nareth's, instinctively sensing the giant was considering the offer. Trying to raise its value, the wolf added. I can find you others like me. Its speech became smoother by the end. Nareth stared down at the wolf, thoughtful. A Sequence 4 level extraordinary creature could be a useful ally. In a tough battle, it could briefly distract or influence enemies, improving my odds. Lehman Russ had Freki and Jerry, Fenrisian wolf brothers. Having a stronger Black Wolf wouldn't be bad either. Having come to a decision, Nareth acted. He didn't believe the Black Wolf's words, but he had his own way of making it submit. He stood up, deactivated the runes on his power fist, and the golden glow faded. As the Black Wolf crawled up, attempting a flattering smile, Nareth teleported behind it and smashed it with a punch to the back of the head. Confusion filled the wolf's mind as it blacked out, collapsing into unconsciousness, /. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 183, Chapter 182, Complete Data on the Stormbird. Nareth opened his Vox communicator and sent a message to Sanchez. I've captured the Black Wolf. Placing both hands on the Black Wolf, he focused his thoughts and transferred it into the Kingdom of Disorder, placing it into the 3rd spatial layer. A blood-colored chain coiled around his right pinky finger seemed to have blood flowing slowly within it, radiating a faint spiritual glow. The Black Wolf was a Beyonder creature of Sequence 4. Besides forming a link with the 3rd spatial layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth still needed other means to make it submit. His spent spirituality had already recovered. He focused his will and reconstructed the Silver Tower. Spiritual energy flowed, depleting and replenishing, as he rebuilt every scene in the Silver Tower. The Primarch walked over to the Black Wolf and threw it beneath the Silver Tower, smiling as he said. You were once the nightmare of countless people, now it's your turn to experience the cycle of nightmares. As that thought formed, Nareth's spirituality was instantly drained. The endless looping dream he had prepared for the Black Wolf began to unfold. After his audience with the Emperor, his authority had increased. Though he hadn't yet unlocked the 4th layer, his control over the existing space had improved significantly. By invoking the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth was able to construct this looping reality, as long as he replenished his spirituality before it was fully drained. His eyes gleamed with flickering light as he activated Subspace Insight to peer into the looping zone. A few moments later, he had to give up with a sigh. I can only vaguely sense it. Some power, something tied to rules, is influencing this region, causing the loop. Once I advance to Baron of Corruption and undergo my first qualitative leap, I should be able to partially unravel the secrets within. Returning to the real space, Nareth boarded the gunship and headed toward the transport ship. On the way, he gazed out the viewing window at the dark side of the moon. I know the prime materia is in the Herodotus Omega Dome, but Talab Vita, 37 placed 7 layers of genetic seals on it. She's a powerful Selenar gene witch. While defeating her isn't difficult, she could destroy the prime materia before I break through those seals. It's too risky. I'll wait until the Solar War, when Abaddon raids the moon and she's forced to call for help. That will be my opportunity. Nareth thought further. Striking then could also win her loyalty. With a Selenar gene witch at my side, studying the original Astartes and genetic secrets would go much smoother. Upon returning to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth resumed work in the Primarch's office within the palace. My lord, I've coordinated with the representative sent by the regent. The new Forge world of Mars is established near the Vostroya subsector, is now operational. According to your agreement with Lord Malkador, our resupply burden will drop by 20%. The representative also passed on the regent's gratitude, and Lord Malkador's personal invitation to attend a banquet at the Imperial Palace tomorrow. Nareth nodded slightly. This was good news, especially with the coming campaign on the Wheel of Flame. What kind of banquet? A personal banquet hosted by the regent, for you and Leman Russ. In addition, the chieftain of the Televar, Sol, along with other nobles, have also requested an audience with you. After a brief moment of thought, Nareth made his decision. I'll attend the banquet. The next day, I'll meet with Chieftain Sol. My lord, I've also sorted the data files Tierney delivered. Of particular value is the dossier on Cardinal Tang, the techno-warlord defeated by the Emperor near the end of the Age of Strife. As a gene lord, his research into biological evolution and life extension, though driven by elitist genetics, is still valuable. Nareth nodded. Even though Tang had implemented brutal policies and was eventually imprisoned in the infamous Nusa Kambagan, where he was despised and killed by fellow inmates, his research still held merit. Store the data and make 2 backups, one for Michael and one for Melina. My lord, besides the genetic data, we also have complete specs on the Stormbird. The model recorded here differs from both the Indonesic block version and the variant produced by the Mechanicum using shared tech. There's a special variant with higher mobility and a quantum field repulsor. Hearing this, Nareth was instantly intrigued. The special variant his Primarch aide mentioned resembled the characteristics of the Darkwing. He recalled that the Stormbird was developed to replace older Sky Spear gunboats from the Unification Wars. The technology originally came from the Indonesic block. The Indonesic block produced Stormbirds for the Imperium and shared the designs with the Mechanicum. The Stormhawk was a Stormbird variant, while the Darkwing, used by the Raven Guard, was a special model known for its stealth. Cardinal Tang was the warlord of the Indonesic block. The technology in his hands would be more complete. Give the data to our tech marines for analysis. At the same time, on Terra, in the region once ruled by the techno-warlord Tang, now home to Tierney's base. The Emperor had loathed Tang's brutal, genetics-based policies and reduced the area to ruins. Tierney had built his base atop this wasteland. In the coming days, your task is to prepare dossiers on Terra's nobility, personality traits, behaviors, family history, vault treasures. The swindler assigned his subordinates to prepare for a grand deception, then left the broken palace and entered a circular ruin. This had once been an arena, now half collapsed. Tierney walked to a cage where a Gyrinx with tawny orange fur sat. You and I, our abilities together will be a perfect combo. We'll be an unbeatable duo. Trust me. The swindler's charisma was immense. Though not very intelligent, the Gyrinx, captive for years, had deep, ocean blue eyes filled with thought. But once freed from the cage, the cat immediately ran. After advancing to Sequence 8, Swindler, Tierney's speed and agility had greatly increased. With a flash, he blocked the cat's path. The cat's blue eyes flared with fire, blasting several fireballs at Tierney. The moment the swindler locked eyes with the cat, he ducked and rolled forward. Boom. Flames slammed into the arena floor. As the shockwave from the fireburst spread, the conman was already in front of the cat. Didn't I tell you? You can't escape the palm of my hand. When will you realize, following me is your only and best option? The swindler's silver tongue made the cat hesitate. Seizing the chance, Tierney lunged and grabbed it. The Gyrinx let out a furious yowl and raised a paw. An invisible telekinetic blast struck Tierney, forcing him to let go. He leaned back to dodge a follow-up heavy strike. The cat hit the ground and darted toward the exit again. The swindler dodged and rolled with near-acrobatic ease, evading every fireball. Just as the cat neared the arena exit, Tierney appeared in front of it. Shaking his head, he raised a foot and kicked it squarely. Told you, you're not getting out. An hour later, after completing today's session of Gyrinx taming and honing his nimble new movements post-promotion, Tierney tossed the cat back into the cage. Then he entered a tower-like building, one of the few intact structures in the ruins, and his residence. The swindler activated his control staff, projecting a hologram of Terra, and muttered to himself. To con the nobles, I need them to believe in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One that could elevate their family to new heights. And if they miss it, they'll never rise again. As the swindler refined his scheme, Nareth arrived at the Imperial Palace Banquet Hall, accompanied by Arsena, Sanchez, and his honored guard. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 184, Chapter 183, Malcador's Gift for the Victor of the Wheel of Fire campaign. Servo skulls decorated with colorful streamers floated gently through the air, broadcasting synthetic audio from sound arrays. Malcador the Sigillite, Regent of Terra, appointed by the Master of Mankind, welcomes the Emperor's sons, Nareth and Leman Russ. Nareth, Primarch of the 11th Legion, Monarch of Ostroia. Leman Russ, Primarch of the 6th Legion, Wolf King of Fenris. Bronze braziers exhaled tongues of deep red fire, creating an atmosphere like the hearths of Fenris. On the oak table, an entire rack of beef ribs was cut along the bone seams, revealing pink muscle fibers. Fat crackled over cherrywood charcoal, harmonizing with the low hum of a jazz double bass. A waiter, wearing white gloves, served roast suckling pig, its skin blistered and crisp. Underneath, translucent layers of fat oozed slowly like molten beeswax as the carving knife sliced through. Black Angus tomahawk steak sizzled as it struck a 280 degrees Celsius cast iron plate, leaving caramelized marks between marble-like fat veins. A head chef in a linen shirt rang a bronze bell, and 4 brawny men carried in an oak barrel of mead. Malcador took a sip of his honey wine and praised it. This mead doesn't reveal its true flavor until you've had 1,000 cups. The warriors of Fenris brewed a spirit bold enough to topple mountains in only a few short years. We've taken even longer, but made it more refined. Leman Russ laughed heartily. Malcador, drink all the mead you want. Nareth sharply noticed Malcador's appreciation for Fenrisian mead and culture. Just like I remember. Russ always had the best relationship with Malcador. And he was supposed to hate psychers, wasn't he? Nareth, you should drink too. I believe you'll enjoy it. Nareth could sense Malcador's intent. He was trying to foster brotherhood between him and Leman Russ. And likely secure our support in the War Council as well. Before the High Council of Terra was formed, the War Council was the true ruling body of the Imperium. Besides the Emperor, Malcador, and the Fabricator General of Mars, every Primarch and the Commander of the Custodes held a seat. I prefer Vosvith. Nareth replied with a double meaning. Malcador paused momentarily, then shifted topics. Nareth, I want to thank you. Your support of the Great Crusade has made the expansion into the Segmentum Obscurus much smoother. In the coming war in the system, I will also supply both you and Russ. Then, with interest, Malcador added. I heard from Russ that you've been engaging in a series of hunting competitions. You and your sons have won every match. This campaign to cleanse the green skins in the Wheel of Fire is your next contest. I've prepared a gift. Whoever beheads the Orc warlord will receive it. Nareth was slightly surprised. Malcador had prepared an item for the Firewheel War. This is a new development, clearly a change caused by my arrival. I discussed with the Emperor who we believed would win. He and Horus favor you. But I'm betting on Russ. The Fenrisians will evolve into the Space Wolves. They will shine brilliantly in the stars. The outcome will be different this time. Malcador's eyes were deep, and his words stirred the Space Wolves into howling cheers. Jorin and other Fenrisians, undergoing transformation, were present. Sitting beside him, Enoch Robin stared challengingly at Sanchez. Sanchez, you only won because I wasn't on Fenris. In the coming war, I will challenge you and reclaim the Wolf King's blade. Only a wild wolf deserves to wield the Wolf King's sword. Sanchez locked eyes with the former master of the 6th Legion. In the early days of the Great Crusade, only a few could rival Ravin. But now, Ravin was just a wolf lord of the Space Wolves. Sanchez, by contrast, had become something much more. I am the Reaper Lord, a Baron of the Black Court, thrice blessed by my Gene Father. The challenger rested his hand on his sword. If you want it, come and take it. But the one who'll fall is you. Enough. Nareth suddenly interrupted their verbal duel and stared at Leman Russ. If the blade was given, how can you speak of taking it back? What? Your pup doesn't have the guts to accept the challenge. Afraid to fight an honor duel between Astartes. The Wolf King used crude words, masking how he was leveraging Astartes' tradition to force Nareth into agreement. Nareth raised his hand, silencing Sanchez. My Reaper Lord is more than willing to accept your challenge. But he's a commander, not a reckless brute. He doesn't fight just because someone dares him. If he's to accept, there must be stakes. Nareth had no intention of letting Sanchez be endlessly challenged by every wild wolf with a blade. He had to set a threshold. Victory must come with a reward. I am not a brute. I am the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, not some nameless cur. Enoch Raven shouted. His fists clenched. If it weren't for the presence of a Primarch and the Regent of Terra, he would have charged forward to reclaim his honor. Leman Russ immediately understood Nareth's intention. I'll provide a wager for my pup. But yours won't get it. Victory will belong to Raven. I will also take the green-skin warlord's head. The wild wolves will prove we are the greatest hunters in the galaxy. Nareth's black eyes grew even deeper. Wild wolves are indeed fine hunters. But victory belongs to the shadows of order. Malcador, seeing both legions and their sons on the verge of clashing, sighed imperceptibly. His weathered face gained another wrinkle. Let's see who wins after the greenskins of the Wheel of Fire are purged. I'll prepare a gift worthy of the victor. The next day, after the banquet, Nareth met with the chieftain of Televar, Sol, in his private villa. Sol, dressed in a grey robe, said to the Primarch. My lord, I've received reports from the Traken system. My people have discovered rich mineral deposits beneath the main planet of Traken. We've already established a new base there. Looking at Nareth with admiration, he continued. My lord, the Traken homeworld is awe-inspiring. It has a beautiful natural environment long lost on Terra, and it's also a highly efficient industrial base. Environment and efficiency, two normally conflicting ideals, are perfectly united in your world. Nareth smiled as he listened to Sol's praise and asked. Then what brings you here? I seek your support. Televar hopes to grow in the Traken system, not just on the main world. Since the Unification Wars, we provided the Emperor with weapons. Though the Mechanicum now handles that. Sol's face darkened, but his eyes soon lit up again. After the Imperium's founding, the Custodes' weapon maintenance and production were entrusted to us. We will bring the Emperor's shared knowledge from the dark age of technology, and all our experience, to Traken. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Rising to his feet, he said. Chieftain Sol, I wish Televar a soaring future in Traken. May you shine across the galaxy. On the third day after arriving on Terra, the Primarch met with the head of the House of Drake, accompanied by two warriors clad in black armor. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 185, Chapter 184, House Drake and the Lucifer Blacks. At the Primarch's villa, Nareth's gaze moved past the House of Drake head, Barton, to the two black-armored warriors standing behind him on either side. The two warriors in black armor had powerful builds, with broad, solid shoulders and legs like they had been hewn by axe and chisel. Their weathered faces and necks were covered in pale scars. Nareth could feel the aura of strength radiating from them, no weaker than that of the Fenrisians. The chests of their armor were covered with medals awarded during the Unification Wars, and from that alone he could identify who they were. He looked at Barton. Barton, are they the Lucifer Blacks? The commander of the Solar Auxilia, Barton, replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Please allow me to introduce them. Barton stepped aside to reveal the warrior standing to his left rear, dressed in black flak armor, his right eye replaced with an augmetic. Captain Theo. His swordsmanship is highly praised, even among the Lucifer Blacks. Nareth's black eyes narrowed as he glanced at the power sword at Theo's waist. Theo's swordsmanship should be close to the mortal limit. He recalled that Captain Chain of the Lucifer Blacks had superb swordsmanship, skilled enough to exchange several blows with Alfarius and even leave a sword wound on him. Although, in reality, that Alfarius had actually been a line captain of the 20th Legion in disguise, a line captain's skill in the Legion era far surpassed that of a normal Astartes. Barton then turned to his right, revealing another warrior whose arm had been replaced with a mechanical prosthetic, wearing a flak jacket. Shield Guard Loran, he once blocked 10 of Theo's strikes. Nareth's eyes lingered on the ancient medals upon the two warriors' chests. The sacrifices the Lucifer Blacks made during the Unification Wars were immense. Your achievements are worthy of admiration. Receiving praise from a Primarch, Theo and Loran both felt honored and bowed slightly. My lord Primarch, thank you for your praise. Nearly 40 years old, Barton sighed. My lord, precisely because of their great sacrifices, their numbers are now fewer than 100. Captain Theo commands only one warrior, Loran. The once mighty lions of the battlefield now serve as bodyguards for senior officers. The two Lucifer Blacks wore complex expressions, filled with nostalgia for the past and sorrow for their present circumstances. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew the Lucifer Blacks had never been rebuilt during the entire Great Crusade. After the Horus Heresy, they had been reformed as elite palace guards, often serving as bodyguards for the nobles of Terra and the High Lords. Knowing both their current state and future fate, he could already guess the purpose of Theo and Laurent's visit, but he wanted them to say it themselves. What brings you here? Theo stepped forward and spoke. My lord, please grant us aid in rebuilding the Lucifer Blacks. Nareth tapped a finger lightly on the armrest of his throne. Why come to me for help? Hasn't the Sigillite aided you? Barton answered before Theo could. My lord, Lord Malcador is burdened with countless affairs and has no time for this matter. He hesitated, then continued. Furthermore, while the Lucifer Black Guard are not particularly demanding in terms of equipment, each warrior's training time and resource requirements far exceed the Solar Auxilia standard. Nareth nodded slightly. Now he understood why the Lucifer Blacks had not been rebuilt during the Great Crusade. They were stronger than most Auxilia, but required too much time to train, and were still weaker than the Astartes. From Malcador's perspective, it was more efficient to train Astartes than to spend resources on the Lucifer Blacks, especially during a resource-draining Great Crusade. My lord, your worlds are prosperous, populous, and resource-rich. You can help the Lucifer Blacks regain their peak. After Barton made his case, Theo and Laurent felt their hearts sink when the Primarch remained silent. Without them, who will protect you? Barton was moved that the Primarch was concerned for his safety. He straightened his back. My lord, I'm not so old that I can't hold a sword. The House Drake also has elite guards, though they are far from Theo and Laurent's level. Theo and Laurent are my bodyguards, but they are also my friends, my brothers in arms. We have fought side by side. I want to help them to restore the glory of the Lucifer Blacks. Theo and Laurent looked at Barton with gratitude. Nareth read the emotions on their faces and smiled. Barton, your safety is also important. In my forces, I have many warriors who have undergone partial augmentations. Over 15,000 of the Vostoyan Auxilia had received at least one surgical augmentation. Rebuilding the Lucifer Blacks would also serve Nareth's purpose, allowing part of his Auxilia to absorb the guard's culture and training, producing better warriors. I will choose elite soldiers to serve as your bodyguards. Tyrava was relatively autonomous, but the House Drake was the largest fully imperial-aligned noble house to side with the Primarch. Most Terra-based factions to join Nareth so far had been military in nature. The Drakes had served in the armed forces for generations, with many members in the Solar Auxilia. In his memory, the House Drake would continue to flourish even 10,000 years later, producing Lord Commanders of the Imperial Guard in every generation. Even their sidelined branches would receive trade warrants, becoming rogue traitors. Assigning guards would not only protect Barton but also extend influence over the Drakes. Nareth looked at the two black-armored warriors. You may recruit your first batch from the Auxilia for a quick start. You may also select recruits from my worlds. Outside Vostroya, your priority will be second only to my legion. You will receive weapons and equipment resupplies. Every soldier will be equipped with carapace armor, captains and above will receive mastercrafted power armor. Theo and Laurent hadn't expected the Primarch not only to agree but also to grant them such privileges. They knelt on one knee. My lord, the Lucifer Blacks will swear eternal loyalty to you. Whatever your command, we will obey. Nareth rose from his throne, stepped forward, and helped them up. There's no need for ceremony, he said, turning to his aide. Arsena, take them away. Barton, you stay. After the aide escorted Theo and Laurent out, Nareth addressed Barton. You should know my legion already controls 6-star systems centered on Necromunda. My lord, I know, 6 chapters in a brilliant blitzkrieg. Barton's eyes shone. He had pledged himself to Nareth because he admired the Primarch's speed and precision. The Shadows of Order's strikes were less ferocious than the Luna Wolves, but they were more precise, more lethal, and brought lasting order to conquered worlds. Compared to Horus, Barton admired Nareth more. Necromunda has a vast population but is underutilized. I need Solar Auxilia elites to go there and reform the old armies. Nareth did not intend to leave the 4th chapter there long term. Once Adam's established order, he would redeploy the Death Lord. My lord, I will select retired elites from the House Drake and its vassals. They will bring their own top soldiers to Necromunda to forge a loyal, elite army for you. As Nareth met with the many noble houses, elsewhere in the disordered lands, the Black Wolf began his cycle of nightmare and rebirth. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 186, Chapter 185, the final trial between the 11th and the 1st chapters. Kingdom of Disorder, 3rd layer of true space. The Black Wolf tilted its head, eyeing the silver tower before it with suspicion. Where did the black-armored giant go? The Black Wolf shook its head violently, forcing the terrifying image of the black-armored giant from its mind. It had only submitted temporarily out of necessity, waiting for the giant to lower its guard before making an escape. The disappearance of the black-armored giant was the best news possible, no matter the reason. The weakened Black Wolf gazed greedily at the silver spiral tower. It remembered the nightmare of that noble girl, so pure, so delicious. Its eyes flashed, and it instantly dragged the noble girl into a dream. Chase, play. After savoring this 5 times in a row, the Black Wolf decided to devour her nightmare entirely. Just as it was about to feast, it sensed a terrifying aura approaching. The black wolf turned and fled, but it didn't run into that black-armored warrior who could cast fire again. Nareth had simplified the loop structure to highlight himself, ensuring a deep impression in the black wolf's mind. Moments later, the black wolf was knocked flying once again, landing heavily on the ground. Lying resentfully at the feet of the black-armored giant, it became more determined than ever to find a chance to escape. Still, like a pet dog seeking favor, it said, "I am willing to be your pet." In the next instant, the scene shuddered and shifted. The black wolf found itself back beside the silver tower. Looking around in confusion, it muttered, "What's going on?" It glanced longingly up at the tower before turning to run again. After more than 10 such loops, it lay on the ground like a salted fish, physically and mentally exhausted. "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Stop tormenting me." The black wolf lay comfortably for a while, then realized it was still alive. Opening its eyes, it saw the silver tower still beside it. It leapt up, black eyes flashing with ferocity. If it couldn't escape, then it might as well eat its fill. It dragged the noble girl into a dream again, body trembling as the terrifying aura approached. It fought to suppress the instinct to flee. Quickly shaping a nightmare, it lunged toward its meal. In the next moment, the nightmare it swallowed burst like a bubble. Nothing remained. It was as if it had been dreaming itself. As it was knocked away again, the black wolf thought bitterly, "This really is a nightmare I can't wake from. I create nightmares every night, and now I'm trapped in one myself." It suddenly understood many of the words it had heard but never grasped in dreams before. Irony, hoist with one's own petard, reaping what you sow, a fate worse than death. While the black wolf repeated its cycles, Nareth, having met with the 23 families on Terra, received a report that Michael had arrived. Nareth returned to the throne of Shadow's sovereignty and through questioning and reading his aura colors, confirmed that Michael had digested the apothecary potion. Nareth returned to the kingdom of disorder and, using the largest Fenrisian mammoth as the main ingredient, brewed the Sequence 8 Beast Tamer potion. In the Primarch's palace office, Michael, gathering in his scattered power, said softly, "Beast Tamer." Beside him, the orange-furred Gyrinx sprang up and leapt aside. Nightmarish memories of being tormented with various potions by the black-armored giant flooded the cat's mind. Only the familiar and soothing presence through the psychic link calmed it. The Gyrinx beside Nareth bristled. Through the link, Nareth could sense its thoughts. Instinct told the Gyrinx that Michael was dangerous, its natural enemy. Nareth restrained the Gyrinx from casting psychic spells, but it did not lie down again, staring at the beast tamer with wary, black eyes. Nareth's lips curved. The cat's reactions amused him, and he said with a smile, "That's right. I have a task for you. Once you complete it, you will master the power I've granted you. Father, please tell me. Go to the 7th chapter. Tame those thunderwolves and breed their cubs." After Michael accepted the order, Nareth asked, "How many apothecaries and apprentices does the Legion currently have?" 52 full apothecaries, 134 apprentices. "And how many attendants can perform modification surgery?" 1,384. Nareth nodded in satisfaction, then added, "When sending apprentices to study at the Selenar gene cult on Luna, in addition to modification knowledge, focus on learning communication signals and language." The chief apothecary recalled that during his training on Luna, he had noticed the cult's communication signals were quite different from the Imperial standard. They used an organic genetic binary code, a rotational cipher language based on the sender's unique genetic sequence. Michael left deep in thought, silently guessing at the deeper meaning behind the Primarch's orders. The 11th Legion's 3 chapters gathered in the Sol system as ordered. In Vostroya's paradigm city, dressed in black robes and about to enter the Hall of Arbitration, Primarch's memories flashed rapidly through his mind. There were blurry fragments, but also vivid experiences. After passing the recruitment selection, he and the other candidates boarded a void ship. All subsequent modifications were done on the medical deck, the cold surgery rooms, the hard beds, the metal cages of the training deck, forming a dull and hazy set of memories. His experiences in training facilities across different worlds were clearer and more vivid. The city training base in Vostroya, the endurance and adaptation facilities of the Symphony of the Sea, the high-gravity training base of the Aitman system. Primarch had always excelled, earning an A+ from every instructor. Today was his final trial, unique to the 11th Legion. Per would serve as an barrister, defending his client. Having undergone full augmentation, he needed no data slate, the case files were crystal clear in his mind. He knew that every recruit's final trial defendant had, strictly speaking, violated Vostroyan law. Not the Primarch's iron laws of the monarch, but the still limited use Omnisia's guidebook. When the Primarch unified Vostroya, he did not abolish the entire guidebook, retaining its essence to keep factory efficiency high. Por, trained in reasoning, understood this as the Primarch's principle of using the rules. The guidebook's industrial provisions were effective, and thus worth using. Striding into the hall of arbitration, he looked at the presiding judge, knowing today's opponent was a candidate from the First Legion. Only the 1st and 11th chapters recruited exclusively from Vostroia. This was by the Primarch's decree, neither took recruits from Terra, the Symphony of the Sea, or elsewhere. The old arbitration system from before the Primarch's descent was preserved. In the final trial, 1st and 11th chapters candidates would face off as judge and barrister. Tradition continued. As the 11th chapter's top-ranked candidate, his opponent was the 1st chapter's top-ranked peer. Second faced second, and so on. Usually, only one would pass, unless both impressed the jury enough to earn unanimous approval. Those who passed would receive black power armor and become true shadows of order. Those eliminated would undergo special legion retraining and await the next final trial. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 187, Chapter 186, defeated by a Primarch, and then by his offspring. Pell took a deep breath and looked toward the arbitration bench, where 3 arbiters sat, one from the 4th chapter in honor guard, one from the 1st chapter, and one from the 11th chapter. In the entire hall of arbitration, there wasn't a single member from the Departamento Juris. On Vostroia, imperial law was neither enforced nor influenced by the Departamento Juris. Pell stepped into the defense stand. He was the first 11th chapter candidate to undergo the final assessment, and he had to defend the honor of the chapter. The candidate from the 1st chapter glanced at his opponent, lifted the gavel, and struck it once. Prosecutor, please deliver your opening statement. Golovin, once defeated by Nareth, now had graying hair. After losing to what appeared to be a 10-year-old boy, Nareth, the top gold medal litigator of Taiska, fell into a slump, deeming himself useless, and wandered through bars drowning his sorrows. But just a year later, Nareth unified Vostroia and was crowned monarch. Realizing that he and the miracle-working monarch were worlds apart, Golovin regained his confidence, his career climbing steadily until he became Vostroia's top lawyer. Later, when he learned that the monarch was no ordinary man but a Primarch, he was completely at peace. Today, he charged no defense fee, he was here purely to defeat the Primarch's offspring. Golovin glanced at the giant across from him, took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, letting his professionalism and hunger for victory overcome it. Honorable Arbiter, the defendant Greenwood's Lost Gun manufacturing plant has violated the Omnisia's Codex of Guidance, Chapter 11, Factory Governance Regulations, Article 11 of the Factory Management Rules, Clause 5. Without certification and approval, no changes may be made to any manufacturing procedure. Unauthorized changes to the production process create safety hazards that could affect the dome, and even the entire hive. As Golovin spoke, he operated a data slate, projecting a holographic image. The A-005 munitions factory in the lower hive once illegally altered its production process, causing an explosion that killed 404 workers. The arbiters watched Golovin's impassioned rhetoric. By normal standards, his performance was excellent. After 11 minutes of statements, the nobles and merchants in the audience burst into applause, saluting the gold medal lawyer's skillful argument. Golovin looked confidently at his giant opponent, then said in a deep voice, "Honorable Arbiter, my statement is complete. Please judge wisely." The presiding arbiter turned to Pell. "Defense, please present your response." Under the gaze of his opponent and the 3 shadows of order, Pell calmly rose. "Honorable Arbiter, esteemed arbiters, indeed, Greenwood has violated the Omnisia's Codex of Guidance. However, when Lord Howard Fender implemented reforms in Vostroia, he added annotations to the Codex. In Chapter 11, the annotation specifies that if a factory owner, after completing the analysis and testing stages, can prove that an improvement is highly effective and that 33 experimental runs occur without incident, they may implement the improved process while awaiting approval. As Pell spoke, he operated his data slate, displaying data and recordings one by one. Golovin's face turned ashen, he realized he might once again lose to the Primarch's offspring. Last time, after his defeat, he had memorized 200 million words of appendix laws. Today, however, he had been undone by not knowing the annotations. 500 million words of annotations, only an augmented or a tech priest could remember them all. He looked at Pell. The image of the black-robed giant slowly overlapped with the figure in his memory, and he felt momentarily dazed. The presiding arbiter sighed. Victory was important, but the spirit of a just judge was even more so. And he knew that in his evaluation, maintaining impartiality was one of the most important criteria. He lifted the gavel and struck it hard. The defendant Greenwood is not guilty. Golovin came to his senses, leaving once again in the shadow of defeat. 5 days later, he would return to the arbitration hall to face, once more, the Primarch's prospective offspring as his opponent. He knew this was the 1133rd final assessment for the Shadows of Order. 5 minutes later, the audience had left the hall. The honor guard member from the 4th chapter allowed a faint smile to cross his stern face. "You have both passed the final assessment. You will now receive your power armor and become true Shadows of Order." Seeing the arbiter's puzzled look, the first chapter's lawyer explained. The most important criterion in judging an arbiter is resisting the influence of either side's eloquence, restraining the temptation to become a legion warrior, and maintaining impartiality at all times. That is the true arbiter, and the requirement of Lord Howard Fender. 11 days later, in high orbit over Vostroya. Clad in black power armor, Pel Koscielny stood before the viewport, gazing at his shrinking homeworld with a surge of emotion. Having just become a full shadow of order, he could now follow the Primarch into the Wheel of Fire system to wage war against the Orcs. At the same time Pel set out for the Wheel of Fire, Wilshire of the 2nd Legion had already boarded the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. As a new recruit from Terra, Wilshire had undergone augmentation on Luna. Ranking 2nd in his class after completing initial training, he was originally slated, like the rest of the top 15, to be a candidate for the Luna Wolves. But before the augmentation surgery, 11th Legion, Shadow of Order, Officer Bradshaw approached him with an invitation, and Wilshire sensed a special interest from the instructor. Requesting 5 days to consider, Wilshire began researching everything he could about Primarch Nareth and the 11th Legion. He sought out another instructor from the first chapter's Shadow of Order, Hollis, and asked about the Primarch and the Legion's philosophy. As a former member of the Primarch's Honor Guard, Hollis gave a thorough explanation. The philosophy of using the rules to strike precisely and establish order deeply appealed to Wilshire. Compared to the gangster-like culture of the Luna Wolves, the Shadows of Order's ideology attracted and suited him far more. He also learned that the monarch had not only discovered the First Night World but had also provided supplies for the Great Crusade. The Primarch's simultaneous lightning assault on the Arrhenius continuity with 6 chapters had become a classic case study at Luna's training base and strategic analysis rooms. Though the lecturer's limited knowledge of the war left many questions, Wilshire only became more interested. After careful thought, he accepted Bradshaw's invitation. Even so, Wilshire worried, by his results, he should have been assigned to the Luna Wolves. Later, Bradshaw somehow managed to change it, Wilshire guessed through some use of rules and trade-offs, to bring him into the 11th Legion Special Candidate Training Camp. As a key trainee for both Bradshaw and Hollis, he received far harsher training than others. Zero-gravity exercises aboard derelict warships near Pluto. Hunting drills in Necromunda's Underhive. Armored vehicle training on agricultural world planes. By the time the candidate pool swelled to 1,133, Wilshire ranked first in every program. He thus became the only recruit jointly recommended by 2 former Honor Guard members to serve at the Primarch's side as one of his Honor Guard. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 188, Chapter 187, Spectator Abilities. Upon arriving aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Wilshire felt a faint discomfort the moment he stepped into the palace. Obsidian blocks leaned at angles that defied structural logic, propping up the dome above. 12 metal rods extended down from the dome, each hung with the banner of a different chapter, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, and 5 in the center, arranged asymmetrically. Within the Grand Palace, onyx floor tiles spread out in an asymmetric pattern based on a point-to-point Fibonacci sequence. The flagship bears the mark of the Primarch. From his mentor and friend, Bradshaw, Wilshire had learned that the Primarch favored the color black and asymmetrical architectural designs. Even the Legion fortress under construction on his still unvisited homeworld, Vostroya, followed such a style. Following the Fibonacci path, Wilshire arrived at the monarch's court. The chamber was divided into 2 areas, one for the Astartes commanders, the other for fleet officers. Wilshire walked to the left section and took a seat in the last row. Bradshaw had reminded him that as a new member of the Honor Guard, he was to listen to everyone's statements but not speak himself. Looking toward the front of his section, Wilshire saw Chapter Master James of the 2nd, Chapter Master Sanchez of the 7th, and Chief Apothecary Michael seated closest to the Primarch. On the opposite side, Captain Diana Pauline of the flagship sat nearest to the Primarch's throne. 15 minutes later, the War Council began on time. Arsena raised his control staff, projecting a holographic map of the Wheel of Fire system into the air above the court. At the same time, nearby displays lit up, each showing a different view. Arsena began. After infiltrating the Wheel of Fire system, the Imperial scout ship performed a full-spectrum scan. The Orc fleet numbers over 1,000 vessels, most of them ramshackle constructs of scrap metal. The tech priests cannot fathom how they even travel through the void. Notably, there is an unknown number of capital-class ships among them. After the Primarch's aide finished his briefing, Nareth spoke. The Orcs of the Wheel of Fire are vast in number. This is the 11th Legion's greatest challenge to date. I want to hear your strategic thoughts. Diana leaned back into her leather chair, slipping into her spectator mode, the detached observation of a bystander, her blue-green eyes turning toward the Astartes opposite her. She saw James rise first. From the aide's report, we can tell the situation in the Wheel of Fire is uncertain, James began. Therefore, we should advance steadily, with the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty as our center. The spectator noted the second chapter master hesitated for a fraction of a second, a flicker of envy in his eyes, before he continued. Using the Void Hunter's range advantage, we strike at the orc ships. The rabid greenskins, unwilling to be bled slowly, will be forced to attack. My chapter flagship will be the orcs' nightmare, delivering them a merciless blow. Wilshire frowned at this. Lord James is too cautious. Against an orc fleet many times our size, this will cause excessive losses. The spectator saw in James's subtle movements a tinge of jealousy, and, knowing the Legion's politics, thought. Compared to the glory of Sanchez and others, James's record is lackluster. He wants the Primarch's favor, but lacks creative strategic thinking. His plan is to prove himself in the second chapter through direct battle. She tilted her head toward the Primarch. As the Primarch's flagship captain, she was among the few outside his aid and honor guard to see Nareth regularly, and thus was more accustomed to meeting his gaze. But after a moment, she gave up. The Primarch's expression was unchanged, betraying nothing. Diana began recalling the Primarch's past campaigns, relying on her spectator's perfect memory to review everything she had seen. Even if I can't read him, James's plan likely doesn't fit Lord Nareth's strategic mind. James sat down, and Sanchez rose. Orc ships are numerous, but most are of little threat. We should adopt a rapid strike strategy, targeting their larger vessels for decapitation blows. This has the advantage that without their capital ships to anchor them, the smaller wrecks will be far less dangerous. If we fight a war of attrition, they will use those large ships to ram us. As I know, orc vessels favor brutal ramming tactics. Wilshire's brow eased. He felt Sanchez's plan was superior to his own lord's, though riskier, and the Legion would still suffer significant losses. As Wilshire pondered alternatives, Diana studied Sanchez. The spectator saw fire in his eyes, a fierce will to fight. Sanchez has a wager with Enoch Lashavan, Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves. Whoever purges a planet of greenskins first wins. The Reaper Lord is eager to strike immediately. She recalled Sanchez's past reports. His proposal fit his usual approach. Again, she looked to the Primarch, more capable now of bearing the mental weight than before. When Sanchez sat down, Wilshire still had no better idea, and the spectator still read nothing in Nareth's face. Just as she was about to look away, the Primarch's deep eyes turned toward her, breaking her detached state. Diana, what's your plan? She rose. My lord, both lords' strategies have merit. I believe they can be combined. Oh. Nareth tapped his chair's armrest with interest. Explain. The Throne of Shadow's sovereignty draws the orc fleet's fire, while the Void Hunter carries out rapid strikes. The second chapter flagship intercept any ramming vessels. When the 5th and 11th chapters arrive, we launch the final encirclement. Wilshire's eyes lit up. Her plan was more complete, with fewer losses. Militarily sound, politically considerate. The Primarch knows talent well, no wonder he made her flagship captain. As Wilshire thought, Nareth spoke. Diana's suggestion is sound, combine James and Sanchez's strategies. I order the fleet into 3 groups. For light years from the Wheel of Fire, Arlenes will serve as a supply hub along 2 routes. Nareth issued orders rapidly, and the massive fleet launched under his command. When the War Council ended, Wilshire followed his second chapter brothers out. Wilshire, let's get you to the mess hall. You've never had Fenris Kraken steak, have you? Kraken? What's that? A sea monster. The big ones can be several kilometers long, some even larger than a Gloriana-class battleship. Though he'd never been to Fenris, Wilshire had heard the tale of the Gene-Father besting another Primarch in a hunt. Father and the Wolf King of Fenris held a hunting contest. The Kraken was the prize, its meat divided among the fleets. 5 Relic-class battleships was even sent some to chapters. Pity ours hasn't gotten any yet. Wilshire followed the sudden turn in thought. I know the Wolf King lost to the Gene-Father. At that same moment, on Arlenes, Eldar Autarch Slough Dha gripped the sword forged by Vol, the Smith God, and addressed the warriors before him. I have received a vision. Chaos will perish alongside mankind. The threads of fate now show a new turn. Nareth will gain the Dionysian spear. He will become the variable in the tapestry of destiny. We must kill him at Arlenes before the Wheel of Fire campaign begins, so the wolves of Fenris claim it instead. To ensure this, I have spent 10 years weaving the threads and preparing a complete plan. Nareth must die. He cannot be allowed to claim the Dionysian spear. On the 9th week of the voyage, the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty received a distress signal from Arlenes. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinsu. Chapter 189, Chapter 188, Bealtan's Dire Avengers. Nareth sat upon the throne, listening to an urgent report from Arsena Dunn. My lord, Arlenes has sent an emergency distress call. Francesc Solar, the Imperium-appointed governor, reports that a large number of Eldari have suddenly appeared on the planet. Governor Solar is leading the plant raid defense force in resistance, but they are being driven back at every turn. He has now retreated to the governor's palace for a final stand. Nareth considered the situation. The House Cisac, who ruled Alrenes, were sworn to him, and the planet was a critical supply hub for the upcoming Wheel of Fire campaign. He made his decision swiftly. After the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty docked in high orbit over Alrenes, the Primarch led his honor guard aboard 5 Stormbirds and set course for the governor's palace. Mid-flight, his aide noticed his gaze drifting toward the Stormbird's inner hull and spoke up. "My lord, the Tech Marines have been studying the complete schematics of the Stormbird. They have made progress on the quantum field repulsor project. At the current pace, we expect substantive breakthroughs in 5 months and to produce the first prototype of a new experimental craft." Nareth nodded and turned his gaze to the viewing port, toward the palace. The first thing his pitch-black eyes picked out was a green heavy vehicle. In that instant, he recognized it, Bealtan, the most warlike of all craft worlds. The Void Spinner was unique to Bealtan, a tank whose Doomweaver cannon not only fired monomolecular filaments but also unleashed swarms of bioengineered bacteria and wraithbone parasites. These would dissolve anything, leaving not even the spores of the orcs, the Eldari's old foes. Although effective, many Eldari loathed such killing methods, regarding the tanks as abominations. For them, bacteria and wraithbone parasites were meant to remake worlds, to create life, not destroy it. Only Bealtan, dedicated to restoring the glory of the ancient Eldari Empire, made use of such machines. Preparing to go to war against the Orc Empire, Nareth could not help but think, this is a gift delivered to my doorstep. We have to capture some of the Void Spinner for study. If we could breed wraithbone parasites, the Wheel of Fire campaign, and even future wars against the Greenskins, would be far easier. He scanned the other vehicles and warriors, reading the runes they bore. The attackers on Alrenes carried markings composed of 3 symbols, a heart shape, a semicircle, and a cross. Bealtan, as expected. For Bealtan, the runes symbolized not only reincarnation but also the rebirth of their lost age, emblems of their dream to restore the Empire. Open fire. At the Primarch's command, the Stormbirds loosed 6 Dreadstrike missiles, locking onto the Void Spinner. The missiles, trailing fiery plumes, screamed into the tank's forked prow. The Void Spinner belched black smoke, spinning into a fall. Its Vol engine roared, the Doomweaver firing a storm of monomolecular filaments at the Stormbirds. Warning klaxons shrieked from the Void shields before going silent. Turrets of twin-linked Lost cannons and twin-linked heavy bolters spat beams and detonations toward the ground. A dozen green-armored Dire Avengers were torn apart by the withering fire. Before the Stormbird even touched down, Nareth had leapt from its open hatch. The Primarch hit the ground and immediately charged, slamming into the blue-armored Avengers. In the endless war of the galaxy, more Eldari had walked the warrior path than any other. Unlike the Guardian militia, who only took up arms in crisis, these warriors dedicated their entire existence to the perfection of war. The warrior path was long and complex, divided into branches called aspects, each embodying a facet of the war god Kine. The Avengers traced their origins to the first Phoenix Lord, Asurman. After the fall of the Eldari, Asurman had led his craft world away from the ancient homeworlds, founding the first aspect shrine, the Dire Avengers. Those Dire Avengers wearing elaborate green-crested helms, crests woven from the hair of exotic beasts, raised their shuriken catapults and unleashed a precise blanket of fire. The shuriken weapon was almost synonymous with the Eldari, but most, like the Guardians, could not control it with such precision. These Avengers could lay down a filament storm more accurate than any human marksman. Their faith came from Kine's rage at the Smith god Vol. In Eldari myth, the dream goddess Liliath foresaw that the Eldari would be the cause of the downfall of Kine. When he learned of this, Kine began slaughtering the Eldari. Isha, goddess of life, begged Asurion to save her children. The Phoenix King agreed, erecting a barrier between the warp and real space, forbidding divine interference in mortal affairs. But Isha and her consort Kurnus could not abandon their children, secretly guiding them forward. Kine discovered this and told Asurion, who handed the 2 over for punishment. The war god used every torment he knew upon them. Vol then struck a bargain, he would forge 100 swords for Kine within a year. Even wielded by a mortal, a Vol-forged blade could slay 1,000 foes. For a year, Vol toiled without rest, yet made only 99, he was forced to slip a mortal-made weapon into the set. The tale of the 100 Swords of Vol had 2 endings, in the Avenger Shrine's telling, Kine's defeat against the Necrons came because of that one flawed sword. The Avengers' perfect marksmanship was born of this rage at betrayal, they sought for every shuriken to strike true and punish oathbreakers without mercy. Each Avenger was a master of the shuriken catapult, wielding a long-barreled variant unique to the shrine. Advanced targeting computers in their pauldrons linked armor to weapons. Multispectrum scanned and tracked multiple targets, feeding data to their helmet displays and marking friend from foe. They also bound their weapons to spirit stones, using psychic precision to guide every shot. Under the command of a finely armored Exarch, the Dire Avengers unleashed their blade storm. Over 100 catapults locked onto Nareth and fired. In an instant, their magazines were emptied, yet not a single shot strayed. Razor-edged discs filled the air, each containing 1,000 monomolecular threads, each one psychically driven toward the Primarch. The Exarch's coordination turned the hail into a storm, engulfing his black armor. No one could evade such density of fire, not even a Primarch. Nareth raised his left arm to shield his head. The storm of filaments lashed against black armor sheathed in iron-hued scales. The scales had been taken from an iron-scaled kraken the Primarch himself had hunted, reforged by the tech marines and set into his armor. Enough to shred a dozen Malkador heavy tanks or pierce a Stormbird's void shield, the monofilament storm could not harm it. With a swing of his arm, Nareth's power fist smashed into an Avenger, golden light shattering his weapon and tearing through his blue and white tabard. Going into the first layer of the Thelema mind state, he caught the Exarch's blade on his sword. He felt no psychic assault, then remembered, the Eldari had not yet discovered the Spirit Stone, and the Sword of Fury had not yet been forged. Kain's emissary roared in anger and donned the mask of war. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 190, Chapter 189, Slough Dha and the Cabal's Scheme. Nareth flicked his wrist, counter-thrusting with the Osprey via Form 2. The Exarch swung his sword to block, then immediately unleashed a furious barrage of slashes. In the time of a heartbeat, the two exchanged more than a dozen blows. Nareth was shocked to find that his opponent, even after blocking his strike, could still counterattack with such ferocity. From the ornate armor and the banner flowing behind the man's head, Nareth judged his identity. A dire Avenger Exarch. War Mask. Nareth knew that every Exarch of an Eldar aspect shrine had to master the ultimate secret of their order and permanently adopt the War Mask before earning the title. The War Mask wasn't a literal mask, but a mental state. Different paths require different mind states. The Eldari immerse themselves in such states as one might immerse oneself in an emotion, letting mind state lead to technique. Walking a path was both an exercise in skill and a forging of one's inner self according to that mind state's template. For warriors, the required state was rage. They had to learn to switch into war mode during battle, unleashing their fury and applying the craft of killing. They also had to learn to restrain that rage in peace, to hide it away. The War Mask was essentially a warrior's combat mode, allowing an Eldar to focus entirely on anger and slaughter. It was not a second personality, they remained themselves and would not descend into brainless berserk frenzy. Rather, they became the warrior self, thinking and acting entirely as a warrior. Having confirmed the Exarch's identity and means, Nareth had an idea. My Thelema mind state is already in its early form, but it only applies to psychic duels. I had planned to wait for Magnus' return to discuss mind states with him before adapting it to combat. But this is a perfect opportunity. In close combat, the War Mask is at least as refined as Magnus' mind state. Perhaps more so. He decided to capture the Exarch alive and extract from him the secrets of the War Mask, the Warrior's Path, and the Avenger's Path, then refine them into a form suited for Astartes and humans. The Primarch's eyes locked onto the Exarch. The Exarch, consumed by fury, suddenly felt a chill, but before he could react, Nareth lunged without warning. The Exarch sidestepped, swinging his sword hilt down to parry. Nareth twisted his wrist, forcing the blade down, and drove the Otspurt via Form 2 derivative technique straight at the Eldari's arm. The blue-glowing power blade stabbed into the Exarch's arm, sending searing agony through him like being set ablaze. Wearing the War Mask, the Eldari suppressed the pain with rage. He unleashed another volley, his monomolecular darts, guided by a spectrum analyzer, perfectly distinguishing friend from foe even at point-blank range. Using the distraction from his warrior's covering fire, the Exarch sprang back, drawing a power spear in his left hand and thrusting at Nareth. Nareth raised his left arm to guard his face, the darts pinged harmlessly off his black armor. He sensed his honor guard closing in. The shadows of order raised their bolters and opened fire on the dire Avengers. The Bealtan warriors ignored the incoming bolts. Known as the Swordwind Dotarine, they believed that dying for the craft world was an honor, and their will to fight surpassed that of all other craft worlds. Autarch Slough Dha had told them that to restore the Eldar Empire's ancient glory, Nareth had to die, so that Monkey and the great enemy, Chaos, would perish together. Nareth realized the dire Avengers treated him like a Slaneshi demon, their attacks were furious and merciless. Thinking of the Eldari prophecies, his mind raced. So their target isn't Arlenes, it's me. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and in his mind's eye, the black pupils of his psychic familiar also glimmered. A surge of warp energy spread from him toward the Eldar. His mind first slammed into the Exara's mind's gate, a blazing, towering image of the god of war. His worship of Kain, the war god, and the burning rage of the War Mask. Nareth's thoughts shifted, he skirted around this hard nut to crack, letting his consciousness flow into other dire Avengers. His awareness slid into the fiery psychic gates of their rage. A name flashed in his mind, Slough Dha. He remembered, Slough Dha had reanimated John Grammaticus, granting him immense life for, thus transforming him into a perpetual, and made him an agent of the Cabal. A new vision formed. What? I'm to obtain the Dionysian spear? And I'm the one who will set in motion the plan to destroy humanity and chaos together. The Horus Heresy wasn't just a civil war between traitors and loyalists, nor merely a struggle between humanity and chaos. The entire galaxy's factions were involved. The Cabal believed the Chaos Gods had invested heavily in humanity. The Four allowed the Emperor to steal their spark, but if humanity perished, chaos would perish too. Grammaticus was one of their key pawns, persuading the Alpha Legion to join their cause. He had even disguised himself as an archaeologist named Karen Sebatin and discovered an artifact, a spear made of fulgurite. Carrying this weapon capable of killing immortals, Grammaticus was sent to slay Vulcan, the Primarch who could threaten the Cabal's plan. Eldar seer Eldred Althrin convinced him that prophecy was not absolute, that humanity was the front line against chaos. In the end, Grammaticus sided with his own species. And all of it had begun with Slough Dha. Nareth's mind spun. He didn't want the Dionysian spear, nor did he wish to face a chaos-empowered Horus. In his view, it was better for the Emperor to sit on the Golden Throne, it fit his long-term interests. During the heresy, he'd prefer to keep his strength in reserve and grab whatever benefits he could. But if the Cabal's prophecy came true, then he'd be the one holding the Dionysian spear, playing a decisive role in the war. A chill ran through him. This was as good as a prophecy for a Primarch. What if the Emperor doesn't give me a choice and shoves the spear into my hands? During the heresy, he could use a sympathetic psychic to slot me into some role that forces me to destroy the Four Gods' vessel. If I then display the necessary power, whether by choice or coercion, he might very well make it happen. And it all depends on what rank I've reached by then, how high in the sequence I need to be to match a chaos-infused Horus. Nareth's black eyes gleamed coldly. Being manipulated, being treated as an obstacle to be removed, made him furious. After being dragged into the warp by the Four and feeling powerless, he now understood more deeply than ever, he had to control his own fate. I won't be a pawn. I'll be a player. I must become the Black Emperor. I must ascend to the great old dominator level. I must become a pillar. Rage blazed in his eyes as he flashed in front of the Exarch. Even the mortal incarnation of Kain behind the war mask couldn't match the Primarch's speed. A flicker of blue light, his opponent's left arm, spear and all, was severed at the shoulder. Wilshire and the other honor guard felt their Gene Father's fury keenly. They surged forward, striking the Beeltan swordwind with brutal force. Even filled with anger, the shadows of order didn't lose their composure. The Primarch's creed instilled in them turned rage into strength. Calming himself, Nareth drew on his psychic power and activated his power gauntlet. Golden light wrapped around the Exarch's body. When the light faded, the Exarch was encased in a mass of impossibly viscous, transparent fluid, like a colossal piece of amber. The blood-red chain around Nareth's right pinky glimmered, his spent psychic energy replenishing rapidly. He turned his gaze toward the governor's mansion. He knew Slough Dha was there. Slough Dha had paid a heavy price just to lure him into this trap. There was still the matter of preparing for the future, but the immediate priority was how to deal with Slough Dha. The Serpent's Trap. A Sword of Val. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 191, Chapter 190, Human Traitor. Nareth pondered for a moment before deciding to walk into the trap set for him by Slough Dha. From his memory of Slough Dha's actions, he confirmed that the Autarch of the Beeltan was a dangerous figure lurking in the shadows. Today was the best opportunity to deal with this venomous snake. Nareth did not believe he would lose to Slough Dha, who wielded a sword of Val. If he could capture Slough Dha, he could extract information about the Cabal and the methods used to create perpetuals from his mind. Nareth knew that members of the Cabal came from various intelligent species in the galaxy, including both the Eldar and humanity. Their goal was to eliminate chaos at any cost, saving the galaxy. Currently, the Cabal's plan involved using young human civilizations as sacrificial offerings. They had been operating in secrecy for millennia, recruiting psychics and perpetuals since the ancient Terra era, subtly changing the course of major events to align human history with their interests. Cabal operative Daemon Prytanes was different from John Grammaticu. He was wholly devoted to the Cabal and even referred to his own race, the humans, with the derogatory term Monkey used by the Eldar. After the Battle of Iwo Jima, he was recruited as an assassin by the Cabal, living a life marked by betrayal and death. He had killed both good people and brothers. In M19, he assassinated Holyard in the Glass Temple of Mankind. In M22, he killed Mazer Hassan at the Spire Terrace, and in the final years of the Age of Strife, he killed the notorious tyrant Nareth Deme of the Pan-Pacific Empire. For Nareth, who would ascend the Black Emperor pathway, the Cabal was undoubtedly an enemy. The crucial point was that the Cabal had already marked him as a threat, and understanding this mysterious organization would help him deal with them more effectively. Additionally, the Cabal was, aside from the Emperor, the only faction that held the secret of creating artificial perpetuals. Slough Dha had used knowledge obtained from the Cabal to resurrect John and turn him into an perpetual. By mastering the secrets of perpetuals, Nareth could make his capable subordinates, like Arsena Dunn and Mariina Scala, into perpetuals, giving them ample time to rise to higher ranks. Slough Dha also has control over the War Mask and the secrets he's acquired after walking multiple paths. Even if the Sword of Vol is not made of psychic materials, it is still a formidable weapon. With this in mind, Nareth made his decision. Seeing that the Bealtan forces in front of the governor's mansion had been eradicated, he spoke up. Leave 3 squads to take this Eldar and other spoils back to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. He took large steps forward, the crimson chains restoring the psychic energy he had spent with each stride. Entering the palace, he killed the scattered members of the Eldar he encountered along the way. Moments later, he reached the innermost depths of the palace and looked toward Francesc Solar. The governor laughed heartily and sarcastically said, "Lord Nareth, thank you for your timely rescue." Bold. The honor guard glared at Governor Solar, and immediately, 4 of the Shadows of Order took swift steps up the marble staircase. Foolish, the great Eldar, and the people of Asuryan are the noble race. As ignorant Monkays, we should serve our master. Only then can we be enlightened. Nareth heard this and reflected for a moment. Did Slough Dha follow the path of the mind or the path of deception? Grammaticus's mind isn't easily controlled, it must be the path of deception. With this newfound understanding of the enemy, Nareth was more resolved than ever to deal with Slough Dha, the venomous snake in the shadows. His consciousness expanded toward Francesc Solar. No. The governor let out a miserable cry as he saw scenes unfolding before him. The noble race he admired was shot by exploding bullets. The Eldar's promises of enlightenment were a lie, and he was nothing but a fool to them. The scenes Francesc Solar witnessed caused him to collapse instantly. The governor knelt in agony, pounding the ground with his fists. False. All false. His eyes bulged, his fists bleeding, but the images continued to haunt him. Nareth used his psychic abilities to reveal the harsh reality to the traitor Francesc Solar, causing him to die in terror. At the moment of the governor's death, he keenly felt as though some mechanism had been triggered, and the entire space changed. The hidden psychic formation was activated, and the governor's palace began to rumble. The marble floor beneath his feet cracked, first rippling like the surface of water, then shattering completely. With a sharp, ear-splitting boom, a brand new deep valley opened beneath the feet of the Shadows of Order. Wilshire reacted first. Without time to warn the other honor guard members, he sprinted toward their Genefather. Nareth gave him a surprised glance and immediately compared him to the 524 honor guard members in this squad, confirming that this quick-reacting son was named Wilshire. Recommended by Bradshaw and Hollis, they have good eye for talent. Nareth's thoughts spun quickly, focusing on dealing with the collapsing ground. Psychers, brace your shields and protect the surrounding honor guard members. Arsena and the other Psychers of the honor guard raised their force field and psychic shields, shielding the surrounding Shadows of Order. In the next moment, the massive gap swallowed everyone, along with the crashing rocks and falling marble debris. Nareth struggled to maintain his balance during the fall, lifting his left arm to protect his head. He sheathed his power sword back in its scabbard, twisting his body, reaching out to grab Wilshire's arm, and pulled him over. The roaring sound of collapsing rocks drowned out all other noise as they fell rapidly into the dark, blurry underground world. For a moment, Wilshire felt as though the fall would never end, but he didn't panic. In fact, he felt proud. Among all the honor guard members, only he had fulfilled his duty. Wilshire realized that the entire arena was a conspiracy, and the treacherous Xenos and the foolish governor who sided with them were after their Genefather. When the Primarch supported him, he felt a surge of energy in his body, and then forced himself to detach from his admiration. He desperately tried to assess the surroundings and search for the enemy. But his helmet's visor was filled with jumbled signals and provided no useful data. After several seconds, his helmet's vision gradually stabilized. Wilshire turned his head and saw numerous tunnels stretching out in all directions, twisting in the dark. He saw squads of Eldar soldiers in the tunnels, standing at attention, looking up at them. Wilshire confirmed that the Xenos had set up an ambush. Wilshire tried to contact the other honor guard members through his helmet's communication system, but there was no response, and the communication channel was filled with interference. He checked the enemy search system, threat indicators, and close-range scanning, but found nothing. Wilshire attempted to use his inherited innate abilities to sense the surrounding environment. He immediately realized that he had returned to the blurry memories of a normal boy. Some sort of interference from the Xenos. While Wilshire was lost in thought, he fell into the tunnel, with debris crashing against his armor. He felt the Genefather's hand leave his arm, and a calm voice rang out, filling his body with power. "Follow me." Wilshire quickly followed Nareth as they moved through the tunnel. Suddenly, the Genefather spoke. "The enemy is coming." Wilshire cautiously scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of the enemy. The shadows of order remained vigilant, they knew that their Genefather would not be wrong. Suddenly, Wilshire's black eyes rippled with disturbance. Enemies wearing green combat armor and wielding chainsaw swords emerged from the shadows. Each of the green-armored Eldar warriors had a yellow symbol on their chest. The top half of the symbol was an upright triangle, with 2 curved arcs extending from the sides. The bottom half was a vertical line crossing 3 horizontal lines, connecting with the triangle above. Wilshire immediately raised his explosive rifle and fired a shell at the Xenos. The shadows of Order's eyes widened in shock. The explosive shell hit the green armor perfectly but caused no damage to the Xenos. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 192, Chapter 191, The Path of Command of an Autarch. Thunderhammer. The Primarch's voice was calm, but the accompanying psychic pulse burned like lightning in Wilshire's mind. The Shadow of Order quickly processed the incoming data, understanding the meaning of the aspect paths, the warrior's way, and the meaning behind the emerald-armored warriors before him. Striking scorpions. He also knew their characteristics. They wore heavier and more durable armor than most. The weight of their armor slowed them, but its protection rendered bolt guns nearly useless. Only concentrated fire from multiple guns could bring them down. Wilshire slung his bolt gun over his back and drew the Thunderhammer from his waist. At the same time, he noticed that the Primarch's dense hail of rounds struck the same points on each striking scorpion with perfect precision. The scorpions emerging from the shadows fell in clusters, as if they had impaled themselves on explosive shells. Wilshire knew he could not match the Primarch's blistering rate of fire, nor his unerring accuracy in hitting the exact same spot. He pressed the rune engraving on the hammer, and blue power field light flared to life. Raising the Thunderhammer high in both hands, Wilshire brought it down upon the head of a green-armored Eldar. The disruptive energy field shredded the scorpion's helm, reducing its skull to pulp. The striking scorpions did not falter, they were as deadly as their name implied. Those inducted into the Scorpion Shrine were cruel and utterly without mercy. The wrath of Kila Menchikine made flesh, unleashing sudden and brutal slaughter upon their foes. The Thunderhammer struck against a chain's word, and Wilshire felt the scorpions' greater strength, their bodies more robust than their kin. Lowering his stance sharply, Wilshire slammed into the Eldar. The impact hurled the scorpion backward, and he swung the hammer in Form 23 of the Otspervia, smashing into the enemy's head. The Otspervia was a mandatory discipline in the 11th Legion, taught from the earliest days of recruitment. Under the instruction of Breadshaw and Hollis, even recruits from Terra had mastered the homeworld sword arts. They refined the Otspervia into techniques suited to their own weapons. Nareth drew his power sword and strode forward. A dampening field dulled his senses, yet he could still grasp the broad strokes of the battlefield. In his warp insight, one Eldar burned brighter than all others. Nareth advanced toward that glow, rallying members of the Honor Guard along the way. On his path, the Primarch met aspect warriors from every shrine, the lithe howling banshees, masters of close-quarter slaughter, the warp spiders, striking without warning from teleportation. Wave after wave of combat saw Nareth updating his data on Slough Dha. He knew that aspect warriors who had walked multiple paths and mastered the various faces of the war god could choose to set foot upon the command path. The path of command stemmed from the leaders of ancient Eldari myth, the heirs of Eldanesh, Ulthanesh, and Beleriand. A warrior who completed the path of command would bear the title of Autarch. If the Farser was the Craftworld's guide and counselor, the Autarch was the commander and general of its armies. With a perfect understanding of the art of war, an Autarch could serve as the supreme leader of the Craftworld's forces, leading their warhost into battle. Slough Dha's warhost gathers aspect warriors from every shrine I know. He may not have walked every path to its end, but he's trodden most of them, perhaps even dabbled in all. For him to unite so many shrines with conflicting doctrines under his banner, his leadership, tactical skill, and personal combat ability must be exceptional even among Autarchs. He is not merely a schemer, he is a warlord. Nareth led the remaining 483 honor guards onto the battlefield, his gaze locking on Slough Dha. The Autarch wore ceremonial robes, the symbols upon them formed of 2 parts. The upper portion is an upright triangle with 2 lines extending perpendicularly from its sides. The lower portion is a curved hook passing through 1 long and 1 short horizontal line. Slough Dha wore the mask of a howling banshee, in his left hand, a fire dragon fusion gun, on his back, a warp spider jump generator. But in Nareth's sight, the most brilliant light was in Slough Dha's right hand, a sword. Its narrow blade was etched with mysterious runes, cold light of blue and silver flowing within the steel. A spirit crystal was set into the hilt, its psychic glow shining through his long fingers. In the Briber's warp sight, its brilliance fell short of a power fist, yet surpassed other relics such as the Dice of Prophecy. Above be under sequence 4, but below sequence 1, likely sequence 2 or sequence 3. Nareth. Slough Dha's high Gothic was impeccable, his Terra accent crisp, yet tinged with the cadence of the Eldari tongue. Your fate is sealed, you will die this day. The autarch made his proclamation and then began to direct his war host of more than 1,000 warriors. Guardian defenders formed a tight front line, unleashing a hail of monomolecular darts at the shadows of order. Arsena and his Gyrinx raised a protective field, with a flare of blue eyes and telekinesis. The monomolecular darts clanged harmlessly against the barrier. Slough Dha maneuvered his forces into a three-dimensional assault. Windrider jetbike squadrons swooped from above, striking scorpions infiltrated to strike from the rear, howling banshees charged the honor guard's flanks, warp spiders teleported straight into their formation. Nareth's consciousness spread outward, linking minds with the honor guard and his gene servitors. His orders flashed instantly into the minds of every honor guard. The shadows of order responded with machine-like precision. Marksmen raised bolt guns and cut down jetbikes with concentrated fire. Warriors with thunder hammers, like Wilshire, turned to smash the scorpions. The finest swordsmen met the howling banshees head-on. The swiftest guardsmen raced to hunt down the warp spiders. Slough Dha was shocked. Under the Primarch's command, this Monkey army stood firm against his far more numerous war host. Even in the melee, the black-armored warriors were achieving a kill ratio of 1-4 against his elite. A Primarch, truly the war machine of the Monkey Lord. He is outmatching my mastery of the path of command. And worse, Slough Dha saw that Nareth understood the traits of each aspect warrior shrine in detail, even those fighting humans for the very first time. Impossible, unless he possesses foresight equal to a farser who has completed the path of the seer. Slough Dha's grip on the sword of Vol tightened, his gaze freezing cold upon Nareth. Nareth must die, he is a mortal threat to the Eldar, and an obstacle to our grand design. He must never become the Monkey Lord's weapon. The autarch issued his command without hesitation. All warriors of the war host were to launch a death charge at the honor guard. At that same moment, Slough Dha himself moved. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinsu